Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Raiding the Church. Human World, Japan, Koho. Not even an hour after Rias and Sona informed James of the raid on the abandoned church, Rias and her peerage were standing in front of the church's entrance. At the same time, Sona and her peerage were scattered around the church to cut off anyone who tried to escape. Lastly, James and his peerage were hidden in the vicinity. They planned to move only when someone was at risk of dying, though. The only person who was not present was Cheyenne. Like she has for the past 2 days, she was tasked with guarding Asia. And even though Asia wanted to come along as well, she knew that she would be more of a liability in combat than anything else, right now. Nervously, Asia waited in the Alaverus mansion for everyone to return from the raid. Currently, only she and Cheyenne, who was in the kitchen retrieving some of the snacks and tea Sona prepared before she left, were present. Apparently, Leona had something to attend to in the underworld for the next few days. To everyone's surprise, however, Leona chose to leave in the middle of the night instead of waiting until morning. Eventually, Cheyenne returned with a tray full of snacks and a pot of tea. Placing the tray on the table in front of Asia, Cheyenne then took a seat across from the nervous girl. "I know you're worried about everything that's going on right now," Cheyenne said with a wide grin on her face. "But you really don't need to worry about their safety, you know." Hearing Cheyenne's words, Asia was a little taken aback. "Was it that obvious that I was worried?" Asia asked with a slight blush on her face. "Yes, it was," Cheyenne replied with a smile. "We're a lot alike in that regard. I have the habit of wearing my heart on my sleeve, too." Asia blushed even harder after Cheyenne finished. "To think, I was trying to keep my worry to myself," Asia said while letting her head hang. "There's nothing wrong with showing that you're worried about people you care about, Asia-chan," Cheyenne said as she reached across the small table between her and Asia and patted the ex-nun on the shoulder. "I know, but," Asia said, before she was interrupted. "Besides, like I said, there really is nothing to be worried about," Cheyenne reiterated with a big smile on her face. "Everyone who went to raid the church is stronger than even the strongest one on the fallen angel's side." After that, Cheyenne and Asia continued to talk. Mostly about the members of each peerage, and Cheyenne was happy to explain what she had found out about them over the last 4 months. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage were going over the plan one last time. "Okay, everyone, remember that Aquino and I will not be making any moves, unless things look dangerous for you all when you're fighting the fallen angels," Rias said as she crossed her arms below her breasts, which emphasized their size even more than usual. "As there are 4 of you and 4 of them, I'll expect you to each fight one-on-one." "Boo. But what about all those scary exorcists?" Gasper asked as he raised his hand. "Don't worry, Aquino will take care of them," Rias replied nonchalantly, to which Aquino smiled gracefully. Hearing that, everyone visibly relaxed. Then, Rias walked up to the door. Before she opened it, though, Issei spoke softly. "Promotion, Queen." Hearing that, Rias could only smile happily. Even though it was a bit overkill, she was happy Issei was taking his first real battle, against something more than just mindless stray devils, seriously. Not only Rias, though, but everyone was happy that Issei was taking the whole situation seriously. Due to his usual actions, the nickname Kaneko uses, perverted idiot, seems more like an assessment than a nickname. However, to know that he thinks seriously when the situation is serious is a good thing to know for the rest of his comrades. With a hand on the door, and a smile on her face, Rias flared her power of destruction. With the control she had been training for the past 12 years, Rias only erased the church's doors. After that, the group of 6 entered the church. Looking around the room, they saw many old and damaged pews scattered around the floor. Opposite the door was an altar. In front of that altar, however, was an opening in the floor large enough for 2 adults to enter side by side and a flight of stairs leading under the floor. "If I had to guess, I'd say they're all down there," Aquino said while maintaining her smile. "If you had to guess, you would be correct," said a male voice from down the stairs. After that voice spoke, the sound of several sets of footsteps was also heard from the stairs leading below the altar. Shortly after, the 4 fallen angels from Iam's report, followed by 29 stray exorcists, made their way out of the opening in the floor. "He's not here," Kaneko said quietly as she subtly sniffed the air. Hearing that, Rias smiled and spoke to the fallen angels. "It looks like one of yours has run away," Rias said, taunting her opposition with her left hand on her hip while running her right hand through her hair. It makes sense really, realizing how outclassed he was must have been a shock, after all. Does everyone who spends enough time around James Senpai pick up the habits of taunting and talking shit, or something? Issei muttered to himself. Because it was quiet in the chapel, everyone on Ria's side was able to hear Issei's muttering. In response, they all nodded without letting their enemies out of their sight. At the same time, the fallen angels and the group of stray exorcists were immediately angered by Rias' taunting. As it turns out, Fried had been called back by their superiors, as he was needed for an experiment. Unfortunately for them, he never thought it necessary to explain how strong the devils he fought against were. Combining that with the fact that Rias and her peerage have yet to show off their powers publicly, there was no intel on how strong they were. Why are we even listening to this devil scum? One of the stray exorcists shouted. Yeah, let's just kill them all and be done with it. Another shouted in response. It's too bad they're all devils, I would love to have fun with the girls. Especially the little one with the white hair. Shouted a third, before he was interrupted. Boom. Before that stray exorcist could finish what he had to say, a damaged pew struck him in the chest and drove him into a wall. At the point of impact, there were spiderweb cracks formed around an unconscious man. Around him were the scattered remains of the pew that sent him flying into the wall. While the exorcists were in shock at how their comrade ended up, they all heard one word. Pervert. When they looked to the source of the word, they found the small white-haired girl, Kaneko, still in the same pose she made after releasing the pew that she threw at the unconscious exorcist leaning against the cracked wall. Well, Akino, I think these fools have been allowed to speak for long enough. Rias said with a slight frown. Understood. Akino said as she bowed gracefully. After speaking, Akino took several steps forward. Then, she raised her hand into the air. Thunder wave. Akino said quietly as her hand lit up with thunder magic. After speaking, Akino swung her hand down toward the floor. When her arm was perpendicular to the floor, the thunder on her hand shot toward the floor. When the two came in contact, the thunder quickly spread in front of her in a conical shape. As the thunder was released from Akino's hand, the four fallen angels quickly spread their wings and flew into the air. The stray exorcists were not so lucky, however. Instead, they were all hit by Akino's attack and rendered unconscious in an instant. A moment later, a light breeze blew, and all the unconscious exorcists disappeared from the chapel. Well, they work fast. Rias said with a slight smile. Now, my servants, go and defeat your enemies. Yes, Bucho, X4. With that, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei rushed forward to face one of the flying fallen angels, each. And the first to engage was Yuto. With his speed boost from his night piece, he was the fastest of the four. Quickly, using one of the demonic swords he created with his sacred gear, sword birth, he was in midair, face to face with his opponent, a tall, buxom woman with brown eyes and long navy blue hair that covered her right eye. As Yuto appeared in front of her, she conjured a spear of light and raised it defensively and blocked the slashing coming toward her torso. A moment later, she was shot toward the ground by the force of Yuto's sword strike. Kalawarna! Shouted one of her comrades, Middlet, a petite blonde girl with twin tails and blue eyes. As the blonde girl lost focus, she was also knocked out of the air. Much like the stray exorcist from before, she was hit with a damaged pew. Carried along by its force, she was smashed into the ceiling, cracking it on impact, then fell to the floor. When she landed, she retched a few times and coughed out a mouthful of blood. That makes me 2 for 2. Kaneko said calmly as she relaxed after throwing the pew. Seeing two of her comrades being taken down so quickly and easily, the leader of this group of 4 fallen angels, the black-haired woman who stalked Asia over the last 2 days. Rainier, a slender woman with a large bust, black hair down to her waist, and violet eyes, overlooked the other battlefields as she began to consider escaping. Before she could put those thoughts into action, however, she found herself on the floor, surrounded by spiderweb cracks. What the hell just happened? Rainier thought to herself. How did I get knocked out of the air? Then, Rainier saw a pair of glowing red eyes. As she made eye contact, she simply blacked out. At the same time, the last of the fallen angels, Donasik, a middle-aged man in appearance with short black hair and dark blue eyes, was watching his own opponent. Meanwhile, Issei was lamenting his luck. Why am I the one that has to fight the only guy in the group? Issei questioned in a depressed tone. Does that really matter, boy? Donasik questioned in return as he created a spear of light in his right hand. You'll die here regardless. **** classic mid-boss monologuing. Issei said with a sigh. I guess I should just get this over with. I would much rather be looking at the ladies in my peerage than some old dude. How dare you belittle me? Donasik roared as he raised the spear in his hand to throw it. Before he could throw the spear, however, Donasik was immobilized. Looking at Issei, he noticed a pair of scaled, black gauntlets with claws and what looked like waving shadows running up the forearm. Then, he looked down at himself. What he saw was a shadow wrapping around his body from his legs up to his raised right arm. What the? Donasik said confusedly. When? How? Oh, you mean the shadows? Issei asked casually. Then, he raised his gauntlet hands. Shadow manipulation is the power of my sacred gear, Shadow Claws. I gotta say, wrapping up hot girls with tentacles of shadow looks a lot better than wrapping up some old dude. Before Issei could continue, Kaneko appeared above Donasik's head and slammed her fist into it. As a result of the heavy blow that he was not expecting, the fallen angel fell unconscious. Seeing that, Issei was shocked. Then, he looked around the other battlefields. Yuto and Kaneko's opponents were too injured to continue fighting. Gasper's opponent was unconscious and looked uninjured, while his own opponent had just been knocked out by Kaneko. Is it over already? Issei asked while scratching his head and dispelling his sacred gear. It would have been over faster if you didn't waste so much time talking with your opponent, Kaneko said grumpily. Now, kitty cat, James said as he appeared next to Kaneko with his hand patting her on the head. This time Ise had a reason to talk with his opponent like a third-rate villain. Really? Third-rate, though? Issei asked in a dejected tone. Ignoring Issei's whining, James continued his explanation for Kaneko. This time, Issei wanted to distract his opponent with his idiocy. James said while continuing to stroke Kaneko's head. At least I hope he did. Chapter 102, Mind Games and Interrogation Techniques. Human World, Japan, Koho. Not long after the battle ended, Rainier woke from her unconsciousness. Looking around, she could see that all her subordinates, the other 3 fallen angels and the exorcists, were bound. Some were conscious, but most were still unconscious. Oh, it looks like the leader of this ragtag group is awake, James said from a short distance away. Who? Rainier asked unhappily. However, when she turned her head and saw who was speaking, she froze in disbelief. Why are you here? That's rude, Miss Fallen Angel. James said in a sing-song tone. Why would you ask a resident of the town you're entering illegally why he's here? A resident? Rainier asked in confusion. The reports never mentioned this. Oh, it looks to me that someone was expecting you and all your comrades to die on this little excursion behind enemy lines. James said while continuing to use that same sing-song tone. I wonder who it is that hates you so much. Hearing that, Rainier flinched. She knew it was no mistake that James was not mentioned in the report they received about the forces inhabiting the town. On top of that, there was no mention of how strong the subordinates of the Gremory Princess were. After noticing these details, she had no doubt that she was meant as a sacrificial pawn in this plan. Even if she had been able to remove the sacred gear from the naive nun like she had planned to, she would have never left this town alive. Then, after coming out of her contemplation, she noticed that James was watching her calmly with a smile on his face. Damn. He's really cute. Rainier thought as she made eye contact with the half-devil in front of her. If he were just a human, I wouldn't mind having some fun with him. Anyway, how about we make a deal? James said after a few moments maintaining eye contact with Rainier. Since you didn't cause any trouble in the town that we couldn't handle, if you tell us everything, I'll make sure you make it back to the Gregory alive. The fact of the matter is that James does not have the authority to make that promise. However, after the battle concluded, James asked Surzex and Serafal if he could be the one to interrogate the intruders. Naturally, as they trusted James, they agreed. They even promised to back up his deals if they were not too far overboard. Hesitating for a moment, Rainier was unsure if she could trust the young man in front of her. The longer she took to answer, the less friendly James' smile became. Eventually, James spoke. I would rather not do this the hard way, Miss Fallen Angel, James said with a much more menacing smile on his face by now. But since we have Asia, the wielder of Twilight Healing, nearby, I would be able to try out all the torture techniques I've never got the chance to experiment with. I never thought Master Scathach's teachings on the subject would come in handy like this. As James spoke of torture, more importantly, Scathach's torture techniques, Rainier's face paled. If he learned torture from someone of Scathach's stature, she knew she would sing eventually. I'll agree to your deal, Rainier said with her head hanging low. Hearing that, James smiled brightly. With just a few sentences, James gained quite a bit of information from the leader of this group of fallen angels. First, Rainier did not seem afraid of being returned to Gregory. In fact, based on her micro-expressions, she was happy about it. James found this a bit strange at first. However, after remembering that she did not seem to know that he was present in the town of Koho, James realized that most, if not all the information Rainier received was false. Before he could consider the information he received from this short conversation any further, the male fallen angel that Issei, defeated shouted at Rainier. How could you betray Gregory? Donasik shouted angrily. Just to save your pitiful life you would. Bang. Before Donasik could cause any more of a ruckus, James disappeared from where he was seated in front of Rainier, and kicked Donasik in the side of the head. The kick was hard enough that he would fly off and strike the wall, yet controlled enough that he would not lose consciousness even after striking the wall at high speed. Seeing the speed and ferocity James showed with that attack, everyone was shocked. Everyone except Cu Chillin, that is. Walking up from behind James and placing a hand on his shoulder, Cu Chillin spoke. Master would be so proud. Cu Chillin said in an emotional tone of voice. Your strength control was spectacular. A little creeped out by Cu Chillin's display, James swept his hand away. Then, he turned around and said while defending his body from Cu Chillin's hands. If you ever talk to me in that tone again, I'm telling Tsubaki you tried to flirt with me. James said while inching away from his best friend. Then, I'm gonna tell Master you insinuated that she was dead. Although James' first statement annoyed him, Cu Chillin did not take it all that seriously. Tsubaki would more than likely believe that James was just joking. The second statement, however, scared Cu Chillin to his core. Like James, he knew why Scathach trained so many heroes. So, making that insinuation would not be good for his health in the long run. James, old buddy, old pal. Cu Chillin said while smiling. Though, this smile was uglier than most people's crying faces. You know it was just a joke, there's no need to tell Master about it, right? As long as you never talk to me in that tone again, there will be no need to tell her about it. James said while crossing his arms. Nodding in response, Cu Chillin backed away and left James to return to his interrogation. After Cu Chillin backed away, James turned back to the bound enemy forces. More specifically to Donasik, who was embedded in the wall after taking his kick. You know, your reaction to the lady over there agreeing to cooperate is a bit strange. James said with a slight smile on his face. I know for a fact that Governor General Aazel was the first to pull out from the Great War back in the day. His reason is also public knowledge and still holds true to the present. The fallen angels have the lowest population of the three factions. Pausing for a moment, James observed the expressions on the faces of Rainier, Donasik, Kalawarna, and Middled. Noticing that the three women were confused as to why he brought that up, James was satisfied at the expected result. It looks like those three were pretty much kept in the dark when it comes to this whole plan. James thought to himself after seeing their expressions. This guy is different, though. Narrowing his eyes at the angry Donasik, James continued to speak. Your attitude makes sense, as a loyal member of the organization. James said while nodding his head. But if you were so loyal, you would at least consider how to get as many fallen angels as possible back to the Grigori alive. What's the point of living if we have to betray to achieve it? Donasik questioned angrily. That's a good point. James said, nodding in agreement with Donasik's point. But what if I told you that I have proof that this mission is not sanctioned by the Grigori? After hearing the question, Rainier, Kalawarna, and Middled were surprised. Donasik, however, grew angrier. Seeing this, James was starting to put two and two together. How can that be? We received these orders from. Rainier said in confusion. However, she was quickly interrupted. Shut up you stupid bitch. Donasik shouted as a dark red glow surrounded him. Shortly after the red glow surrounded him, the magic binding Donasik was dispelled. Then, at his top speed, he rushed at Rainier with a light spear pointed at her heart. Surprised at the turn of events, not to mention still bound, Rainier was unable to escape the sneak attack. Boom. Gah. An instant before the light spear would have pierced Rainier's chest, Donasik was sent flying away from the bound fallen angel. When they looked in the direction the pained shout came from, they saw James pinning Donasik to a wall with Mangetsu no Shita to pierce through Donasik's right chest. Now, that was quite dumb, buddy. James said while he tapped Donasik on the cheek. I was already close to putting things together, but you just helped me out quite a bit. Damn you, devil scum. Donasik said as blood sprayed from his mouth. Shaking his head at the overreaction of the fallen angel, James simply turned away and spoke to Aquino. Aquino, sweetheart, could you bind this jackass again? James said with a wink. Oh, you might want to use a bit of lightning magic with the bonds, that way he won't be able to move so easily from now on. Hearing that she could bind and bring pain to someone, Aquino's switch was quickly flipped. Without even responding to James, she got to work doing what she loved. Well, now that annoying guy has been dealt with, let's get back to where we left off. James said with a bright smile on his face. Who was it that gave you the assignment in Kuo again? Once again hesitating after seeing what became of her comrade, Rainier eventually snapped out of it. Why the hell do I still consider him a comrade? Rainier thought to herself as her hesitant expression turned into one filled with anger. He just tried to kill me without hesitating at all. We received our orders from one of the fallen angel cadre, Kokabiel. Rainier said through gritted teeth as she recalled that the intel she received was incomplete. That name sounds familiar. James said while stroking his chin. Hey, Riri, what do you know about this Kokabiel guy? This of course was another one of James' tactics for extracting information. From Rainière's reaction to seeing him when she woke from her unconscious state, James was clear that she knew of his reputation, to a certain extent. However, combining that with the fact that he had been trained by Scathach, James was banking on the fact that if he showed disinterest to the point that he could not be bothered to remember about Kokabiel, she might overthink the situation. Kokabiel, like she said, is one of the cadre of Grigori. Rias said while crossing her arms. According to our records, he's a member of the hardliner faction within Grigori. Whose wishes for the Great War to be restarted? Oh yeah, I remember reading that somewhere. James replied nonchalantly. Then, he turned his attention back to Rainière. Well, are you part of the hardliner faction of Grigori, too? In response to James' question, Rainière shook her head with fervor. Calawarna and Middle also denied the affiliation when James turned his eyes in their direction. Nodding in satisfaction, James then turned his attention to Donasek. Seeing that he was indisposed, as Aquino had completely fallen into her role as a sadist, James simply turned away. Well, if I had to guess, that guy. James said as he pointed at Donasek, who was still pinned to the wall and experiencing a round of lightning torture. Is more loyal to Kokabiel than he is to the Grigori. Actually, I would go so far as to say that he is no longer loyal to Grigori. Wait, seriously? Rainière asked as she watched Donasek receiving torture. Why would you say that? Because of how hard he flipped shit when you were first about to reveal Kokabiel's name. James said, then shrugged his shoulders. Besides, he seemed to be the most against returning to the Grigori. Even before I revealed that this little mission of yours wasn't sanctioned by Grigori. At that, Rainière, Calawarna, and Middle thought back to Donasek's actions from before, and agreed with James' assessment of the situation. Before they could think about it too deeply, though, James continued to speak. So, now that we have established that you were sent here to be sacrificed. Most likely as an excuse to restart the Great War. James said with a smile. Why don't you tell us what you wanted Asia's sacred gear for? Hearing that, Rainière's eyes widened to a comical degree. How did you know about that? Rainière asked with confusion in her eyes. Oh, one of my people spied on you for, like, 2 whole days. James said nonchalantly. She coincidentally saw when you threw a tantrum because you wouldn't be able to get your greedy little hands on the twilight healing in Asia's soul. When James finished, Iam appeared behind him and to the right on one knee with her head bowed. Once again, good job, Iam. James said without even looking back. I am grateful for your praise, James-sama. After speaking, Iam once again vanished from sight. Seeing that, Rainière exhaled a sigh. To think that her plans had been exposed without her knowing. Seeing that it was pointless at this point, she decided to tell James why she wanted to take Asia's sacred gear. Everything I did was to receive Lord Azazel's favor. Rainière said with her head down. A Yandere, huh? James muttered absent-mindedly. As if she did not hear James, Rainière continued. I thought if I had the ability to heal, I would be able to help Lord Azazel with his ambitions. At least, that's what. Rainière then stopped, surprise written all over her face. Then, in a weak tone, she continued. Kokabiel told me. Damn, you were manipulated by that son of a bitch from the very beginning, huh? James said nonchalantly. So, now we know why you wanted her. The next question is, how did you know she had been? No, I guess it would be more appropriate to say when she would be excommunicated. We were tipped off by a devil. Rainière said, still downcast, after realizing how thoroughly she had been tricked. Like I thought, a bullshit conspiracy. James said exasperatedly. Whatever, let's get these prisoners to the underworld, we need to report everything that happened to Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan, too. Hearing the way James referred to Scathach and Seraphal, all the devils present were surprised. And their expressions made it obvious. Realizing why they ended up like that, James spoke once again. Don't look at me like that. James said with a shrug. Even I know how to act when I'm on the clock. Chapter 103, Aftermath of the Raid on the Church. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Sitting in his office, Scathach was reading the report submitted by his younger sister, Rias. While reading the report, he could not conceal the smile that was slowly creeping onto his face. She's grown so much in the last few years. Scathach said with a smile. I knew it was just a matter of time. And they said I was spoiling her too much. There's no doubt you were spoiling her too much. Grafia said from her position behind Scathach. And you have nothing to do with her growth. Unable to argue with his wife, Scathach could do nothing but lower his head. Though, he never let go of his pride for the growth of his sister. At the same time, Grafia was wondering how long her contact would take to find evidence of the Devil Council's misdeeds. However, seeing how big the job was this time, she remained patient. Underworld, Phoenix territory, Phoenix estate. At the same time in a lavishly decorated bedroom, Rias' fiancé, Riser Phoenix, a tall and handsome young man with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, also received the report of Rias' defeat of the fallen angels who intruded into her territory in the human world. Finally, Rias has grown enough to be my bride. Riser said with a devilish smile on his face. I think it is time to begin pushing this marriage forward. Why should I be forced to wait any longer? Hearing that, Riser's peerage, a group of 15 beautiful female devils, thought that their king might be taking this a little too lightly. Especially when the unofficial strongest member of the new generation was Rias' best friend. Big brother, are you sure this will be as easy as you believe? Said Revel Phoenix, a beautiful girl with dark blue eyes and long blonde hair styled into twin tails that end in large drill-shaped curls kept together with blue ribbons, bangs that cover her forehead and the bridge of her nose, Riser's younger sister. There's nothing to worry about, Revel. Riser said without losing his smile. Rias is nothing more than a spoiled girl who has never had to work hard for anything in her life. If I had to guess, the council simply gave her the credit that belonged to that filthy half-breed. After all, from what we know, she is not competent enough to handle a group of fallen angels that skillfully. I hope you're right. Revel said unsurely. Human world, Japan, Koa. After finishing the raid on the abandoned church, Rias and Sona transported the captives to the underworld. The plan was to see if they could gain any information that James was unable to pull out of them. After that, and reporting directly to the Devil Council, Rias, Sona, and their peerage members returned to Koa. The next morning was the first day of Golden Week. This, of course, meant there was no school. Because of that, James, Rias, and Sona as well as all the members of the three peerages gathered in the back of the Alaverus mansion to enjoy a barbecue in the afternoon. Naturally, Leona and Asia were also present. As James took control of the grill, everyone else was split into smaller groups as they chatted or simply enjoyed the time off from school. Eventually, Leona asked the question that was on everyone's mind. So, Asia, now that the fallen angels who tricked you have been dealt with, what do you plan to do? Leona asked casually after chatting with Lady, Cheyenne, and Asia for a while. Even though her voice was not very loud, everyone present was a supernatural being, aside from Asia. Because of that, they had no problem hearing Leona's question. After the question was asked, the collective volume of everyone in the backyard dropped by a noticeable margin. After thinking about the answer to Leona's question for a few moments, Asia hung her head as she spoke. I don't know. Asia replied in a forlorn voice. Hearing that, everyone could sympathize. In the last few weeks or so, she had lost everything she held dear, and her life was plotted on by those she wanted to trust. However, the more observant people in the backyard also noticed the glances the blonde former nun would send in a certain brunette boy's direction, every so often. Well, if you want some advice from me. Leona said, still in that same casual tone. Hearing that, Asia looked into Leona's eyes with curiosity. Seeing that she had gained Asia's attention, Leona continued with what she wanted to say. I'd suggest that you join one of the peerages present. Leona said after taking a sip from a soda can. Although you would not be able to pray verbally, you would never have to worry about being left alone again. A few moments later, Asia came out of the contemplation Leona's suggestion brought. Eventually, she asked a question of her own. Does that mean I would no longer be human? Asia asked apprehensively. That's right. Leona said casually. It's not as bad as you think, though. You can ask me or several of the people present if you want opinions from those who have experienced it. Hearing that, Asia looked around the yard. As she made eye contact with the devils who reincarnated from humans, she received gentle smiles and nods. And she could tell that each nod was telling her that she could talk to them if she wanted their opinion. However, the smile and nod that caught her attention the most was Issei's, of course. When she saw that, Asia made her choice instantly. And seeing the determination in her eyes, Leona could tell that Asia's mind was made up as well. It looks like you've already made your decision. Leona said with a smile. I would suggest joining my son's peerage. Unfortunately, I don't think you would fit his final piece. Peace? Asia asked in confusion. Then, Leona explained the evil peace system, peerages, and the rating game system to Asia. After hearing Leona's explanation, Asia made her decision. Is it possible to be in the same peerage as Issei? Asia asked with a blush on her face. Hearing the question, everyone present, apart from Dante who was not really paying attention, thought the girl was cute. At the same time, Rias made her way over to Asia and spoke with a smile. Of course, it's possible, I have 2 roles that would fit you well. Rias said with a smile. Then, Rias extended a hand toward Asia and 3 evil pieces appeared over her palm. My last, bishop, and my last 2 pawns, Rias said as she saw which pieces showed up. Judging by her personality, I don't think I can expect much from her in terms of offense. Rias thought as her eyes shifted from the bishop to the pawns, repeatedly. That makes the decision easy for me. After thinking to herself for a bit, Rias reached for the 2 pawn pieces. At the same time, James thought to himself. So, my initial thoughts were correct. James thought while he continued to cook. The pieces show the king not only which role is suitable for the person in question, but also how much is necessary to reincarnate them. While James was verifying his earlier conjecture, Rias had already pushed the 2 pawn pieces into Asia's chest. And a few moments later, like all those who reincarnate into devils, a pair of black bat-like wings sprouted from Asia's lower back. Noticing that her changes had ended, Asia looked over her own body. Then, when she noticed the wings on her back, she exhaled a sigh filled with mixed emotions. She was both happy and sad because of her change. Happy because she now had a place to belong and people who would care for her. Sad because she knew she could no longer pray to the Lord like she always did when she needed peace of mind. However, her inner thoughts were interrupted by the cries of the others. Congratulations, Asia. Everyone shouted in unison. Welcome to the family. Shouted the members of Rias' peerage. Now, you don't have to worry anymore. Leona said as she enveloped Asia in a hug. You've just gained a large family to depend on. With those words, the dam blocking Asia's tears broke. In Leona's arms, she cried like a child. The isolation after the church found out about her ability to heal, the excommunication, being tricked by the fallen angels, the life she had led for the past 10 years or so was so stressful. And at that moment, she was able to let it all go. Seeing that, Rias and her peerage stood and drew near the crying girl. Then, Leona separated from her, and she was quickly enveloped in a group hug by all the members of Rias' peerage. Seeing the happy atmosphere surrounding Rias and her peerage, everyone smiled, even Dante. Then, James, having finished preparing the food and taking it off the grill, approached his mother. Throwing an arm around her, he spoke quietly. I guess I've still got a long way to go if I want to be able to help people like that. James said with a smile while he hugged his mother. I think you're making good progress, though. Leona said as she looked around and saw the progress some of the people present had made regarding their own traumas. Trust me, sweetheart, you'll get there eventually. Eventually, the mood returned to normal. Then, with a mischievous smile, Rias asked Asia a question. So, would you rather live with me and the rest of the peerage, or would you rather live with Aazel, who lives separately with his parents? That led to the blush Asia was already wearing getting even brighter. Then, in a small voice, she replied. If it's not a problem, I would like to live with Aazel. Seeing and hearing that, most people were wearing a knowing smile. Aazel, oblivious to Asia's meaning, thumped his fist on his chest. It shouldn't be a problem. Aazel said proudly. I'm sure my parents would love to have you. Plus, I'll be there doing whatever I can to take care of you. Damn. James said dejectedly. It shouldn't surprise me, but it did. What do you mean? Leona asked curiously. He's the prototypical dense protagonist. James said frustratedly. If he doesn't figure out that she likes him by the end of the school year, I'm gonna put him through one of Master's Hell Mode training sessions. Although James was speaking quiet enough that Aazel would not be able to hear him, Aazel still shuddered as he felt a chill running along his spine. Aazel, are you all right? Asia asked, having noticed Issei's change in expression. Everything is fine, Asia-chan. Aazel said with a forced smile. But for some reason I just felt like my life may be in danger soon. Hearing that, Asia began to panic. Meanwhile, everyone else enjoyed the food. Eventually, Aazel forgot about the chill he felt earlier. And for the rest of the afternoon, they all simply enjoyed the day off from both school and training. Eventually, the sun began to set, and the celebration party began to wind down. As Rias, Sona, and their peerages were preparing to return home for the evening, a teleportation magic circle appeared near the back door of the Alaverus mansion. Recognizing that the magic circle belonged to Grafia, everyone halted. Though some of the newer members were confused. Good evening, everyone. Grafia said immediately after the teleportation circle vanished. Grafia, are there new orders for us? Rias asked calmly. No, Lady Rias. Grafia answered politely. I have come for another reason this time. Unfortunately, I cannot say that the matter is any more pleasant. What is it? Rias said in a tired tone. Lord Riser Phoenix has requested to meet his fiancée. Grafia said without changing her expression. Sigh someone seems impatient. Rias said with a sigh. Then, she smiled like a predator would while hunting his prey. Finally, I can put an end to this with my own hands. Grafia set the meeting for the first day after Golden Week ends in the ORC club room after school. Seeing Rias' expression, Akino, Kaneko, and Yuto wore smiles like the one Rias had on her face. At the same time, even Gasper had a serious expression on his face. None of them would allow anyone to force their king into a marriage she was unwilling to participate in. Meanwhile, Issei and Asia were thoroughly flabbergasted. She has a fiancé. Issei and Asia shouted in confusion, simultaneously. Chapter 104, Meeting with Riser Phoenix. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The Golden Week holidays have ended and the students of Kuo returned to school. On top of that, thanks to Sona, Asia was added to the student body as a transfer student in the same class as the rest of the devils in the second year. The first day back, like most days after a holiday, felt much longer than usual to the students. However, they made it through the day without issue. Today, there was a notice posted on the doors of the MMA training hall that read, "There will be no club activities today. Activities will resume tomorrow." Seeing the note, most of the members were a bit disappointed. But they understood that things happen out of one's control from time to time. However, there were two girls who were not convinced by that explanation. The devils must be up to something. Mio said suspiciously. "I still don't even know if we can trust them." "That goes both ways, Mio," Maria said nonchalantly. "We kinda invaded another devil's territory, you know. It's a major kindness that they even allowed us to stay in the town." Mio knew that Maria was right, but she did not want to admit it. She did not understand why the devils would not just confront them about their motives. But she did not trust them enough to tell them about their circumstances either. "Let's just go home," Mio said irritably. "Maybe we should just leave the town, too." "Absolutely not," Maria exclaimed in protest. "Trust me, Mio, that would be a bad idea." "Whatever," Mio said in a tone of uninterest. "If something doesn't come of this soon, I'll kill you 100 times. With that, Mio turned away and started to walk toward their home. Maria could only hope that the devils of Kuo would come to them soon. She really did not want anything to happen to her and her sister. At the same time, James, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Shuna were seated in the Occult Research Club's club room along with Rias and her peerage. As they waited for Graphia and Riser, they chatted about what to expect during the meeting while they drank tea and ate snacks. "If I were a betting man, I'd put money on Riser acting like a cocky asshole from the moment he arrives," James said before taking a sip of the tea Aquino served. "The only ones who would take that bet are the people who have never met him," Rias said with a huff. "He's the type that likes to bully the weak. At the same time, he fears the strong. Plus, the Phoenix clan's bloodline trait, high-speed regeneration, makes their definition of strong really skewed." James added. "What, are they able to regenerate like the Phoenix from Legends?" Issei asked incredulously. "Not quite, but close," Rias said with a nod. "As long as they have the will and demonic power, they are virtually unbeatable and unkillable. They would be a pain to fight," Kaneko said while nibbling on a cookie and sitting on James' lap. "By the way, James," Rias said with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, what's up?" James asked, taking another sip of his tea. "When did you two get so close?" Rias asked. "Honestly, I don't know," James said with a shrug of his shoulders. "You saw that I was just as surprised as everyone else when she sat on my lap after I sat down." "And what do you have to say about this, Kaneko?" Rias asked the white-haired cat girl. "I've decided to become James' knees mate when I'm finished growing up," Kaneko said without raising her head. Instead, she just continued to nibble on her cookie. Rias could only sigh at the predictable answer. Then, she looked at James again. "How do you just pull the girls in my peerage toward you?" Rias asked in frustration. "It's probably because I helped them get over their traumas from childhood," James said nonchalantly. "Besides, I don't have all of them, right?" As James finished, he looked at Asia, who was smiling happily while chatting with the oblivious Issei. Then, the rest of the group looked at Asia. And when they did, they all smiled happily. Feeling the stares from the rest of the group, Asia turned her head and saw everyone smiling at her. Immediately, her face turned a shade of crimson much like Ria's hair. Before any conversations could continue, a teleportation magic circle bearing the mark of the Phoenix clan appeared in the corner of the room. "Ugh. He's here," Ria said with discontent clear in her tone. Before the magic circle revealed its occupant, both Rias and James' peerages relocated to the seats lining the room. James and Rias sat on opposite sofas with proper postures and Aquino positioned herself behind Rias as she always does. A moment later, the magic circle revealed Riser Phoenix, just as they all expected. Once the teleportation circle vanished, Riser began to speak in an arrogant, overly familiar tone. "Rias, I have arrived," Riser said as he walked toward Rias without acknowledging anyone else in the room. "Now, let's head back to the underworld and have our wedding ceremony, right now. I truly hate the human world, the wind and fire here are rancid." As he finished speaking, Riser took a seat next to Rias and took a lock of her hair into his hand. A moment later, Rias swept his hand away and looked at him emotionlessly. If you have no intention of respecting yourself, at least show me the proper respect, Riser. Rias said while glancing at Riser out of the corner of her eye. On top of that, to not greet another high-class devil upon entry is quite rude. Hearing that, Riser glanced at James out of the corner of his eye, then he snorted in disdain. A filthy half-breed has no right to be considered a high-class devil like the two of us, Riser said dismissively. In response to Riser's taunting, the atmosphere grew heavy. As Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Sona released their auras, both Rias and Riser were surprised. They're all at the advanced level of the high rank. Rias and Riser thought simultaneously. After feeling the power of his peerage, Riser looked at James more seriously. Maybe his unofficial title of the strongest in the new generation isn't all talk. Riser thought to himself. Well, half-breed, I must admit you choose your servants well, Riser said arrogantly. Before responding, James raised a hand as a signal to the girls that it was nothing to worry about. Then, he calmly took a sip of his tea. At the same time, Aquino also served a cup to Riser. I suppose I'll take that as a compliment, James said with a smile. As a player in the rating games, I'm curious how you would rate them. They're quite good, Riser replied after taking a sip of his tea. Far too good for a half-breed like you. Your disrespect is growing tiresome, Riser, Rias said, unamused. And the jealousy leaking from you is quite ugly. Me, Riser Phoenix, jealous of a half-breed, Riser said angrily. Then with a snap of his fingers, another teleportation magic circle appeared in the same place Riser appeared from. After seeing my peerage, you'll see I have no reason to be jealous of anyone. A few moments later, Riser's teleportation circle revealed 15 girls of all types. There were even 2 sets of twins. Upon seeing them, most of the members of the 2 peerages were unimpressed. The only person weaker than anyone in the peerage was Asia, who just became a devil less than a week ago. However, there was one person who was affected deeply at the sight. Damn it, Issei muttered to himself as tears flowed down his cheeks. Hearing the discontent muttering, Riser looked back to their source and questioned the sight. What's wrong with that guy? Riser asked curiously. That's one of my pawns, Rias said exasperatedly. He has the dream of making his own harem in the future. What a clown, Riser said as he stood from his seat and walked over to his peerage. When he arrived in front of a voluptuous young woman with purple eyes, long wavy purple hair that falls to her waist and covers her right eye and uneven side bangs that reach to her hip and breast on the left and right sides, respectively, Riser looked back at Issei and smirked. Let me give you a glimpse of something you'll never have. Then, without warning, he pulled the purple-haired woman into his arms and kissed her deeply. Naturally, Issei was burning with jealousy. However, he neither spoke nor acted. Instead, Mizor and Mocha were the ones who spoke. Truly, a man with no class, Mocha said in disdain. I know, right? Mizor chimed in with just as much, if not more disdain in her voice. To do that right in front of his fiancée, he truly has no respect for his partner or any class to boot. While Mizor and Mocha were insulting Riser over his lack of manners and respect for his fiancée, another teleportation circle appeared in the corner opposite Riser and his peerage. Hearing the girls' disrespectful words to their king, the cat girl twins in Riser's peerage lunged at Mizor and Mocha. Before Riser could stop them, they were already in front of James' girls, throwing punches. Unfortunately, they were not present when the girls flared their demonic power a few minutes ago. Easily, both twins' punches were caught by Mizor and Mocha. Then, without wasting any effort, the cat girls were thrown across the room, crashing into a wall behind Riser's peerage, when Mizor and Mocha swung their arms lightly. Even though he knew his girls were the ones in the wrong for attacking first, Riser's anger exploded. How dare the whores of a filthy half-breed harm the members of my peerage? As Riser shouted, a reddish-golden flame began to form in his right hand. Before he could launch the fireball, however, the voice of the half-breed he despised made him stop. I'd suggest we end it here, James said calmly while holding the hilt of a katana while gesturing behind Riser with his chin. When Riser turned his head, what he saw made him go pale. There were several cherry blossom petal-shaped blades floating near the vitals of all 15 of women in Riser's peerage. Then, the person who arrived from the latest teleportation circle also spoke in agreement. I also think it's time for this to end. Hearing that voice, everyone turned their attention to its source. Oh, Big Sis Graphia, you've arrived, James said with a smile while simultaneously recalling Senbon Sakura. Graphia returned the greeting with a nod. Then, she shifted her attention to Riser. I'd expect more of someone in your position, Lord Riser Phoenix, Graphia said in a neutral tone. Instead of apologizing for the wrongs of your servants, you enable their poor behavior by acting just as wantonly as they do. There's no need for me to apologize to a filthy half-breed and his couple of whores. Rias shouted angrily. Before James could flare his aura to shut up the arrogant phoenix, Graphia's immense aura flooded the room. Have you forgotten to whom you are speaking, Riser Phoenix? Graphia said coldly. Riser's burning anger was immediately doused when he felt the chilling aura from the underworld's publicly acknowledged strongest, queen. My apologies, Lady Graphia. Riser said, bowing politely. Well, Graphia, since you are here, and Riser has made enough of a fool of himself. Rias said, inserting herself into the conversation. Can we put an end to this farce already? I suppose, Graphia said while nodding to Rias' suggestion. Farce? What is the meaning of this? Riser asked angrily. Riser Phoenix. Rias said while making eye contact with Riser. I have no intention of marrying you. In fact, I never have. So, I, Rias Gremory, challenge you to a rating game. If I lose, I will marry you immediately. But if I win, I wish to never see you again. Unless we happen to meet as opponents during the rating games in the future. For a few moments after Rias' declaration, the room fell silent. Then, Riser began to laugh uproariously. Eventually, his laughter died down and Riser spoke arrogantly. You wish to challenge me to a rating game? Riser asked angrily. Then he flared his demonic energy to pressure Rias and her peerage. You wish to challenge me, an advanced level, high rank, immortal being. Not even a moment later, Rias also flared her aura. Why wouldn't I dare? Rias asked icily. The only thing I have left to say to you, Riser, is do you accept, or will you cancel the engagement without a fight? Feeling Rias' aura, Riser was surprised, but not scared. So, our intel was wrong. She's at the same level as I am. Fine, I accept your challenge. Riser replied confidently. It's not like you have any chance of winning anyway. We'll have our game 10 days from now. With that, Riser teleported his peerage away without waiting for a response. Then, Graphia returned to the underworld shortly afterward to report the results of the meeting and set up the rating game venue. Then, just Rias, her peerage, James, and the student members of his peerage were left in the Occult Research Club's club room. Eventually, James was the first to speak. Well, from what I can see, the only ones you guys would have problems dealing with are the two Phoenix. James said with a smile. If you play your cards right, you should be a free woman in 10 days, Re. Chapter 105, Rias vs. Riser I. Human World, Japan, Koho, ORC Club Room. 10 days passed by quickly after the meeting with Riser. The days passed by like normal. All the devil students would leave for school in the morning. Then, after a day of classes, Rias and her club would begin training. While James and Sona would complete their extracurricular activities. After that, Sona would return home and begin her own training with her peerage. James, on the other hand, would leave his peerage to their own training and assist Rias. At the moment, less than an hour before the beginning of the rating game, Rias and her peerage were gathered in the Occult Research Club's club room. Seated in their usual places, they all prepared for the upcoming battle in their own way. Bucho, why don't you all seem nervous at all? Issei asked Rias curiously. What Issei was referring to is the fact that both he and Asia are a mess with nerves and some fear. The rest of the group, aside from Gasper, all seem fine. That's where you're mistaken, Issei. Rias replied with a smile. We're all nervous, too. The difference is that we have been training for this for years longer than you. So, we are excited to put our training to use. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been more than 4 years. Aquino said with a nostalgic smile. It's only been 3 for me and Gasper, though. Yuto said with a smile on his face as well. Sometimes I thought I would die during training. Yee. Yeah, training was really, hard sometimes. Gasper said in agreement. Oh, you two are mistaken. Aquino said with her smile growing wider. A sadistic light was also starting to glow in her eyes. I mean, it's been more than 4 years since Rias slapped James and made him so angry that he didn't speak to her for a year. Aquino. Rias shouted in both panic and embarrassment. Oh, I remember that day, too. Kaneko said, looking up from the cookie she was nibbling on. Hearing that, Yuto, Gasper, Issei, and Asia were shocked. To think James would make Rias so angry that she would slap him. I can't believe that James would be able to make anyone that angry. Yuto thought to himself with his mouth slightly open. His teasing can be a bit annoying, though. James must have been really scary that day. Gasper thought to himself. But James is such a nice person. Asia thought to herself. A little mischievous but a generally nice person. Ha 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 ha. That bastard got himself slapped in the face. Issei thought elatedly. I definitely want to hear this story. I know what you're all thinking. Aquino said while wagging a finger in front of her underclassmen. I can assure you, from beginning to end, everything was her fault. As Aquino finished, her finger was pointed directly at Rias. Rias on the other hand was blushing in embarrassment and covering her face with her hands. Seeing this reaction, everyone was more inclined to believe Aquino's claim. So, what happened exactly? Issei asked curiously. Yeah, I would like to know as well. Asia said with her eyes shining. Fufufu. Aquino giggled while covering her mouth elegantly. Would you like me to tell the story? Or would you prefer to tell it yourself, Rias? I'll tell the story myself. Rias said as she was able to calm down from remembering her embarrassing past. This story started a couple of days after I found out I would be engaged to Riser, on James' 14th birthday. Human World, Japan, Kuo, Student Council Office. While Rias and her peerage were preparing for the rating game, James was seated in the Student Council office alongside Rias and Tsubaki. And much like Rias and their peerage, they were chatting and drinking tea. Sorry Tsubaki, I would have brought Lancer with me if the rules allowed it. James said after taking a sip of the tea Tsubaki served. Unfortunately, only a king and their queen were given permission to watch this private game. Don't worry, James. Tsubaki replied with a blush and a smile. I plan to see him after this game is over. Oh, I guess my advice worked then. James said with a surprised smile on his face. I knew he was being a little too passive in your relationship. Realizing that her words had given away how far she and Siyu Chulin were in their relationship, Tsubaki blushed harder, then she tried to cover it up by adjusting her glasses and speaking in a small voice. Thank you very much. Tsubaki said in a voice that no normal human would be able to hear. Don't worry about it, Tsubaki. James said while waving dismissively. Not only is Lancer your boyfriend, but he is also my best friend. I'd be willing to help him out whenever he needs it. He won't get away from me giving him hell for it, though. And how exactly did you know what was bothering Tsubaki in their relationship? Sona asked while narrowing her eyes. Don't look at me like I was stealing my best friend's lover away, Sona. James said nonchalantly. I heard you all talking about it. So, you were eavesdropping on us, then? Sona asked. This time even Tsubaki narrowed her eyes. Rolling his eyes in response, James scoffed and began telling them about themselves. Do you think it's really necessary to eavesdrop on girls having quote-unquote girl talk? James asked in a sarcastic tone. What do you mean by that, James? Sona said while narrowing her eyes further. You really want me to break it down for you, huh? James said while also narrowing his eyes. I guess I'll have to tell you about yourselves a little bit. I don't expect you to take it well, however. Sona and Tsubaki simply continued to glare at James in response. First of all, contrary to what you girls may think, girl talk is never as quiet as you believe it to be. James said after taking a sip from his teacup. Considering that there were 6 of you all talking at the same time, which is very impressive, by the way. I would like to know how you followed everything everyone said at the same time so well. Anyway, like I said, with 6 of you talking at the same time, not to mention across the aisle of the train car, you were actually quite loud. And I heard things, even if I didn't want to. So, why didn't you just keep it to yourself? Sona questioned sternly. Completely unbothered by Sona's glare, James replied. Because it was information that could help my best friend. I don't even know why you're so upset, Sona. Tsubaki is happy with the outcome. So, what's the big deal? The issue is that you were eavesdropping in the first place. Sona said with a pout. Before you get any angrier, I have a proposal for you. James said before Sona could work herself into a tizzy. Next time you and the girls in our class start another conversation when you think it's just the 6 of you listening, record it. Then, when you are by yourself, listen to it and see if what I'm saying is unavoidable or not. Fine. Sona agreed with a sigh. I'll postpone judgment for a later time. After that, there were a few moments of awkward silence. Eventually, Tsubaki was the one to break the silence. You've been assisting them in their training ever since the meeting with Riser. Tsubaki said, trying to bring back the usual atmosphere to the conversation. How do you think they'll do against Lord Riser, an experienced player in the rating games? Well, as long as they don't make any huge mistakes, they shouldn't find Riser's peerage to be much trouble. James said after taking a few seconds to think. Although Rias' peerage is not full yet with the exception of Asia, I'm pretty sure they outclass Riser's girls in power and versatility. Right, and considering that Aquino and Kaneko are both at the high rank now, they could probably wipe out those 15 girls on their own. Sona said, agreeing to James' assessment. On top of that, the true keys to this battle are. At that moment, the specially set up monitor blinked on, drawing the group's attention away from their conversation. Oh, it's already that time, huh? James said as he looked at the screen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Graphia Lucifuge speaking. I will be the referee for tonight's private rating game between Lord Riser Phoenix and Lady Rias Gremory. The rules for tonight's match are as follows. The game's time limit is 6 hours. The team who defeats the opposing king will gain victory. There will be a maximum of 2 Phoenix tiers allowed per team. Explained Graphia through the broadcast. That's pretty straightforward. James said nonchalantly after listening to the rules. They're probably trying to level the playing field for Rias. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. This is her first rating game, after all. That's true. James said with a nod of agreement. In 2 minutes, both teams will be teleported to the prepared game board. Please stand by for teleportation. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the Lucifer estate, Scathach, Zeoticus, and Venelana were sitting with the Lord and Lady of the Phoenix House. As both participants were members of their respective families, naturally they were interested in the outcome. Not to mention, depending on the outcome they may become in-laws not so far into the future. So, Lord Lucifer, what is your opinion on this match? Lord Phoenix asked Scathach in a perfunctory manner. The fact of the matter is, no one from the Phoenix House believes Rias has a remote chance of winning. Especially after learning about her spoiled personality. In fact, that was one of the reasons they pushed for this marriage. Even though Riser would be marrying into the Gremory house, Lord Phoenix believed that he would be able to take control of the clan before long. With that, the Phoenix clan would have control over 2 of the more prominent pillar houses. To be honest, I'm not sure what the outcome will be. Scathach said while shaking his head lightly. But Rias has been training hard for this. Thinking that Scathach was doing his usual as a Siscon on the same level as Seraphol, Lord Phoenix completely disregarded what he had to say about training hard. What could 10 days of harsh training do? At the very least, the game should be fun to watch. Lord Phoenix said nonchalantly. Seeing Lord Phoenix's reactions, Scathach and Zeoticus knew that the Phoenix House was not taking Rias seriously. After both realizing this, Scathach and Zeoticus made eye contact for a moment, then they both sneered internally. Just wait, you old fossil. Scathach thought to himself. I can't wait to see the look on your face when your children get destroyed. At the same time, Venelana and Lady Phoenix were chatting quietly about the same topic not far away from the men. So, how do you think things will turn out, Lady Gremory? Lady Phoenix asked while sipping elegantly from a wine glass. To be honest, I was against this marriage from the start. Venelana said with a sigh. All those years ago, I was allowed to choose my own husband. And I think because of that our marriage has lasted for more than a millennium. I understand where you're coming from. Lady Phoenix said, agreeing with what Venelana had to say. On top of that, I think the pureblood supremacy doctrine the council is pushing is completely outdated at this point. Venelana said as she continued from where she left off. Once again, I agree. Lady Phoenix said with a nod. But you have yet to speak on the outcome of this game. My apologies, Venelana said with a slight blush. Honestly, Rias' chances of victory are a bit higher than Riser's. I won't go into the details, but Rias' trump cards could make the Phoenix clan's regeneration more of a curse than a blessing in this game. Oh, now that sounds interesting. Lady Phoenix said with a smile. On top of that, for Riser's sake, I really hope Rias wins. Venelana said with a slight smile on her face. Why is that? Lady Phoenix asked in confusion. And what do you mean by, for Riser's sake? Because James won't just sit by and allow Rias to be forced into a marriage against her will. Venelana said while shaking her head. And Riser will not be able to stand up to that boy. Chapter 106, Rias vs. Riser 2. Rating Game, Board. To all participants, the teleportation will commence momentarily. Said Graphia over the Rating Games broadcast system. A few moments after Graphia's voice rang, a teleportation magic circle appeared in the Occult Research Club's club room. From that magic circle, Rias and her peerage appeared. Huh? Are we still in the club room? Issei asked as he surveyed his surroundings. It looks like Riser is really underestimating us, huh? Rias said while similarly surveying her surroundings. Giving us such a big advantage with this game board is a bit insulting. Huh? What do you mean? Issei asked once again, confused by the whole situation. Allow me to explain, Issei-kun. Akino said while smiling gracefully. However, before Akino could explain, she was interrupted by another broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, today's game board is a recreation of the school that Lady Rias Gremory attends in the human world, Ko Academy. Graphia said, explaining the answer to Issei's earlier question. Both teams have been placed on different sides of the board. Each team's starting location is their base for this game. With Lady Rias' base being the Occult Research Club's club room and Lord Riser's base in the Student Council's office. Seriously, this place is just a recreation? Issei asked in shock. That's right. Rias said while taking a seat at the replica of her desk. If you still don't believe it, why don't you take a look at the sky? Taking Rias' suggestion, not only Issei, but Asia also looked out one of the ORC's windows. When they caught sight of the sky, all they could see was a blank white. Whoa, this is crazy. Issei said while staring blankly at the white sky overhead. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. Asia muttered while looking up at the sky in wonder. Before anything else, everyone make sure to put one of these transceivers in your ear. Rias said as she pulled a small case containing the aforementioned transceivers from her pocket. With these, we'll be able to keep in contact and report our positions or request backup. Following Rias' instructions, they all took one of the small transceivers and placed them in their ears. Shortly after they all had one equipped, Graphia's voice was broadcast once again. Pawns will be eligible for promotion upon reaching enemy territory. For Lord Riser, that means advancing his pawns to the old school building where the Occult Research Club is located. While Lady Rias must advance her pawns into the new school building. Graphia said, continuing her explanation of the rules. Now, both teams will be given 30 minutes to prepare and strategize. Once these 30 minutes have passed, the game will officially begin. Team preparation time begins now. Upon hearing that their time for preparation had begun, everyone gathered around Rias' desk where there was a map of the academy spread out. Okay, guys, we've already discussed a basic version of the plan we'll be using for this game. Rias said while looking at the members of her peerage. All we have to do is make some minor adjustments so that the plan fits the map. Hearing that, the rest of her peerage nodded in understanding. Then, Rias began to give orders in preparation for the beginning of the game. Kaneko, Yudo, I want the two of you to take a map into the wooded area around the old school building. Rias said as she gave her first set of instructions to her peerage. Set traps out there and make sure to mark their locations on the map. You have 15 minutes. Go. Understood, X2. With that, Kaneko and Yudo picked up the things they needed and left the club room. Human World, Japan, Koho. At the same time in the Student Council office. James, Sona, and Tsubaki were watching both teams make their preparations. Riser really isn't taking Rias seriously at all, is he? James asked exasperatedly. From what I know, that's how he's fought all his rating games. Sona said while shaking her head. He relies so heavily on his regeneration that he doesn't even care if he's the last one left on his team. So, basically, his entire team is expendable in his eyes, right? James said while narrowing his eyes. I can't say I agree with that way of thinking. Unfortunately, devils like you fall into the minority in this case. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Either way, if Riser's peerage isn't more than what they showed during the meeting 10 days ago. James said while shifting his attention from the monitor to Sona. Then, he continued. This game isn't going to be very interesting. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Like James and Sona, Rias and Riser's families were also discussing both peerage's preparations for the game. It would seem that Riser has no respect for his opponent. Scathach said as he narrowed his eyes. If he acts like this during a rating game, I can only imagine how he would treat Rias if they were married. Noticing that Scathach was growing angry because of his arrogant and foolish third son, Lord Phoenix began to sweat. I'm sure this must be his way of relaxing before an important match. Lord Phoenix said nervously. Currently, the image on the monitor was Riser passionately fondling and making out with most of the members of his peerage. The only one who was free from the lecherous hands of their king was the Bishop, Ravel Phoenix. In other words, Riser's sister. He can't even hold back in front of his sister. Lady Phoenix said while massaging her temples. His arrogance has grown more and more out of control ever since he found out he would be marrying into the Gremory house. If I didn't know any better, Venelana said while narrowing her eyes like her son had earlier, I would think that Riser was thinking he would become the next head of the Gremory house after marrying Rias. Of course, that's not the case. Lady Phoenix said with a nervous laugh. I don't know why those two thought this plan would work. Lady Phoenix said as she glanced at her husband. Not that it matters. Venelana said as her expression reverted to a smile. I doubt Rias will lose to someone who underestimates her when his strength doesn't even exceed hers. Rating game, board. Sitting in the student council office, Ravel watched the debauched actions of her older brother and the other members of his peerage with a deadpan expression. She could not believe that for such an important game, her brother was not taking it more seriously. It really isn't hard to understand why Rias refuses to marry you, big brother. Ravel thought to herself while trying to block the images her eyes were sending to her brain. And seriously, what kind of stupid kink is this? Why do I have to watch him play with his girls? As Ravel was thinking, Riser has a strange kink. He enjoys having his sister present for his acts of debauchery. To the outside, however, Ravel is overly attached to her brother. In human society, either of these situations would be cause for concern. However, in devil society, incest is more common than you would think. Especially for those clans who believe in bloodline purity. Luckily, Ravel has not been forced to do anything by her excessively lustful brother. Even though letting you win is not an option. Ravel thought to herself as she hoped for the game to start sooner. For your sake, I pray for your victory in this rating game. On the opposite side of the game board, in the Occult Research Club's club room, Rias was wrapping up the final explanation of the strategy with her peerage. Any other questions? Rias asked while resting her elbows on the desk. No, ma'am, replied the members of the peerage. Good. Rias said with a nod of satisfaction. Take the last few minutes to relax and get your minds prepared. With that, everyone separated. Issei and Asia sat in a couple of chairs lining the wall. For peace of mind, Asia held Issei's hand tightly. Kaneko sat on a sofa while nibbling on some snacks she brought with her. Yuto rechecked the straps on his gauntlets and greaves. And Akino served Rias another cup of tea. After a few minutes, Graphia's voice rang over the game board once again. The 30-minute preparation period has ended. Now, let the game begin. Graphia said in a neutral tone. Okay, everyone. Rias said to get her peerage's attention. As long as we follow the plan and don't underestimate our opponents, this game is ours. Yeah. The peerage exclaimed in unison. Now, you all have your assignments. Rias said passionately. Follow the plan and use what you've learned while training and we'll have nothing to regret at the end of this game. With that, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei were the first to leave the club room. Shortly after them, Rias, Akino, and Asia left as well. As they left the old school building, the three passed Issei, who was assigned the role of protecting the old school building. Issei, I'll be leaving this place to you. Rias said as she strode past her, pawn. Of course, Bucho, I'll make sure no one makes it into the old school building. Issei said as he thumped a fist against his chest. Shortly after that exchange, the trio of girls made their way into the wooded area surrounding the old school building. Meanwhile, Issei began a conversation with Skyadram. Hey, Skyadram. Issei said nervously, completely opposite of the attitude he displayed in front of Rias and Asia. What is it, brat? Skyadram replied in an annoyed tone. If you say anything about tits, I'm going to strangle you with a shadow. Ha ha. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Issei said with a wry smile. If I mess up, Bucho would have to marry that douchebag. More importantly, James Senpai might kill me. TCH. So, you're gonna break down and cry like a little bitch, huh? Skyadram scoffed at the cowardice his host was showing under pressure. No one will blame you as long as you give it your all, moron. Didn't the redhead say that already? Follow the plan and do what you've always done in training. That way there will be no regrets. Hearing that, Issei took a deep breath. Slowly, he released it and felt better. Thanks, Skyadram. Issei said with a smile. I really needed to hear that. Well, I can't have the host of the Shadow Dragon King looking so pathetic, can I? Skyadram said nonchalantly. Even if hearing the genuine thanks was nice, he would never admit it to the perverted idiot he was stuck with. But if you don't give it all you got, Drake's host really might kill you when this is over. Issei shuddered at the thought of the hell he would go through because of James if he did not do his best. Shortly after their conversation ended, darkness fell over the old school building and the wooded area surrounding it. A moment later, Issei equipped the shadow claws. With his eyes glowing in the same blue color as the gems on the back of his hands, Issei spoke excitedly. I wonder how many of Riser's ladies will fall into my shadows. Moments before Issei equipped his sacred gear, Asia put her training over the last 10 days to use. She created a dark fog that covered the old school building and its surroundings. Considering that her demonic energy reserves were quite small, due to her lack of time to increase it, she used up more than half of her reserves with that one cast. Good job, Asia. Rias said, gazing at the effect of Asia's spell. Pant thank you. Pant, Asia said through labored breaths. How long will this fog last, Asia-chan? Akino asked while rubbing her tired underclassman's back. A little less than 6 hours, I think. Asia said unsurely. And you're sure you'll still be able to perform healing if necessary? Rias asked with concern. Yes, there is no problem with my healing. Asia replied with a nod. As long as I have the time, I don't have to use any demonic energy to heal. Adding demonic energy strengthens the power of twilight healing, though. I see, that's good. Rias began to reply, before she was interrupted by a report from the transceiver. Bucho, this is Gasper. Gasper said firmly with a nervous undertone. The enemy has started to move. Hearing that, Rias could not help but smile. Then, she spoke in an aggressive tone, broadcasting to all the members of her peerage. All right, everyone. Rias said excitedly. It's time to start the hunt. We will teach Riser to underestimate us. Chapter 107, Riser vs. Rias 3. Rating game, board. Scattered all around the map, hidden in the shadows were small black vampire bats with glowing red eyes. Reflected in the eyes of these bats were the figures of several women making their way out of the new school building. There are 4 headed toward the gym. A rook, and 3 pawns. A group of 3 is headed toward the old school building, 3 pawns make up that group. And a group of 6 is headed toward the athletic field. There are 2 pawns, a rook, 2 knights, and a bishop in that group. Good job, Gasper. Continue to monitor their movements, we'll be in position soon. Rias replied through the transceiver. Okay. Gasper replied nervously. At the same time the members of Riser's peerage made their way toward their designated locations, Rias and her peerage were also moving. Before any of them could arrive, however, Gasper had already made use of his vampiric abilities to separate himself into a flock of bats. Hiding himself all over the recreated school grounds, Gasper was able to see the enemy's movements and report them to the rest of his peerage. While Gasper was monitoring Riser's peerage, Rias and Asia were moving quietly toward the new school building. Unfortunately, they would have to pass through either the gym or the athletic field to arrive. Is everyone in position yet? Rias asked over the transceiver. I'm ready. Kaneko replied quickly and quietly. I'm backstage on the stage in the gym. I'm in position as well. Yuto said quietly. I'm just outside of the athletic field. The 3 pawns have just entered the fog. Gasper reported. Issei, show no mercy. Rias ordered. Yes, Bucho. Issei replied firmly. I'm also in position. Aquino reported. I'm right outside the gym's rear entrance. Good, Yuto, hold your position until Asia and I arrive. Rias said, as she moved stealthily toward Yuto's location. Kaneko, once the team headed your way enters the gym, engage at will. Aquino, once Kaneko engages, start preparing your attack. Understood, X3. Human world, Japan, Koho. Riser's gonna lose a bunch of pieces faster than he ever imagined possible. James said while placing his teacup on its saucer. Considering he's supposed to be a veteran, rating game, player, I was expecting more. Sona said with a hint of disappointment in her tone. I thought I might be able to learn something from him. Why? James asked incredulously. You're the one that said Riser only relies on his regeneration and has no other strategy when he plays, right? I know. Sona said with a sigh before pouting. I was just hoping that because this game is so important, Riser would use his brain for once. Sona, your expectations are way too high. James said as he made his way over to Sona. Then, he picked her up from her seat and sat in it himself. Setting Sona in his lap, James wrapped his arms around her and continued to speak. You can't get blood from a stone, and you can't expect someone to use their brain when they clearly don't have one. I know you're right, but... Sona said as she leaned into James' hug and made herself comfortable. I know. Meanwhile, Tsubaki was looking at James and Sona with envy. I wish Satanta was here, too. Tsubaki thought to herself as a blush crept onto her cheeks. I'll go see him after the rating game ends. Oh, it looks like Kaneko is going to be the first to engage. James said with interest. 1 against 4 will be a tough fight. Sona said with her eyes focused on the monitor. Hearing James and Sona's commentary, Tsubaki was able to pull herself out of her daydreams. Then, after shaking her head to get the thoughts of CU chillin' out of her head, she also focused on the monitor. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. It looks like the difference in numbers will be a problem for Rias. Lord Phoenix said after taking a sip of wine. Using the damper boy as surveillance was a brilliant tactic for her first game, though. Indeed, that was a good move. Zeoticus said with a smile. But what makes you think that Rias is unable to overcome the numbers, Lord Phoenix? Yes, I'd like to hear your words of wisdom as well, Lord Phoenix. Surzex requested an answer as well. Zeoticus and Surzex stared at Lord Phoenix so intensely that he knew if his explanation insulted Rias in any way, he would be in for a world of hurt. This damn Siscon an overly doting father. Lord Phoenix thought to himself. Basically, it boils down to fighting experience, in my opinion. Lord Phoenix said. All of Riser's peerage are older than Rias' peerage. Not to mention, they've fought in more than a couple rating games already. With that explanation, Zeoticus and Surzex nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Venilana and Lady Phoenix were also discussing the game. Riser is about to lose 7 pieces very quickly. Lady Phoenix said while shaking her head. I can't believe we were unable to gather any intel outside of Rias being lazy in her training. So you're openly admitting that the Phoenix house has been spying on the Gremory house? Venilana said with a smile and narrowed eyes. Oh please, Lady Phoenix said as she rolled her eyes. The entire underworld thinks Rias is nothing more than a spoiled princess with luck in recruiting servants. **** 4 years ago that would have been true. Venilana said with a smile. Fortunately, a certain half-devil has been a good influence on her. After she slapped him on his 14th birthday, anyway. You're talking about James Alaverus, right? Lady Phoenix asked with her eyes glowing. What did that boy do to deserve a slap from the Gremory princess? Nothing at all. Venilana replied while maintaining her smile. Rias was entirely in the wrong. Oh, now I have to know what happened. Lady Phoenix said while leaning toward Venilana. Well, like I said, it was the day James turned 14, and... Venilana said as she told the story. Rating game, board. 3 of Riser's pawns, the twins, Isle and Nell, and Mira, and a rook, Shualan, entered the gym cautiously. Be careful you 3. Shualan said while peeking through the gym's front door. We don't know if we were the first ones to get here. We have to look out for traps just in case. Got it. The twins said in unison. Understood. Mira also replied positively. Meanwhile, Kaneko was watching the girls tiptoe into the gym. Using the senjutsu she had awakened, Kaneko is able to blend herself with the natural energy in her surroundings. So, even though she has a clear line of sight on Riser's girls, they are unable to feel Kaneko's presence. The chainsaw twins, the stick girl, and the kung fu girl. Kaneko thought to herself as she matched the 4 girls with the information Rias made everyone memorize about Riser's peerage. If it weren't for those 2 with their chainsaws, I could take all 4 of them on up front. I guess I'll have to take down the twins with a sneak attack first. After deciding to take down the twins stealthily, Kaneko snuck around the gym from her hiding spot. A minute later, Kaneko was walking behind the group of 4. With Isle and Nell bringing up the rear of their formation, things were that much easier for Kaneko's plan. Once she was close enough to the twins and before they could react, Kaneko crouched down and punched each girl in the back of their knee. When the twins both stumbled because of the surprise attack, Kaneko sprung up and grabbed each of them by the hair. Then, with all her strength, she slammed their heads into the gym floor. At the same time, she spoke softly into the transceiver. Engaging. Boom, boom. Outside the gym's back entrance, Akino heard the loud sounds of impact and Kaneko's voice through the transceiver simultaneously. With the signal, she raised a hand into the air. With her motion, a magic circle large enough to encircle the entire gym appeared in the sky over the gym. Yubaluna is leaving the new school building, Akino. Gasper reported the enemy movement in response to the appearance of the large magic circle in the sky. It looks like you have a minute and 30 seconds until she arrives at your location. Thanks, Gasper-kun. Akino replied with a smile. I'll be ready in 45 seconds. That time estimate was not only sent to Gasper, but also to Kaneko in the gym. And that was exactly what she needed to know. Holding off her enemies for 45 seconds would not be too difficult. And with 2 of her 4 foes concussed, it would be even easier. Damn it. Where did she come from? Shualan asked as she took her fighting stance. That doesn't matter right now. Mira said as she flourished her staff. We need to get her away from Isle and Nell. Otherwise, they'll get eliminated. With that, Shualan and Mira rushed at Kaneko. In a bid to slow them down, Kaneko picked up the concussed twins, 1 in each hand, and threw them at her incoming attackers. When Shualan and Mira slowed down and caught the twins, they noticed that Kaneko was rushing behind them. With 1 arm, Mira caught Aile, spinning to kill the momentum Aile was carrying. At the same time, she swung her staff toward Kaneko. Stopping just outside the staff's range, Kaneko was delayed just enough for both twins to be caught and laid down on the gym floor. Then, Shualan rushed toward Kaneko and threw a combination of punches, palm strikes and kicks that Kaneko either deflected or blocked easily. While exchanging moves with Shualan, Kaneko was counting the time she needed to keep fighting and keeping track of Mira's position, simultaneously. Eventually, Mira found an opportunity to attack Kaneko in a way that she would be unable to dodge. And, of course, she attacked. Feeling Mira making her move, Kaneko moved slightly, just enough that instead of being hit on the right side of her back, Mira's staff passed between her torso and right arm. Without giving her the chance to retrieve her staff, Kaneko clamped her arm down on the staff and spun her whole body. With that, Mira was dragged along with her staff. Kia, X2. Boom. With that, Shiwalan and Mira were slammed into each other. At the same time, Kaneko had positioned herself so that it was a straight shot to the gym's front entrance. Time to go, Kaneko-chan. Akino's reminder arrived right at that moment. Then, Kaneko dashed for the front door at her top speed. Seeing that, Shiwalan and Mira were confused at first. However, a moment later they felt the magical energy condensing above them. Shit! Mira shouted. We gotta get the twins and get out of here. Yeah, let's go. Shiwalan shouted in agreement. Unfortunately, just as they reached the passed-out twins, a bright flash enveloped the entire gymnasium. Then, before they could even hear the sound of the gym being destroyed, their visions went black, then all 4 girls were eliminated from the game, as their bodies were covered in a soft blue glow and teleported off the game board. A moment before Riser's girls were eliminated, Kaneko rushed out of the gym and continued to run for close to 330 feet, approximate 100 m. Just as she turned around, a thunder spell fell from the magic circle in the sky. Then, the gym was completely demolished. Shortly after that, Graphia's voice could be heard throughout the game board. 3 of Riser Phoenix's pawns and 1 rook have retired. Floating in the air with her wings extended, 3 black bat-like wings on her right and 3 black feathered wings on her left, Akino smiled brightly before speaking only one word. Take. Around the same time that the battle in the gym started, 3 of Riser's pawns entered the dark fog surrounding the wooded area and old school building. Slowly, Marion, Buren, and Shuri walked through the darkness. As they moved forward, the visibility lowered even further. Eventually, the dark and the quiet started to get to them. What's up with this damn fog? Marion asked in irritation. Calm down, Marion. Buren said while staying on alert. Making noise like that will only draw enemies to us. I know, but... Marion said, trying to retort before she was interrupted. Shoo. Buren shushed Marion because she had noticed something wrong. Why can I only hear the sound of 2 sets of footsteps? 2. Marion questioned before falling silent. After listening to the sounds in the surroundings, she spoke softly. Where is Shuri? It looks like the enemies got her. Buren said, also in a quiet tone. But they haven't eliminated her yet. Then, a solemn silence fell between the 2 remaining pawns. However, not long later, a loud bang was heard behind them. Shortly after that, the ground trembled for a few moments. Kia, X2. 3 of Riser Phoenix's pawns and 1 rook have retired. It looks like they wiped out the force we sent to the gym. Marion said while trying to calm down from the jump scare. A moment later, Marion realized she only heard the sound of her own footsteps as she walked toward the old school building. Hey, Buren, come on. You gotta keep up. Marion shouted as she began to panic. It would be bad if we get separated. Oh, don't worry. A creepy voice said from right behind Marion. You will be reunited with your 2 friends very soon. Hearing that voice, from so close behind her, Marion froze in place. Then, she felt something smooth slithering from her feet up her body. As she felt the slithery sensation, she began to think to herself. Are these things crawling on me, tentacles? With that thought, Marion began to tremble in terror. Then, when her arms and legs were all wrapped up by these tentacles, she was lifted into the air. When she stopped moving again, all she could see in front of her was a pair of glowing blue eyes. The only thing she could hear was 2 people panting from nearby. Then, she heard that same creepy voice again. Now, I believe it's time for you 3 to retire. Kia, X3. 3 of Riser Phoenix's pawns have retired. Chapter 108, Rias vs. Riser 4. Rating Game Board. Good job, Issei. Rias said happily after hearing the latest announcement. Continue to guard the old school building. Once the last 2 pawns have been dealt with, you can reconvene with the rest of the team. Okay, got it. Issei said with disbelief in his tone. He's grown much more than he expected. Rias said with a smile. It's hard to measure your own growth when you're always training with people who are improving with you. Issei is so strong now. Asia said with a smile on her face. You seem happier than I do, Asia. Rias said in a teasing tone. I wonder why that is. Hearing Rias teasing, Asia began to blush. Then, she lowered her head. Okay, I'm sorry for teasing you, Asia. Rias said with a smile. But you're really cute. Akino, Yubaluna is almost there. Gasper said through the transceiver. Thanks, Gasper Cohen. Aquino said while preparing herself for a fight. After hearing Gasper's warning for Aquino, Rias' expression turned serious. Come on Asia, we need to meet up with Yudo as fast as we can. Rias said while starting to move toward the athletic field again. Yes, I'm coming. Asia said as she followed Rias closely. Meanwhile, Aquino and Kaneko were standing near the rubble of the gym. In the distance, they could see Risers, Queen, Yubaluna flying in their direction. Okay, Kaneko. We'll do it just like we planned. Aquino said with a slightly sadistic smile on her face. I'll draw her attention. When the opportunity presents itself, you hit her hard. In response, Kaneko simply nodded. Then, she lowered her posture and hid behind some of the larger pieces of rubble while using senjutsu to mask her presence. At the same time, Aquino spread her wings and flew to meet Yubaluna in midair. Era, and here I thought you would be spending the whole game being felt up by your master. Aquino said while covering a graceful smile with her hand. That's what the rumors in the underworld would suggest, anyway. Hearing Aquino's mockery, Yubaluna's anger quickly grew. However, as a veteran of the raiding games, she knew better than to lose her temper from a few words. Instead, she decided to fire back with her own taunting. Once your master is married to Lord Riser, I'm afraid the role you described will be yours. Yubaluna said disdainfully. Fufufu. Aquino giggled while still covering her mouth. A bit of friendly advice, never let my men hear you say that. Your men? Yubaluna asked with an eyebrow raised. James Alaverus. Aquino stated proudly. If he ever heard you say that, there would be hell to pay. Humph. Just a half-devil, what could he possibly do to Lord Riser? Yubaluna questioned disdainfully. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Aquino said with a smile while shrugging her shoulders. Humph. If Lord Riser wants something. Yubaluna began to speak of Riser in a proud tone. Unfortunately for her, she was rather rudely interrupted. Boom. Don't talk bad about James Ni. Kaneko said angrily. He's much better than that Yakitori man. While Yubaluna was talking, Kaneko quickly lost her patience after hearing her speak ill of James. Although this was not how the plan was drawn up exactly. Kaneko did take the opportunity to attack Yubaluna while Aquino drew her attention. However, Kaneko's sneak attack was supposed to come while Aquino and Yubaluna were fighting. I suppose that's one way to handle a sneak attack. Aquino said while looking down at Yubaluna who was now laying in a crater caused by the impact from hitting the ground. No one is allowed to talk bad about James Ni. Humph. Kaneko said unhappily before turning her head away as if even looking at Yubaluna was irritating. Okay, your part in this fight is over, Kaneko. Aquino said with a chuckle. It's time for you to meet up with the others. Nodding in agreement, Kaneko glanced at the injured Yubaluna one more time before dashing off toward the athletic field. Shortly after Kaneko started running, both Aquino and Kaneko felt movement from the bottom of the crater. However, Kaneko did not stop running. A few moments later, Yubaluna flew into the air. With displeasure clear in her gaze, Yubaluna followed Kaneko with her glare. I'd suggest you pay attention to the opponent in front of you. Aquino said with a smile. Hearing that, Yubaluna shifted her attention back to Aquino and spoke in a clearly unhappy tone. Using a sneak attack, I see this is all Rias Gremory and her peerage amount to. Yubaluna said disdainfully. Wow, the pot called the kettle black with such disdain. Aquino said with an expression of mock surprise. You fight the 7 of us with a total of 16, and you make us seem like the dishonorable type. I guess the saying is true. Like master like servant, huh? Enough. It's time to end this farce. Yubaluna said angrily. And with that, the mid-air battle between queens began. The exchange of magic was dazzling. While Aquino used only her thunder magic, Yubaluna used what she refers to as explosion magic. The use of this powerful form of magic has gained Yubaluna the moniker of the Bomb Queen, which she is not very fond of. Human world, Japan, Koo. It looks like Yubaluna's words really angered Kaneko. Sona said, amazed at the force behind the white-haired cat girl's sneak attack. Yeah. James replied with a smile. More importantly, that must have forced Yubaluna to use up one of the team's 2 allotted Phoenix tiers. That's true. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. There's no way she should be able to fight at that level after taking a hit like that. True. The real question is, who has the second Phoenix tear? James asked while stroking his chin. Indeed. Sona said while nodding in agreement. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. After seeing that Riser had already lost 7 of his pieces, Lord Phoenix was in disbelief. How is her peerage so strong? Lord Phoenix thought to himself as he watched the ongoing raiding game between his third son and the heiress of the Gremory house. Didn't our reports say that she and her peerage almost never train? This is ridiculous. Seeing the sour expression on Lord Phoenix's face, Zeoticus and Sirzex could guess what he was thinking, more or less. And seeing that expression of dismay on his face after he used the council to pressure the Gremory house into this marriage brought a feeling of catharsis. It seems Rias has grown quite a bit since moving to the human world. Zeoticus said with a proud smile on his lips. Yes, father, it seems like a dose of responsibility was good for her. Sirzex said with a similarly proud smile on his face. Hearing the veiled mockery in Zeoticus and Sirzex's tone, Lord Phoenix was finding it harder to control his emotions. Calm down, calm down. Lord Phoenix told himself over and over. Even if they can defeat those useless girls, there's no way they can defeat the Phoenix bloodline. Meanwhile, Lady Phoenix was also surprised by Rias' peerage. Their performance was simply marvelous, considering this was their first raiding game. I must say, they are truly a talented group of youngsters. Lady Phoenix said with a smile. Where did Rias find all those talented children? Honestly, Rias was just lucky to find all of them. Venelana replied with a smile. It was James who unlocked their potential, though. Is it just me, or is this James at the center of everything? Lady Phoenix asked while watching the ongoing magical battle between Aquino and Eubeluna on the monitor. Well, he is the most talented child I've ever seen, aside from my son. Venelana replied with a smile. On top of that, he works harder than anyone I've ever seen in my long life. After hearing Venelana's assessment of James, Lady Phoenix was becoming interested in finding out what the boy was like for herself. Perhaps he could be a good influence on Ravel. Lady Phoenix thought to herself. If he's like what Lady Gremory described, he may be able to help Ravel grow as well. Unfortunately, being part of her brother's peerage has caused her growth to be stunted. Raiding game, board. With the battle between Aquino and Eubeluna raging on in the distance, Rias and Asia were able to meet up with Yudo. A few minutes later, Kaneko also joined up with them. With the four of them together, the next stage of the plan could begin. Good thing you were able to make it here without issue, Kaneko. Rias said while smiling at her, Rook. We know they're hidden around the athletic field, but we can't sense them. Kaneko, can you sense them with Senjutsu? I'll try. Kaneko replied in a simple manner and closed her eyes. A moment later, her Nikosho traits appeared. After a few more moments, Kaneko opened her eyes and began pointing. There, and the last two are over there. Good job. Now, leave the next part to me. Rias said while cupping her hands above her head. In her hands, Rias began to gather her power of destruction into a ball. Finally, feeling the fluctuations of demonic energy, the 6 members of Riser's peerage began to stir. Unfortunately, some of them were too late. Scattered destruction. Rias cried as she fired the ball of power of destruction into the air. When it flew high enough, the ball divided into 5 smaller balls, with one bigger than the other 4, and flew toward the 5 locations Kaneko pointed out earlier. Without any flashy explosions, the 5 balls of destruction fell to the ground and simply erased everything they touched. By the end, only 3 of the 6 members of Riser's peerage that were hiding around the athletic field survived the attack. 2 pawns and 1 bishop of Riser Phoenix have retired. After that announcement, a few things happened in short order. First, Eubeluna was surprised. Her lapse in concentration caused her to be late in dodging a thunderbolt Aquino called down from the sky. Second, Issei rose from the shadow of one of Riser's knights. Using the Shadow Claw's ability to manipulate shadows, he used it as a fast travel point. Then, he manipulated all the enemy's shadows to immobilize them. As soon as they were immobilized, Yudo and Kaneko moved in as fast as they could to eliminate the bound foes. A moment later, Graphia's voice was broadcast once again. 2 knights, 1 rook, and the Queen of Riser Phoenix have retired. Seeing such a well-executed plan, James, Sona, Tsubaki, Zeoticus, Sirzex, and Venelana were thoroughly impressed. At the same time, Lord and Lady Phoenix were amazed. There were some veteran, raiding game, teams who would not have been able to execute a plan of attack the way Rias and her peerage just did. Several moments after Graphia's announcement, Aquino flew over to the rest of the group. Although her clothes were tattered a bit and she had a few bruises, Aquino was still in shape to fight. Fighting with those minor injuries was completely unnecessary, however. Aquino, let me tend to your wounds. Asia said as she made her way over to Aquino. Smiling in return, Aquino graciously accepted Asia's healing. As Asia tended to Aquino's wounds, Rias addressed the members of her peerage. We've already eliminated most of Riser's peerage. Rias said excitedly. Now, only the Phoenix siblings remain. As long as we stick to the plan, our chances of victory are high. Yeah. Rias peerage cheered excitedly. Remember, this fight won't be easy. Rias said sternly. But as long as we all do what we have to do and trust in our comrades, we can do this. We'll do what everyone in the underworld said was impossible for us. Then, we'll make not only Riser, but everyone who dared to underestimate us understand the outcome of such actions. Meanwhile, as Rias motivated her peerage for the last battle of this rating game, Riser was still seated in the student council office relaxedly. Ravel, I want you to stay out of this last fight. Riser said to his sister while smiling savagely. But big brother. Ravel said, before being interrupted. No buts. I need to show my fiancée what happens when she defies my wishes. Riser said as his smile grew more unhinged. She needs to be made to understand the difference between us. *I** if that's what you want, big brother. Ravel said while lowering her head. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Ravel thought to herself as the decisive battle was on the horizon. Chapter 109, Rias vs. Riser v. Human World, Japan, Koa. Well, that was pretty good. James said while hugging Sona around her waist. I didn't know that ISE could move through the shadows like that. Somehow I bet he'll use that as another way to sexually harass women. Sona said exasperatedly. Tsubaki nodded in agreement with her, King, as well. Oh, I don't doubt that. James said with a smile. In any case, the real test for Riri is coming. As James said that Rias and her peerage could be seen walking toward the new school building's main entrance. With their attention glued to the monitor, the student council office fell silent. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. It looks like the game will be ending soon. Xiaotica said solemnly. Although Rias has done well until now, the hardest part of this match is still waiting for her. That's true, the Phoenix clan's high-speed regeneration is formidable. Lord Phoenix said with a smug smile on his face. It would take an overwhelming amount of firepower to bring Riser down. That would be true under normal circumstances. Scathach said with a smile. But Rias wields the power of destruction, or have you forgotten about that, Lord Phoenix? I'll admit that the power of destruction is a powerful ability. Lord Phoenix said in a serious tone. But surely you're not trying to say that Rias has the ability to handle it as you do. Oh, certainly not. Scathach said with pride. But she's much more capable than you give her credit for. On the other side of the room, Vanillana and Lady Phoenix were also discussing the upcoming battle. Those men certainly have strong opinions on how the game will end. Lady Phoenix said while glancing at the men in the room from the corner of her eye. What do you think, Lady Gremory? Honestly, Rias, power of destruction, is not the key to this battle. Vanillana said casually. But if Rias uses what she has effectively, then there is no reason she should lose to Riser. Now I'm quite curious to see what that girl has up her sleeves. Lady Phoenix said while shifting her attention back to the monitor showing Rias and her peerage standing outside the student council office. Rating game, board. Standing outside the door to the student council office, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, Issei, and Asia were prepared to finish this rating game. Taking a deep breath, Rias attempted to calm her nerves. Looking back at her peerage one more time, Rias finally turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. After entering the room, what they saw was Riser sitting at the desk Sona usually occupied. Off to the side, Ravel stood with an uneasy expression on her face. Seeing this, Rias raised an eyebrow, then she addressed Riser. It looks like you intend to fight all of us alone, Riser. Rias said with a solemn expression on her face. I'll admit, Rias. Riser said without responding to Rias. You have done better, much better, than I expected. Unfortunately, that means that I, Riser Phoenix, have been humiliated. I was expected to win, and easily at that. When Rias and her peerage entered the student council office, Riser's expression was calm. However, as he spoke, his expression and tone showed more anger over time. He practically roared his last sentence. For humiliating me, Riser Phoenix, I'll have to show you your place. With that, Riser flared his demonic power. Covering himself in the flames his clan is known for, Riser looked at Rias angrily. The malice he was emitting was almost tangible. However, there seemed to be someone nearby who did not care. You talk too much. Kaneko said as she appeared in front of Riser with her right hand cocked back and covered in senjutsu. On top of that, Kaneko attacked while in her adult form. With her ears twitching and her two tails waving through the air, Kaneko delivered a devastating punch to Riser's sternum. Boom. Ga. Boom. Before anyone could react, Kaneko's punch landed and sent Riser flying. Then, he slammed through the wall behind him while spewing blood from his mouth. Eventually, a third sound of impact could be heard. Mostly likely the sound of Rias coming in contact with the ground. Kaneko, good job, Rias said with a smile. Seeing Rias hit like that was satisfying. How much longer can you hold that form? 3 minutes, Bucho. Kaneko replied while keeping her senses trained on Riser. Alright, I want you to deal as much damage as you can in those 3 minutes. Rias said with a nod. I'm sure you don't need me to remind you what to do. Got it, Bucho. Kaneko said before rushing out the wall created when Riser passed through it. Jumping down to the academy's courtyard, Kaneko was just in time to see the angry Riser standing from the small crater he created when slamming into the ground. You damn bitch, I'll make you my sex slave when this is over. Riser roared angrily. Like I said before. Kaneko said without changing her expression. Then, she rushed toward Riser with her arm cocked back for another punch. You talk too much. Raising his arms to protect himself from another one of those devastating punches, Riser fell for Kaneko's feint. Instead of feeling the impact on his arms, he felt his left shin break. Stumbling forward because of the unexpected attack, he was unprepared for the right hook to his rib cage. The sickening crunch was the sign of more broken bones. After that, a flurry of punches, elbow strikes, kicks, and knee strikes struck Riser all over his body for the next minute. At the end of this rush of blows, Kaneko threw an uppercut that connected with Riser's jaw and launched him into the air. Human world, Japan, Koho. While watching Kaneko's performance, James was quite satisfied. All those years ago, James had taught Kaneko his style of Muay Thai, and he could see that it was fully integrated into her fighting style. The kitty cat has really improved. James said with a smile. You're just happy she still uses what you taught her. Sona said while rolling her eyes. Rating game, board. While Riser was flying uncontrollably through the air, a blur flew toward him from the direction of the student council office. As it passed Riser, he let out an earth-shattering scream. The pain he must have felt from that attack must have been immense. A moment later, Riser was able to regain his balance in midair. With the Phoenix clan's unique firebird-like wings extended from his back, his menacing glare was locked onto Kaneko and Yuto. A moment later, he realized that he was not regenerating as fast as he should. What the hell did you two do to me? Riser shouted angrily. Although neither answered, they were both satisfied with the damage they caused Riser. During each strike Kaneko landed on him, she slowed down the rate at which Riser's life energy circulated through his body. Although she's not fully proficient in it, Kaneko found that manipulating life energy is one of the core abilities of a senjutsu practitioner during her training with Sona. Yuto, on the other hand, created a pair of demonic swords with his sacred gear, Sword Birth. The first was given the attribute, Demonic Flame Eraser. The second was created to absorb demonic winds. Yuto came up with the idea for these swords from the first thing Riser said when he teleported into the ORC club room 10 days ago. You don't want to talk? Riser said angrily as he felt insulted. When you become my slaves, I'll force you to tell me. With that, Riser created a reddish-golden flame in his right palm. Then, he flung it at Kaneko and Yuto. Using his demonic flame eraser sword, Yuto stood before Kaneko and defended against the incoming attack. Once the flames were extinguished, Kaneko rushed past Yuto and began another flurry of attacks on the dumbfounded Riser. How? How is that inferior devil guarding against my flames? Riser asked himself as he tried, and failed, to defend himself from Kaneko's attacks. Also, while he was defending against Kaneko, Yuto would strike Riser from his blind spot whenever the opportunity presented itself. In this way, Riser was beaten one-sidedly for another minute and a half. Eventually, Kaneko and Yuto backed away from the badly beaten Riser. Unfortunately, Kaneko was not in much better shape than Riser. With several burns caused by the flames he surrounded himself with, Kaneko had no choice but to take damage every time she struck her opponent. Yuto, on the other hand, was not too injured. Instead, his stamina was drained massively. Because of the difference in strength, Riser was able to break quite a few of his demonic sword creations. And the stamina expenditure from creating and recreating his swords during such high-intensity combat took a toll on his stamina. On top of the beating he had taken, Riser also noticed that his regeneration had slowed even further. On top of that, it took more demonic energy for each injury. After noticing this, Riser's confusion and anger went through the roof. During the lull in the combat, Rias, Aquino, Gasper, Issei, and Asia neared their comrades. Both of you have done well, my cute servants. Rias said with a genuinely happy smile. You two can rest, for now. Leave the rest to us. Yes, Bucho, X2. Then, Asia approached Kaneko and Yuto in order to heal their injuries. You should focus on Kaneko first, Asia. Yuto said with a smile when Asia approached. Those burns need to be taken care of. They're much more serious than the wounds I received from my broken swords. Okay, Kaneko, you should sit down. Asia said as she activated her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Now, Riser. Rias said as she focused her attention on her opponent. I think it's time to finish this. Even after all that you weren't able to defeat me, Rias. Riser said angrily while glaring at Rias. What makes you think you could beat me now? Wow, this dickhead is gloating about surviving against 2 middle-ranked devils, Issei said in a mocking tone. I'm sure you feel so impressive. Rage growing due to Issei's mockery, Riser spread his wings once more. Then, he rose into the air and flared his demonic energy. However, before he could attack, a barrage of balls of destruction came flying from Rias. Although not all of them hit him, Riser found that each ball was much stronger than he expected. Luckily, he did not have to endure too many of them directly. Once the barrage ended, Riser raised his head proudly. How disappointing, Rias. Riser said condescendingly. To think you missed so many times from such a range. It did not take long for Riser to notice something was wrong, though. Looking at Rias' peerage, he realized their visions were not focused on him. Rather they were focused on the sky around him. Turning his head to see what was attracting their attention, Riser's face paled when he realized that all the balls of destruction that missed him were now surrounding him. Oh, shit. Riser said with a tone of despair. Clap. Hellzone destruction. Rias shouted as she clapped her hands together. At the sound of the crisp clap, all the balls of destruction surrounding Riser began to converge on his location. After a moment, Riser had been hit by hundreds of those balls of destruction. When the attack ended, Riser could be seen falling from the sky while regenerating. Before he reached the ground, however, a magic circle appeared above him. What? Riser said, while he weakly looked around the area. When he finally found the source of the magic circle, he was shocked. Aino was flying with her wings spread. Lightning bolt. Aino shouted as she combined her light powers and thunder magic. Ah! Riser shrieked in pain due to the light element in the attack. Boom. Due to the lightning strike from above, Riser was slammed into the ground. With his body racked with pain, he was unable to defend himself from the impact. As his wounds were still regenerating slowly, Riser was unable to rise to his feet for a few moments. And Rias had no intention of letting this opportunity go. Issei, now. Rias shouted. With Rias' shout, Issei shifted himself through the shadows to Riser's side. Then, after grabbing Riser, he shifted himself and Riser into the dark fog Asia created at the beginning of the raiding game. After leaving Riser at the designated location, Issei returned to the others. When he did, he saw Rias in the air with her wings extended and her arms spread. On the palm of each hand was a ball of the power of destruction, approximately the size of a basketball. Then, she brought her hands together in front of her, combining the 2 balls of destruction into one with her arms pointing to where Issei left Riser. Final destruction. Rias shouted as a ray of destruction energy was fired from the ball of destruction in her hands. Meanwhile, in the darkened forest, Riser was finally able to stand. However, he was in no condition to fight for the moment. That damn bitch. Riser shouted angrily. How dare she humiliate me like this? Before Riser could complain any further, though, the dark fog surrounding him was tinted in an ominous crimson color. Then, after a moment everything bent completely black, and he lost consciousness. On the other side of the academy, Rias and her peerage watched as the ray was fired into the fog. After a moment, a dome of the power of destruction consumed the entire wooded area surrounding the old school building. Holy shit! Issei muttered in disbelief. Before long, the dome dissipated. In its place was nothing but a crater. A perfectly hemispherical crater as deep as the dome they saw was tall. Then, before anyone could comment any further, Graphia's voice rang out across the rating game board. King, Riser Phoenix has retired. The winner of this rating game is Rias Gremory. Chapter 110, After the Rating Game. Rating Game Board. King, Riser Phoenix has retired. The winner of this rating game is Rias Gremory. I won. Rias said in a state of disbelief. It's over, I'm finally free. Hell yeah. Issei cheered loudly with his fists raised in the air. We showed that Yakitori bastard. At the same time Issei cheered, the reality of the situation finally hit the rest of the peerage. Asia immediately pulled Kaneko into a hug while continuing to heal her injuries. Yuto and Issei exchanged high fives. Gasper was overwhelmed by the happy cheers and yelling. Then, Aino flew up into the air and wrapped her arms around Rias, who was still floating after releasing that last attack. We really won, right? Rias said, still not snapping out of her disbelief. Aino, am I really free? Fufufu. Aino giggled at Rias' cute reply. Then, she whispered into her ear. If you find James, I bet he'll let you know if it's real or not. Hearing that, the color of Rias' face matched her hair in an instant. At the same time, Aquino laughed at her, king. Eventually, Rias recovered from her embarrassment and joined Aquino in laughter. After a few moments, Rias and Aquino landed on the ground. A moment later, the rest of the peerage huddled around them. Then, in classic fashion, Rias was lifted by the group and thrown into the air, repeatedly. Human world, Japan, Koa. In the student council office, James, Sona, and Tsubaki were smiling as they watched Rias and her peerage celebrate their victory. Eventually, Sona broke the silence and spoke. It looks like I really need to step up my training. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Although it hurts to admit it, my peerage and I would have lost against Riser. Unfortunately, that's true. Tsubaki said while also adjusting her glasses. I think you're being too hard on yourselves. James said before patting Sona's head. Your peerage has only been training for a year and a half at most. Other than Tsubaki, I mean. I guess that's true. Sona said while leaning back on James' chest. Most of my peerage was recruited after enrolling in Kuo Academy. Speaking of enrollment, how are things with that Saji Genshiro? James asked curiously. Did you convince him to join your peerage yet? I did actually. Sona said with a mischievous smile. He seems to have quite the crush on me, too. If you're trying to make me jealous, you'll have to try harder than that. James said as he pinched Sona's cheek playfully. In response, Sona simply pouted at her failed attempt. Recovering quickly, Sona looked into James' eyes and spoke with a smile. I think we should head home. Sona said while standing from James' lap. If we're not at home by the time Rias returns, she's gonna have a fit. You're probably right. James said as he also stood up. I'm really glad Riri won. So, you can have her, too. Sona said with a teasing smile. However, her expression froze when she looked back and saw James' face. So, I wouldn't have to take things into my own hands. James said solemnly. I don't think the underworld would have liked the way I resolved that situation. Hearing the cold tone in James' voice, Sona had no doubt that James would turn the underworld upside down for those he cared about. Even if they were not his lovers. Just thinking about that, Sona could not help but smile. Anyway, let's go home. Sona said while taking James by the arm. Look, Tsubaki is already gone. When James looked around, sure enough, Tsubaki was nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head, James allowed himself to be pulled along by Sona with a smile on his face. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. How is this possible? Lord Phoenix shouted angrily. How did they so easily overcome the regeneration of my Phoenix clan? Lord Phoenix, I think you should calm down. Scathach said with a gentle smile on his face. Though it's a shame that our clans will no longer be united through marriage, I'm sure we can remain on good terms, right? Good terms? Why would we remain on good terms? Lord Phoenix roared in anger. That little girl of yours has dragged the Phoenix clan's reputation through the mud. And how exactly did she do that, might I ask? Venelana said, inserting herself into the men's conversation. Was it when Riser arrogantly chose to fight an entire peerage by himself? Or was it when he could barely break even with two middle-ranked devils? Please, tell me. How was it that our Rias humiliated your clan? Hearing Venelana's scathing words made Lord Phoenix's blood begin to boil. As his anger rose, so did the pressure he output. However, no one present was weak enough to be affected by his pressure. Since you cannot answer my question, how about I tell you how Riser has been humiliating his fiancée? I'm sorry, former fiancée. Venelana said as she narrowed her eyes. Would you mind explaining why Riser was allowed to publicly indulge in his peerage? It is no secret that he was engaged to Rias. Yet, before every rating game, he has been shown in a matter similar to tonight. Humph. Lord Phoenix snorted in disdain. As the wife of a high-class devil she should be prepared for such a thing. With that statement, the room fell silent. As the silence continued, the pressure in the room began to increase. Eventually, Lord Phoenix finally realized he said something he should not have, in his anger. When he felt the rising pressure, he began to grow pale. Then, before he could try to fix the situation, Scathach spoke angrily. It seems you've forgotten two things, Lord Phoenix. Scathach said in a low, menacing tone. First, Rias and Riser are both high-class devils. In fact, Rias' status is higher than that of any clan's third son. Or does the status of heir mean nothing to you? No, that's not what I... Lord Phoenix attempted to backpedal. However, Scathach was not yet done speaking. And second, why do you make it seem as if Rias would be marrying into the Phoenix family? Scathach asked angrily. According to our agreement, Riser would be joining the Gremory clan. So why have both of you been acting as if things were the other way around? With that, cold sweat began to form on Lord Phoenix's forehead and back. On top of that, the hostile stares from Zeoticus, Venelana, and Scathach made him wish to return home immediately. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** During the time everyone was stunned into silence, a teleportation magic circle appeared in the corner of the room. Unfortunately, no one noticed it. When the circle was gone, 8 new arrivals were revealed. They were, of course, Rias and her peerage. Grafia also decided to accompany them. However, they were all stunned to see everyone in such an awkward atmosphere. While Leona and James were smiling happily, everyone else was looking at them incredulously. Eventually, Rias was the first to regain her senses. James! Rias shouted as she began to run toward James. Then, when she was close enough, she leapt into his embrace. With her arms wrapped around his neck, she continued. Now, I don't have to hold back anymore. Don't ever think you can get away from me, either. After her declaration, Rias pressed her lips against James' lips forcefully. Realizing that Rias was no longer interested in the rest of the celebration party, the others began talking amongst themselves. Chapter 111, Rias Punishment, R18. Human World, Japan, Koa. Rias' celebration party lasted for several hours after Rias and her peerage returned from the raiding game. Eating, drinking, and playing games was most of the agenda during the party. Those who had lovers spent time with them happily while chatting with their friends. Yuto was constantly surrounded by Rhea, Momo, and Tsubasa. At the same time, Tomo did all she could to gain Gaspar's attention. Unfortunately, Gaspar's timid personality made getting close to him a difficult task. Halfway through the party, Tsubaki and Siyu Chillin disappeared. When everyone noticed, they all wore knowing smiles. The only ones who were not present were Dante and Lady, who had taken a job. Rias, on the other hand, spent the entire time practically glued to James. If he was seated, she was seated on his lap. If he was eating, he only managed to consume any food because Rias fed him. And if he was playing a game, she cheered for him intensely. Even though she was clearly going overboard, everyone let her be. At least for tonight. It was no secret that Rias has been in love with James for more than 10 years. And now that she could express herself openly, she lost control. Eventually, the party started to wind down. While everyone was preparing to leave, Rias approached James bashfully. James. Can I talk to you for a while? Rias asked with her face red. In private. Hearing that, everyone present smiled. Except Kaneko, who was going through something similar to Rias before she won the raiding game. Akino, understanding what it was that Rias wanted to talk about, even considered barging into Rias' room while they were talking. Sure. James replied with a smile. You guys can go back home without me. Listening to what James said, everyone noticed that James neglected to say that he would be returning home tonight. That, of course, caused everyone to smile at Rias. Also understanding what James' statement meant, Rias blushed even harder. At the same time, though, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Have fun, Rias. Venelana whispered into her daughter's ear. Mom. Rias shouted in embarrassment. Seeing the embarrassed Rias, everyone laughed. A few minutes later, all the visitors left Rias' mansion. Only Rias' peerage, excluding Issei and Asia, were left in the mansion. Aside from James, that is. Okay, let's go to my room. Rias said while pulling James along with her face as red as her hair. Smiling in response, James allowed himself to be pulled through the house by the blushing redhead in front of him. Not much time passed before James was standing beside Rias in front of her bedroom door. A moment later, Rias reached her hand to the doorknob, nervously. Then, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions and pushed the door open. Please, come in. Rias said with a smile. Thanks for having me. James replied as he stepped into the room. Although this was not James' first time entering Rias' room, he was always surprised by the number of manga and light novels he could see at a glance. There was definitely more anime paraphernalia in the room than should be physically possible. That statement was not hyperbole. Space magic was used to expand the room. So, there was more in the room than the house's size could possibly support. Please, have a seat. Rias said while offering James the chair at her desk. Nodding at Rias' offer, James sat on the chair as instructed. Then, Rias immediately straddled James and draped her arms over his shoulders. Someone seems a little impatient. James said with a smile. Rolling her eyes, Rias wrapped her arms around James' neck while staring into his eyes. I've been waiting for this for as long as I can remember. Rias said with a seductive smile. You're not going to tell me that we should go on a few dates first, so you know how you feel about me, right? At that, James could only smile wryly. 2 years ago, when Sona, Akino, Mizore, and Mocha began getting impatient, James used that excuse because he was not yet ready to step forward with their relationship. Eventually, he accepted his feelings, and they established their relationship. However, that was 2 years ago. James had already accepted that he loved Rias. And he knew that he had loved her for a long time. No, of course not. James replied while smiling wryly. I don't need to figure out how I feel about you, Riri. But I do need to punish you. Punish me? Why? Rias asked in shock. Do you think I couldn't notice all your subtle seduction attempts over the years? James asked as his smile turned from a wry one to a sadistic one. Even when you knew I couldn't touch you. Seeing the change in James' smile, Rias was surprised and a bit excited. Although not as serious as Aquino, let alone I am, Rias also wanted to be dominated. Just remembering when James showed his dominant side after she threw a tantrum when she and the others found Aquino in bed with him caused her to masturbate many times before bed. Before she could react or say anything, Rias found herself laying across James' lap with her stomach resting against his thighs. When did he? Rias asked in confusion. You know you've been a bad girl, right? James said while rubbing Rias over the skirt of her school uniform. I'm sorry, James. Rias said while lowering her head. I just. Kia. Smack. As Rias was trying to explain her actions, James interrupted by slapping her full and round ass. Although he did not use much force, James managed to create a loud sound that he was less than satisfied with. That sounded a little muted. James said while stroking his chin with his free hand. Rias was already excited. For years, she had dreamed of being dominated by James. However, she was pulled out of her daydreams when she felt the fabric of her skirt sliding upward. Eventually, she felt her ass was exposed to the air. Oh, that's a bold selection. James said as he looked at Rias' exposed ass. There was no fabric covering Rias' backside. Instead of a pair of normal panties, she was wearing a crimson-red thong. Placing his hand on her round ass, James spoke once again. It looks like you were prepared. James said with a sneer. Did you know this punishment was coming? Or maybe, you were hoping this punishment would happen. Rias' face was burning red. However, she was far from embarrassed. Instead, she was so excited she could barely contain herself. Noticing this, James placed his free hand on the small of her back. In this position, with a little force James could prevent Rias from raising her upper body. Smack. Then, without warning, James slapped Rias' once again. Much better. James said with a smile while rubbing Rias' bare ass. Skin to skin makes a much more satisfying sound. For the next few minutes, James continued to slap and rub Rias' ass. Eventually, James let his fingers slide between her thighs and brush against her crotch. Oh, I guess the punishment was effective. James said in a tone of mock surprise. Look how much she's cried. As he spoke, James continued to rub the wet patch on the crotch of Rias' thong. Yes, I was a bad girl. On and needed to be unpunished. Rias said between moans. Satisfied with the response, James prepared to put up a silencing barrier. Before he did, however, he could sense someone eavesdropping outside Rias' bedroom door. After noticing who it was, James' smile grew even more sadistic. In an instant, James placed a barrier that would prevent entry over the door. Then, he placed a barrier around the one eavesdropping. After that, he put up a silencing barrier that encompassed the bedroom and the eavesdropper. Satisfied with his work, James lifted Rias and had her straddle him again. Now that the punishment is over. James said with a loving smile. How about I give you what you've been waiting for, Riri? Looking into Rias' eyes, James could see anticipation swirling in their depths. With that, James placed his lips against hers. A moment later, he extended his tongue and ran it across her lips. Rias opened her mouth and extended her own tongue, as well. Rias moaned into the kiss ecstatically. Her first kiss was everything she wanted, and more. As the kiss intensified, James' hands began to explore Rias' body that was more voluptuous than it had any business to be. Then, he untied the ribbon around the collar of her school uniform. After that, he began to unbutton the white shirt she was wearing. However, he had no intention of removing the corset. Eventually, they both backed away from the kiss. As Rias tried to catch her breath, James slid the unbuttoned shirt off Rias' shoulders. I like the matching lingerie, Riri. James said while staring into Rias' eyes. As he spoke, he slid Rias' arms out of the short-sleeved shirt of the Ko Academy summer uniform. Then, without warning, he buried his face in her cleavage. At the same time, James reached around Rias' back and unhooked her bra. On. Rias moaned as James licked between her breasts. At the same time, she gently wrapped her hands around the back of his head. Next, James pulled back and wrapped his lips around Rias' left nipple. Sucking strongly while flicking his tongue, Rias began to squirm from the stimulation. Wow, that feels amazing. Rias cried while squirming. Subconsciously, while James was sucking on her nipple, Rias rubbed her crotch against James. Noticing this detail, James chose to ignore it, for now. Instead, he switched to her other nipple and repeated the process. With that, Rias' excitement grew. Smack. MMM. Then, without warning, James slapped Rias on the ass again. In response, Rias threw her head back and moaned. At the same time, her grip on James had tightened as she unconsciously pulled him tighter against her breast. After a few more minutes of sucking, licking, fondling, kissing, and spanking, James figured that was enough foreplay. Then, James raised Rias' hips. In response, Rias stood, though she did not back away. As Rias stood over him, James unbuttoned and unzipped his pants. Then, he lowered them, along with his boxers, to his ankles and kicked them off. While James was undressing from the waist down, Rias was fondling her left breast as she watched. Then, when James' standing dick was exposed, Rias slid her thong to the side and began to lower herself once again. With James lining things up, Rias was able to touch her pussy's entrance to the tip of James' dick. Then, after taking a deep breath, Rias allowed her body to fall prey to gravity. Ah. Asterisk gasp asterisk humph. All at once, Rias took the entirety of James inside of her. With tears of both joy and pain pooling in her eyes, Rias wrapped her arms around James' neck tightly. In response, James began to rub her ass. And he stole a kiss. Over time, the kiss intensified. After about a minute, the two separated. I love you, James. Rias said while staring at James with a smile. I love you so much. I love you too, Riri. James replied with a smile. Then, Rias began to raise her hips. As she did, the proof of her virginity was smeared over James' dick. A moment later, Rias lowered herself again. MMM. Rias moaned as she felt her pussy slowly shaping itself around James' dick. Then, she began to raise the speed that she was bouncing on James. MMM, this one feels better on than I expected. Rias moaned sweetly. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom, the eavesdropper was losing her mind. Because of James' barriers, she could neither leave nor join in on the fun. And honestly, the neglect was really exciting for her. As she listened to the sounds of pleasure coming from the door, she fondled her breasts and furiously rubbed her fingers against her panty-clad pussy. At the same time, Rias was about to reach her first climax. On. And when she did, her eyes opened wide as her back arched and she moaned loudly. However, before she could recover, James slid his butt forward and planted his feet on the floor. Then, he began to slam his dick upward, over and over. Feeling the intense stimulation, Rias' eyes rolled back, and she held on to James for dear life. Oh my fucking Satan. Rias screamed as the pleasure threatened to overwhelm her. Yes, James. Fuck me. Fuck my pussy like it's your property. On. Eventually, Rias lost strength and flopped down on James' chest. At the same time, James stopped drilling Rias. While he waited for Rias to regain her stamina, James continued to rub her round ass with satisfaction. About a minute later, Rias raised her head. Due to the sweat from their intense exercise, Rias' hair was stuck to her face and forehead, which James found incredibly sexy. That was incredible. Rias said with stars in her eyes. I don't know how many times I just came, but now I'm even more jealous of the other girls because I had to wait so long. In response, James chuckled. Then, he hooked his arms under Rias' knees and lifted her suddenly. Kia. Rias yelped in surprise as she quickly wrapped her arms around James' neck for stability. Well, since you had to wait for so long, how about we spend tonight making up for lost time? James said with a devilish smile on his face. Rias could only nod, mesmerized. At the same time, James walked toward the bedroom door. Then, he placed Rias back against the door. After that, he whispered into her ear, loudly. I'm going to fuck the shit out of you, Riri. James said loud enough to be heard through the door. In response, Rias' pussy tightened around James' dick, which he never pulled out of her. At the same time, the eavesdropper whimpered in frustration. Although she was excited by the situation, she also wanted to feel James inside of her. A moment later, the bedroom door began to shake violently. Oh fuck. Yes, that's on. Rias shouted as she orgasmed again, not even 30 seconds after James began fucking her. More. Fuck me harder. And for the next 5 minutes, James slammed into Rias with everything he had. Eventually. Humph. I'm gonna come. James said as he continued to slam into Rias. Inside. Come inside of me. Rias screamed in ecstasy. A moment later, James blew his load deep inside of Rias. On. Rias came once again, as well. As she did, her pussy tightened like it was trying to suck every drop of cum out of James that it could. Eventually, James was the first to recover. A few moments later, Rias also recovered. Then, James whispered into Rias' ear again, this time so that only she would be able to hear him. A bad girl has been listening to us through the door. James said with a sadistic smile on his face. I think she needs to be punished. Hearing that, Rias was confused at first. However, after a moment, she understood what James meant and she intuitively knew who would eavesdrop on her time with James. Charged with lust and anger, Rias lowered her legs. Once her feet were on the floor, she took a moment to steady herself, then she turned around and yanked the door open. What she saw was Aino laying in the hallway with her left hand fondling her exposed breasts and her right hand stuffed into her drenched panties. Looking down on her, Queen, coldly, Rias spoke. Would you like to explain yourself, Aino? Rias asked sternly with her hands resting on her hips. Being caught red-handed, even the shameless Aino was a bit embarrassed. Well, you see. Aino said as she tried to come up with an excuse. Before she could, however, Rias reached out and dragged her into the room. Then the door was slammed shut. Chapter 112, Aino's Punishment, R18. Human World, Japan, Koho. After being caught eavesdropping, Aino was dragged into the room without resistance. Then, Rias stood next to James. Aino, looking at the half-naked duo, was more excited than anything else. Especially after seeing the sadistic glint in James' eyes. So, what should we do with her? James asked, while looking at Rias. I think she needs to be punished. Rias said while supporting her right elbow with her left hand and cupping her chin with her right hand. Since she's so into the idea of spying on us, maybe we should restrain her and make her watch. Hearing that, Aino's eyes lit up even more. The only thing she would enjoy more than having a front row seat would be actually getting punished in some way. I think you're taking this too easy. James said with a sadistic smile on his lips. We need to make her feel that what she did was wrong. Hearing the extra emphasis James put on the word feel, Aino felt herself growing even wetter. Then, what do you have in mind? Rias asked with a bit of confusion in her tone. In response, James simply smiled. Then, he took a step toward Aino and spoke coldly. On your knees. Excitedly, Aino dropped to her knees in front of James. Then, James gave her another order. Use your magic to clean me up. Without hesitation, Aino conjured a ball of water in her palm. Using that water, she carefully cleaned Rias' vaginal blood and fluids off James' dick. When she was finished, she conjured fire and evaporated the dirty water in its entirety. After that, she looked up at James eagerly. Seeing this, Rias was wondering if this was really a punishment. However, she continued to just watch. James' dominant side was quite the turn-on for her. Then, James turned to Rias and spoke once again. You should stand behind her and get a firm grip of her ponytail. James said, making a suggestion to make the next part of his plan easier. Rias followed James' instructions. Although she was still confused, Rias stood to Aino's left and grabbed Aino by the ponytail. James had to correct her form, however. No, you have to grab it at the base. James said patiently. Adjusting her grip according to James' instructions, Rias then shifted her gaze back to James. Then, James took another step forward and pressed his still erect dick against Aino's lips. After that, Aino opened her mouth as if it were the most natural thing to do. Now, push her head forward. James said casually. Rias still did not think this was much of a punishment. Shaking her head to rid herself of those thoughts, she once again followed James' instructions. Slowly, she pushed Aino's head forward. At the same time, she watched James' dick disappear into her best friend's mouth. As she pushed Aino further, she noticed Aino's expression becoming more uncomfortable as time went on. Eventually, Aino's nose was pressed against James' pelvis, surprising both James and Rias. Wow, she swallowed the whole thing. Rias murmured in disbelief. Now, use her hair to make her head bob up and down on my dick. James said sadistically. You can be as rough as you want. This is a punishment, after all. Hearing that, Rias finally understood. Although she still did not think this was much of a punishment for Aino, with her masochistic tendencies, but she did think she would enjoy manhandling Aino. It would be a wonderful way to air out all her grievances. Aino had taunted her more than once about being with James over the last 2 years. With that, Rias tightened her grip on Aino's hair and slowly pulled her head back. Then, when only the head of James' dick was in Aino's mouth, Rias forced her head forward. Gag. With the suddenness of Rias' movement, Aino's gag reflex was activated when James' dick came in contact with the back of her throat. Then, Rias repeated the action over and over. The forceful throat fucking caused Aino to gag repeatedly. At the same time, Rias had a serious look on her face while James was experiencing something completely new. Damn, it's not like this is the first time I've gotten some head before. James thought to himself while watching Rias manhandle Aquino. But this is the first time a third party has controlled the whole thing. And seeing Rias' tits bounce every time she moves is fucking hot. While James was thinking, Rias continued to force Aquino to bob up and down on James' dick for about a minute. Then, without warning, Rias pulled Aquino's head back forcefully. With that, James' dick came out of Aquino's mouth with a pop. This is a punishment, Aquino. Rias said sternly. So, why are you pleasuring yourself? James then looked down and saw that Aquino's right hand was stuffed into her drenched panties. Then, James had an idea. Pointing the index and middle finger of his right hand at Aquino, James spoke. Bakudo number 1, sigh. Then, to Rias and Aquino's surprise, Aquino's arms moved. Her right hand slid out of her panties, then both arms crossed behind her back. When Aquino's involuntary movements finished, Aquino found that she was unable to move her arms. Instead of panicking, however, Aquino's excitement grew. There, now she won't be able to pleasure herself. James said casually. Rias looked at James incredulously. Did you really just use one of your keto spells for BDSM? Rias asked in slight amazement. I didn't have any rope or handcuffs on me. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. Rias could only shake her head in response. Then, she continued what she was doing and forced Aquino's mouth onto James' dick again. After a few minutes, Rias stopped. When she did, Aquino's face was covered in tears while gasping for breath. Then, after giving Aquino a few moments to catch her breath, Rias continued mercilessly. After a few more minutes, James' legs began to shake. Damn, I'm gonna come. James said while tensing his abdomen. I can't hold it anymore. With that, Rias slammed Aquino's head forward. Once again, Aquino's nose was forced to touch James' pelvis. At the same time, James came down Aquino's throat. Once James was finished coming, Rias quickly pulled Aquino's head back. Oh shit. James moaned as the suction force was amplified thanks to being extra sensitive after coming. After being pulled off James' dick, on top of trying to catch her breath, Aquino was frowning slightly. Once her breath was in order, Aquino looked up at Rias a bit unhappily. Don't look at me like that, this was supposed to be a punishment, remember? Rias said with a smile. In response, Aquino looked away and pouted. Internally, Rias was laughing hysterically. She was unsure if her plan would work, but luckily it did. When James announced that he was going to come, Rias remembered that Aquino had told her she likes tasting James' cum in the past. So, when James came, Rias forced Aquino forward so that James' dick would bypass her tongue. That way, she would not be able to taste it when James came. After that, Rias pulled Aquino back quickly so that she would not be able to suck out the remaining semen in James' urethra. Now, Aquino, tell me what's your favorite position? Rias asked with a sweet smile. Seeing that smile, Aquino knew that Rias was up to no good again, so she remained silent. Unbothered by this, Rias simply turned to James and asked him the same question. Fine, since you don't want to answer. Rias said while shrugging her shoulders. As she did, Rias noticed James' eyes following the bounce of her breasts. Smiling in satisfaction, Rias asked James. James, what's Aquino's favorite position? She likes it doggy style. James replied without hesitation. Hearing that, Rias' smile broadened. Then she glanced at Aquino. After that, she walked away from the two and approached her bed. While she was walking, she removed the rest of her clothes. Then, she pulled the pillows off the bed and dropped them on the floor. After all that, Rias looked back at James and Aquino and spoke once again. James, can you bring Aquino over here? Rias asked sweetly. This time, James followed Rias' instructions. He picked up Aquino in a bridal carry and brought her over to the bed. Now, sit her against the headboard. Rias instructed. Once again, James followed Rias' instructions and sat Aquino, with her arms still bound behind her back, against the headboard of Rias' bed. After seeing that was done, Rias crawled up on the bed. With her knees near the edge of the bed, she supported herself with her hands. Then, she made eye contact with Aquino while speaking to James. Now, I want you to fuck me like Aquino likes to be fucked from the back. Rias said with a smug smile on her face. Hearing that, James and Aquino were both surprised. However, it did not take long for both their expressions to change. James' expression changed into one that indicated that he was impressed. At the same time, Aquino's showed despair. On top of being unable to pleasure herself or force Rias to pleasure her, Aquino had to watch someone else get fucked the way she liked it. Rias, you're not serious about this, right? Aquino asked hopefully. Oh, Aquino. Rias said while looking at Aquino with pity in her gaze. I'm dead serious. With that, the hope in Aquino's eyes disappeared. Then, she watched as James positioned himself behind Rias. She bit her lip as James held Rias' waist with one hand and positioned his dick with the other. Then she tried to look away as James plunged into Rias' wet pussy. On. However, she was unable to look away in the end. What she saw was James slamming into Rias. His balls even slapped against her clit. Then, Rias threw her head back and moaned in pleasure. Just seeing it caused Aquino's pussy to clench, imagining herself in Rias' position. Seeing the forlorn look on Aquino's face, Rias smiled in satisfaction. She was not able to smile like that for long, however. Before she knew it, James had reached up with his right hand and grabbed a fistful of Rias' hair. Once his grip was right, he pulled. At the same time, he started plunging his dick in and out of Rias with force. Oh. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Unprepared for the strong thrusts that came without warning, Rias moaned and cursed loudly. Though a bit painful, the pleasure was overwhelming. With her eyes rolling back and her tongue hanging out of her mouth, Rias had come multiple times in just a few minutes. Luckily or unluckily, James had found Rias' G-spot very quickly. With that knowledge, James decided to give Rias the dicking of a lifetime. Oh, dear Satan. Yes, James. Just like that. Fuck me. Fuck me harder. Yes, yes, yes. I'm coming again. As Rias moaned and screamed at the top of her lungs, the only other sounds that could be heard were the sounds of flesh slapping flesh and gushing sounds of penetration. Occasionally, the sound of gulping saliva could be heard, as well. Oh, Satan. On. Yes. James. You're so fucking amazing. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. After being pounded like a jackhammer and occasionally having her ass slapped for 15 minutes, Rias experienced an orgasm like no other. Her back arched as far as it could, her arms straightened, her toes curled, her legs trembled violently, her tongue hung out of her mouth, and her eyes rolled back. Then, before she could recover. Fuck me, I'm coming, too. James painted her insides with his cum, causing Rias to shudder and her pussy to clamp fiercely onto James' dick. After a few moments, Rias loosened up enough for James to pull out. As he did, semen also flowed out of Rias' pussy. Then, Rias was unable to support herself any further and she flopped onto the bed while taking heavy breaths. After about a minute, Rias' body stopped shuddering and her breaths had almost evened out. Then, with no strength in her legs, Rias dragged herself toward Aquino. After pulling herself next to Aquino, Rias struggled to turn around and leaned her back against the headboard. After exerting herself, Rias looked at Aquino and smiled. Seeing the look of suffering on her best friend's face, Rias was beyond satisfied. Deciding that the punishment was almost over, Rias turned to James and spoke. Okay, James, if you can go another round, why don't you show me how I just looked using her body? Rias said, pointing a finger at Aquino toward the end of her sentence. Hearing that, Aquino's eyes opened wide. Before she could exclaim in joy, however, James grabbed her by her leg and yanked her in front of him. Then, just the way Aquino likes it, James flipped her over onto her stomach, roughly. Without releasing the binding spell, James propped Aquino's ass in the air while her chest and the side of her face rested on the bed. Then, he slid her panties to the side and lined up his dick with her entrance and quickly plunged inside her. On. Due to the pent-up lust and frustration from having to watch Rias getting pounded in front of her, combined with the thought of being fucked while bound, and the forceful penetration, Aquino orgasmed immediately. Then, without giving her a chance to recover, James continued to pound Aquino's pussy with enough force that someone who did not know them would think James did not like her. Oh. Yes. Fuck me, fuck me. Hearing the moans Aquino released, Rias was immediately turned on again. And seeing James' dick appearing and disappearing while he slammed Aquino, Rias could not help but begin to fondle her breasts and finger her own pussy in tune with James' rhythm. On. That's right, James. Fuck her. Hearing Rias, James glanced at her momentarily and smiled. Then, he returned his concentration to Aquino. After another 10 minutes of moaning like a banshee and losing count of how many orgasms she had had over that brief period, Aquino came to a mind-shattering climax. Ah. Shit, I'm gonna come, too. Just as James was about to release his fourth load of the night, Rias sprung forward and pushed Aquino away from James. Then, she lunged face first toward James' dick with her mouth open, catching the first spurt of cum on her tongue. Then, she wrapped her lips around the head and swallowed everything that came out of it. When James' orgasm finished, Rias made sure to suck out every last drop out of him and swallowed that, too. Because Aquino had been brought to more than a few orgasms of that caliber, she had recovered just as Rias removed her lips from James' dick. Looking at Aquino with a sour expression, Aquino was even more upset when Rias returned a smile. Now, your punishment is over. Rias said with a victorious smile on her beautiful face and a bit of cum dribbling from her lips to her chin. Chapter 113, The Phoenix Mother and Daughter. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. The day after the rating game, James, Sona, and Tsubaki traveled to the underworld to attend the engagement cancellation ceremony. Contrary to what everyone thought, Riser did not make a ruckus at the ceremony. Instead, he sat in his seat the entire time with a lifeless look in his eyes. Just remembering that last attack that defeated him, Riser was completely terrified of Rias. As it turns out, Rias' final attack, Final Destruction, which she copied from Vegeta, a character from the popular Dragon Ball manga, had split the fog due to its momentum alone. With the fog parted, Riser was able to see the beam of crimson energy in its full glory. Then, he would remember the feeling of having his body destroyed slowly as his regeneration tried, and failed, to fight back. Seeing Riser's current state, Rias was indifferent. Riser had always been disrespectful to her ever since the engagement was confirmed. Sona looked at Riser with pity. Contrary to what anyone thought, Riser was one of the more talented young devils. Unfortunately, he had let that talent go to his head. James did not even acknowledge Riser's existence. Even though he was not still holding a grudge over repeatedly being referred to as a filthy half-breed, he would not console or pretend to be friendly with someone who treated him like that. If Riser took the initiative to apologize, though, he might consider it. After the cancellation of the engagement was announced, Riser left the venue immediately with his queen, Yubaluna via teleportation. The rest of the guests could only shake their heads at his lack of strength of mind. Lord Phoenix left shortly after his son, feeling that Riser had humiliated the Phoenix clan to an irreparable state. These two leaving early was expected. What James, Rias, Sona, Aino, and Tsubaki did not expect, however, was to be approached by Lady Phoenix shortly after her husband left. "Good evening, Rias, Sona. Allow me to congratulate you on your victory," Lady Phoenix said with the elegance expected of a woman in her position. Hearing that, they were all shocked. To think Lady Phoenix would congratulate Rias for breaking her engagement with her son was strange. However, before that thought could settle in, they all realized that she had not greeted James, which made them all feel a bit unhappy. However, that did not have much time to fester either. "And you must be James Alaverus," Lady Phoenix said with a smile after turning toward James. "Allow me to introduce myself, I am Lady Phoenix, Riser's mother. While watching the rating game between Rias and Riser, I heard a lot about you from Lady Gremory." Hearing that and seeing the genuine smile on Lady Phoenix's face, the group was once again surprised. James was able to recover quickly, though. Bowing politely, as would be expected of a high-class devil, James returned the greeting. "Lady Phoenix, good evening to you as well," James said with a friendly smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I can see where Riser and Ravel received their good looks from." As James finished, a gasp could be heard from nearby. On the other hand, Lady Phoenix smiled brightly before quickly covering her mouth with a hand. "My, oh my," Lady Phoenix said happily. "You're quite the sweet talker, aren't you? My mother always taught me paying compliments, as long as they are true, costs nothing," James said with a smile. "She sounds like quite the interesting woman," Lady Phoenix said with genuine interest in her tone. "If the opportunity presents itself, I'd love to meet her. I'm sure she would be willing to meet you as well," James said while smiling. "She loves meeting new people. Though, she isn't much for noble etiquette. According to her, that's the reason she never tried to raise her rank in Devil Society after being reincarnated by my father. I'll keep that in mind," Lady Phoenix said, maintaining her interested smile. "Anyway, with the pleasantries out of the way, I actually came to speak to you regarding my daughter." "Your daughter, you mean Lady Ravel?" James asked with confusion in his tone. "I have yet to meet her, what could you possibly have to talk with me about her?" "Like I said, I've heard a lot about you from Lady Gremory," Lady Phoenix said. Then, with a mischievous smile, she glanced at Rias before continuing. "She even told me about the time you were slapped by Rias." To that, Rias lowered her head and blushed furiously. Seeing that, Lady Phoenix giggled. At the same time, James smiled wryly and patted Rias' head. Sona, Aino, and Tsubaki were trying their best to not laugh aloud. Noticing that, Rias shot a glare in their direction, but they paid it no mind. Aside from that, Lady Gremory also mentioned the good influence you've been on not only Rias, but Sona's growth as well. "And I thought you could also help my daughter, Ravel, reach her full potential as well." Once again, James' group of 5 were surprised. And once again, a gasp could be heard from nearby. "I'm flattered to know that you have such a high opinion of me," James said after recovering from his shock. "However, I'm not sure if I'm as great as everyone believes me to be." Hearing that, Rias, Sona, Aino, and Tsubaki rolled their eyes. They could not believe what they were hearing out of James' mouth. His level of confidence borders on conceit, normally. So, why is he playing humble now? On top of that, James continued. I don't know if it would be appropriate for risers, Bishop, to spend so much time with me. I mean enough time that I could influence her growth. Oh, dear, you don't have to worry about that. Lady Phoenix said with her eyes lighting up at the fact that James had not outright rejected her. I will be trading one of my unused Bishop pieces to Riser in the near future. Riser's current state is quite detrimental to Ravel's growth. I see. James said while hiding the shock Lady Phoenix brought him with her last statement. The last thing that could be an issue is whether Lady Ravel is willing to train with us or not. James made that last statement after realizing that Lady Phoenix was set on having Ravel accompany him for a while. At least until they could tell if she had improved or not. I guess it would be more effective if we asked her directly, though. James said as he turned his head in the direction of the two previous gasps. Then, with a smile he continued. What do you think, Lady Ravel? With that, a short blonde girl with drill-shaped twin tails approached them with a slight blush on her face. Good evening, Lord James. Ravel said with a polite bow. Rias, Sona, it's nice to see you two again, as well. In response, Rias and Sona simply nodded. Their eyes shot open in surprise, however, when they saw James' next action. Reaching for Ravel's hand, James lifted it and gently kissed the back. I assure you, the pleasure is mine. James said with a friendly smile. Ravel's face immediately turned as red as Rias' hair. Meanwhile, the jealousy present in Rias, Sona, and Aquino's eyes was burning brightly. Especially Rias, who had just lost her virginity the night before and was feeling exceptionally clingy. However, their expressions froze when they heard James' next statement. I was very impressed when I saw you trying to stop Riser's actions that would only humiliate Riri during the rating game. James said with gratitude in his smile. Even if nothing came of it, I'm grateful that you tried to protect Riri's reputation. With that, Ravel blushed even harder. At the same time, Rias dropped her jealous expression and rushed to hug James. Sona and Aquino also lost their jealous expressions and smiled happily. At the same time, Tsubaki smiled at James with admiration. Well, he is Satanta's best friend. Tsubaki thought to herself. Of course, he'd be pretty awesome, too. He really is special, just like Lady Gremory said. Lady Phoenix thought to herself while she watched the children in front of her. He cares so much for those around him. If Ravel could enter his circle, I'm sure he would be just as caring for her well-being, as well. Ahem. Lady Phoenix coughed lightly to gain everyone's attention again. So, Ravel, what do you think about joining James, Rias, and Sona in training? Ravel looked between her mother and James with a blush still present on her face. After seeing how strong Rias and Sona had become, she was interested in training with them. However, the kiss on the hand and James' smile was making her shy. Seeing her daughter's state, Lady Phoenix thought to make a final push. On top of that, if you go to the human world, you might be able to meet the author of that manga you like. Lady Phoenix said with a smile. What was it called again? That's right, School Rumble. Hearing that, Ravel's eyes lit up. Just thinking about getting her copy signed made her excited. At the same time, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki looked at James incredulously while James just smiled awkwardly. Lady Phoenix, of course, did not miss any of these expressions. What's wrong? Lady Phoenix asked in confusion. Why do you all look like that after hearing about School Rumble? With that, James and the girls exchanged glances, then, Aquino answered the question. Well, Lady Phoenix, the thing is. Aquino said awkwardly. James is the author of that series. Hearing that, Lady Phoenix's eyes widened to a comical degree. At the same time, Ravel's expression was not much different. The only difference was that Ravel was also inhaling deeply. Noticing that, James spoke quickly. Lady Ravel, please, please, please don't scream. James said with an imploring gaze. Please don't suddenly pull out a stack of manga from nowhere, either. If you can do those two things, I promise I'll sign all your copies. Hearing that, Ravel slowly calmed herself while Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki tried to stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, Lady Phoenix looked on in confusion. She could not understand how James was so easily able to predict Ravel's actions. Her questions were answered quickly by the girls, though. Ah, James, I thought you would be 3 for 3. Rias said with a giggle. Yeah, she would have reacted just like Lady Yasaka and Asia if you hadn't stopped her. Sona said. Usually I wouldn't mind. James said exasperatedly. But in a hall full of all these nobles, who's to say that someone might not want a piece of the pie? Aquino and Tsubaki only giggled quietly, though all those involved in the conversation understood where James was coming from. At the same time, Ravel was embarrassed at how easily she was about to lose her composure. However, she had made up her mind regarding going to the human world to spend time with James and the girls. Seeing and hearing the kids in front of her, Lady Phoenix understood why James reacted like that. And her opinion of him only rose because of it. After talking for a little while longer, Lady Phoenix excused herself, allowing the young ones to talk to each other freely. And a few hours later, the banquet ended. Ravel had decided to join James, Rias, and Sona, along with their peerages in training. She would move to the human world after the trade of pieces between Lady Phoenix and Riser was completed. After the banquet was over and the venue was cleaned up, Graphia returned to the servant quarters to call it a night. As she entered her bedroom and flipped on the lights, Graphia glanced around the room as she always does. Then, she found a large envelope on her nightstand. One that had not been there when she left the room in the morning. Quickly, she closed the door behind her. Then, she made her way over to the nightstand and picked up the envelope. Inside was a thick stack of documents. Quickly skimming through the contents, Graphia found the names of devils who had been killed in action, records of their missions to the same fallen angel base James and his peerage had raided to rescue the missing Yukiana, and evidence that the devils on the council had sent them there to be killed. Now, we can finally bring the Devil Council down a peg. Graphia thought to herself as she stored the envelope and all its contents into her personal storage magic. Chapter 114, Graphia's Disappointment. Human World, Japan, Koho. The day after the ceremony, James and the other Koho Academy students returned to school. Even though James, Sona, and Tsubaki were absent yesterday and the Occult Research Club had been absent for the last 2 days, no one seemed to notice. Well, with the exception of Mio and Maria. I wonder what those devils were doing for the last couple of days. Mio asked while having her lunch on the roof of the new school building. I don't know. Maria said after swallowing a piece of chicken. But it was probably something important. How can you be so sure? Mio asked skeptically. They're devils, right? Why wouldn't they just be skipping school? Because only the kings and queens were absent yesterday. Maria explained patiently. Kings? Queens? Mio asked with confusion in her tone. That's right. Maria said with a nod. Then, she explained the evil peace system and rating games to Mio. So, that means it will be hard to have children in the future? Mio asked innocently. Hearing that, Maria adopted a lecherous smile. Oh, Mio, do you want to make children? Maria asked with a perverted smile. I do, in the future. Mio said, not understanding that Maria was trying to tease her. Realizing that Mio had not been affected by her perverted joke, Maria's shoulders sagged. Then, a moment later she was back to normal, with her normal smile back on her face. Anyway, why haven't those devils come to talk to us about our situation? Mio asked with a frown. Do they not care why we're here in their town? Actually, we have been investigating your situation before deciding how to approach you. A male voice said from behind them. Hearing that voice, both Mio and Maria jumped away from the bench they were sitting on. Taking their stances for battle, they both turned around to see who it was that was speaking to them. And when they did, they saw James, the captain of the club they joined, standing on the railing surrounding the roof. Oh, good reaction time. James said with a smile while lightly clapping his hands. Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is James Alaverus. I am currently serving as the guard for Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Well, I guess you got your wish, Mio. Maria said while dropping her fighting stance. Humph. It certainly took long enough. Mio said in a huff. James only smiled at their reactions. Then he spoke once again. There's really no point in being on guard against us. James said with a chuckle. Mio and Maria were both surprised. Although they could see James in front of them, his voice came from behind them. Before they could turn around, however, James' figure standing on the railing began to fade. Then, they turned around and saw James walking away from them toward the door leading back into the school building. If we wanted to do anything to the two of you, there is nothing either of you could do about it. James said while walking. Now, I think we need to talk. After today's club activities, why don't you two come over to my house? Riri and Sona will both be there, too. We'll discuss what we know about you and what you want from us. As James finished speaking, he pulled the door open and walked through it. Once James was gone, Mio and Maria released their tension. He's really fast. Maria said while shaking her head to rid herself of the fear she felt after James appeared behind them twice. He didn't have to scare us like that. Mio said while pouting with a slight blush on her face. Oh. What do I spy with my little eye? Maria said with a smile in a sing-song tone. My instincts as a succubus are telling me that someone has a little crush on the captain. Turning red immediately because of Maria's statement, Mio turned and glared at her fiercely. Then, she grabbed and pulled Maria's cheek strongly. "Shut up!" Mio exclaimed in embarrassment. "If you mention that again, I'll kill you 100 times." Even with her face being stretched by the embarrassed Mio, Maria continued to laugh happily. Maria was glad the two of them decided to come to Kuo. When her foster parents were killed, Mio became very defensive and hid her emotions behind a wall of irritation. Basically, she became a tsundere. However, ever since she started going to the MMA club after school, her emotions would show more often. Especially after being treated kindly by James and his peerage in the club. On top of that, James was quite attentive to the rest of the members of the club as well. Even though they were all only normal humans. "I guess we're gonna be getting home late tonight," Maria thought to herself while Mio continued to stretch her cheeks due to her embarrassment. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. At the same time, sitting in his office, Scathach was once again fighting with his worst enemy, paperwork. Around the same time that James opened the door to enter the school building, there was a knock on the door of Scathach's office. "Knock knock knock." "Enter," Scathach said without raising his head from the document he was reading. Upon receiving permission, the door to the office was pushed open. Through the now open door, Grafia entered with a stack of documents. Then, she quietly closed the door behind her. "Lord Lucifer, I have collected some evidence of the Council's wrongdoings regarding the young devils who were killed in Alaska," Grafia said as she approached Scathach's desk. Hearing that, Scathach put down the document he was reading and raised his head in surprise. "Grafia, how many times do I have to tell you, don't be so formal when we're alone?" "Wait. What did you say?" "How?" Scathach asked with a frown on his face. "You didn't sneak into the council office or the homes of the council members, did you?" "Of course not," Grafia replied calmly. "I used one of my contacts to collect as much information as they could. And you don't need to worry, there is no evidence that we worked together at all. I should know that you would never do anything that is reckless," Scathach said while shaking his head. "I know that you already know that another civil war could start if you were ever to be caught. Shouldn't he be more concerned about my safety than a damn civil war?" Grafia thought to herself with a bit of discontent. Her face did not show any of the changes in her emotions, however. "Either way, I really think you should read this," Grafia said as she extended the documents toward Scathach. In response, Scathach took the stack of documents and began to skim through them. However, after a few moments, Scathach's expression became more serious. Over time a frown even appeared on his face. And as time went on, the frown deepened. Seeing the change in expression, Grafia was relieved. Slam. After reading the last page of the document, Scathach pounded his fist into the desk. Due to his emotions, his power of destruction activated as well. Because of that, a fist-shaped imprint appeared on the surface of the desk when Scathach raised his hand again. There were no burn marks, or any indication of damage being dealt to the desk, though. Instead, it was more like that part of the desk was never there to begin with. To think the council would use their authority like this. Scathach growled angrily. How could they send this many young devils to their deaths? On top of that, there's even proof about the real reason Kokabiel was assassinated. Seeing the genuine anger in Scathach's expression, Grafia could agree fully. Last night before going to bed, Grafia had also read those documents and was equally as outraged. However, she was thoroughly flabbergasted by Scathach's next action. With the entire stack of documents in one hand, Scathach let his power of destruction flow into the papers. Grafia's expression turned into one of disbelief when she saw that. "Why did you do that?" Grafia asked with confusion. "Why would you destroy all that evidence?" Grafia, this evidence can never see the light of day," Scathach said in a tired tone. "If it did, the public would not only lose faith in the council, but they would also lose faith in the four great Satans for allowing things like this to happen under our watch." "Are you serious?" Grafia thought to herself as she looked into Scathach's eyes. "This would completely turn the commoners against all the devil nobility," Scathach said as his expression turned back to normal. "We as a species cannot handle a civil war on that scale, you understand, right?" Grafia might have believed what Scathach had to say if she had not known him for the past 500 or so years. Unfortunately, she had seen the deeply hidden disdain in his eyes when he raised his head in anger. She knew that his anger toward the actions of the Devil Council was not faked. But his pride was preventing him from acting upon it. Of course the sin that he represents would have to be pride. Grafia said to herself. Unless he finds the evidence himself, he refuses to act on it. Grafia's assessment was not completely correct, however. The fact that he was not the one who found or ordered people to find the evidence is not the issue. Instead, the fact that the public would not revere him and the other great Satans like they do now is the real issue. His pride would not allow him to be anything less than the most revered devil among his people. Either way, even if Graphia knew the real reason Scathach refused to act, Graphia would still be feeling the exact same emotion. Disappointment. Luckily, she had made a copy of the evidence before handing it over to Scathach. You can never be too careful, after all. I see. Graphia said without changing her expression. Then, she bowed her head politely. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Today is my day off, after all. Enjoy the rest of your day off. Scathach said with a smile while returning to the mountain of paperwork on his desk. With that, Graphia exited the office quietly and returned to the Gremory estate. After returning, she returned to her room and changed into more casual clothing. After that, she made her way to the lounge in the estate. To her surprise, Venelana was standing behind the bar, mixing a drink. Oh, my. Venelana exclaimed when she saw Graphia enter the lounge. It's quite rare to see you here. Is everything all right? If there is anything bothering you, you know you can always talk to me. Without replying, Graphia moved toward the bar and took a seat in front of Venelana. Resting her elbows on top of the bar, Graphia cupped her face with her hands. Can I have a drink? Graphia mumbled behind her hands. A strong one. Understanding that the issue was more severe than she expected from Graphia's tone and body language, Venelana made a Long Island iced tea. When she was done, she placed it on a coaster in front of Graphia. Seeing that her drink was ready, Graphia lowered her hands and grabbed the glass. Then, she took several gulps all at once. Placing the glass back onto the coaster, Graphia exhaled a sigh and made eye contact with Venelana, who was showing clear concern in her expression. Did my son do something stupid again? Graphia asked as she leaned over the bar. Seeing this sight, Graphia could not help but smile. As Venelana was not what one would call tall, Graphia knew that she was standing on a platform while behind the bar. Otherwise, she would never be able to lean over the bar like she is right now. She was still able to answer the question, though. Sigh unfortunately, yes. Graphia said before emptying her glass. His pride is getting in the way of doing what's best for the underworld. Why don't you tell me about it? Venelana said while preparing another drink for Graphia. Without hesitation, Graphia told Venelana about how James found out about the council sending young devils to their deaths, how she commissioned someone to find proof, how she found the evidence in her bedroom last night, how she handed it to Scathach's reaction to it, and what he decided to do about it. Sigh that's why a lot of people say that pride is the worst of the 7 deadly sins. Venelana said exasperatedly. He refuses to act because he's not responsible for getting the intel. Graphia said angrily. Unfortunately, your insight into Scathach's mind is wrong this time, Graphia. Venelana said while shaking her head slowly. His pride won't allow him to not be revered, that's the real reason he decided to not act. Hearing that, Graphia was shocked into silence. Venelana did not speak, either. Then, after another few moments of silence, Venelana spoke once again. Don't worry, we'll do something about this. Venelana said seriously. In response, Graphia nodded. Then, she picked up her drink and finished the whole thing in one go. After she placed the glass down, she spoke once again. How disappointing. Chapter 115, Results of the Investigation. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After school, all the devils attending Kuo Academy attended their blub activities just like they usually would. And after their club activities ended, they all left the school as usual. However, unlike usual, they were all headed in the same direction. As James had told them during the lunch break, Mio and Maria followed him toward his house. With so many people, let alone devils, they were unfamiliar with, it would be an understatement to say they were a bit nervous. Admittedly, it was nice that the people around them were not pushy about making them engage in conversation. We're almost there. Rias said to Mio while sneaking curious glances. Mio was a bit annoyed by the girl that looked remarkably similar to her. Why does this girl keep looking at me like that? Mio thought to herself. If she doesn't stop, I'll kill her 100 times. At the same time, Maria could tell that her sister was getting annoyed. Calm down, Mio. Maria whispered into Mio's ear. I'm sure she's just curious because the two of you look alike. Although she did not want to admit it, Mio was also curious about the similarities in both her and Rias' looks. However, she was too on guard to say anything about it. Even so, the curious glances were getting annoying. Just when she was about to lose her temper, James patted Rias on the head and spoke. Rias, you need to take it easy. James said with a smile. I can tell she's talented too, but if you act like that, you're going to scare her away. Immediately, Rias blushed and looked away from Mio. Seeing that, Mio and Maria were surprised. I guess she's interested in having you in her peerage. Maria said blankly. Well, at least she's got good eyes. Mio said haughtily. This time, everyone other than Mio was stunned into silence. After that little interlude, the group arrived at James' house. After entering, James, Rias, and Sona led Mio and Maria into James' art studio. Looking around the room, Mio and Maria were surprised. "What is this room?" Mio asked curiously as she glanced at the art tools in the studio. "There's so much manga," Maria said excitedly as she bounced in place. Seeing their reactions, James smiled proudly. Rias and Sona also smiled, amused by the younger girl's reactions. "This is my manga studio," James said with a smile on his face. Then, he pointed to a shelf and continued. "Those are the manga I've produced." Curiously, Mio and Maria's gazes followed James' finger. When they laid their eyes on the shelf, both their eyes opened wide. "OMG!" Maria exclaimed in surprise. "Are you telling me?" Mio was unable to finish her question due to her surprise. "Yup, Bleach, School Rumble, Soul Eater, Naruto, etc., etc. were all drawn by James," Rias said proudly. "Why are you talking like you're the one that drew them?" Sona asked as she adjusted her glasses. Then, she turned her attention to Mio and Maria, then she said. "If I remember correctly, he was only 11 when he started drawing Bleach, right?" "Yup, I started right after I recruited Mizor," James said with a smile. "That feels like it happened a lifetime ago." Mio and Maria were flabbergasted. To think someone that young could draw something so popular. "Anyway, I think it's time for us to get down to business," James said as his expression changed from a happy smile to a serious one. "I'm sure you're wondering why we invited you here, right?" In response, Mio and Maria's expressions also turned serious and they nodded. Then, James offered everyone a seat. Once they were all seated, James was once again the first to speak. "First, I'll start by telling the two of you what I know about you, if that's fine with you," James asked, which Mio and Maria nodded to in response. "First, we know that the two of you are half-sisters with the same biological father. His name was Wilbur, an exiled member of the Gremory clan." "Wait, what?" Rias interrupted loudly. "An exiled member of my clan? I've never heard anything about that before." Not only Rias, but Sona, Mio, and Maria were also stunned into silence. "How did you figure that out?" Sona asked while adjusting her glasses. "I asked Uncle Zeoticus," James said with a shrug. "I thought the resemblance was too uncanny, so I took a picture of Mio and showed it to Uncle Zeoticus and asked him about it." "So, does that mean we're cousins?" Rias asked while pointing a finger at Mio and Maria. "That's right," James said with a nod. "Actually, you should have another missing aunt as well." Rias was dumbfounded. She had just found out that she had a long-lost aunt and uncle. Not to mention 2 younger cousins. There might possibly be even more family she had no idea about if her aunt had children, too. "Anyway, I think it's about time we got back to business," James said while making eye contact with Rias, Mio, and Maria briefly. "If you want to, you can ask Uncle Zeoticus about it later." Coming back from their stupor, everyone focused on James again. "Maria, your mother, Sheila, is still alive," James said calmly. "Or at least, we suspect her to be." "What?" Maria shouted as she stood to her feet. "Mio and I saw her body." "How can this be?" "During our investigation, we found that the body belonging to Sheila was a fake," James said with a smile. "From what Uncle Zeoticus told me, Wilbur was quite skilled in creating homunculi. If I had to guess, Wilbur prepared that long ago. He was probably anticipating the attack. The fact that he sent you to find Mio is proof enough, I think." Hearing that, Maria simply burst into tears. Mio allowed a small smile to sneak onto her face, happy for her younger half-sister. "It's nice to see a smile on your face, Mio," James said with a smile. "Every time I've seen you before, you've either had an indifferent expression on your face or a scowl. Seeing the smile is refreshing." Mio's face turned crimson like her hair because of James' compliment. However, she also managed to scowl at the same time. Then, in embarrassment she shouted at James. "Shut up," Mio said uneasily. "If you say something like that again, I'll kill you 100 times. I think I've heard that 100 times, by now," James said with a laugh. Mio's blush deepened at James' teasing. Because of that, Rias and Sona could only smile wryly. They knew that James would never miss an opportunity to tease Mio if she continued to act like that. Even Maria was able to stop crying because of the laughter that bubbled up from seeing Mio's embarrassed face. Noticing that everyone was laughing at her, Mio's embarrassment turned into anger. With her emotions starting to go out of control, her magic power began to leak. Because of that, Maria felt alarmed. She could feel her body growing heavier. "Mio, you have to calm down," Maria exclaimed. At the same time, James, Rias, and Sona just looked at Mio, who had lost control of her demonic energy. That clinches it, James said with a smile. Indeed. Sona agreed with a nod. To think there would be someone in my generation who received the Gremry bloodline ability. Rias said curiously. Seeing how calmly the three devils in front of them were able to shrug off the increased gravity caused by Mio's loss of control, Maria opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Then, James walked toward Mio. Maria was terrified that James would see Mio as a threat and attack. However, once James was close enough, he did something neither Mio nor Maria were expecting. He wrapped his arms around her gently and spoke to her in a soothing tone of voice. I know the last half year or so has been hard for you, Mio. James said gently. I'm not asking you to trust us immediately. But if you allow us to, we'll keep you safe. Because no matter what, you're family to us now. Family? Mio asked unsurely. My family is dead. I know. James continued with his soothing tone. We have no intention of trying to replace them. But we do intend to give you a new place to belong. If you want it, of course. After hearing what James had to say and feeling the warmth of his embrace, Mio began to tremble. Then, she gripped James' shirt. Closing her eyes, she rested her forehead against James' chest and began to cry silently. Not only will we give you a place to belong, but we'll also make sure you can control these abilities you're just finding yourself with, too. James said as he noticed the increased gravity was fading. Then, he looked toward Maria as well. You're included in that as well, Maria. Like I said, regardless of anything else, you're part of the family now. I don't understand. Mio said, speaking before Maria could respond. Why do you make it sound like you're part of the Gremry clan? Well. James said with a smile. He's my man. Rias shouted excitedly. You mean you're his woman? Sona said dismissively. What's the difference? Rias asked angrily. Because you're not his only woman. Sona said with a smirk. I know that. Rias shouted angrily. Hearing the childish argument of the two pillar house heiresses, Mio and Maria were shocked. Shouldn't the heiresses of a pillar house be? I don't know. More elegant? Maria asked with her eyes wide open. Pillar house? Mio asked in confusion. Don't worry about that for now. James said as he began to pat Mio's head. We'll make sure you get all the knowledge about Devil Society that you will need. Mio nodded in response. A moment later, she realized that James was hugging her and patting her head. Even though she enjoyed the feeling, embarrassment flooded her mind. Then, she pushed him away and shouted at the top of her lungs. Get away from me. Mio shouted as she pushed James away with a red face. If you do something like that again, without my permission, I'll kill you 100 times. In response, James only smiled mischievously. Then, he leaned close to Mio and asked. So, I have to get your permission, huh? James asked with a smile. So, is it okay if I hug you again? With James asking so straightforwardly, Mio did not know what to say. Instead, her blush extended down her neck. Then, James turned toward Maria and asked a question. Do you want a hug, too? James asked with a smile. Noticing the mischief in James' eyes, Maria smiled. Then, she jumped into James' arms happily. So warm. Maria said as if she was melting. After that, Maria sneakily looked at Mio. When she did, Mio was pouting and looking at Maria with jealousy. James also noticed Mio's expression. Simultaneously, James and Maria sprouted teasing smiles upon seeing her jealous pout. There's another one like James and Auntie Leona. Ria said while placing her hand on her forehead. Yeah, it looks like things are going to be much more interesting from now on. Sona said tiredly. On top of that, Maria is a succubus. Oh, joy. Ria said while dropping her shoulders. That means the sexual jokes and innuendo will be out of control as well. And for the next few minutes, James and Maria worked together to tease Mio. They decided to stop when it seemed like Mio was about to lose her temper for real. Eventually, James got back to the topic. Mio, Maria. James addressed the younger girls in front of him solemnly. Even though you are children of a member of the Gremry clan, unfortunately you can't be granted high-class status. Why not? Mio asked, still a bit upset at James and Maria's teasing. Because father was exiled, right? Maria asked. Though it was more of a statement than a question. Correct. Sona replied. When Wilbur was exiled, although he did not lose his standing as a high-class devil, his offspring would no longer gain his status through inheritance. Right. James agreed with a nod. Then, he looked at Mio directly. And things will be even harder for you, Mio. For me. Why? Mio asked in confusion. Because you're a half-devil. James said with a frown. Those bigoted highborn fossils on the council will make things hard for you every step of the way. Mio was surprised by the angry frown James was wearing. Because of that, she asked a simple question. What's wrong? Mio asked curiously. I told you this before, Mio. Maria said after grasping Mio's hand. James is a high-class devil, right? Yeah, but what's that got to do? Mio asked, still confused. James is also a half-devil. Maria said while squeezing Mio's hand a bit tighter. I can only imagine what he had to go through to climb that high this quickly. You wouldn't be able to imagine it at all if you knew that he wasn't even 15 when he was promoted to high class. Rias said proudly. What? Maria exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? He made a deal with the Queen of Scathach, to train a quota of young devils for a month every year. Sona said while shrugging her shoulders. Scathach? Isn't she just a myth? Maria asked, her shock growing by the moment. Nope. James replied with a shrug. The many holes I've had punched into my body are proof enough that she's as real as can be. Oh, yeah, James is also her disciple. Rias said it as an afterthought. So is one of his knights. Are you serious? Maria asked with her eyes wide open. Who is this Scathach person? Mio asked with a pout, unhappy about being out of the loop. Scathach is the greatest trainer of heroes in history. Maria exclaimed excitedly. According to legend, she's also an immortal witch, a warrior queen, and the queen of the land of shadows of Celtic lore. And for the next few minutes, Maria went on to excitedly tell Mio everything she knew about Scathach. Eventually, James had to step in. We've got one more topic to discuss. James said with a wry smile while looking at the young succubus who was fangirling over the god slayer. I'd suggest the two of you joined Rias' peerage. Why not yours? Mio asked in discontent. Because I don't have the free pieces. James answered casually. I only have one piece left, and it's my queen. And not to be rude, but neither of you are exactly queen material. What is that supposed to mean? Mio asked angrily. That's exactly what I mean. James replied just as casually as before. A queen is the second in command of a peerage. Not to mention the king's closest confidant. I guess you're right. Maria said with a nod of agreement. We don't have the experience needed to be James' Knee's queen. And in Mio's case, she doesn't have the knowledge either. James Knee. Why are you calling him? Wait. Are you calling me dumb? Mio asked, her irritation growing further. Calm down, Mio. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. It's true that you don't have the knowledge necessary to be a queen. You couldn't possibly have the required knowledge. You've only known about the supernatural for 6 months or so, right? Hearing Sona's explanation, Mio froze. Then, she realized that what she said was true. But why do you suggest we join Rias's peerage? Maria asked. Because I've used both of my bishops already. Sona replied calmly. Although I could make Mio a pawn, a bishop would be the most suitable for her. And it just so happens that I have both a bishop and a rook, which would be perfect for you, Maria. Rias continued from where Sona left off. I see. Maria said with a nod of her head. The most important reason I suggested you join a peerage is that the ones we suspect are responsible for attacking your families will have to give up on attacking you, for a while at least. James said with a smile. You would officially be part of the Gremory clan, after all. That makes sense. Mio said. It does, but can we have some time to think it over? Maria asked. Of course, but I wouldn't take too long. James said with a smile. You never know what could happen. Chapter 116, Visitors and Intruders in Kokabiel. Human world, Japan, Kokabiel. A few weeks passed in the blink of an eye after Mio and Maria were told about who their father was. Since then, not much has happened at or after school. Tonight, however, would put an end to the uneventful days. After school, Issei headed back to his house like any other day. Unfortunately, Asia was spending the night at Rias' house for a girls' night. However, when Issei approached the front door, he was able to feel the presence of holy power. Remembering what the psycho priest, Fried Selzen, had done to a family a lot like his in the past, Issei flung the door open with his shadow claws equipped. Mom, I'm home. Issei shouted loud enough to be heard from anywhere in the house. Oh, I see. Issei's mother replied. Hurry into the living room, we have guests. Hearing that his mother seemed to be fine, Issei breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not lower his guard in the slightest. Dispelling his sacred gear, for the moment, Aazel removed his shoes and walked cautiously toward the living room. When he arrived, the first thing he noticed was that his mother was talking to two beautiful girls who looked to be around his age, both wearing white robes. The first, a beautiful girl with long chestnut brown hair styled into twin tails, held together with blue scrunchies, violet eyes, and a curvy figure. The second, an equally curvaceous girl with chin-length blue hair, a green dyed bang on her right side, and brown eyes. Damn, these girls are hot. Aazel thought to himself while scanning the girls' bodies perversely. "I.S.E., it's been a long time," the brown-haired girl said with a smile. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl maintained an impassive expression, merely examining Aazel's threat level. I guess." Aazel responded bashfully. "A long time." Aazel thought to himself. "I don't remember ever seeing this girl. I would never forget such a hottie if I had seen her." Realizing that her son did not recognize her, Aazel's mother, Hayata Mickey, decided to give him a helping hand. "Irina has really grown up since the last time she came to visit, hasn't she, Aazel?" Mickey said with a nostalgic smile. "Say what?" Aazel exclaimed in surprise. "Are you that Irina? But I thought Irina was a boy." "Well. Haha." The brown-haired girl, Irina, chuckled embarrassedly. "I was a bit of a tomboy when I was a kid." Seeing that everything was going well, Mickey decided to leave the kids alone and prepare dinner. "Well, Aazel, I'll go into the kitchen to make dinner," Mickey said as she stood from the sofa. "Why don't you keep these girls company in the meantime?" Sure thing, Mom," Aazel said while scratching the back of his head. "Actually, there's no need," the blue-haired girl said nonchalantly. "We need to leave soon, anyway. We still have work to do." "Yeah, we can't stay for much longer," Irina said with a smile. "We only stopped by because I wanted to see my childhood friend." "That's too bad," Mickey said disappointedly. "Well, you're always welcome to come back. Aazel, when they are ready to leave, make sure you walk them to the door." "Okay, Mom," Aazel said, still a bit uneasy from the holy power he was feeling from Irina and the blue-haired girl. Once Mickey left the living room and entered the kitchen, Aazel turned his wary gaze toward the girls again. "You don't have to worry, Ise," Irina said with that same cheerful smile on her face. "We would never do anything to Aunt Mickey. But I must say, I'm quite disappointed that you gave away your humanity, though. To think my childhood friend would fall to the path of evil. Dear Lord, please offer this wayward lamb salvation, amen. Damn it, I'm never gonna get used to this feeling." Aazel thought as he felt a massive headache. As it turns out, sincere prayer in a devil's vicinity will cause them harm depending on the strength of the two parties involved. Luckily, Aazel was about Irina's equal in strength. "Well, as long as you don't plan on hurting my mother, I don't really care," Aazel said while shaking his head to rid himself of the headache. Seeing Aazel's reaction, the green-haired girl raised an eyebrow. Admittedly, she was surprised that Aazel could simply shrug off the effects of Irina's prayer. "Anyway, how is Uncle Tuji?" Aazel asked with genuine concern in his tone. "He's good," Irina answered energetically. "He's been promoted several times since we moved to England." "That's good, I'm glad everything is going well for him," Aazel said with a happy smile. "Yup," Irina replied with a happy smile as she nodded. "Well, I think it's time we head out, Irina," the blue-haired girl said calmly, interrupting the conversation between the childhood friends. "Hayata Aazel, please inform your superiors that we wish to meet with them tomorrow afternoon." Hearing that, Aazel looked at the blue-haired girl warily. But before he could speak, Irina spoke first. Zenobia, do we have to go so soon?" Irina asked with a pout. "Do you really want to stay in the presence of a devil so badly?" The blue-haired girl, Zenobia, asked while glancing at Irina from the corner of her eye. "Have you betrayed your faith?" Hearing that, Irina froze. Then, she looked at Aazel apologetically. It's really a shame, Ise," Irina said with a sad smile. "It's such a shame that you've walked away from God's light." Once again, Aazel experienced pain. However, he did not pay too much attention to it and simply stared at the girls in front of him. "I'll inform my king of your arrival and intention to meet," Aazel said dryly. "Thank you," Zenobia said calmly. "Let's go, Irina." "Okay," Irina said energetically. "Don't worry, Ise, one day I'll bring you back into God's embrace." Yeah, whatever," Aazel said while frowning due to the damage the biblical God's name inflicts on devils. "See you tomorrow, Ise," Irina said happily. As Irina and Zenobia walked out of the living room, Aazel followed them toward the front door. After putting on their shoes, the girls left his house without speaking or looking back. Then, after they were a distance away, Issei closed the door and walked back into the house. "Hey, Mom!" Issei shouted as he made his way toward the stairs. "Irina and her friend left, I'm going up to my room and changing out of my uniform." "Okay, dinner will be ready soon," Mickey replied from the kitchen. Then, Issei made his way up the stairs and entered his room shortly after. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Issei picked up his phone and called Rias. A few moments later, Rias answered the call. "Hello," Rias said from the phone. "Bucho, did you know there are 2 people leaking holy power in the town?" Issei asked with concern. "I did," Rias replied casually. "Except, there are 4 people leaking holy energy in the town. 2 of them sneaked in, though." "There are 4 of them?" Issei asked in surprise. "That's right," Rias replied. "But how did you find out about them?" "Well, 2 of them were at my house when I got home," Issei said awkwardly. "What?" Rias exclaimed in panic. "Are you okay? Was there a fight? Are you injured?" Hearing the concern in Rias' voice, Issei felt a warm fuzzy feeling in his chest. "Even though those boobs aren't mine, it feels nice to have someone worry about me," Issei thought to himself with a smile. "Don't worry, Bucho," Issei said with a smile. "Well, you see, one of them happens to be my childhood friend." "So, they were actually just coming to visit." "A childhood friend, huh?" Rias said in a contemplative tone. "I guess that means you know someone affiliated with the church." "Yeah, her dad was a priest, or something," Issei replied while scratching his head. "I see. Dinner is ready." Mickey's shout could be heard from downstairs. "Okay, Mom. I'll be right down," Issei shouted back after moving the phone away from his mouth. Then, after placing the phone against his ear again, Issei continued to speak with Rias. "Sorry, Bucho, my mom is calling me for dinner. So, I have to go." "It's fine, Issei," Rias replied nonchalantly. "Have a good night, bye." "Oh, Bucho, there's one more thing," Issei said quickly as he remembered what Zenobia asked of him. "Oh, what is it?" Rias asked curiously, while hoping it was not something perverted. "One of the girls with holy power asked me to tell you that they would come to see you after school tomorrow," Issei said in a serious tone. "Okay, thanks Issei," Rias replied seriously. "I'll talk to Sona and James about the meeting. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Bucho," Issei said before ending the call. Meanwhile, in Rias' mansion, Rias had just put her phone down. Then, she created a small magic circle on her palm and held it up to her ear. "Aquino, I need you to contact Sona and James," Rias said, speaking into the magic circle. "Inform them that I need to speak to both of them as soon as possible." "Understood," Aquino replied, then quickly followed her, King's instructions. Shortly after that, Rias met with James and Sona. Naturally, Aquino and Tsubaki accompanied their kings, as a queen would be expected to. *I** every time we meet like this, it feels weird that you're always alone, Rias said with a wry smile. "Indeed," Sona said while nodding in agreement. "Are you ever going to get a queen? You know recruiting a queen is serious business, right?" James said with a smile while shaking his head. "Anyway, we're not here to discuss my lack of a queen, right? We're here to talk about the meeting with the girls from the church." I know," Rias replied, "but it's still a bit awkward." James could only shrug his shoulders at Rias' complaint. "Anyway, those girls aren't the only ones in the town," James said seriously. "There are 2, decidedly more dangerous, holy power wielders hiding in the town right now. Do you know who they are?" Sona asked while adjusting her glasses. "Or how long have they been here?" "They've been here since the day we went to the underworld after the raiding game," James said solemnly. "And I don't think it was a coincidence they chose that day to infiltrate into the town." "So, you think someone knew our scheduled movements?" Sona asked uncomfortably. "That would mean." "Take it easy, Sona," James said while waving his hand dismissively. "I think it's more likely that someone at the banquet leaked it. I trust all the members of our peerages." "Are you suggesting there are traitors among the devil nobility?" Rias said with a frown. "That would be a huge security leak if it were true. That's not what we should be focusing on right now," Sona said as she made eye contact with her 2 childhood friends. "James, do you know who the intruders are?" "Dante has been shadowing one of them," James said with a wry smile. "The psycho priest from last time, Fried Selzen. That homicidal maniac, again," Rias said with disgust. And who's the second one? Not sure yet. James said while shaking his head. We know it's an old man, but we haven't been able to find out his identity, yet. And, of course, we can't figure out his motives until we know his identity. Sona said unhappily. Asterisk sigh asterisk that's right. James said with a sigh. But you don't need to worry, I've got ladies staking out their hideout. I guess that's all we can do for NW. Rias said with a shrug. Then, her attention shifted to Sona. We got off topic again. What are we gonna do about the meeting tomorrow after school? I think we should have the meeting in the ORC club room. Sona said after a moment of contemplation. That way we can keep our visitors' interactions with normal students to a minimum. That makes sense. Rias said with a nod. Then, she shifted her attention to James. James, can you inform them of the time and place? Sure, I'll get Mocha to deliver a message with one of her bats. James said nonchalantly. Then, his expression turned serious. But there is something I want to say about this meeting. Seeing the change in James' expression, Rias, Sona, Aino, and Tsubaki also switched to a more serious expression. What's wrong, James? Sona asked. There's a good chance those two girls will recognize Asia. James replied. Be prepared to keep your peerage on a short leash, Riri. Make sure that they know I will handle any issues that arise. Hearing how serious James' tone was, Rias only nodded. At the same time, Rias, Sona, and Aino blushed slightly due to the dominant aura James was exuding. Then, for the next hour, the three kings discussed as many possible scenarios that could happen tomorrow afternoon as they could think of. Chapter 117, Irina and Zenobia. Human World, Japan, Koho. The next day, after school, James, Sona, and Tsubaki were seated in the Occult Research Club's club room with Rias and her peerage. The rest of James' peerage was tending to the MMA club, while Sona's was doing the same with the student council. In preparation for the meeting with the church representatives, everyone was talking about what could happen while they were here. Kiba, you're gonna be able to keep your shit together, right? James asked while making eye contact with Yuto. Yes, James-senpai. Yuto said with a frown. I know I shouldn't direct my anger at the swords. But I still don't like them. As long as you don't lose it. James said with a smile. Because if you do, I'll be putting you through a bout of hell mode training. Hearing that, not only Yuto but Issei also shuddered. They've both experienced James' hell mode training in the past, and if they were being honest, they never wanted to experience it again. Although, they were unable to deny the progress it brought to their strength. Aino, what does James mean by that? Asia asked Aino, who was seated not far away. Are you asking about Yuto-kun losing it or the hell mode training? Aino asked with a smile. Both, I guess. Asia replied with a slight blush. Well, when it comes to the hell mode training, I'm not completely sure. Aino said while placing her right index finger against her cheek. All I know is that it's an extremely intense training regimen. But I think you should ask Issei-kun, he's gone through it a few times over the last year. Really? Asia asked with stars in her eyes. Is that why Issei is so strong? You could put it that way. Aino said with an awkward smile. I bet Issei would rather be weak if it meant he never had to go through the torture James calls training. Aino thought to herself as she shivered slightly at the thought of Issei's training in the past. Anyway, as for the thing with Yuto-kun, that's not my business to tell. Aino said with a smile. When he's comfortable enough with you, I'm sure he'll tell you about his past. Hearing that, Asia could only nod as she glanced at Yuto. So, I'll be leaving the negotiations with the church duo to you too. James said as he glanced at Rias and Sona. I'm just a guard, so don't expect me to do anything. We already know that. Rias said with a pout. Oh, I thought you were gonna order me to handle the negotiations like that one time. James said with a mischievous smile. James' teasing caused Rias to turn her head away and pout. However, when she turned her head she made eye contact with Aino, who was also smiling at her mischievously. When are you two going to let that go? Rias asked with a blush while still pouting. When it stops being funny. James and Aino replied simultaneously. Seeing the way James and Aino were bullying Rias, Sona tried to hide a smile. Tsubaki's expression also softened. Both liked seeing this harmonious atmosphere. Hearing laughter at Rias' expense was pretty fun, too. Like that, for the next few minutes everyone chatted amicably. Until James raised his head and looked toward the entrance of the old school building. They're here. James said quietly. Even though he spoke quietly, everyone was able to hear him. Because of that, all the conversation stopped. Then, Rias spoke. Aino, would you mind greeting our guests? Rias said, switching into her king mode. Of course. Aquino said, bowing slightly before exiting the club room. As Aquino made her way to pick up the church duo, the rest of the group took their designated seats for official meetings. Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, Issei, and Asia sat on chairs set up against the wall behind the sofa where Rias and Sona sat. James stood behind the sofa between the two heiresses, while Tsubaki stood behind the sofa on Sona's side. And across from the sofa Rias and Sona were sitting on was a second sofa for the guests. Between the two sofas was a coffee table with a tray of tea snacks in the middle. A few minutes later, Aquino returned with the two girls from the church, Irina and Zenobia. Upon entry, Irina and Zenobia scanned the room. When they spotted Asia, they both narrowed their eyes and Zenobia took it upon herself to speak. Former holy maiden, Asia Argento. Zenobia said with disdain. I see you've fallen so low to become a devil. I guess the title of holy maiden was misplaced. Hearing that, Asia said nothing. She only bit her lower lip and lowered her head. Have you lost your faith as well, Asia Argento? Irina asked with a serious expression replacing her usual smile. Of course not. Asia said as she raised her head. I still pray every day. If that's true, then you should allow me to purify you. Zenobia said as she reached for the large bundle on her back. Then maybe you'll be able to find a place in heaven after repenting. However, before Zenobia could pull the large bundle, which happened to be a sword as large as she is tall, she felt a hand on her shoulder. I think you're going a bit far considering the fact that you're a guest in someone else's territory, girl from the church. James said with a smile while his hand rested on Zenobia's shoulder. Even though James did not put any force into the hand resting on Zenobia's shoulder, Zenobia felt as if a mountain was pressing her down. Irina on the other hand was still looking at the group of devils in front of her. However, her eyes widened to a comical degree when she saw the image of the boy with caramel-colored skin begin to fade. Then, she turned her head when she heard the boy address Asia. Asia, why are you worrying about what these people who don't know the whole story have to say about you? James asked with a gentle smile. The church abandoned someone as pious as you, how great could they be at judging people or situations? How dare you speak ill of the Lord's followers, devil? Irina and Zenobia both shouted angrily. I'm not knocking Big G's followers. James said with a shrug. I'm mocking the organization who brings those followers together. Hearing that, Irina and Zenobia were ready to lose their tempers, however, before they could speak again, James beat them to it. I mean if you think about it, there's definitely something wrong with Asia's excommunication. James said as he removed his hand from Zenobia's shoulder. First, how did a devil get that far into the Vatican's grounds with no one being the wiser? After hearing that, Irina and Zenobia calmed down slightly. However, their anger was still present. James continued unbothered as he made his way back to his original location behind Rias and Sona. Second, there was no one there to witness Asia healing the devil, yet less than an hour after she did, all the upper echelon of the church knew about it. James said as he reached his spot behind Rias and Sona. Last, in less than a day, with no investigation, Asia was excommunicated. After hearing all three of James' points, Irina and Zenobia fell into contemplation. However, they were not given much time to think about it. You can think about that later. Rias said coldly. But if you ever intend to draw your weapons against members of my peerage unprovoked again, your life is forfeit. As she spoke, Rias released her aura, pressuring the duo from the church. Feeling the pressure, Irina and Zenobia were pulled out of their contemplations. Gritting their teeth at how outmatched they felt, they both nodded their heads, showing their understanding. Seeing that, Rias retracted her aura. Then, she spoke once again. Now, if you wouldn't mind, please have a seat. Rias said with a professional smile. I'm sure we have much to discuss. In response, Irina and Zenobia nodded in agreement and made their way to the empty sofa. As they took their seats, Aquino placed a cup of tea before each of them. Then, she took her place standing behind the sofa Rias and Sona were sitting on Rias' side. The girls from the church chose not to touch the tea. Instead, they took a few deep breaths to get into the right frame of mind. I'm sure you would like to know why we, members of the church, have come into your town. Zenobia said, beginning the conversation. But before that, I believe it would be prudent to introduce ourselves. My name is Zenobia Corda. And I'm Shidu Irina. Irina said with a smile while waving at Issei. I guess this, Irina, is the childhood friend Issei mentioned. Rias thought to herself as she listened to the introductions. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. My name is Sona Citri, heiress to the Citri house of the 72 pillar houses of the underworld. And this is the queen of my peerage, Shinra Tsubaki. As she was introduced, Tsubaki nodded in greeting while maintaining her serious expression. And I am Rias Gremory, heiress to the Gremory house of the 72 pillar houses of the underworld. This is my queen, Haimjima Aquino, and behind us are the rest of my peerage. Like Tsubaki, Akino also nodded in greeting when she was introduced. Everyone else also nodded in turn. Irina and Zenobia also nodded in understanding after all the introductions. Then, they turned their sights to James, who simply stood there with a smile. And who is he? Zenobia asked, gesturing toward James. This is. Rias said as she began to introduce James. However, she was interrupted. James Alaverus, at your service. James said with a broad smile on his face. I am the guard assigned to protect the heiresses of the pillar houses. Also, the ones you met yesterday morning when you tried to enter the town were members of my peerage. I see. Zenobia said with a nod. Well, now that introductions are out of the way, the reason we've come here is because the Excalibur fragments were stolen from 3 of the churches around the world. That doesn't tell us why you're here. Sona said calmly. Of course. Zenobia said with a nod. We followed the one who stole the fragments here. So, there are 3 stolen fragments of Excalibur in our town, Rias asked with a frown. Actually, there are 4. Irina said while raising 4 fingers on her left hand. The wielder of one of the fragments was killed by the thief and his fragment was taken as well. Hearing that, the room fell silent for a few moments. The silence was eventually broken by the sound of grinding teeth. Hearing that, everyone turned their attention to the sound source. Kiba. James said calmly. Immediately after hearing James' voice, Yuto, who was losing his cool after hearing about the stolen Excalibur fragments, took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself. After a few deep breaths, Yuto was able to calm down. Then, he looked at James and spoke. Thanks, James-senpai. Yuto said with a grateful smile. Anyway, do you have any idea who the thief is? Sona asked after turning her attention back toward Irina and Zenobia. It was Kokabiel. Zenobia said with anger. Apparently he's handed the fragments to someone else. Rias said while tapping her chin with her right index finger. How do you figure? Irina asked curiously. Because there's no way anyone that powerful could slip through our detection with no one knowing. James said with a smile. How do you think we found you two so quickly? Not that you two are any match for Kokabiel. Hearing that, Zenobia and Irina both nodded, taking no offense to the statement that they were weaker than Kokabiel. They both knew there was only one man in the church who could be compared to someone that strong. So, if they guessed correctly, you two were sent here to retrieve the stolen Excalibur fragments, right? Sona asked the two in front of her. That's right. Irina replied with a smile. And the last 2 fragments, you're carrying them. James said as he narrowed his eyes. In return, Irina and Zenobia widened their eyes in surprise. TCH. Do you think those flimsy little seals could possibly suppress the holy power that leaks out of an Excalibur fragment? James asked with disdain. Someone must really want to get rid of you too. You're practically wearing flares that always indicate your location to anyone sensitive to holy power. Hearing that, Irina and Zenovia's expressions turned ugly. Before they could retort, however, Sona spoke. James, that's enough. Sona said without changing her expression. So, we've established that you two are here to retrieve the stolen fragments of Excalibur. But why did you want to meet with us? We wanted to tell you, devils, to not interfere. Zenobia said angrily. Fine, we'll stay out of it. Rias said nonchalantly. We don't need you devils to. Huh. Zenobia, not expecting them to agree so quickly, began to explain why before she stopped with a confused expression on her face. As long as you don't cause damage to our territory, we don't care if those from the church and Grigori want to kill each other. Sona said after taking a sip of her tea. We would prefer if you did so elsewhere, though. Irina and Zenobia could only look on blankly. Then, after a few moments, they excused themselves. Are we really going to do nothing? Yuto asked while gritting his teeth. Of course not. Rias said with a smile. We're still trying to figure out who the other guy hiding in the town is. Once we know, we can put together a plan of attack. We don't want to walk into something we're not prepared for. Sona said, adding on to Rias' explanation. Even if we're stronger than our opponents, it would be dangerous if there was a trap set up for us. I see. Yuto said while nodding in understanding. Not long after that, James, Sona, and Tsubaki left the ORC club room and went on with their own business for the rest of the evening. Chapter 118, A Wild Freed appeared. Human World, Japan, Koho. Following the meeting with Irina and Zenobia, everyone went about their business like normal. At night, Rias Peerage did their jobs as devils and fulfilled wishes for humans. Tonight, because Yuto had a lot on his mind. Needing some time to think, Yuto decided to walk home, instead of teleporting, from his last job of the evening. Damn it. Yuto muttered to himself. I know that the swords weren't to blame for what happened to me and my friends, but I can't control this anger now that I know they're nearby. Yudo continued to mutter to himself while he was walking home. However, he came to a stop when he felt a familiar aura. One of the fragments is nearby, Yudo said while turning his head toward the origin point of the holy power. Without hesitation, Yudo began to sprint in the direction of the holy power. A few moments later, he caught sight of a human with white hair standing over a few teenagers with a holy sword in his hand. Is that one of the Excalibur fragments? Yudo asked himself internally while he approached. I'm not supposed to interfere with the church girl's search, but he's gonna kill those people if I don't do something. You kids have been really fucking naughty, the white-haired man said in a manic tone. Summoning devils is such a naughty thing to do. I think you need to be punished. As the white-haired man raised his sword, he came to a sudden stop. Then, he turned his blade to his right and swung down. Clang. Shatter. Using the sword in his hand, Excalibur rapidly, the white-haired man was not only able to block Yudo's sneak attack, but he shattered the demonic sword he created as well. Well. The white-haired man said while tapping his sword over his shoulder. If this isn't one of those shitty devils working under that red-headed bitch. If I were you, I wouldn't let James Senpai hear you say that. Yudo said with a solemn expression. What does it matter? The white-haired man said while holding his sword out. With this pretty little child, I'll be able to cut devil scum to shreds to my heart's content. Then, the white-haired man wrapped his arms around the sword and hugged it tenderly like a loved one. This, however, allowed Yudo to see the face of the assailant. Thanks to the slight glow from the holy sword, Yudo was able to make out the face of the psycho priest they were all warned about. Fried Selzen, so, you're back. Yudo said while creating a new sword. This time, the sword created had the attribute of holy power absorption. Holy eraser, Yudo said quietly while glancing down at his new sword. Let's see how this does against one of the Excalibur fragments. Oh. That's quite the pretty sword. Fried said as he looked at the sword with a pitch-black blade, spiky golden handguard, and a golden hilt. I think I'll add it to my collection after I cut you up. It remains to be seen who will be cut up. Yudo said as he dashed toward Fried. Nope. Fried exclaimed as he vanished from his spot. You're too slow. There's no way I won't be able to cut you up, you shitty devil. The next instant, Fried appeared behind Yudo with his sword slashing down. Before the sword connected with its target, though, Yudo also vanished from his spot. What? Fried exclaimed in confusion. How did you get away? I'm supposed to be fast now. So, that must be Excalibur rapidly. Yudo said to himself while staring at the Excalibur fragment in the psycho priest's hand. It really does make the wielder faster. As Yudo muttered to himself, Fried threw a tantrum over not being able to cut the devil in front of him. He said this sword would make it so no devil could dodge me. Fried said unhappily. I went through with that damn old man's experiment just so I could use these swords. And this is all the result I get. Experiment. To use. Holy swords. Yudo said while freezing up for an instant. It seems I can't let you go. Let me go. Fried said with a manic smile. I don't think you understand how this works, you shitty devil. You won't be leaving from here, tonight. Then, once again, Fried vanished and reappeared to Yudo's left. As he did, he was swinging his sword upward from his left to his right. In response, Yudo simply took a step back and tilted his head back slightly to completely avoid the sword strike, followed by an upward slash of his own. With his strike aimed at Fried's wrist, Yudo was trying to force the psychopath to release his sword. Even if he did not, Yudo was all right with cutting off his hand. As Yudo expected, Fried tried to jump away first. However, he realized that he would still lose his hand. So, he shifted the sword uncomfortably to block the slash. Unfortunately, he lost hold of the sword due to his unstable grip. Using the momentum created when he was still holding Excalibur rapidly, Fried flew into the distance. As Yudo was about to give chase, he heard 4 gunshots. Realizing that Fried was shooting at the 4 teens from before, who had not been able to run because of fear, Yudo gave up on chasing Fried. Instead, he dashed at his top speed to intercept the light bullets. As he did that, 2 shadows dashed past the discarded Excalibur rapidly. Then, they dashed into the darkness after Fried. Did those church girls just take advantage of my hard work? Yudo asked himself in blank amazement. Well, not that it matters to me. I only fought that psycho to protect the humans. It's a shame I couldn't capture him, though. Shaking his head at the failed capture attempt, Yudo contacted Rias and explained his encounter with Fried in detail. I see, I'm proud of you, Yudo. Rias said, her tone indicating that she was smiling. You didn't allow your thirst for revenge to take over. Instead of forsaking the humans, you let go of your revenge to save them. Hearing Rias' assessment of the situation, Yudo finally realized that he did not lose his rationality like he usually does when thoughts of revenge cross his mind. Instead, without thinking at all, he chose to save the nearby innocent people. Well, stay there for now, Rias said. I'll send Aquino to erase the humans' memories of the incident. Understood. Yudo responded absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Dante was hiding not far away from the location where Yudo and Fried's brief fight took place. He's gotten better, Dante said while watching Yudo from the branch of a tree. I really thought I would have to step in to save them. Then, Dante pulled out his phone and called James. After a few moments, James answered the call. Yo, what's up, Dante? James asked in a cheerful tone. Any news to report? Yeah, that sword kid from the Gremory peerage ran into that psycho priest, stopping him from killing 4 kids from another high school. Dante said nonchalantly. Surprisingly, I didn't have to step in to save those kids when the nut job targeted them while escaping. The sword kid gave up his pursuit on his own. That is surprising, James said in a serious tone. What makes it even more surprising is what that psychopath said during the fight. Dante said, pausing for a moment to build tension. He said the old man that snuck into the town with him experimented on him so that he would be able to use the Excalibur fragments. Oh, now that's really interesting, James said in an intrigued tone. With that information, I think I can piece together who the old man is, then. I'm probably not the only one either, Kiba probably knows as well. One last thing, those church girls followed after the priest, Dante said nonchalantly. They took the Excalibur fragment as well. Don't worry about the fragment, James said. Just monitor the chase. There's no need to step in, but if they're about to die, try to save them as long as it doesn't endanger your own life. Got it, boss, Dante said sarcastically. After that, Dante ended the call with James and moved to follow Fried once again. The rest of the night went on without incident. The next day, however, Irina and Zenobia showed up at the ORC again. And they were less than amused. You agreed to not interfere with our search, didn't you? Zenobia shouted angrily. If so, then why was one of your devils fighting with our target? Watch your tone, exorcist, Rias said unhappily. What my knight did was save 4 innocent humans from the blade of that psychotic stray exorcist. He did no such thing as interfering with your search. In fact, if it weren't for my servant, I'm sure you would have never even located him. Zenobia, she's right, Irina said, trying to calm her partner. I know that, Zenobia said unhappily. I'm just a little frustrated because we lost Fried. Either way, now that you've said what you wanted to say, is there anything else or will you be seeing yourselves out? Rias said in a dry tone. We'll be seeing ourselves out, Irina said while she pulled Zenobia away. Well, that happened, Issei said, not sure of what to make of that encounter. Just leave them be, Rias said while waving dismissively. We were asked to stay out of it, and that's what we'll do. Until something big happens, anyway. Got it, Issei said. At the same time in the MMA club, James and Flora were overseeing the training of the club members. So, what do you think those two are planning with the fragments? Flora asked. They're probably trying to find a way to fuse them, James said with a shrug. I mean, why else would they steal them all? I guess that makes sense, but why here? Flora asked in a confused tone. Now, that right there is the million-dollar question, James said with another shrug. There's no way I could know before hearing it myself. Yeah, I guess you're right, Flora said as she turned her attention to the training club members. Hey, Shimazaki, what are you doing? If you're going to half-ass it, you should just go home. Chuckling at his pawn, James found it had to believe that this would be their last year attending this school, Ko Academy. At the same time, Mio and Maria were standing off to the side of the training hall. Well, to be more precise, Maria was working a heavy bag while Mio stood nearby as they spoke to each other. Something big must have happened, Mio said as she stole glances at James. I wonder what it is. I'm not sure, Maria said while raining down blows on the heavy bag. But if it had anything to do with us, I'm sure James Nee would tell us. Yeah, I guess you're right, Mio said unhappily. I just don't like being left out of the loop. Well, if you came to a decision about joining Rias Nee's peerage, we might possibly be in the middle of this whole mess, Maria said while wiping away her sweat with a towel. I know, but it's hard to trust them, fully, Mio said with her head lowered. I know, but if they're anything like what I've heard about the Gremory house, then you don't need to worry about it, Maria said with a smile. What do you mean? Mio asked with clear confusion in her tone and expression. From what I've heard, the Gremory have the most familial love of any clan of devils in the underworld. but there's no way to know if that's true. Mio said with a frown. But if we don't do something, we have no way to find out if it's true, either. Maria said, looking at Mio with concern. Besides, we'll never know why our father was exiled from the Gremory house if we don't join Rias's peerage. In response, Mio only lowered her head and clenched her fists. More importantly than that, we'll be better protected from our father's enemies if we join them. Maria said, concern was still evident in her expression. I get it. Mio said in annoyance. We'll accept her offer after the midterms. I still need time to adjust my mindset. Good decision. Maria exclaimed as she leapt to hug Mio. No, don't try to hug me. Mio said while running away from Maria. You smell like sweat. Ah, you're making me sad, Mio. Maria said while chasing Mio around the training hall with a laugh. On the other side of the hall, James, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Sona were gathered as they watched the sisters run around. It's good that they're less tense than before. Sona said with a smile. Yeah. James replied with a smile before sighing. I hope they make their decision soon, things are starting to get crazy around here. Chapter 119, Kokabiel's True Purpose. Human World, Japan, Koho. Several days have passed since Yuto encountered Freed and the church girls recovered the Excalibur fragment. The midterm exams were right around the corner, as well. Today, a Sunday, James and Mizor were sitting in James' art studio. Mizor was waiting while James drew a sketch of the main character of his next manga. Okay, I'm done. James said while putting down his pencil. Let me see. Mizor said excitedly. Not waiting any longer, James lifted his sketch pad and turned it around. What Mizor saw was a girl wearing a sailor uniform with a very short skirt, knee-length boots, and elbow-length gloves. She had long hair styled into twin tails with ball-shaped buns at the base of each tail and a tiara covering her forehead. The uniform is cute, but why is the skirt so short? Mizor asked while scrutinizing the sketch. And what's her name? The short skirt just kinda struck me. James said with a shrug. There was no way he was revealing his memories from a past life to anyone else. And her name is Takino Usagi. Usagi? Like rabbit? Mizor asked curiously. That's right, there will be puns and running gags about it throughout the series. James replied with a smile. And what's this manga gonna be called? Mizor asked excitedly. Mizor's excitement made sense, this would be the first manga James drew with a female main character. Naturally, she was very excited about how it would go. The manga will be called Sailor Moon and the story will go something like this. James said as he began to explain the plot loosely. After about 15 minutes of questions and answers from the excited Mizor, they were interrupted when James' phone rang. Picking it up from the table next to his drawing tools, James saw that it was a call from Lady. Yo, Lady. What's going on? James asked casually. The two girls from the church ran into Freed Selzen a little while ago. Lady replied calmly. They chased him into the hideout where the old man was hiding. We're not sure what's going on exactly, but there is a strong barrier over the hideout now. Well, this doesn't sound good. James said with a slight frown. Where's Dante? He snuck inside as well. Lady replied. I don't think you need to worry, though. I doubt there is anyone powerful enough to catch him if he wants to leave. I hope you're right. James replied. I really hope my advice from last time stuck. Oh, they're coming out. Lady said as her voice rose in pitch slightly. It looks like the brown-haired girl is injured. Dante is carrying her while the blue-haired one is running with him. Is anyone follow? James began to speak, but his following words were caught in his throat. James was interrupted because as he began to speak, he felt the power of an ultimate rank being. One much stronger than Dante. Shit. That holy power is on the level of a peak 10-winged angel or fallen angel. James said with a scowl. Lady, tell Dante to head toward my house, quickly. You come too. Shit could get real. Understood. Lady replied quickly before cutting the call. Taking a moment to calm himself, James breathed deeply. James, what's wrong? Mizor asked with concern. Is everything okay? Mizor, inform the rest of the peerage. Let Rias and Sona know that we need them and their peerages to gather as fast as possible. Without questioning her orders, Mizor nodded and sprinted out of the art studio. Shortly after Mizor left, James took one more deep breath. Then, with a battle-hungry grin on his face, James spoke. Drake, this could be a lot of fun. This shouldn't be a test for you. Drake replied. If you use the balance breaker, you probably won't have to use any boosts, though. That's fine by me. James replied with the smile still present on his face. I'll be able to test my skills against someone with at least 1,000 years of experience. That's true. Drake replied with a laugh. It's too bad that whoever this guy is won't be strong enough for you to use that. Nah, we both know who that is reserved for. James replied with a shake of his head. Anyway, let's get ready. They're approaching fast. Right. Drake replied in an excited tone. Someone new to dominate. Ha ha ha. That's right. James laughed loudly as he left the art studio and waited for everyone to arrive outside of his house. As James left the house, he was accompanied by Mizor, Siyu Chulin, Tsubaki, who was hanging out with Siyu Chulin in his bedroom, Mocha, Shuna, and Cheyenne. A few moments later, Sona and the rest of her peerage met up with them. Flora arrived not long after them. And a few moments after that, Rias and her peerage showed up. Apparently, they used teleportation to pick up Issei and Asia, which would explain why they were a bit later than Sona. James, what's going on? Rias asked as soon as she arrived. James had refrained from explaining the situation to Sona and her peerage when Sona asked the same question not long ago, since he knew he would have to explain it again when Rias arrived. The church girls chased the psycho priest into a trap. James said calmly. From what Lady said, one of them was injured by it. Luckily, Dante was shadowing the priest and he was able to save them. I was expecting something like that. Sona said. But that doesn't completely explain why you gathered all of us. As Sona spoke, James was scanning the faces of those gathered. Noticing that someone was missing, James turned to Sona to ask about it. Sona, where is the new guy? What was his name again? Saji Genshiro. Sona replied. He's on his way here. Why didn't you teleport him here like Riri did with Ise and Asia? James asked curiously. Because my queen was indisposed. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Hearing that, Tsubaki, who had taken her place at her king's side after she arrived, blushed in embarrassment. However, since this emergency was so sudden, Sona had nothing else to say about the matter. Shortly after Sona's response to James' question, the group saw Dante carrying Irina, who was clearly injured, in his arms while Zenobia hung onto his back with everything she had. Following them, from the sky, was a tall man wearing a black robe with purple shoulder pads and gold accents and accessories. Behind his back were 5 pairs of black feathered wings. He had long black hair, red eyes, and ears pointed like those of elves. We should have known he would be the one behind all of this. Sona said while looking at the approaching figures. Yeah, especially since he tricked those other fallen angels into acting up here at the beginning of the school year. James said, responding to Sona's words. A moment later, Dante appeared in front of James with the 2 girls. I could have got in and out without getting caught, but I pitied these girls for their idiocy. Dante said in a disgruntled tone. Shortly after Dante spoke, Lady also arrived. That was quick, Lady. James said with a bit of surprise. I was closer than Dante. Lady said with a shrug. He's a lot faster than me, though. A moment later, the fallen angel also arrived. It really is you, Kokabiel. Rias said with a frown. Why are you here? And why are you causing trouble in our territory? Oh, my. To think the rats that intruded into my hideout would lead me straight to the people I wanted to see. Kokabiel said with a smile. I've come here for one simple reason. To kill the younger sisters of the current Satans. That would lead to the Great War starting all over again. Sona said with a frown. I'm sure you're aware of that. Of course, I am. Kokabiel said with excitement in his tone. Starting the Great War is all I've ever wanted ever since it ended. I never even wanted it to end in the first place. Well, we already knew he was one of the hardliners. James said quietly. But man, he really takes it seriously, doesn't he? Not paying attention to James' comment, Kokabiel spoke once more. During our little chase, I sent my underlings to your school to set up a little ritual. Kokabiel said excitedly. Well, 2 of them, actually. I would suggest you make your way there soon. I wouldn't want you to miss the fun, after all. After finishing what he had to say, Kokabiel immediately turned and flew toward Ko Academy. Until they could no longer see his silhouette, they were able to hear his laughter echoing across the skies of the town. Bad news, James. Mizor said with a slightly pale face. What's wrong, Mizor? James said in a slightly exasperated tone. There are a whole lot of fallen angels coming from the north. Mizor responded. Lovely. James said before looking in Rias and Sona's direction. I'm going to take command in this situation. Since I'm the guard assigned to the 2 of you, I don't think I'm overstepping my bounds, right? That's fine with me. Rias said while shrugging her shoulders. You're the strongest one here, anyway. Sona said while similarly shrugging her shoulders. James was a bit surprised at the seemingly uncaring attitudes of Rias and Sona. He shook off that thought, though. Instead, he decided to believe that they simply believed in his strength. Anyway, we're going to have to split into 3 groups for this battle, James said with a serious expression on his face. Lancer, you lead the rest of our guys and intercept the incoming fallen angels. I need you guys to move fast, we need to keep the battle as far away from the town as possible. Got it. See you, Chillin replied seriously. Come on guys, let's go. Dante and Lady, you will be paid by how many enemies you take down and how strong they are. Hell yeah. Dante exclaimed. Understood. Lady answered seriously. Then, See Chillin led the rest of James' peerage toward the north of the city. With them all being at the high rank, their speed was nothing to scoff at. Then, James turned toward Sona. Sona, I need you and your peerage to set up and maintain the strongest barrier you can make around the academy. James continued with his orders. Unfortunately, your peerage doesn't have enough combat experience to participate in this fight. I understand. Sona said with a nod. We'll be able to put up a barrier with no issue. Good. James said with a nod. Lastly, he turned to Rias before continuing. You and your peerage are with me. You will handle the forces Kokabiel has with him in the academy. I doubt they should be too much for you all to handle, so I'll leave them to you. And I'll handle Kokabiel. In response, Rias and her peerage nodded confidently. You're going to fight Kokabiel alone? Zenobia asked in a tone of disbelief. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Oh, I forgot you were here. James muttered to himself as he looked at Zenobia, who was holding Irina in her arms. You, come with us. You brought this mess with you, sorta, so you can help us clean it up. Sigh Asia, I need you to stay behind and heal the injured one. I understand, James-senpai. Asia said with conviction burning in her eyes. Then, once all the orders were given, James, Rias, Sona, their peerages, and Zenobia walked toward the school. The reason they walked instead of teleporting was quite simple. They were expecting Saji to join them along the way. And just as they expected, Saji met them shortly after the group left the high-class residential area where their homes were located. As they walked toward the school, they tried to iron out as many of the fine details of their plans as they could. Eventually, about 20 minutes after they left their homes, they arrived outside the gates of Ko Academy. Then, Sona and her peerage spread out, as quickly as they could, around the academy grounds and started erecting a barrier. Once it was ready, James spoke to Sona once more. Sona, once we go inside, make sure to contact your sister and Rias' brother. James said solemnly. I'm not planning on losing, but you never know what could go wrong in battle. I know. Sona said as she stepped closer to James. Then, she gave him a quick peck on the lips and stepped away. That was for good luck. Sona said with a smile. Now, go teach that overgrown crow his place. James nodded in response with a battle-hungry smile on his face. Then, he turned toward Rias and nodded at her, her peerage, and Zenobia, who all had serious expressions on their faces. Let's go. James said as he walked toward the temporary opening in the barrier. Chapter 120, Kokabiel's Pets. Human World, Japan, Ko. As James, Rias, Zenobia, and Rias' peerage entered the barrier, the first thing they noticed was a large magic circle that covered the entire academy grounds. After that, there was a much smaller magic circle at the center of the first. Beside it, there were 2 men, one an old man that only Yudo could recognize and the second was Freed, the psycho priest. And last, but certainly not least, was Kokabiel, who was floating high in the air while sipping a glass of wine. Noticing the new arrivals, Kokabiel smiled. Then, he projected his voice so they would be able to hear him from where they were. Only about 30 minutes, huh? Kokabiel asked with a bit of shock in his tone. I thought you'd take more time to prepare. You're not really worth it. James said nonchalantly. Honestly, I could take care of all this by myself, but I gotta make sure everyone else gets some experience sometimes. You're a cocky one. Kokabiel said with a frown. Well, that will just make killing you slowly more fun. That's the issue with people not knowing about you, I guess. Everyone who knew James' power simply nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone else could only look at him like he was some kind of overconfident kid. Finally moving on from the shock James brought him, Kokabiel snapped his fingers. Snap. With that, 3 magic circles appeared between James' group and the smaller magic circle. As they rose from the ground, they revealed 3 quadrupedal monsters. After they reached their zenith, which was about 16 feet 7 inches, approximate 5 m, high, a total of 9 canine heads could be seen. This is getting complicated. James said with a frown. What do you mean? Rias asked, not following James' thought process. Those are Cerberus. James said while pointing at the summoned beasts. Yeah, they're guard dogs for the realm of the dead. Rias said, still confused. From which pantheon? James asked. If I remember correctly, it should be the Gree. Rias said while showing an expression of contemplation. As she remembered the answer, she froze, and her face paled slightly. That's right. It looks like Kokabiel is working with a nasty character. James said while shaking his head. I guess this is gonna be a bit more difficult. Now it's imperative I take him in for questioning. You're quite the intelligent one even if your arrogance is just as high. Kokabiel said from the sky. But things won't be as simple as you think, boy. Deciding to ignore Kokabiel, James looked at the smaller magic circle, more importantly at the 4 floating orbs that surrounded it. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like we need to stop that smaller magic circle. James said. I'll let you guys take on those Cerberus, I guess. Okay, let's go my adorable servants. Rias said with confidence. We'll split into 3 groups. Aquino and I will handle one, Yuto and Zenobia can take the second one. Kaneko and Issei, you take the last one. Got it. Aquino, Kaneko, Yuto, and Issei replied simultaneously. Why should I take orders from you? Zenobia asked in irritation. Because it's obvious you can't be left to make decisions on your own after running into such an obvious trap earlier. James said nonchalantly. Fine. Zenobia replied through gritted teeth. Bucho. WH. What about me? Gasper asked nervously. I want you to support all 3 battlefields, Gasper. Rias said solemnly. Use, Forbidden Baylor views, ability to stop time if anyone looks like they're about to lose their lives. Oh. Okay. Gasper stuttered out with a serious expression on his face. All right, let's go. Rias exclaimed as she dashed forward. Behind her, everyone else, aside from James, dashed forward with Rias. Along the way, they broke into their designated pairs. The first to arrive was Yuto, with the speed provided by his night piece. He was the fastest of the 7, hands down. Noticing Yuto's approach, the center head of the Cerberus Yuto targeted breathed in deeply. Then, after a moment, it exhaled a column of flames in Yuto's direction. Instead of dodging the incoming attack, Yuto created one of his demonic swords. In his hand a sword with a royal blue blade and gold accents was created. This sword also had the attribute of absorbing flames. Flame Bane, Yuto said quietly as he continued toward his target. As he ran, Yuto held the Flame Bane in front of him. Just as he expected, the fire breath was absorbed by the sword he created. Unfortunately, the sword superheated due to the absorbed flames as well. Luckily, he had already been wrapping his body with his demonic energy while enhancing his speed. Otherwise, the burns to his palms would have been crippling. I'll need to end this quickly. Yuto thought to himself as he approached. I don't know how long I'll be able to resist this heat. With that thought, Yuto sped up even further. Then, in a blur of speed he passed right under the Cerberus. Roar, the Cerberus roared in pain as Yuto passed by. Using his max speed, Yuto slashed each of the Cerberus 4 legs multiple times with the superheated blade he wielded as he passed under the creature. As the Cerberus lowered its heads to find the enemy that dared to cause it pain, it noticed an approaching holy power. Turning its right head toward the approaching holy power, it saw Zenobia falling from above with her sword, a great sword with a golden blade, golden handguard, with a white hilt, raised above her head. Before the Cerberus could react to the sneak attack, Zenobia lowered her blade and removed the Cerberus' right head. Roar, thump. Once again, the Cerberus roared in pain. This time, however, the roar was accompanied by the sound of a large head falling to the ground and a geyser of blood shooting from its stump. Enraged by the loss of one of its heads, the Cerberus turned its remaining heads towards Zenobia. This of course was a mistake. Wind Slicer, Yuto muttered as he approached the beast from its left. Wind Slicer, a sword with a thin, white blade, a green handguard, and a black hilt was created with the wind attribute. By condensing the wind around the blade, its cutting power is greatly enhanced. Using this enhanced cutting edge, Yuto flashed past the 2 remaining heads. Shortly after he did, they fell, much like the first. Thump. Thump. Boom. As Yuto dispelled his sword, the sounds of the 2 heads falling could be heard. Not long after, a much louder sound that was accompanied by the trembling of the ground was also heard. The ground trembling did not surprise either Yuto or Zenobia, though. With a body that large, it would be more surprising if it did not cause some trembling when it fell. Meanwhile, at the same time Yuto first attacked his Cerberus, Issei, with the Shadow Claws, equipped, appeared behind the one assigned to himself and Kaneko. Using the creature's large shadow as a fast travel point. Wasting no time, he manipulated its shadow. Eventually, the Cerberus' 4 limbs were restrained, while its 3 snouts were muzzled. Kaneko-chan. Hurry! Issei shouted as he struggled to hold the Cerberus in place. Though he knew it would not be easy, the Cerberus was much stronger than he expected it to be. However, he did not have to wait long. Kaneko, growing taller and more voluptuous with each step she took, was using her senjutsu at full capacity. She could also tell how much strain Issei was under. Although she did not like him much, she did still see him as a comrade. Because of that, she would not let him suffer unnecessarily. Just as Issei was reaching his limit, Kaneko reached the Cerberus underbelly. Then, with all the strength she could muster, she jumped and threw a powerful uppercut. Crack! Roar! As her fist, covered in tuki, made contact with the Cerberus, the sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible. Not only that, but it was also lifted from the ground, following Kaneko's momentum. As both the Cerberus and Kaneko rose into the air, Kaneko continued to throw punches into its unprotected underbelly. And as these punches landed, the sound of roars and broken bones continued. Eventually, Kaneko reached the peak of her jump. And when she did, she threw a kick that sent the Cerberus even higher. At the same time, Kaneko used the counterforce to shorten the time it would take her to return to the ground. When she landed once again, Kaneko was quickly sucked into her own shadow. A moment later, she appeared next to Issei, who had backed away from where the Cerberus was standing before it was launched skyward. Wow! Issei said while following the Cerberus that was still rising due to the last kick from Kaneko. That's the first time I've ever seen a dog fly. It won't be flying for long. Kaneko said as she returned to her usual state. And just like she said, the Cerberus eventually started to lose to the force of gravity. And as it fell, Kaneko and Issei felt the ground tremble twice. Once of which was preceded by a bright flash and a crack of thunder. Boom. A few moments later, the falling Cerberus finally impacted the ground. And when it did, the trembling was much more intense than the first two. Well, that was easier than I expected. Issei said as he turned toward the other 2 battlefields with Kaneko. At around the time Kaneko began launching the Cerberus she was fighting into the sky, Rias and Aquino had finally approached close enough to engage. Aquino, if you wouldn't mind, could you immobilize it? Rias asked with a confident smile on her face. I want to see how effective this new attack will be. Not a problem, Rias. Aquino said with a sadistic smile on her face. Then, she took a step forward and raised her left hand high. Lightning Calamity. As Aquino muttered the name of her spell, a large amount of demonic energy was gathered above the Cerberus. Feeling the energy above it, all 3 of its heads looked upward. When they did, they saw close to 50 magic circles forming above it. Feeling that the situation it was in was dangerous, it inhaled with all 3 of its mouths. However, before it could exhale its flames, the magic circles activated. Flash. Boom. Boom. In an instant, lightning bolts fell from each magic circle with the Cerberus set as their target. Even though each lightning bolt was not very powerful individually, being hit by nearly 50 of them would be quite painful if they did not outright kill. Shortly after being struck by the many lightning bolts, the Cerberus muscles began to cease. Unable to control its body because of the paralysis caused by the lightning. On top of that, it received extra damage because of the light element in the lightning. So, after a moment, it fell to the ground while whimpering in pain. Naughty doggies need to be punished. Aquino said with a sweet smile. As she raised a hand to cover her smile, she continued. Now, if you lay down like a good doggy, I promise the pain will be gone very soon. As Aquino was speaking to the Cerberus, Rias was standing a few steps in front of her. With her right hand raised above her head, Rias gathered a large ball of the power of destruction. Instead of throwing it directly, Rias compressed, flattened, then stretched it into a thin disc. When she was satisfied, she nodded then swung her arm forward, toward the immobilized Cerberus. Destruction disc. Rias said, naming her attack. As Rias' arm was swung forward, the disc of destruction flew toward the downed Cerberus while rotating at high speed. A moment later, the disc cut into the eyes of the 3 lowered heads. It did not stop there, however. Instead, it cleanly sliced through the Cerberus' 3 heads and passed through the rest of its body without issue. Shortly after the Cerberus was bisected, Rias dispersed the power of destruction the disc was created from. She had no intention of damaging any of the school grounds more than necessary. At the same time, blood began to flow from the smooth cut the disc left on the Cerberus body. Just like Krillin's. Rias said while nodding in satisfaction. You've really taken a lot of inspiration from Dragon Ball, huh? James said as he walked up to Rias and Aquino, giving each of them a quick kiss. Either way, good job, you two. A few moments later, the rest of the group approached. I didn't get to do anything. Gasper said with his head down. That's a good thing, isn't it, Gaspy? Kaneko said while patting Gasper on his shoulder. That means no one was in danger. I guess so. Gasper said while raising his head with a slight smile. All right, guys, stay focused. James said sternly. I'm sure this overgrown crow has more in store for us. Chapter 121, Call Me Leviathan. Human World, Japan, Koho. Around the time that James, Rias, Zenobia, and Rias Peerage entered the barrier surrounding Koho Academy, James Peerage arrived at the town's outskirts. When they did, they saw around 300 fallen angels ranging from low rank to high rank approaching the town via the sky. Seeing all these crows flying toward us is kinda creepy. Mizor said while wrapping her arms around herself protectively. Yeah, it's kinda like that old movie, Birds, we watched with James that one night. Flora said with a slight frown. Oh. Don't remind me. Mizor said while shuddering. That movie was hilarious. Mocha said while laughing proudly. The only thing that movie made me want to do is roll around on the floor and laugh. Does anything scare you? Mizor asked while looking at Mocha with a blank expression. Cheyenne's cooking. Mocha said with her expression turning solemn. Hey. Cheyenne exclaimed in opposition. My food isn't that bad. Have you ever eaten your cooking? Lady asked curiously. Nope. Cheyenne said with a pout. But my cooking helped James sleep peacefully. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Cheyenne. Sona said with a solemn expression. But your cooking made James pass out for 6 hours with just one bite. If you don't believe what I'm saying, you really should try your own food sometime. Hearing that, Cheyenne was dumbfounded. All this time, she thought her food was amazing. James never said anything bad about it after eating it. But then again, James never ate her cooking again after that day. After she realized that fact, Cheyenne's shoulders sagged. At the very least, we could find a use for Cheyenne's cooking. Dante said with his arms crossed while watching the incoming enemies. Really? Cheyenne asked with her hope reignited. Yeah, we could use it as a biological weapon. Dante replied without looking in Cheyenne's direction. Once again, Cheyenne's shoulders sagged. That was too much, even for you, Dante. Lady said with a bit of disapproval in her tone. Don't worry about what that Sundara says, Cheyenne. Mizor said while patting Cheyenne on the shoulder. As long as you practice, I'm sure your cooking will get better. Who are you calling it Sundara? Dante snarled in response. Ignoring the angry Dante, Mizor continued to try to cheer up the downtrodden Oni woman. After a few moments, Cheyenne was back to her usually cheerful self. Alright, folks, I think that's enough idle chatter. See Chillin said while flourishing his spear. If we don't stop these crows, talk of improving Cheyenne's cooking will be meaningless. After hearing what See Chillin had to say, Cheyenne went on full alert. Are these overgrown crows trying to keep me from improving my cooking skills? Cheyenne thought to herself. Unforgivable. After those thoughts, Cheyenne was the next to ready her weapon. Seeing the ferocity glowing in Cheyenne's purple eyes, everyone was surprised. Then, they wondered what stupid thought was running through this woman's head. I'm not sure what it is she's thinking. Sona thought aloud. But at least she's motivated. As she spoke, Sona produced 2 blood-red fireballs over her palms. That's true. Mocha said as she cracked her neck and knuckles. I hope they can provide a decent fight. One by one, the remaining members of James Peerage prepared themselves for battle. Then, See Chillin as the current leader of the group spoke once again. Aim to incapacitate, but don't fret over any kills. See Chillin said as he hefted his spear and drew it back. Just make sure none of these crows make it into the town. As he finished speaking, See Chillin launched his spear at the strongest of the high-rank fallen angels. And with that throw, the spear's curse activated, and the fallen angel soon found his heart pierced by the crimson spear. Shortly afterward, he fell from the sky. A moment later, Balg returned to See Chillin's outstretched hand. Blood flare. Shuna shouted. The next to act was Shuna as she pushed the blood-red fireballs forward toward the incoming flock of fallen angels. As they were not very fast, they were easily dodged. However, they eventually collided with each other. When they did, the flames expanded in every direction, engulfing many nearby fallen angels. As the fallen angels, especially their wings, caught fire, they began to fall from the sky. The next to engage the enemy were Mizor, Dante, and Lady. Mizor with her projectiles made of ice, and Dante and Lady with their firearms. With ice spikes and bullets flying into the flock, more and more fallen angels were knocked out of the sky. Because of the long-range bombardment, many of the remaining fallen angels decided that fighting on the ground was a safer choice than fighting midair. So, many of them lowered themselves to the ground and ran forward. Seeing that there were some easily accessible enemies approaching, Mocha, Flora, and Cheyenne all dashed forward. Mocha and Flora both threw a flurry of martial arts strikes, Muay Thai for Mocha and kickboxing for Flora. At the same time, Cheyenne rushed through the crowd swinging her odachi in all directions. Due to the three of them, many fallen angels, whole and dismembered, were sent flying all around. Eventually, Mizor and Siyu Chilin joined the other three in the melee. Meanwhile, Dante, Lady, and Shuna continued to fight from long range, focusing on the still flying fallen angels. After about 15 minutes, all the fallen angels were brought down from the sky. When there were no more flying foes, Dante also rushed into the melee. Siyu Chilin had said that he and Lady's pay would be decided by how many enemies they took down. At the same time, he knew that any stray shots that hit or came close to hitting his allies would result in the lowering of his commission. So, he holstered his pistols, ebony and ivory. Drawing Rebellion, Dante attacked the nearest fallen angel with overly flashy combos. That sneaky son of a. Lady frowned as she holstered her pistol and submachine gun. Why don't you join him? Shuna asked curiously. Because everyone fighting in that clusterfuck moves too fast to guarantee that one of my bullets won't hit them by accident. Oh, I see. Shuna said with a nod. Maybe it's time that I asked James to teach me some hand-to-hand combat skills. Lady said to herself as she watched the rest of the group fight. While Lady contemplated her future skill acquisitions, Shuna continued to throw Yujitsu spells into the group of fallen angels. Though, she had switched to single-target homing spells. About 10 minutes later, all the incoming fallen angels had been incapacitated or killed. Though there were many injuries among those who fought in close range, none of them were worried. Shuna's ability to heal was pretty advanced. And even if they could not be healed completely, Asia was more than enough to finish the healing. At that moment, however, something no one expected happened. Mizor and Mocha, who were resting away from all those being healed by Shuna, both suddenly experienced a spike in their demonic energy capacity. Did they both just? Dante asked incredulously. Sure looks like it. Siyu Chilin said while tapping Gi Balg on his shoulder. James' peerage is shaping up to be pretty badass. Yeah, but with a group of freaks like us, it's gonna be hard for him to find a fitting queen. Dante said while sitting against Rebellion, which was impaled into the ground behind him. Speak for yourself. Lady interjected. You're the only freak here. Wouldn't you say Lancer's bad luck makes him a freak, too? Dante said while pointing at Siyu Chilin. His luck can't be that bad if he managed to get with Tsubaki-san. Shuna said while healing Cheyenne, who fell asleep as soon as the battle ended. No, his luck still sucks. Flora said. He gets beat up by everyone far more than anyone with good luck ever could. I think that's due more to stupidity than anything else, though. Dante said with a shrug of his shoulders. He's got a real knack for saying something that he shouldn't at the most inopportune times. Shut the hell up, Dante. Siyu Chilin shouted angrily. At that, everyone laughed. A few moments later, they felt the nearby fluctuations of demonic energy calming down. Eventually, everything was back to normal, and Mizor and Mocha approached the group with bright smiles on their faces. Congratulations, you two. Shuna said with a smile. You both finally made it to ultimate rank. Yeah, I'll be the strongest member of James' peerage soon. Mizor said happily. Dream on, Mizor. Mocha said with a snort. That will be me, of course. Oh, yeah. Mizor said as she turned toward Mocha. You want to have a go and find out right now? If you're ready to know your place, I'm ready to show it to you. Mocha said while cracking her knuckles. Have they forgotten that there are 3 of us that made ultimate rank before they did? Dante asked with confusion in his tone. Probably. Siyu Chilin said with a shrug. Speaking of the 3rd one of us to make ultimate rank, where is she? She's probably shadowing James right now. Lady said while watching Mizor and Mocha stare each other down. Since James didn't give her an order directly, she most likely chose to follow him around. No, I defeated 104 of the enemies here. I am said from behind Lady. What the? Where did you come from? Lady said as she drew her pistol until she realized the voice was familiar. Geez, not all of us have perception like James. Could you not just show up behind me like that in the future? If I were still human, I might have died from a heart attack. My apologies, Lady-san. I am said while bowing slightly to show her apology. I'll try to remember that in the future. Seeing the interaction between I am and Lady, Mizor and Mocha decided to let their little competition go for now. I guess we can't call ourselves the strongest until we can detect I am-san when she's in stealth. Mizor said while shaking her head. That sounds right. Mocha said while nodding in agreement. I didn't even know she was here fighting with us. Anyway, I'll contact the Satans about this. Siyu Chilin said. We'll need some help taking all the living crows into custody. After saying that, Siyu Chilin contacted Seraphal. A few moments later, Seraphal accepted the communication magic circle. Hey, Siyu-chan. Serafal said energetically after accepting Cu Chulin's communication circle. Is everything okay over there? Everything is fine on our end, Lady Serafal. Cu Chulin said, intending to continue his report. However, he was interrupted before he could go on any further. No, no, no. Serafal's voice could be heard by everyone around Cu Chulin. Call me Leviathan. I know I've told you that before, Cu-chan. Cu Chulin could only look around awkwardly. When he did, he saw the other members of James' peerage snickering at him. Everything is fine on my end, Leviathan. Cu Chulin said in a defeated tone. Then, he explained the situation to Serafal. Serafal had already been contacted by Sona, who told her many of the same things. However, she was surprised at how only 9 young devils were able to take down 300 fallen angels with no casualties. You have all done very well. Serafal exclaimed excitedly. Please stand by where you are, I'll send someone to detain the fallen angels. I understand, Leviathan. Cu Chulin replied. We'll stand by. A moment later, the communication magic circle in Cu Chulin's hand disappeared. Then, he turned to the rest of James' peerage. So, what's our next move? Dante asked. We'll wait here until the detainment team shows up. Cu Chulin said in a slightly tired tone. Then, we'll rush to the academy and see what we can do to help. Hearing that, the rest of the peerage nodded in understanding, then they waited for the detainment team to arrive. After the handover of the prisoners, they all rushed toward the academy. Luckily, almost everything had ended by the time they arrived. The only things left to worry about were James' fight with Kokabiel and rebuilding the damaged school structures. Chapter 122, Sword of the Betrayer. Human World, Japan, Koa. After defeating the 3 Cerberus, James led the others toward the smaller of the 2 magic circles. As they approached, he also noticed that Yudo's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable. So, I guess the old guy is the one that experimented on Kiba and his friends, huh? James thought to himself as his vision shifted between the 2. So, Kokabiel, got anything more interesting for us? James said with a smile as he walked. I must admit, they are much more powerful than I expected. Kokabiel said with interest clear in his tone. It's too bad there is no one here to make this fun for me. Oh, don't worry, you won't be fighting any of them. James said while waving dismissively. I'll be the one to put you down, alone. Hearing that, Kokabiel frowned. He had no idea what gave this arrogant brat the confidence to speak the words he just uttered. Anyway, have you 2 had enough time to do whatever it is that you're doing? James asked the 2 humans on the ground. Then, he pointed up into the air at Kokabiel and continued. Or do you need him to summon some more monsters so that you have enough time to finish? As James spoke, the 4 spheres floating around the magic circle were suddenly drawn toward its center. Then, they fused into one. When they did, the intensity of the holy power grew. By the end, it eclipsed the combined holy power of all 4 spurs combined. I guess not. James said with an impassive expression on his face. James, wouldn't it have been better to stop them before they finished? Rias asked, a bit nervous due to the holy power the new sphere was emitting. If we were about equal in power, that would have been the smart thing to do. James said while glancing at Rias. But they're so outclassed that it doesn't really matter at this point. I guess that's true. Rias said as she looked at what the humans were doing. Unfortunately, there was one person among the group that could not remain patient. Valper Galilei. Yudo roared in outrage while staring at the older men in front of him. Valper Galilei, a short bespectacled elderly man with gray hair, a mustache, and black eyes, wore the robes of a priest. While ignoring Yudo's shouts, he observed the sphere that resulted from the fusion of the 4 previous spears. It should be ready. Valper said to Fried, who was looking at the new sphere impatiently. Hearing Valper's affirmation, Fried rushed to grab at the sphere in front of him. Then, when he touched it, the sphere condensed into a long sword with a golden blade and handguard, as well as a white hilt. At the same time Fried took the sword in his hand, Yudo could wait no more. In rage he dashed at Valper with a demonic sword in hand, ready to cut the old man down. However, before he could close the distance, the blade in Fried's hand extended and intercepted Yudo's dash. Stopping quickly to block the incoming strike, Yudo raised his sword. However, he was easily blown away. On top of that, the demonic sword in his hand was destroyed. Damn it! Yudo shouted in rage as he created another sword. Holy Eraser. The same sword he used against Fried the last time they met manifested in Yudo's hand. He once again rushed toward Valper. This time Fried was standing in front of him though. Oh look, it's that same shitty devil from the other night. Fried said with his usual manic smile on his face. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to cut you up last time. Get out of my way. Yudo roared. Without stopping, he swung his holy eraser. However, just like the last time, his sword was easily destroyed. Surprised by the outcome, Yudo quickly jumped backward. However, due to the properties of Excalibur Mimic, Fried was able to lengthen the blade. As Yudo backtracked, the holy sword followed him. And it was gaining fast. Just as Yudo was about to be run through, the fused Excalibur's blade was deflected. Clang. Although it was deflected, the one who deflected it was also forced back. Then, Zenobia slammed into Yudo and they both rolled across the ground before forcing themselves to stop. Watching these exchanges, Valper was pleased with his work. Then, he turned his attention to the young man, Yudo, who seemed to hate him so deeply. "Boy, you seem to hold quite the grudge against me," Valper said with genuine confusion in his tone. "Do we know each other?" Hearing Valper's question, Yudo's anger increased even further. It's your fault they're all dead," Yudo shouted with bloodshot eyes. "Because of your damned experiments all my friends are dead. I even died once. All because you deemed us failures." Hearing the outraged screams of the young men in front of him, Valper was able to remember something. "I see, so you're the child that managed to escape that day," Valper said while adjusting his glasses. "You seem to misunderstand something. I didn't kill them because they were failures. I killed them so that I could succeed." As Valper finished, he reached into his robe and pulled out a lightly glowing blue orb. "Do you see this?" Valper said as he held the orb out in front of him. "This is the condensed holy sword factor from all the children in that facility. You see, since I was unable to raise the holy sword affinity of a person, I decided that I would transfer it from one person to another. That is the reason I had everyone in all 3 of my facilities killed. So that I could extract their holy sword factors." That explanation outraged not only Yudo, but everyone present, with Kokabiel and Fried being the only exceptions. It took 2 of these condensations of holy sword factors to raise Fried here to a level that he could wield Excalibur, Valper said while staring into the glowing blue orb. Then, he lightly tossed it at Yudo. "This one is now useless. Since those kids meant so much to you, you can have it." Watching the orb fly toward him, Yudo reached out and caught it carefully. As he did, tears began to flow from his eyes. As he cried, he held the orb close to his chest. Eventually, one of his tears dripped from his chin onto the orb in his hands. Because of that tear, the lightly glowing orb suddenly glowed brightly. Then, the orb expanded. When it did, Yudo was surrounded by a light blue dome, inside of which, Yudo could see the figures of all his deceased friends. This, of course, led to even more tears flowing from his eyes. "I'm sorry," Yudo said weakly as he looked over the figures of all his friends. "I was unable to avenge you all." With those words, a painful expression appeared on the children's figures. Then, they conversed with Yudo in voices that only he could hear. They explained that they never wanted him to seek revenge. They explained that they all worked so hard for him to escape because they wanted him to live a good life. That was all they ever wanted. Hearing that, Yudo fell to his knees. He finally understood that he had almost lost his way. Then one of the figures began to sing the hymn they all used to sing when they needed the strength to go on. Then, more and more of them joined the chorus. Eventually, even Yudo joined in. And that triggered a change. "Damn it!" Fried shouted angrily. "I really hate that song. It makes me want to cut up that shitty devil even more." After that, Fried dashed toward Yudo with his fused Excalibur raised and ready to strike. However, he was soon intercepted by Zenobia. And like last time, she was also pushed back. "I don't know why you think that one fragment would be able to fight against my baby, here," Fried said as he looked at Zenobia angrily for getting in his way twice. "I'll just cut you up first since you keep getting in my way." "I agree that this fragment won't be enough," Zenobia said with a nod of her head. "So, what if I use this instead?" As Zenobia was confronting Fried, the hymn Yudo sang with his friends came to an end. As it did, all the figures inside the dome were sucked into Yudo, then a sword appeared in front of him. The sword had a red hilt, gold handguard, and a blade that was half black and half white. "Balance breaker, sword of the betrayer," Yudo said subconsciously as he took hold of the sword's hilt. Then, the dome shattered, drawing everyone's attention. As they looked to where the dome used to be, they saw Yudo holding a peculiar sword. "Oh, interesting," Kokabiel said from high above the battlefield. James also raised an eyebrow at what he was sensing from the sword. As did Valper. Fried, however, was just as unhinged as always. "Are you done with your little powwow?" Fried asked with a manic smile on his face. "Does that mean you're ready to be cut up now?" "I finally understand the reason why I fight," Yudo said as he walked toward Fried. "I have to live well for those who sacrifice themselves for my sake." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Fried asked in confusion. And destroying that sword in your hand is not what they wanted from me. Yudo continued, ignoring the insane ramblings of the psychotic priest. However, I can't let you keep that sword. If someone like you wielded it, then their sacrifices would be meaningless. If that's how you feel, then why don't we destroy that sword? Zenobia said while walking next to Yudo. Are you sure? Yudo asked. But what about your mission? As long as we can recover the cores of the swords, then we should be fine. Zenobia said as she extended her right hand to the side. O H Peter, O, Basilius and Dionysius, and the Blessed Virgin Mary. I ask you to please hear my prayers. As Zenobia finished her short prayer, a rift in space opened in front of her outstretched hand. Then, a sword with a blue blade, wrapped in enchanted chains came out from it. Zenobia then spoke once more. In the name of the saint living within this blade. Zenobia said as she wrapped her fingers around the hilt. I hereby set you free. As her chant came to an end, the chains wrapping the blade broke and Zenobia brandished the sword before taking her combat stance. Seeing that sword, both Kokabiel and Valper were thoroughly shocked. That's Durandal. Valper shouted hysterically. My research only covered Excalibur. How did the church create an artificial Durandal user? Unlike Irina who had to undergo a procedure to use holy swords, I was a natural holy sword user. Zenobia explained. And this is my normal weapon. Though its destructive power is impossible for me to control, completely. Hearing that, even the devils were in shock now. Durandal. That's a sword that is supposed to rival the complete Excalibur. Rias said with awe in her tone. Whistle asterisk, James could only whistle while admiring the apex holy sword. So, now we've got a legendary holy sword and a sword that should not even exist, one that mixes both holy and demonic, being pitted against an incomplete Excalibur. This should be interesting. Hearing James' commentary, Valper fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Fried readied himself to face Yudo and Zenobia. Without speaking, Zenobia raised her sword and gathered its holy power. Then, with a powerful swing, the holy power was discharged toward Fried. Running behind it, Yudo readied himself for a follow-up attack. And just as Yudo expected. Even though Fried is crazy, he is not stupid. He instantly realized that he would not be able to block Zenobia's attack. So, instead of trying to block, he dodged to the side. However, before he could stabilize his footing, he caught sight of Yudo's sword swinging toward his torso. Clang! Raising his fused Excalibur, Fried was able to intercept Yudo's strike. However, the force behind it was too much for him to handle. As soon as the two blades collided, the recoil caused Fried to lose hold of the sword. As Fried was now disarmed, without stopping his forward momentum, Yudo cut the tendons in Fried's arms and legs as he dashed past the white-haired stray exorcist. A moment later, blood gushed out of the 4 cuts Yudo made as he dashed by. Then, Fried fell unconscious from the pain. Well damn, that was pretty badass. James commented with a smile. Rias and the rest of her peerage could only nod blankly. But before they could congratulate Yudo, Valper shouted with an enlightened look on his face. I get it. Valper shouted excitedly. That sword, that balance breaker, should be an impossibility. And it would be if he. Clang. Before Valper could finish his statement, a spear of light was aimed at his heart. However, before he could be killed, it was deflected. Now, standing in front of Valper was James with Okairu Sakura drawn. Now, that was rather rude. James said as he pointed his sword into the sky. Wouldn't you say so, Kokabiel? Ha ha ha. Kokabiel laughed uproariously in response. After his fit of laughter ended, he replied to James. I always knew that worm you are protecting was smart. However, it would seem that he was too smart for his own good. I'm rather interested in what he was about to say, though. James responded with a smile. He's not worthy to utter a secret like that one. Kokabiel said as he lowered himself toward the ground. But I am feeling generous. So, I think I'll let you all in on it. Just as Kokabiel landed, Asia who had finished healing Irina not too long ago ran toward the group after talking to Sona. Sona then allowed her into the barrier, thinking that she would be helpful in case anyone was injured. Unfortunately for her, she arrived just in time to hear something that would change her whole outlook on life. God is dead. Kokabiel announced grandly. He has been since the end of the Great War. Chapter 123, James vs. Kokabiel. Human world, Japan, Koo. God is dead. Kokabiel announced grandly. He has been since the end of the Great War. With Kokabiel's announcement, the atmosphere on the battlefield froze in an instant. The two who were most affected were, of course, Asia and Zenobia. In despair, they had both fallen to their knees. The rest were stunned into silence, as well. All except James and Valper, that is. I'm glad that was the case. James said with a sigh. Then, he turned and punched Valper in the jaw. Because if he had allowed the kinda shit this guy was doing to go unpunished, I would have been highly disappointed. Gah. Valper cried in agony. James' punch was hard enough to break his jaw and knock out several of his teeth. Seeing James' actions, Yuto was happy. Everyone else was surprised that James could recover so quickly. With Asia and Zenobia just looking at him blankly. What? James asked when he noticed all the blank stares directed at him. Why are you all looking at me like that? Why aren't you more surprised? Rias asked as the representative of all the others. Well, after I saw Kiba's balance breaker, I came to the same conclusion as that guy. James said as he kicked Valper, who was still groaning on the ground. I mean, if Big G were still alive, there is no way that would be possible. He would never allow holy and demonic energy to mix like that, right? As he asked his last question, James turned his attention back toward Kokabiel. Kokabiel looked at him with a bit of intrigue in his gaze. Then, he decided to answer his question. You're smart for a piece of filthy devil scum. Kokabiel said with a grin. But you're correct. Father would never allow something as disgusting as demonic power to mix with holy power. Quite the backhanded compliment. James said with a shrug. Either way, I think it's time to bring this to an end. You weren't kidding, were you? Kokabiel looked at James incredulously. You really intend to fight me alone, don't you? That's right. James said as he took his stance. Then, a look of realization appeared on his face. Wait a minute. After James dropped his stance once again, he pointed his index and middle fingers of his left hand at Valper and spoke. Bakudo number 1, Sai. As James finished his short incantation, Valper's arms were pulled behind his back and restrained with invisible ropes of demonic energy. Then, without mercy, he kicked the elderly man toward his allies. When Valper landed in front of them, James addressed them. Make sure he doesn't try to run. James said as he turned his attention back to Kokabiel, who was looking at his actions with interest. If he decides to kill himself, though, I don't care. Yuto then picked up Valper. He decided that he would not let him kill himself so that he could be punished for his wrongdoings. At the same time, Rias addressed the rest of the group. I think it would be a good idea for us to take some distance. Rias said as she looked at the rest of the group. If James goes all out, this could be a dangerous place to be. Issei, Kaneko, help Asia and Zenobia to retreat with us. Yes, Bucho. Kaneko and Issei replied as they helped Asia and Zenobia, respectively. Will he be alright by himself? Zenobia asked as she was supported by Kaneko. James' knee is strong. Kaneko said without hesitation. Really strong. Zenobia, still unfamiliar with James' strength, could only watch the battle from a distance like everyone else. Meanwhile, outside of the barrier, because of the magic woven into it, Sona and her entire peerage, along with James' peerage, were able to hear the entire conversation. Is this for real? Sona asked in disbelief. I don't know, but we'll have some questions to ask Lord Lucifer and Lady Seraphal later. Siyu Chilin replied with a shrug. How can you be so calm about this? Tsubaki asked in annoyance. Because I'm not a Christian. Siyu Chilin replied nonchalantly. So why should the death of their chief deity bother me? Everyone who heard him could only slump their shoulders at his reply. It was so reasonable that they could find nothing to retort with. Anyway, this fight should be fun to watch. Dante said while standing nearby with his arms crossed. This might be the first time we'll get to see him go all out since that one fight with Master Scathach. You've seen him go all out? Sona asked with intrigue. Yeah, it was during your first year of high school. Dante said. I think it was during summer break when he took all of us to the Land of Shadows. Right, Lancer. It was winter break, Siyu Chilin replied. But yeah, it was during your first year. Master wanted to see his progress over the years. She made me do it, too. Yeah, but you got your ass kicked much worse than James did. Mizor said with a smile. James awakened his balance breaker during that fight, too. Mocha chimed in. He's awakened his balance breaker. Sona asked with surprise in her tone. Everyone in Sona's peerage was also surprised. Meanwhile, Mizor looked at Mocha with a pout. Mocha, you messed up this time. Mizor said unhappily. James hasn't even revealed that he's the Red Dragon Emperor publicly, yet. He wanted to surprise everyone with his balance breaker when he debuted in the raiding games. I really don't think you have to worry about that. Mocha said with a smile. James is more than likely going to use it against Kokabiel tonight. The fight is starting. Tsubasa shouted excitedly. Inside the barrier, James took his stance once again. At the same time, Kokabiel created a sword of light. A sword, huh? James said with a raised eyebrow. I thought you fallen angels only knew how to make and throw spears with your holy light. Do you really think someone who has lived as long as I have wouldn't learn how to fight with other weapons? Kokabiel asked as he walked toward James. I guess that makes sense. James said before, flash stepping toward Kokabiel. Clang. A moment later, their two swords collided. As Kokabiel blocked James' overhead strike. Then, Kokabiel redirected James' blade to his right and pulled his sword back to thrust at James' chest. Reacting quickly, James parried the thrust upward, causing the sword of light to pass over his left shoulder. Then, he transitioned into a diagonal slash that would cut Kokabiel from his right shoulder to his left waist, should it connect. Fortunately, Kokabiel was able to react in time. Taking a step backward, he was able to narrowly avoid the incoming slash. As he backed away, Kokabiel created 3 light spears around him and used his powers to launch them at his foe. Also taking a step back, James coated his blade with his demonic energy and deflected the incoming projectiles. Unfortunately for the surrounding buildings, they were damaged as collateral. With the projectiles taken care of, James dashed forward. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. While approaching Kokabiel, Okairu Sakura's blade broke down from its tip. Once it was finished, there were 1,000 cherry blossom petal-shaped blades rushing toward Kokabiel. Surprised to see this bloodline ability, Kokabiel created a second sword of light in his free hand. Then, he masterfully deflected all the incoming projectiles. Just as the bombardment finished, James appeared in front of him. Dropped down into an Iato stance, James quickly drew his Mangetsu no Shitada and slashed upward toward Kokabiel's throat. Unable to bring his swords up to defend, Kokabiel could only lean back slightly. Luckily, Kokabiel had leaned back just enough to avoid a fatal attack. Unfortunately, he was not expecting the follow-up attack from the sheath in James' left hand. Crunch. Humph. Along with the sound of broken ribs and the grunt of pain, Kokabiel was also sent flying toward the main school building with blood leaking from his mouth. Boom. Eventually, Kokabiel slammed into and crashed through a wall, while creating a cloud of dust and debris in the process. Hey! Do you think you could try to keep the collateral damage to a minimum? Rias asked with her hands resting on her hips. Who do you think will have to fix all this later? You and Sona. James said nonchalantly while keeping his sights trained on the cloud of dust. Before Rias could complain any further, several light spears were launched toward James, dispersing the cloud of dust as they flew by. Using Senbon Sakura, James was able to destroy all the incoming projectiles. A moment later, however, Kokabiel came flying out of the hole in the wall he created when he was sent flying. With a light sword in each hand, he was able to disperse the petal-shaped blades long enough to pass through. Then, he swung the swords in a cross shape. James was able to stop the incoming slashes with one well-placed slash of his own, however, the best he could do was lock swords. You're better than I expected, kid. Kokabiel said with a battle-hungry smile. And to think you're that abomination's son. He was even given a name like ours, just to mock us. Abomination, that's kinda rude, don't you think? James asked with a similar battle-hungry smile on his face. But I guess I can see why you would call him that. He was created by that bony bastard you're working with, after all. Working with him? Kokabiel said with a scoff. Don't be stupid, I just borrowed those puppies from him for tonight. As he finished speaking, Kokabiel exerted force and pushed himself away from the blade-locking contest. Then, he extended his wings and flew upward. Deciding it was unnecessary to destroy the barrier from the inside, Kokabiel looked down toward James. Then, toward everyone else in and around the barrier. Not that a test of our sword skills isn't enjoyable. Kokabiel said with a smile. But I get the feeling we could end up fighting for days if things go on like this. So instead, I'll finish everything all at once. *I* is monologuing part of the How to Be a Villain curriculum, or something. James asked with a sigh. I mean seriously. They all sound practically the same. At least do something to make the speeches your own. Make me feel like I'm hearing it for the first time, every time. To that, everyone could only stare at James blankly. The atmosphere froze momentarily as well. Eventually, Kokabiel was unable to stand the mockery. You dare mock me? Kokabiel asked angrily. I am Kokabiel, Angel of the Stars. Don't you mean fallen angel of the stars? James asked with an innocent expression on his face. I'll kill you, you bastard. Kokabiel shouted as he raised his arms into the air. I'll show you why I was called the Angel of the Stars. Then, due to Kokabiel's actions, the night sky began to glow. Many points of light began to appear. And as time went by, they grew in size. Oh, shit. James said as he stared up at the sky with a wry smile on his face. I guess I teased him too much. You can think about that later. Rias shouted. If those meteorites hit, they'll wipe out the entire town. Take it easy, Re. James said while waving dismissively. I can handle that with no problem. You think those 1,000 little blades from your bloodline can save you? Kokabiel asked while laughing maniacally. I think you'll need a few more. You're right about that. James said with a downcast look on his face. I wanted to keep this secret until I debuted in the rating games. I'm gonna have to write it into my report this time, though. What the hell are you talking about, boy? Kokabiel asked with a scowl on his face. This. James said as he recalled Senbon Sakura, and sheathed both of his katana. Balance breaker. Boosted gear, Shihakusho. With that, James was momentarily covered in a red light. When the light dimmed, James was wearing a red Shihakusho with black accents and green jewels spread over his outfit. Boost, X10. Then, he drew his katana, Okairu Sakura, while simultaneously spreading his draconic aura across the ground. A moment later, he mixed his draconic aura into Okairu Sakura. Finally, he held the katana with the blade pointing down. Then, he dropped it. Transfer. Scatter. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. While the katana fell, James transferred half of the boosts to his draconic aura and transferred the other half into Okairu Sakura. Then, as Okairu Sakura contacted the ground, it simply sunk into the draconic aura covering the surface. Then, a moment later, 100 copies of Okairu Sakura that were 10 times the size of the original grew out of the ground. A moment later, they all began to break down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. So, how do you think this will hold up? James asked while looking up into the sky. Then, James raised a hand to the sky and the enormous cloud of petal blades flew upward. As they flew past Kokabiel, who was still in shock at the revelation that James was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, many thin, yet shallow gashes appeared all over his body and wings. Then, he fell from the sky due to all the injuries to his wings. Eventually, with the meteorites Kokabiel falling toward the ground, they fell into the cloud of Senbon Sakura petals and were minced into particles small enough that they would be unable to harm anything or anyone. Phew. James exhaled deeply as he dispelled his balance breaker. I really didn't want to reveal that. Now I'm gonna have a stalker who wants to fight me all the time, right, White Dragon Emperor? As James finished, someone in a white scale-like armor with a dragon motif showed themselves from behind a pile of rubble. As much as I'd like to fight you right now, the White Dragon Emperor said. I was tasked to bring this jackass back to the Grigori. That's fine with me. James said with a shrug. But we'll need to know what you found out during the interrogation. He did attack the heiresses of 2 of the 72 pillar houses, after all. I'll pass on the message. The White Dragon Emperor said as they nodded. Then, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath the White Dragon Emperor and Kokabiel. A moment later, the two vanished. So, it's over? Rias asked as she and the rest of the group approached James. Yeah. James said as he dispelled his sacred gear. I guess it's time to do the cleanup. With that, everyone sighed tiredly. Then, the barrier team and James Peerage entered the school grounds and began reconstructing the school. Chapter 124, Completing the Peerage. Human World, Japan, Koho. After the battle with Kokabiel, James, Rias, and Sona along with their peerages spent the rest of the night repairing the school. The day after that, Irina and Zenobia left Koho to return the Excalibur fragments they recovered. Also, Koho Academy's midterms began the same day. Like that, the next week passed with the students of Koho Academy going through the torture of exams day in and day out. Phew. Maria said while stretching after the final bell rang on midterm exams. It's finally over. Mio, we should go out and celebrate. Did you forget what we discussed? Mio said as she made her way over to Maria's seat. We have to talk to them, right? Oh, that's right. Maria exclaimed. Let's go, Mio. Seeing her half-sister's carefree personality, Mio could only shake her head. Then, after Maria gathered her things, they both left the classroom. As they did, they caught sight of Kaneko and Gasper who were walking down the hall. Hey, Tojo-san, Vladi-san. Maria shouted to get the duo's attention. Hearing the shout from behind them, Gasper jumped while Kaneko turned around calmly. Do you need something, Naruz-san? Kaneko asked as Gasper hid behind her. Well, we wanted to meet your king, if that's possible. Maria said with a smile. Follow me. Kaneko said with a nod. Then, she turned around again and started walking toward the Occult Research Club. Mio and Maria stared at Kaneko's retreating back for a moment before they also began to walk. She's not much of a talker, is she? Maria asked with a smile. Humph. Mio only snorted in reply. Don't be like that, Mio. Maria said as she grabbed Mio's hand and swung her arm. You're not much of a talker either, you know. Shut up. Mio said angrily. Or I'll kill you 100 times. Maria only laughed in response and continued to bicker with Mio. Meanwhile, Kaneko pulled her smartphone from her pocket and dialed Rias' phone number to inform her that she was bringing Mio and Maria to the ORC. After a short conversation with Rias, Kaneko returned her smartphone to her pocket and continued to walk. In Class 3A, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were standing around Rhea's desk discussing the midterm exams. Their conversation was interrupted when Rias received the phone call from Kaneko. After speaking with her, Rook, for a couple minutes, Rias hung up and put her phone away. What's up, Riri? James asked when he noticed the smile on Rias' face. It looks like those girls have made their decision. Rias said as her smile widened. You shouldn't smile too early. Sona said, cautioning Rias of counting her chickens before they hatch. They've only made their decision. There is no guarantee that they have decided to join your peerage. For all you know, they may decide to hide somewhere else. Can't you just let me feel good for a while? Rias said with a pout. I mean, the exams just ended. Let me unwind a bit. Seeing Rias' pouting face, the other 6 could not help but laugh. After chatting for a few more moments, James, Sona, and Tsubaki decided to accompany Rias and Aquino to the Occult Research Club. Hey, if they really did decide to join my peerage, we should go to karaoke to celebrate. Rias said excitedly. Karaoke, huh? James said while stroking his chin. We haven't done that in a long time. It could be a nice distraction. Sona said with a small smile. I get the feeling things are gonna get hectic again, sooner rather than later. James, Rias, Aquino, and Tsubaki could only nod in agreement as they made their way through the halls. Eventually, they reached the old school building. A few minutes later, they entered the Occult Research Club's club room. As they entered, they saw Mio and Maria seated on one of the sofas, each with a cup of tea in front of them. On the opposite sofa, Kaneko was eating a candy bar while Yuta was engaging the 2 younger girls in conversation with a smile. At the same time, Gasper, Issei, and Asia were seated by the wall talking among themselves. Good afternoon, Mio and Maria. Rias said as she walked across the room toward her desk with Aquino in tow. I would assume you've made your decision. That's right. Maria said with a nod and a cheerful tone. Then, she turned and looked at Mio. Seeing the anticipation in both Rias and Maria's eyes, Mio took a deep breath before she spoke. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Other than James, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki, everyone else in the room was surprised by the request from the two first-year girls. The happiest, however, was definitely Rias. A close second, however, would be Issei. "Oh, yeah," Issei exclaimed loudly. "We're gonna have two more hotties to hang out with. And one of them has a great pair of tits." After Issei's outburst, the room fell silent. Rias face-palmed and the rest of her peerage smiled wryly. Then, Maria laughed uproariously. At the same time, a dark aura began to surround Mio. "This guy never learns," Sona said disappointedly. "If he did, he wouldn't be ISE," James said while smiling wryly. "But I think I'd better step in before this entire room gets flattened." As James spoke his last sentence, the gravitational pressure in the room began to increase. Although it was not strong enough to injure anyone, due to Mio's current strength as an initial level, middle rank being, the club room was not quite as sturdy. Before things could get out of hand, however, James appeared behind Mio and patted her head. "Take it easy, Mio," James said soothingly. "He's just a pervert. But he's harmless. Besides, you can tell me whenever he starts to go too far. I'll have a round of hell mode training ready for him anytime." Feeling James' gentle patting and his soothing tone, Mio blushed lightly. Then, she came back to her senses and swept his hand off her head. "I told you not to do that without my permission," Mio said while looking away. "Do you want me to kill you 100 times?" Seeing that, most of the people in the room smiled gently. Issei, however, could only look on in shock and horror. Shock because it looks like another girl had fallen for James, and horror because he might end up in another hell mode training session if he does not rein it in around the new girl. After that, the group talked and tried to get to know the two new girls before Rias decided it was time to add them to her peerage officially. Standing from her seat at her desk, Rias addressed the two new members of her peerage. "Mio, Maria, although I'm truly delighted to have you join my peerage, I have to ask you one more time," Rias said with a solemn expression. "Are you sure about this?" Instead of answering verbally, Mio and Maria also stood from the sofa they were sitting on. Then, they both walked in front of Rias and nodded emphatically. "Very well," Rias said as she also nodded. Then, she raised her right hand with the palm facing up. "Let's begin." Knock, knock, knock. However, before she could actually begin, there was a knock on the club room's door. Hearing that, everyone was confused. None of them could figure out who would be visiting them. James, however, raised an eyebrow as he thought. I wonder why she's here. A moment later, Aino made her way to the door and opened it. Then, when she saw who the visitor was, her face displayed a shocked expression for a moment. After her expression returned to normal, she stepped aside so that the visitor would be able to enter. Zenobia, why are you here? Rias asked with confusion in her tone. I have nowhere else to go. Zenobia said expressionlessly. I was driven out of the church as soon as my report on the events of that night ended. As it turns out, Zenobia was expelled from the church directly for no other reason than knowing the truth of God's death. There was no reason given and no chance for her to repent. Excommunication was the only option she was given. Hearing that, everyone was surprised, apart from Mio and Maria who had no idea who this girl was. That doesn't tell me why you came here, Zenobia Corda. Ria said while crossing her arms under her breasts. I was hoping to join your peerage. Zenobia said with her head lowered. This is quite the ironic twist. James said with a sneer. You were quite overbearing when you found out that Asia became a devil not long ago, right? To James' surprise, Zenobia did not flare up in anger. Instead, she lowered her head and apologized. Asia, for the way I acted the other day, I'm truly sorry. Zenobia said with sincerity. I really knew nothing about what happened back then. Please forgive me for my ignorance. With her eyes wide open and her hands covering her open mouth, Asia stared at Zenobia with disbelief swirling in her eyes. A moment later, however, her shocked expression turned into a smile. Then, she stepped forward until she was standing directly in front of Zenobia and gently took the blue-haired girl's hands in her own. There's no need for apologies. Asia said with a smile. Before I was fortunate enough to meet all these wonderful people, I, too, believed that all devils were evil. Zenobia could only lower her head in apology after hearing Asia's kind words. So, what are you going to do with her, Rias? Sona asked while adjusting her glasses. I'll accept her. Rias said resolutely. Then, with a smug smile, she continued. And with her, I'll be the first to complete my peerage. Lancer and Dante would still be able to beat your whole peerage by themselves. James said, pouring cold water on top of Rias' enthusiasm. And then there's Iam, she could take out your whole peerage without them even seeing her. Oh, and don't forget that Mizor and Mocha. Okay, I get it. Rias said exasperatedly. Sona only giggled at her best friend's misfortune. Meanwhile, Mio and Maria were left standing in the middle of the room, not sure if they should continue to stand there or go back to their seats. Do you think they forgot about us? Maria asked with a wry smile. If they did, I'll kill them 100 times. Mio said angrily. After a few more minutes, Rias was able to get everything back on track. Now, instead of just the duo of Mio and Maria, Zenobia was also standing in front of her. Extending her hand, palm up, toward Mio, a bishop piece appeared floating above it. Then, she pressed the piece into Mio's chest. Not waiting for Mio's changes to conclude, Rias repeated the process with Maria and Zenobia, turning them into her new rook and knight, respectively. Because of their devil lineages, Mio and Maria did not take much time to assimilate their pieces. Zenobia, on the other hand, had her race changed. Then, when the physiological changes were completed, a pair of black bat-like wings spread from her lower back. I guess this means I'll have to do more transfer paperwork, doesn't it? Sona asked with a small smile. Yes, please. Rias said with a smile. This should be the last time. For me, anyway. I won't be adding any new students to the school, either. James said with a smile. Oh, but I bet Lady Ravel will want to go to school when she arrives. Ugh. I bet she will. Sona said. Well, it's much easier than allocating budgets. Anyway, I guess we should share the good news now, right? Rias said happily. Yeah, now is as good a time as any. James said with a smile and a shrug. Clap. James then clapped his hand loud enough to get everyone's attention. Okay, to celebrate the end of midterms and the fact that Rias has completed her peerage, we'll be going out to karaoke as a group tonight. James said loudly. And you can consider this to be mandatory. There were only 2 people in the room who were not excited about the upcoming trip to the karaoke bar. Mio was dissatisfied because she feels uncomfortable around all these unfamiliar people. The other was Zenobia, who had never done any of the things normal girls experience due to her church upbringing. However, unlike Mio, she was looking forward to the trip. Looking forward to experiencing life as a normal girl as much as she can. Chapter 125, The Best Part of Waking Up, R. 18. Human world, Japan, Kowo. The day after midterms, James allowed himself to sleep in. Having gone through the whole debacle with Kokabiel and the Excalibur fragments closely followed by the midterms, James was exhausted. Not physically but mentally. However, he was awakened much earlier than he expected by a warm and slippery sensation coming from his lower body. Accompanying that sensation were frequent sounds of slurping and the occasional sound of gagging. Groggily opening his eyes, James took a few moments to get his bearings. Once he was fully awake, he noticed a bulge much bigger than his morning wood could ever produce in his blankets. Thinking he had a good idea of what was going on, James lightly tugged at the edge of his blanket, revealing a head full of long silver hair bobbing up and down. And with the slippery, warm feeling coming from his crotch, James knew there was a pretty pair of lips wrapped around his dick. Smiling happily, James spoke to his visitor. "Good morning, Mocha," James said with a smile. "Slurp, pop." "Good morning, James," Mocha said with a smile as well. Reaching down, James then pulled Mocha up to eye level and stole her lips. Then, after a short kiss, James spoke again. "So, what's got you coming to see me so early in the morning?" James asked curiously, while fondling Mocha's ass, which was wrapped in a pair of very short elastic nylon shorts. "We got a call from Rias about half an hour ago," Mocha replied, still smiling while enjoying James' caresses. "She asked us to help clean the school's pool. In return, we would be able to use it for the rest of the day as we please." After she finished speaking her purpose for entering James' bedroom, Mocha slid back down his body and wrapped her lips around his dick once again. Then, while maintaining eye contact, she began to bob her head up and down while massaging his shaft with her tongue. Slurp, slurp, gag, slurp. "Oh, no hands, nice," James exclaimed in pleasure. "Cleaning the pool, huh? But wasn't it rebuilt a little more than a week ago? How is it so dirty already?" "Slurp, pop." "I don't know," Mocha said as she wiped the saliva dripping from the side of her mouth. "But a day at the pool sounds nice, doesn't it?" "It does," James said with a nod as he once again pulled Mocha upward. Then, with practiced movements, James slid Mocha's shorts off her sexy toned legs. "Oh, no panties?" James asked in mild surprise. "I know you're sleeping in today, but it's not as late as it seems you'd like to believe," Mocha said while rolling her eyes. "The sun just rose a few minutes ago, I haven't even gotten dressed for the day." Nodding in understanding, James made Mocha straddle his hips. Then, he lined his dick up with the entrance to her pussy while planting his feet onto the surface of his mattress. A moment later, he thrust his hips upward while creating a silencing barrier. "On." Mocha moaned in pleasure as James entered her. "So, what time do we need to be at school by?" James asked as he pistoned up into Mocha, his speed increasing slowly over time. "MMM. 10 on M," Mocha said between moans. "Rias on. Wanted us to MMM. Arrive early so we would have more time to play on." "I see," James said with a nod. Then, he turned his head to look at the clock on his nightstand. "It's a little after 6 now, so we have a bit of time to play before we need to get ready." Continuing to pound Mocha as he spoke, James enjoyed the lustful expression on her face. Then, he pulled her flush against his chest and started to pound her even harder. "Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck me, James. Fuck me harder." Accepting her request, James began pushing down on Mocha's hips in tune with his upward thrusts. Less than 2 minutes later, Mocha reached her first orgasm. On. At the same time, Mocha opened her mouth wide and sunk her fangs into the nape of James' neck. "Oh shit." James moaned from the pleasure the little Draculina's bite brought with it. As she sucked a small amount of blood, Mocha came down from the reverberations of her orgasm rather quickly. Then, she removed her fangs and smiled at James. "Fuck Folgers. That's the best part of waking up," Mocha said with a grin. James smiled in return. Then, with one fluid motion, James rolled the two of them over and pinned Mocha underneath him. "Well, if you're awake, I think it's time to get back to business," James said as he plunged into Mocha as hard and deep as he could. On. 2.5 hours later, James and Mocha were sitting in the bathtub together. They had worked up quite the sweat during their morning workout, after all. "Hey, Mocha," James said, getting her attention as he combed his fingers through her hair while she rested against his chest. "There's something I always wanted to ask you. Ever since the first time we did it with Mazor." "What's that?" Mocha asked lazily, enjoying the after-service James was providing. "Are you into girls?" James asked curiously. "Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I still remember walking in on you and Mazor making out and touching each other before our first time." After hearing James' question, Mocha giggled for a bit. Then, with a smile she answered. "Not really," Mocha replied. I can appreciate other girls' beauty, but I'm not physically attracted to them. Then, why? James asked in confusion. Why was I kissing her? Mocha finished James' question. Because I could feel you approaching the room. And I thought it would turn you on if that was the first thing you saw after opening the door. And what do you know, I was right. Once again, Mocha giggled. James could only smile wryly in response. He had to admit, seeing his girls making out really does turn him on. After that, James and Mocha simply enjoyed the bath with some casual conversation. Half an hour later, James and Mocha exited James' bedroom, hand in hand, and made their way down the stairs. Entering the living room, they were met with the scene of Leona, Mizor, Siu Chulin, Iam, Shuna, and Cheyenne watching the news. When everyone noticed them, they were greeted with smiles and morning greetings. Mizor was the one who reacted differently. You sure took a long time to deliver the message from Rias, Mocha. Mizor said sarcastically while pouting. Yeah, we had a rather deep conversation about our plans for the day. Mocha replied with a cheeky smile. Hearing Mocha's response, Mizor pouted even harder. Leona laughed loudly at the blatant innuendo. While Shuna blushed at her own imagination of how their conversation went. Siu Chulin shook his head, while imagining Tsubaki in her swimsuit. Cheyenne, however, was thoroughly confused by the innuendo and was not sure why everyone reacted that way. They just had sex. Cheyenne said with some confusion in her tone. It's not like it's the first time, why are all of you making a big deal out of it? Tilting her head as she asked her question, Cheyenne's question was met with silence. No one knew how to respond to her straightforward question. Then, after a few moments of silence, they all moved the conversation along as if nothing happened. So, are you going to help Rias clean up the pool today? Leona asked with a smile. Yeah, taking a swim and having some fun with everyone sounds like a great idea. James said, returning the smile. Hey! Cheyenne exclaimed. Don't ignore me. Cheyenne, do you want to come with us to the pool? James asked. Can I? Cheyenne asked with stars in her eyes, completely forgetting her previous grievances. Sure, I don't see why not. James replied with a smile and a shrug. Yay! Cheyenne exclaimed as she rose to her feet. I need to go pick out a swimsuit. Then, she ran from the room and up the stairs. The sound of Cheyenne rummaging through her wardrobe could be heard shortly afterward. Then, Shuna rose from her seat and began to make her way upstairs as well. I should probably go help her, or we'll be late. Shuna said as she walked up the stairs elegantly. I would assume you're coming too, Lancer. James said as he shifted his attention to Siu Chulin. Yeah, it's a good chance to spend some time with Tsubaki. Siu Chulin answered with a smile. James only nodded in response, expecting that answer. Then, he turned his attention to his mother. Mom, what will you be doing today? James asked curiously. Instead of answering, Leona covered her face with her hands and pretended to cry. My baby doesn't even ask me to hang out with him anymore. Leona said in the most heartbreaking tone she could manage. Now that he has all those girlfriends, he's forgotten about his mom. Rolling his eyes in reply, James did not even feel it necessary to dignify his mother's act with a response. Noticing that she could not elicit a response from her son, Leona sighed then answered his question. I'm gonna go sing some karaoke with the girls in the underworld. Leona said with a smile. Hearing her reply, everyone left and the living room shuddered in pure terror. Even Iam, the resident masochist, showed fear on her face. Although she enjoys torture as much as any good masochist did, Leona's singing was too much, even for her. Recovering quickly, James put on a forced smile and replied. That sounds like fun. James said. Make sure to tell everyone I said hi. Don't worry, I will. Leona replied with a smile. You really should make some time to come and visit, though. Everyone misses you. I know. Sigh, James replied. It's just so much shit has. Smack. Language, young man. Leona said sternly after, flash stepping to James' side and smacking him upside the head. You know, Mom, I've never seen you use the flash step outside this house. James said while rubbing the back of his head where he was slapped. I developed that as a battle technique, you know. I do use it for battle. Leona said innocently. Then, her expression changed into a resolute one. The battle against my son's potty mouth is never ending. With that, everyone laughed while James could only smile wryly. Then, everyone continued to chat and laugh. About 15 minutes later, Shuna and Cheyenne came back downstairs with bags holding their swimsuits and changes of clothes. Seeing that they were prepared to go, everyone else realized how close to the time to leave it was and rushed up to their own bedrooms and quickly picked out swimsuits and packed their own bags. A few minutes later, everyone was seated around the dining room table eating breakfast. Consisting of eggs, bacon, sausage, biscuits, and gravy, they enjoyed the American breakfast while chatting about school, training, romance, and whatever else came to mind. Then, after finishing breakfast, everyone was ready to leave. Stepping out the front door, they were greeted with the sight of Rias and Sona leading their peerages outside as well. Meeting up on the sidewalk, everyone exchanged greetings. "Sona, are you going to clean the pool with us?" James asked curiously. Unfortunately, no. Sona replied tiredly. "I have to take care of Zenovia's transfer documents today. Then, the student council has to start preparations for the parents' visitation day that happens every year before the term's final exams." Hearing that, James and Rias paled. Siyu Chulin looked as if he lost his soul as well. "Does that mean I agreed to help clean the pool for nothing?" Siyu Chulin thought to himself as his shoulders sagged. "Damn it!" James exclaimed. "Is it really that time again, already?" Rias said forlornly. Akino, Tsubaki, and Rhea smiled in delight as they watched James, Sona, and Rias' expressions distort with frustration. Everyone else only looked on in confusion. "I don't get it," Mizor said innocently. "What's so bad about Parents' Day?" "Fufufu." Akino giggled in her signature manner. "Normally, nothing. But think about who is most likely to attend for those three when they find out about it," Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses with a smile. "Then, think about how embarrassing those people's actions would be," Rhea said with a giggle. Whether intentionally, like in James' case, or unintentionally, in Rias and Sona's cases. Taking a moment to imagine the scene in their classroom on Parents' Day, the rest who were confused had their expressions turn into smiles of amusement. "Oh, if only I could be a fly on the wall," Siyu Chulin said with a wicked smile on his face. "Well, you'd have to be a fly on the wall today if you want to see Tsubaki after we get to the school," James replied sharply. Hearing that, Siyu Chulin's mood dropped again while James wore a triumphant smile. As they walked, the group continued talking about Parents' Day. Eventually, they met up with Flora along the way. Another 20 minutes later, they met up with Issei, Asia, Saji, Mio, and Maria outside the school gates. Then, they all entered the school grounds and headed for their own destinations. The student council officers headed to the student council office, while everyone else headed to the locker rooms near the pool to change into clothes more suitable for cleaning. Chapter 126, The Pool Episode. Human World, Japan, Koho. After entering the locker rooms, the members of James and Rias' peerages waste no time changing into their PE uniforms and other clothes. They did not mind if they were soaked in sweat. Then, for the next 2 hours, they all worked together to clean the pool after they emptied it. Then, with Akino's magic, they were able to quickly fill the pool again. After adding the proper chemicals in the proper amounts, the pool was once again ready for swimming. And once again, the group entered the locker rooms. This time, they all changed into their swimwear. And naturally, the boys were the first to exit. While the boys, excluding Gasper, waited for the girls, they engaged in some casual conversation. "Oh man, I've been waiting for a day like this for a long time," Issei said excitedly as he kept his sights on the entrance to the girls' locker room. "I can only imagine how good everyone will look in their swimsuits. If your eyes wander too much, ISE," James said with a friendly smile on his face while resting a hand on Issei's shoulder. "I'll give you 2 options for your punishment." Gulp. Issei could not help gulping a mouthful of saliva when he heard the seemingly friendly tone in James' voice. At the same time, Siyu Chulin and Yuto only shook their heads. "I wonder if this kid will ever learn," Siyu Chulin thought to himself as he looked at James and Issei's interaction. "It's not like James Senpai asks him not to look at all," Yuto thought to himself. "He only asks him to keep his perverted intentions to himself. I don't think that's too much to ask." "So, what are those choices you mentioned, Senpai?" Issei asked with a nervous smile. "Well, I don't think they are too bad," James said, maintaining his friendly smile. "I can either put you through another hell mode training session, or I can pluck out your eyes." "Not so bad, right?" Issei shuddered at the options he was given. He was absolutely terrified of the hell mode training sessions he had participated in over the last year. And the worst part is that as he got stronger, so did the difficulty of each session. On the other hand, losing his eyes would be a lot more painful, but the pain would be over quickly with Asia's sacred gear. But there lies the problem. He would never be able to see again. Although I hate the constant pain brought from the training, at least I would be able to see the glorious boobage of all the girls. Then, Issei's expression changed into something resolute. "I'll take the hell mode training," Issei said with certainty. Tisk. James clicked his tongue. To Issei's surprise. "Senpai, did you really want to pluck out my eyes?" Issei asked in fear. If I plucked out your eyes, then I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of punishing you as often. James explained in an annoyed tone. James, I think you're thinking about this too simply. Siyu Chilin said as he patted James on the shoulder. If you took his sight, he would just try to use his other senses. Are you telling me you would take one of his sensory organs every time he made a mistake? Hearing Siyu Chilin's reasonable opinion, James stopped to think while stroking his chin. Then his eyes lit up. I could just take them all at once. James said excitedly. Well, that's true. Siyu Chilin agreed with a shrug. Seeing the lack of care the two older boys showed for his well-being, Issei was well and truly scared. I'm sorry, senpai. Issei said while bowing his head. I promise to do better. Do better at what? James asked in an innocent tone. Gritting his teeth, Issei lowered his head even further as he struggled to speak. I promise I'll do better to not stare at your girlfriend's boobs anymore. I don't think that's good enough. James said with his arms crossed. You either do or don't. I promise not to. Issei began. Oh, and that includes anyone who feels uncomfortable from your stares. James interrupted. I mean, seriously. Mio has complained about you twice since she joined Rias peerage yesterday. Issei could only look away awkwardly. Yuto and Siyu Chilin knew that was not entirely Issei's fault. Mio complained once just because Issei turned his head in her direction. However, they could also understand where she was coming from based on Issei's behavior over the last 2 years. I promise. Issei said dejectedly. Good. James said with a radiant smile. I really hope it will be a long time before I have to remove any body parts from you. Wait. I thought it would just be hell mode training since I promised. Issei exclaimed in terror. Did I say that? James asked while tilting his head. Then, he turned his sights toward Siyu Chilin and Yuto. Lancer, Kiba, did I ever mention that? With Siyu Chilin and Yuto as his last hope, Issei also shifted his attention to the other boys. Nope. Siyu Chilin answered swiftly. He too was annoyed by the lewd stares Issei would often use to gaze at his girlfriend. Sorry Issei, but it's true. Yuto said while shrugging his shoulders. James senpai only said what you needed to do to not get punished. Damn it. Issei muttered to himself after realizing that he would be in deep trouble if he broke his promise. Before he could fall too far into his depression, however, the door to the locker room opened. Walking through it, Rias and Aino were the first to make their appearances. Wearing white and purple bikinis respectively, they both looked stunning. James, can you help me put on some sunscreen? Rias and Aino both asked as they quickly approached. Noticing that they had made the same request, they stopped in place. Then, they glared at each other. Aino, as my queen, don't you think you should allow me to go first? Rias asked with irritation clear in her tone. Fufufu. Aino giggled in her signature way. However, it did not sound as gentle or elegant as usual. Instead, it was filled with the intent to battle. As the newest member of James' harem, you're sure getting full of yourself, aren't you Rias? Hearing that, Rias' demonic power began to spike due to her anger. Would you mind saying that again, Aino? Rias said, trying to keep her rage under control. What's wrong, newbie? Aino taunted. Is the princess not used to waiting her turn like a good girl? That's it, I've had enough, Aino. Rias said as she began hurling unrefined lumps of demonic energy at Aino. Bring it on, Rias. Aino said with a smile. Then, the two girls began to move around the pool launching demonic power at each other. Don't they ever get tired of this? Flora asked, having shown up while Rias and Aino were arguing with her arms and breasts wrapped around James' left arm. Aino just likes to tease Rias. James said with a smile while looking at Flora's swimsuit. You look great in that suit, by the way. Thanks. Flora replied with a bright smile while squeezing James' arm even tighter. So, since you're free for the moment, would you mind helping me put some sunscreen on my back? Sure. James replied. Then, he led Flora off to the side and laid out her towel. As he was preparing to help Flora, Sona and Cheyenne approached. Could you help me put on sunscreen, too? Sona asked shyly while blushing. Me, too. Me, too. Cheyenne exclaimed excitedly. Sure, I don't mind. James replied with a smile. With that Shona's blush deepened while Cheyenne smiled brightly. At the same time, Asia also asked Issei to help her apply some sunscreen. Naturally, Issei agreed. Although he was excited to help a girl put on sunscreen, he was even more scared of James' punishment if he stared too hard at Rias and Aino's bouncing breasts. Eventually, while James was helping Flora with sunscreen, a line had formed from the girls who wanted his help applying sunscreen. To James' surprise, even Mio was lined up for it. When he looked at her in confusion, Mio simply looked away and muttered to herself. The next one who surprised him was Kaneko, who was wearing a school swimsuit. There were no hard-to-reach places exposed in a suit like that. Putting the thought out of his mind, James looked at the last person who baffled him. What the hell are you wearing? James asked while staring at the yokai ninja coldly. Hearing that, everyone present stopped what they were doing and looked at Iam. Then, they were dumbfounded when they saw what she was wearing. Instead of a swimsuit, she was walking around with only her most intimate areas, such as her nipples and crotch covered by band-aids of assorted sizes. I'm wearing a swimsuit, James-sama. Iam answered with a shudder. Is there something wrong? Hearing her shameless answer, the temperature of James' glare dropped by a few more degrees. Go and put on a proper swimsuit. James commanded. Once again, Iam shuddered. She could feel the gauze pad in the band-aid covering her crotch soaking up her juices. But this is all I brought. Iam said with her cheeks bright red. Then take your ass home and get a new one. James said harshly. And if you're not wearing something presentable when you come back, I'll send you back for good. Seeing the look in his eyes and hearing the cold tone in his voice, Iam did her best to hold back the orgasm she felt coming and answered James. Understood. Iam replied. A moment later, she vanished from the spot and found a place to experience the pleasure she was holding back. Damn it. James muttered as he returned to rubbing sunscreen into all of Flora's hard-to-reach spots. What's wrong, James? Flora asked while trying to stifle her moans. She got me again. James said with a wry smile. Hearing that, Sona giggled from the side. You've been treating her so gently for the past half-year or so. Sona said with a smile while wearing a blush. I guess she needs to get that out of her system from time to time. I bet on she is more concerned with getting James into her system at this point. Flora said with a smile between moans. Hearing Flora's moans, all the girls waiting for their turns blushed a little. Eventually, James finished applying sunscreen to Flora and moved on to Sona, Cheyenne, Kaneko, Maria, Mio, Mizor, Mocha, Aquino, and Rias. After spending close to an hour helping the girls put on sunscreen, James was quite thirsty, in more ways than one. However, he noticed that he left his water bottle in the locker room. Hey guys, I'll be right back. James said as he turned toward the locker room. I forgot my water bottle in the locker room. Come back soon. Rias shouted from the pool. With that, James made his way back to the locker rooms. As he approached the door, Zenobia opened it and walked out wearing a white bikini. Whistle I gotta say, you wear that suit well. James said with a smile. Thanks. Zenobia said with her head lowered. Sigh why are you lowering your head? James asked with a sigh. I know I was kinda harsh with you before. But you have to understand, we weren't exactly on the same side. Things are different now, though. Hearing that, Zenobia raised her head. Then she spoke. I thought you hated me. Zenobia said with a slight blush. No one has ever been that harsh with me before. Well, other than devils that wanted to kill me. Well, to be honest, I never hated you in the first place. James said nonchalantly. You were neither strong enough to harm me or the people I care about, nor had you done anything I found unforgivable. But you reacted so strongly when I threatened Asia that one day. Zenobia said, now with confusion in her tone. Oh, that. James said, remembering how he protected Asia. I was just angry in general at how anyone could call into question someone as gentle and kind as Asia's nature. I kinda projected my issues with the church in general onto you. Sorry about that. Surprised at James' apology, Zenobia stared at him blankly for a few moments. Then, when she came back to her senses, she began to speak once again. I find you interesting, James. Zenobia said while maintaining eye contact. I'd like the opportunity to get to know you better and make a baby with you. I'm sorry. What? James replied with genuine confusion in his tone. That's quite the leap, isn't it? Not really. Zenobia said while shaking her head gently. After leaving the church, I've realized that I've never done any of the things that normal girls do. I mean, look at this. Zenobia showed off her bikini. I just finished putting this on because I had no idea what I was supposed to do. Zenobia said without any visible changes in her expression. I know nothing of what normal girls my age usually experience. So, I put together a list of things I want to do that normal girls do. And having a child is on the top of that list. Hearing that, James understood what she meant, but he felt this girl needed some serious education on what would be considered common sense. Wait right here, I'll go get my water bottle from inside then I'll walk back with you to the pool. James said as he turned toward the locker room's door. Can't we make a baby right now? Zenobia asked innocently. No, you're too young and too mentally immature for parenthood. James said without looking back. Hearing that, Zenobia could only pout in response. A few moments later, James re-emerged from the locker room, water bottle in hand. Then, he and Zenobia walked toward the pool. Upon returning, James sent Zenobia to play with the others. Then, he pulled Rias and Aquino to the side and explained the conversation he just had with Zenobia. You need to put her through some classes so that she can get some common sense, or something. James said, concluding his thoughts about the former exorcist. I guess you're right. Rias said with an exasperated sigh. I'll have her take lessons about it after school a few days a week. I suggest you train her harshly on her energy control as well. James said with a slight frown. I remember her saying something about not being able to handle Durandal's destructive power properly during her fight with Freed. That's not a bad idea either way. Aquino said with a smile. Control was the first thing all of us worked on after being recruited, right? That's true. James said with a nod. Although there was one person who only worked on the control exercise so she could play with the water. Anyway, let's get back to having fun. Rias said as she turned around and walked away quickly. So, it was her, huh? Aquino asked with a mischievous smile. Yup, it was her. James said with a similar mischievous smile. Then, they chased after Rias and spent the rest of the day having a fun time. Chapter 127, Drinking with the Girls. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. While James and his group were cleaning and subsequently playing in the pool, in the lounge at the Gremory Estate, Vanillana was once again standing behind the bar. In front of her sat Leona, Ria, and Grafia as they sipped their drinks. Because her request to sing karaoke was denied, in Leona's eyes, swirled a much brighter mischievous glint than her usual. Although Leona told James that she would be singing karaoke with the girls, because they were not ready for the damage listening to Leona's singing could inflict, Vanillana, Ria, and Grafia did all they could to stop that plan. Eventually, they ended up in the Gremory Estate's lounge. So, Parents' Day is coming up again. Leona said in a sing-song tone. Are any of you coming? I should be free this year. Ria said as she sipped her Cosmo. I think I'll accompany my husband this year. You're not gonna tell Sarah? Vanillana asked. No, Sona might faint from embarrassment. Ria said with a smile. That wouldn't be good for her image as student council president. Hearing Ria's reasoning, the three other women all nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Vanillana, Ria, and Grafia missed the increasingly mischievous glint in Leona's eyes. What about you, Lana? Leona asked after taking a sip of her tequila sunrise. I'll be going this year, as well. Vanillana replied as she mixed a margarita for herself. I'll replace Zio on this trip. Oh. I bet he was heartbroken to hear that. Leona said while imagining the constipated face Zioticus must be making at not being able to see his little girl in school. Hearing that, the other ladies, even Grafia, laughed. Then, Ria asked. But why did you decide to go this year? Ria asked as she wiped away a tear from her eyes. Because, Rias came to me nearly in tears. Vanillana said with a little giggle. Her brother and father were a little too much last year. At least if what she had to say is to be believed. But I don't put it past them to act like that. Leona, Ria, and Grafia's eyes lit up at the potentially embarrassing story they could get to hear. But before Vanillana could continue, Ria turned to Leona and asked her a question. Why do you look so excited to hear this story? Ria asked with confusion in her tone. Weren't you there last year? No, I wasn't. Leona replied before downing the remainder of her drink. Cassiel got me to let him go last year. How did he manage to do that? Grafia asked, also curious about Leona's absence from a prime opportunity to tease James in front of a crowd. He rocked the boat like Aaliyah for a whole night. Leona said with a smile. Even with my devil physique I couldn't walk until evening. Collectively, the three other women gasped. Then, they looked at Leona with envy. I wish Zio was more interested in having sex. Vanillana said with a bit of a grudge. But we both know that we're no longer in love with each other. And it would feel weird to have sex just for the sake of it after all these years. It's not like he's stopping you from looking for someone new though, right? Ria asked curiously. That's true. Vanillana replied. But I haven't found anyone, yet. Well, if you ever get divorced, you could try for James. Leona said with a slight slur. You'd have to be able to handle being part of a harem though. Once again, Vanillana, Ria, and Grafia gasped. Vanillana and Ria could also still remember the killing intent Leona released that one time Vanillana joked about trying out James. What's up with your change in attitude, Leona? Venelana asked skeptically. You were ready to kill me when I joked about that 2 years ago. No, no, no. Leona waggled her finger as she refuted Venelana. I was ready to kill you for joking about cheating on your husband. I actually think a woman like you would be good for James. That was when realization dawned on Venelana and Ria. Now that you mention it, Sona said something about that after their school trip that I dismissed. Ria said while trying to remember the term used. Leona hates NTR. Venelana said with a giggle. It seems obvious now. Yeah, it does. Ria giggled along. Although Grafia did not participate in this conversation, she smiled through it all. Noticing this, Venelana turned toward her. It really seems like Leona is the only one who can make you break that stoic mask you always wear. Venelana teased. Last time you were here to drink you stayed expressionless the whole time. Even after you got shit-faced. Grafia blushed slightly at Venelana's teasing. Instead of retorting, she chose to take a large gulp of her drink. This, of course, caused the other three to laugh once again. Anyway, maybe getting together with James might not be such a bad idea. Venelana said, placing a palm on her cheek with a light blush. The laughter immediately stopped as Leona, Ria, and Grafia looked intently at Venelana. From the stories I managed to get out of Rias, James has inherited the talent that Leona spoke of from Katerea. Venelana said with a smile. Apparently, he was able to leave both her and Aquino unable to walk for half a day after their last night together. Oh, my. Ria said as she covered her mouth elegantly. Grafia did not say anything but her face flushed a little. Leona, on the other hand, smiled proudly. That's my boy, Leona said before downing the rest of her drink. I think you've had enough, Leona. Venelana said with a smile as she looked over the intoxicated Leona. Yeah, I probably have. Leona said with a silly smile on her face. So, why don't you make me another? Knowing this was coming, Venelana only smiled and began to make another drink for Leona. One with a markedly reduced amount of alcohol in it. The quartet continued to gossip about their sex lives for a few more minutes. Eventually, Ria realized they had veered off topic. As fun as this is, I still want to know what happened at Parents' Day last year. Ria said with a smile. How did Zeoticus and Scathach embarrass Rias enough to make her come to you in tears? Once again, Leona's eyes lit up. Turning to Venelana, she was also clearly interested in the story. Seeing that the story had returned to its original topic, Venelana smiled and then told them about the series of events at last year's Parents' Day event. Grafia was also interested. Although she was also at the Parents' Day event last year, accompanying Scathach, hearing about it from Rias' perspective was interesting. After a few minutes filled with smiles and laughter, Venelana finished her retelling of the events, from Rias' perspective. Although she embellished a bit. Grafia said before sipping her drink. Then, after setting it back down on the coaster, she continued. But that's more or less what happened. Really? Leona and Ria asked in unison. Uh-huh. Grafia replied with a nod. If you were there and you saw this going on, why didn't you stop it? Ria asked as Leona laughed hysterically. Because I am only a maid. Grafia replied with a blush. Noticing the blush, Leona stopped laughing. And what's the real reason? Leona asked, rolling her eyes. With that, Grafia's blush deepened. Then, covering her face with her hands, she answered the question. Because it took all my concentration to not laugh out loud myself. Grafia said while giggling behind her hands. Not expecting that response, Leona, Venelana, and Ria all froze. Eventually, they all laughed hysterically, with Leona slapping her hand on top of the bar repeatedly. After laughing a few minutes longer than they should have due to the alcohol in their systems, they all finally got their laughter under control. Well. I guess that's as good a reason as any for you to replace Zeoticus for this year's Parents' Day. Ria said while catching her breath and wiping the tears from her eyes. Unfortunately, that's not the most important part of that day, right? Right. Venelana said with a nod and a solemn expression. They're finally going through with the peace treaty discussion with Heaven and the Gregory that Scathach has been pushing for. Grafia shared a solemn expression with her mother-in-law as well. This should be a good thing. Ria said while shifting her gaze between Venelana and Grafia. So, why do you two look so unhappy? Making eye contact, Venelana and Grafia had a quick, silent conversation before they both nodded. Then, Venelana turned to Leona and Ria. Sigh what I'm about to tell you can't leave this room. Venelana said in a serious tone. Noticing how serious the issue was, Leona and Ria both nodded with solemn expressions on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Venelana touched a spot under the bar before the walls of the lounge lit up and the door was covered with a barrier. Once everything was in place, Venelana looked at Leona and Ria once again. Leona, I especially hope you can keep this a secret from Katerea. Venelana said solemnly. Don't tell me this information could mess up the dynamic between Katerea and Scathach. Leona said, her drunkenness seemed to disappear instantly. Indeed, it could. Venelana said with a nod. Instead of answering verbally, Leona nodded to indicate her agreement. Then, Venelana took a deep breath and made eye contact with Grafia once more before speaking. Leona, I'm sure James told you about that raid on the Fallen Angel base to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana, right? Venelana asked. Yeah, he told me about it. Leona replied with a nod. By now, everyone should know about that. Rias said with a tilt of her head due to confusion. What does that have to do with this? I'm getting to that. Venelana said without changing her expression. When James and his peerage entered the facility and confronted the fallen angels, one of them made an offhand comment about the Devil Council sending young devils there on missions. Only to inform the fallen angels to have them disposed of. Hearing that, Ria froze from shock. That's not true, is it? Ria asked in shock. With her eyes trembling, she continued. No, that can't be true. That had to be the fallen angels trying to demoralize them. Ria, calm down. Leona said as she placed a hand on the panicking Ria's shoulder. I think there is more to the story. Nodding in response to Leona's assumption, Venelana continued. She explained how Grafia contacted someone to investigate the claims. Then she explained how Grafia found evidence in her room the evening after Rias and Reiser's engagement was officially cancelled. And finally, she explained what happened when Grafia took the evidence to Scathach. After her explanation was over, silence fell over the room. His pride is going to lead to his downfall one day. Leona said with a sigh. More importantly, I get the feeling that James is gonna have to clean up this mess. I mean, he ends up cleaning up all his other messes, right? Even though the only mess he's created recently was the spoiling of Rias, I suppose you aren't wrong. Venelana said with a wry smile. How can the two of you joke around? Ria asked incredulously. This is a big deal. Yeah, it's a real big fucking deal. Leona replied with a smile. But what do you want us to do about it? Ria had no response to Leona's question. Because of that, Leona continued. Since we can't do anything about it, there's no point in stressing over it. With the combined efforts of Leona, Venelana, and Grafia, they were able to calm Ria down after a few minutes. Then, Venelana spoke once again. What makes this more annoying is that Scathach is making alliances with outside forces before cleaning up in his own backyard. Venelana said exasperatedly. After that, the group of 4 women decided to discuss some less serious topics so they could simply enjoy their drinks. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. While Leona, Venelana, Ria, and Grafia were drinking, Seraphal was finishing some paperwork that she had allowed to pile up. Until she received a phone call from Leona. When she answered the call, Leona did not respond. However, she could hear the 4 women talking about something she found rather interesting. Parents' Day, huh? Seraphal said to herself with a smile. If Scathach-chan is going, then there's no reason that I can't go, too. And for the next while, Seraphal listened to and laughed at the conversation her mother and friends were having without her. Just thinking about them having fun without her made her begin to pout. However, she was surprised when the call was cut off suddenly. Understanding that Leona was trying to secretly let her know about Parents' Day, though, she decided not to call back. It would be bad if she exposed Leona. Don't worry, Sotan, I'll be there to see you soon. Seraphal said with a smile as she returned to working on her paperwork. Chapter 128, Thoughts of the Leaders. Heaven, Sixth Heaven. While James and the others were having fun at the Koa Academy pool, the 4 great seraphs, who were in command of the forces of heaven, were discussing the incident with Kokabiel. Is this report verified? Raphael asked while reading over the incident report. According to our agents living in Japan, everything here is true. Michael replied with a kind smile. Michael, the acting leader of Heaven after God's death, is a tall man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He is often seen wearing a red robe with a white sash, a golden cross, and golden shoulder pauldrons. Like the other great seraphs, he has 12 wings growing from his back. Unlike the others, however, his are gold instead of white. Will this not be a problem? Uriel asked while looking over the same incident report. This generation's Red Dragon Emperor is a devil. How is that even possible? He's actually a half-devil. Gabriel, the only woman among the 4 great seraphs, replied with an innocent smile. It was quite a shame that she passed away in childbirth. Gabriel, also recognized as the most beautiful woman in heaven, is an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair, green eyes, and 6 pairs of white feathered wings growing from her back. It almost seems as though you know her personally. Raphael said with an eyebrow raised. As a matter of fact, I do. Gabriel replied with a smile. I met her once when I was on patrol in the human world. She was quite the kind-hearted woman. If she was so kind, then how could she give birth to a devil's child? Uriel asked with a bit of discomfort. Although devils are creatures of sin, that doesn't make them inherently evil. Michael said in a kind tone. And the young man who defeated Kokabiel's father is not like the other devils. Now that you mention it, he seems to be the son of a survivor of Hades' experiments. Uriel said while still looking over the report. It always amazed me how beautiful such a dangerous bloodline ability could be. Oh, you mean the cherry blossom one, right? Gabriel said excitedly. I have always wanted to see it up close. Cherry blossoms are really pretty. Hearing that, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel could only look at the innocent Gabriel with fond smiles. Even though they knew it would be unsafe, they were all thinking of ways to make their sister's wish to see Senbon Zakura into a reality. Ahem. Michael coughed lightly in an attempt to steer the conversation back on topic. So, what do you think of Kokabiel's attack? If I had to guess, that warmonger was looking to start the Great War all over again. Raphael said exasperatedly. He clearly doesn't care if the fallen angels go extinct because of it. I think there's more to it than that. Uriel said, finally putting down the incident report. I agree. Michael said with a nod. The fact that he summoned 3 Cerberus to buy time for Valper Galilei, who was delivered to the church by the devils, was definitely a sign of things to come. You think he was allied with Hades? Raphael asked. Does that mean the Greek pantheon is instigating the biblical factions into another war? I cannot be sure. Michael said while shaking his head. What I am sure about, though, is that there is more to this than we can see from the surface. So, what do you think we should do, Michael? Gabriel asked with the same innocent smile adorning her face. I think we should give more consideration to the terms of this peace treaty both the fallen angels and devils have been pushing for. Michael said. And now that we know that each of them has one of the celestial dragons in their ranks, it's even more imperative for us to put an end to these hostilities and pointless casualties. Hearing that, the other 3 seraphs took a few moments to consider. Then, one by one they nodded their heads in agreement. Smiling as he saw his siblings nod, Michael smiled and spoke once more. Then, if we are all in agreement, we have to consider the terms that would result in the best outcome for heaven, without pushing away the interests of the other factions. Nodding in agreement once again, the 4 great seraphs spent another while deciding on what they wanted from and what they could bring to the peace negotiations. Underworld, Grigori Territory, Grigori HQ. So, what are you going to do with Kokabiel? Shemhazai, the Vice-Governor-General of the Grigori, asked. He will be imprisoned in Cocytus. Azazel, the Governor-General of the Grigori, replied while keeping his focus on his sacred gear research. Like the 4 great seraphs of heaven, the 2 highest-ranking leaders of the Grigori were also discussing the incident Kokabiel caused in the human world. Although, Azazel, a tall, handsome man of average build with black hair, golden bangs, a black goatee, and violet eyes, seemed much less interested than Shemhazai, a handsome man with silver-white hair and purple eyes. Instead of investing fully in the conversation, Azazel was much more interested in the research he was conducting. You know, if you paid more attention to Grigori affairs, things like this would never happen. Shemhazai said with a tired sigh. It wouldn't kill you to at least act like the leader of the Grigori. It just might. Azazel said with a cheeky grin. I was never cut out to be the leader of an organization. You should just take over. Ignoring Azazel's proposition, Shemhazai asked the next question on his mind. So what information were you able to get out of Kokabiel before locking him up? Shemhazai asked, not expecting much. He said that he wasn't the only one who was growing tired of the peaceful state of the world. Azazel said as he finally looked away from his research. If I had to guess, there's probably a group, whose name I couldn't pry from Kokabiel's lips, that wants to change the current world order. Shemhazai was surprised by Azazel's speculation. In his mind, Kokabiel was just an extremist who looked forward to waging war and he was acting on his own. But Kokabiel hates everyone too much for something like that, right? Shemhazai asked in a confused tone. I mean, could you even imagine him working with someone else? Especially if that person is not a fallen angel. I could. Azazel said with a nod. As long as that person's goals lead to another big war, Kokabiel would be all for it. Even if it means being betrayed in the end. As long as he gets to command a legion of soldiers for long enough, he would be just peachy. Stopping to think again about Kokabiel's personality, Shemhazai could not help but agree with Azazel's assessment. Shaking his head, Shemhazai put the thought of his former comrade out of his mind. So, what are we going to do about the chaos that Kokabiel alluded to? Shemhazai asked. We'll petition for peace with heaven and the devils. Azazel said with a grin. Hopefully, they'll agree. If they do, I'll have more time to study sacred gears. You're as one-track-minded as always. Shemhazai said exasperatedly. We should start working on the proposal for peace, then. Even though I do not agree with your reason for it, I do agree that it is time for these pointless skirmishes to end. What's wrong with my reason? Azazel asked as if he were offended. Everyone has a passion. And mine just happens to be sacred gear, research. And your reason for wanting peace wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that the Red Dragon Emperor is among the devils this time, right? Of course, it would. Azazel exclaimed in excitement. It would be great to be able to test and observe the differences between the boosted gear and divine dividing. No surprise there. Shemhazai said as he face-palmed. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. That James sure has grown quickly. Ajuka said while looking over the report of the Kokabiel incident again. Just 3 years ago he had just become a high-class devil, and now he's fighting Katerea of the Grigori. Yeah, he really has. Scathach replied with a smile. Riatan seems to be in good hands. You'd better be careful, Scathach. Ajuka responded with a smile. It may not be long before he surpasses you. Hearing that, Scathach maintained his smile. However, on the inside he scoffed. James may be good, but there's no way he'll be stronger than me. Scathach thought to himself while inwardly sporting a smug smile. Knowing exactly what his old friend was thinking, Ajuka could only shake his head while smiling wryly. He said it once before, pride comes before a fall. Even so, it looks like James could have won without using the boosted gear, if he wasn't worried about protecting the town and everyone in it. Ajuka said, truly impressed by the young half-devil's strength. Yes, it's truly impressive for one so young. Scathach replied with a nod. I would have liked to see who was stronger between James and the White Dragon Emperor, as well. It definitely would have been a fun fight to watch. Ajuka said as he nodded in agreement. More important than James' defeat of Kokabiel, what do you think of the fact that Kokabiel was able to summon those 3-headed puppies? Scathach asked, narrowing his eyes. The skeleton is sticking his nose into things that don't concern him. Ajuka replied while also narrowing his eyes. But I think there's a lot more to it than that. So do I. Scathach said as he leaned back in his seat. It seems as though we're missing something. Hopefully, the fallen angels will give us the results of the interrogation on Kokabiel. Ajuka said with a shrug. Hopefully. Scathach replied. Then, the two fell into silence for a few moments. Eventually, Scathach was the one to break the silence. If the fallen angels agree to the peace treaty, they'll probably agree to share the information they received from Kokabiel with us. Scathach said as the smile reappeared on his face. That's a big if. Ajuka said solemnly. We have been enemies for thousands of years. It will not be easy for everyone to put this long hatred down. I know, but all we can do is try. Underworld, Great King Territory, Baal Estate. Like the other leaders of the 3 factions, Zikram Baal was also mulling over the events of the Kokabiel incident. However, instead of thinking about the incident as a whole, he was more focused on the young devil's involvement. James' involvement, in particular. To think that young man is already that strong. Zikram thought to himself aloud. After that thought, Zikram picked up the incident report once again. He could probably recite the report backward from memory at this point. However, he still felt the need to read the parts that interested him again. Even if this report is exaggerated a bit, it would seem that Alaverus boy would have been able to defeat Kokabiel without using his sacred gear. Zikram said as he read the description of James' fight with Kokabiel again. And to think that he was hiding the fact that he was the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. After reading what he wanted to, Zikram placed the document down on his desk again. Then he fell silent as he contemplated. Those fools on the council have forgotten what it truly means to be a devil. Zikram said, standing from his seat. Bloodline purity is only secondary. What a devil should truly desire, and respect is strength. And strength alone. As he spoke, Zikram made his way out of his private chambers. Making his way toward the dining room, he gave an order to the first servant he came across. Inform the council, I'm calling an emergency meeting. Zikram said, not even turning his head in the servant's direction. As you command, Lord Zikram, the servant said as he bowed in deference. Continuing to walk toward the dining room, Zikram continued thinking to himself. Those short-sighted fools think I despise those of lesser birth because of some pure-blood supremacist doctrine. Zikram thought to himself, disdaining the other members of the Great King faction. They should know, it is exceedingly rare for those of inferior bloodlines to gain strength. But instead of rewarding those who are able, they do their best to snuff out their potential. If not kill them outright. And they have succeeded too many times for me to count. Maybe it is time I start thinning their numbers. Chapter 129, Another Promotion. Seriously. Human World, Japan, Koho. Several weeks have flown by since James and Rias peerages had a day at the pool. In those few weeks, not much has happened. Mio, Maria, and Zenobia began their training with the Gremory peerage, with a focus on demonic energy control. Also, Zenovia's transfer was made official, so as soon as normal classes resumed after the pool day, Zenobia became a classmate in Issei and Asia's class. And, like most of the devils in Rias' peerage, she joined the occult research club. Surprisingly, Rias did not ask Mio and Maria to change clubs as she did with Issei. Although Issei still shows up at the MMA club to train with them. Instead, she thought it made more sense for them to work with James. They were much further behind in terms of training than the rest of her peerage after all. So, she was basically getting James to train them for her since he was much better at it than she was. In Class 3A, standing around Reia's desk were James, Rias, Sona, Aino, Tsubaki, and Flora while Reia was seated. As they waited for the first bell to ring, they could not help but discuss one of the hottest topics in the underworld. Is that true? Reia asked in disbelief. Didn't he get promoted to high class only, like, 3 years ago? Actually, it was 4. James said while raising 4 fingers on his left hand. That's not the point. Reia exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of the other students. Calm down, Reia. Sona said as she rested a hand on her, bishop's, shoulder. This shouldn't be all that surprising if you think about it. How can this be anything but surprising? Reia asked as she looked at Sona incredulously. It's because of all that he has done and the missions he's accomplished since becoming high class. Rias replied. He's taken on the mission of being mine and Sona's guard. He received the credit he deserves for protecting Konu. He led us in fending off the rebel yokai. He rescued the kidnapped Yukiana. And last, but certainly not least, he defeated Kokabiel in single combat. Oh, and don't forget the incident with the Teminen Igru. Aino said with a smile. Although Dante did most of the work, James was there, and he did have to step in to finish the job. After hearing everything James had done over the last few years, Reia was surprised. Then, she turned toward James and stared at him with pity in her eyes. You know, Reia, I'm not really feeling the way you're looking at me. James said with a wry smile. It feels like you're looking at a terminally ill patient. Reia did not respond right away, however, and even the other girls were starting to look at her with questioning gazes. Then, after a few more moments, Reia finally spoke. I'm really sorry. Reia said as she maintained the look of pity she was directing at James. I didn't know you were so sick. Everyone was taken aback when they heard Reia's words. James' eyebrow began to twitch as he could not figure out what it was that Reia was talking about. Sick, what are you talking about? James asked in confusion. I've never been sick a day in my life. If you exclude the 3-day coma you fell into as a kid. Sona said offhandedly. Hearing that, everyone, except James and Rias, turned their attention to Sona with shock in their gazes. What do you mean by that? Aino and Flora asked simultaneously. Why don't I know about this? Aino asked. James, why haven't you told us about it? Flora asked. Because it's not all that important. James said as he glared at Sona and waved off Aino and Flora's questions. It happened when I was 6. Damn, it's already been 12 years since then, huh? Anyway, like I said, it happened when I was 6. I fainted while playing with Riri and Sona. Then, I was unconscious for 3 days. After seeing James glare and the other girls' reactions, Sona realized she had chosen an inconvenient time to bring up that incident. Because of that, she could not help but blush and lower her head, which James found quite cute. They never were able to figure out what caused it, either. Rias added. The whole time he was asleep, James was as healthy as a bull. So, like I said, it was unimportant. James said, once again waving dismissively. Now, back to the topic. Hold on. Tsubaki interrupted. I have just one more question. It's not about your coma, though. Sure. James said with a smile. Go ahead. If you've known both Rias and Sona for so long, why do you have a nickname for Rias but not one for Sona? Tsubaki asked curiously. Stopping to think about it, Aino, Reia, and Flora were also curious. James almost exclusively called Rias, Riri. However, he always called Sona by name. Now that you mention it. Aino said while shifting her gaze between the 3 kings present. Yeah, that seems like favoritism to me. Flora said while staring at James, waiting for his answer. Tsubaki and Reia just nodded in response to Flora's statement. James and Rias, however, just laughed. Sona, on the other hand, began to blush even harder. Also, her expression became more annoyed as time went by. Seeing this, Aino, Tsubaki, Reia, and Flora were a bit confused. Ah. Did I ask a question that Tsubaki began to ask? No, don't worry about it. James said with a chuckle. Do you all know what Saratan calls Sona? After James' question, the other girls took a second to think about it. Then, Rhea was the one to answer, as she spends the most time with Seraphal thanks to all the magic training she is forced into. If I remember correctly, she calls her Sotan. Rhea replied. That's right. James said with a nod. I was the one who coined that nickname, though. Once again, everyone was surprised. No one expected James to be the one who came up with that nickname. Unfortunately, after Sona was old enough to be embarrassed by her sister's actions, she forbade me from calling her that. James said with a shrug. Probably out of embarrassment, if I had to guess. It's probably because it reminds her of Seraphal's embarrassing actions. Rias said with a giggle. Oh, shut up, Rhea-tan. Sona said with a scowl and a flush on her face. Don't call me that. Rias shouted as she began to shudder instinctively. Yeah, having Siscon older siblings must suck. James said with a smile. You never know when they're going to say or do something to embarrass you in public. But your mom is also liable to embarrass you in public. Flora said with a smile. So why aren't you all jittery like those two when she's around? Oh, the answer to that is actually quite simple. James said, maintaining his smile. It's because I always know when my mom is going to embarrass me in public. The real question is, can I stop it before it happens? With that, everyone, except Rias and Sona, laughed. After the laughter died down, James shifted his gaze back toward Rhea and spoke. So, tell me, why did you say that I'm sick? James asked with his gaze full of curiosity. Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, and Flora also focused their attention on Rhea, waiting for her response. Rhea then adjusted her imaginary glasses, in a way that looked quite similar to Sona, and answered James' question. According to my diagnosis, James Cohen, you have what is referred to as protagonist syndrome. Rhea replied in the most professional tone she could muster. A terrible disease that will lead you into many, many more incidents than a normal man would ever imagine stepping into. A condition that will often leave you mentally and physically exhausted and could even lead to death. Seeing Rhea's imitation of Sona, everyone, except Sona, could not help but giggle. However, when they heard her explanation, everyone, except James, began to laugh. James, on the other hand, twitched his lips repeatedly. The worst part is he could not refute Rhea's claim. He often found himself embroiled in events like the protagonist of a manga, light novel, or anime. Eventually, the girls' laughter died down. But before they could continue, the first bell rang. As it did, they all reluctantly returned to their seats as their teacher opened the door and walked into the classroom. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the meeting room for the Satans, all the 4 great Satans were gathered to discuss the same news that James and the girls were talking about initially. What are those fossils on the council planning? Scathach said as he frowned at the newspaper. They made James jump through so many hoops to gain high-class qualifications. Why are they making it so easy for him to promote to ultimate class? Although it was true that Scathach was concerned for James' well-being, he was also quite uncomfortable that James was progressing so quickly. James was only 18. Becoming an ultimate class devil that young would break his own record of 21 years old. Yeah, it does seem weird that they are rewarding him properly for his merits. Ajuka said while giving Scathach a curious glance. He wouldn't deny the request to have James promoted because of his pride, would he? Ajuka thought to himself. And just as Ajuka was thinking, Scathach was indeed thinking of denying the petition from the council. He could not stand the thought of someone being better than him at anything he deemed important to himself. And becoming the youngest devil to be promoted to ultimate class was something Scathach took pride in. I'm happy for Jacoin. Seraphal said excitedly. He deserves it. He really has worked hard. Hearing that, the other 3 nodded. Also, it will make Sotan look better if she marries an ultimate class. Seraphal said with a smile. And with that, Scathach's plan to reject the promotion came to a screeching halt. He knew that Rias' engagement to James would be announced soon. And like Sona, it would also make Rias' ability to judge her partner look better if James were ultimate class instead of high class. I don't know what to do. Scathach thought to himself as he clutched at his flowing crimson hair. I don't like the fact that James will surpass me in something, but this would be good for Rias-tan's reputation. What do I do? Seeing Scathach's current actions, everyone present was confused. Ajuka was confused for a different reason than the other 2, though. Knowing Scathach as well as he does, he knows exactly what was going through his best friend's head. What confused him, however, was Seraphal. Did she mention Sona and James' engagement on purpose? Ajuka could not help but wonder. Did she understand that Scathach was about to deny promoting James for some reason or another and come up with this to give him pause? We all know she's intelligent, but maybe she's even smarter than we thought. While Ajuka was thinking to himself, he was also looking at Seraphol with curiosity in his gaze. Noticing the strange gaze, Seraphol also turned toward Ajuka. Then, not understanding why he was looking at her like that, she tilted her head cutely. "What's wrong, Ajuka-chan?" Seraphol asked with a smile. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Ajuka answered simply while shaking his head. "I was just lost in thought. I've never met this kid." The fourth member of the four great Satans, Falbium Asmodeus, a tall bald man with a goatee and lethargic expression, said. "What's he like?" "He's both charismatic and mischievous," Scathach said with a genuinely fond smile on his face. "In terms of training, he's got to be the hardest working devil in the underworld. And his talent might only be second to mine." "Hard work?" "No thank you," Falbium said while waving dismissively. "I avoid that whenever possible." "Believe me, we all know that, Falbium," Ajuka said with a wry smile. "It is a well-known fact in the underworld that Falbium Asmodeus, formerly Falbium Glaciolabilas, may possibly be the laziest devil alive. Sloth is the only sin that anyone has ever associated with him. Anyway, so what should we do with this petition?" Ajuka asked, trying to get the conversation back on topic. Even if the council is up to something, as an ultimate class there wouldn't be much they could do to him in the open. And with James' strength, there aren't many in the underworld who can harm him. Hearing that, Seraphol and Falbium both nodded their heads. Only Scathach seemed to still be undecided. Eventually, he exhaled a sigh, then, also nodded his head. And, with a smile he spoke. "So, I guess it would be fitting to mention it at this year's gathering of young devils, would it not?" Scathach asked as he made eye contact with the other three. "Agreed," Ajuka replied with a smile. "I bet Jakuin will be so surprised," Seraphol said excitedly. Falbium only nodded his head, too lazy to speak. "Then, with that decided, let's get back to discussing the terms of the peace treaty with Heaven and the Grigori," Scathach said, bringing an end to the topic of James' promotion to ultimate class. Chapter 130, Parents' Day I. Human World, Japan, Koho. Time has flown by once again. Talk in the underworld of James' possible promotion has been heating up. In the human world, however, the day that James and Rias have been dreading is here. Parents' Day. As the name suggests, today is a day where the students' parents are invited to the school to observe the learning environments of their children. The parents are expected to show up in each classroom during the first period after homeroom. Then, they will be able to observe the classes all the way until the lunch break. In Class 3A, the usual group of 7 were once again chatting with each other around Rias' desk. However, unlike the usual lively chatter, this time there is a somewhat negative atmosphere surrounding the group. Knowing that Leona, Scathach, and Zeoticus were coming would be enough to make anyone nervous. Surprisingly, Rias was the only one who really seemed to fear what was to come. You really need to calm down," James said while smiling wryly at the nervous redhead. "And how am I supposed to do that?" Rias asked sharply. "Don't tell me you forgot about last year." "Just thinking about last year, James, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora had to use all their willpower to not start laughing out loud. Because of Zeoticus and Scathach's antics from last year's Parents' Day, even the other students in class have been stealing glances at Rias with either looks of pity or good-natured smiles on their faces." "Yeah, point taken," James said while trying to hold back a smile. "Uncle Zeoticus and your brother were a little overboard last year." "A little?" Rias exclaimed in anger. "You call that just a little?" They each had an 8-foot, approximate 2.5 m, long banner with my face on it, a camera, a video camera with a tripod, and whenever I was called on, answered correctly, or did anything at all they would begin cheering at the top of their lungs. Once again, the rest of the group had to try their best not to laugh at the hysterical Gremry heiress as they remembered. "Okay, so maybe it was more than a little," James said with his lips twitching. "Hopefully, Big Sis Graphia will do something about it this time." In response, Rias only rolled her eyes. "If I didn't know Graphia so well, I would have thought she was spending all her energy to not laugh out loud as well," Rias said with a pout. "But I know she was just doing her duty as the head maid of House Gremry. Underworld, Gremry Territory, Gremry Estate." In the meeting room of the servant quarters, Graphia was standing in front of the rest of the mansion's servants instructing them on what needs to be taken care of while she was away with Vanillana and Scathach attending Koho Academy's Parents' Day. "And Iliana, you have to remember that the madam is expecting the black roses to bloom in sneeze," Graphia was explaining in her usual cold tone until she was interrupted by her own sneeze. At that moment, the room fell silent. No one had seen Graphia have a moment like that during their time serving the Gremry house. Eventually, the young woman, Iliana, who Graphia was most recently addressing, broke the silence. Lady Graphia, are you all right? Ileana asked carefully. It's nothing to worry about, I just felt a bit of irritation in my nose. Graphia replied. Then, as if nothing happened, Graphia continued her explanation. However, while she was explaining to each of the servants what she expected from them and what they needed to look out for while she was gone, Graphia was simultaneously thinking about what could have caused that sneeze. I don't think I'm catching a cold. Graphia thought as she analyzed the situation. Devils can't even catch common colds like humans. And as strict as I am with the servants, there isn't even a speck of dust present in the entire estate. I guess someone was talking about me. But who could it be? Shrugging her shoulders mentally, Graphia put the thought to the back of her mind and continued to instruct the servants. Human world, Japan, Koa. Not long later, the bell rang, and all the students returned to their own seats. A moment later, their teacher, a pretty, middle-aged woman, entered the classroom. Okay, homeroom is starting, the teacher said to the class. This will be the third time for all of you, so I don't think I need to tell you about today's schedule, right? In response, the students simply nodded. Seeing that everyone was prepared for the day's events, the teacher went over any changes that might occur from this year and the last. As she did, she looked over each student and her gaze paused on Rias. Then, her lips twitched as she tried not to laugh. Although she was not the homeroom teacher for Class 2A last year, she, like all the other teachers, had heard about Rias' brother and father's antics which have become legendary for the academy's staff and faculty. Seeing the teacher's lips twitching as she looked at her, Rias knew exactly what she was thinking. So, instead of saying anything, she simply broke eye contact and laid her head on her desk with a blush on her face. Seeing that Rias could no longer see her, the teacher allowed her smile to reveal itself. And like her, the rest of the class also smiled. Oh, and students, please don't make too much fun of Gremory-san after Parents' Day is over. The teacher said in a teasing tone. Yes, sensei, the class answered in unison. Ugh. Rias grunted in response. I'll definitely ask Dad to fire her. Rias thought to herself. As a matter of fact, Scathach had become the sole shareholder of Koa Academy shortly after James, Rias, and Sona had decided to pose as high school students at this school as cover for their devil identities. Fortunately for her teachers in the first and second year, she only found out about this a few weeks ago. Not long after that, the bell rang signaling the end of the homeroom. A few moments later, the back door of the classroom was opened, and the parents of the students began to enter. And just as they expected, Leona was the first of the three problematic parents to enter. James, sweetheart. Leona shouted as she stared at James. I've missed you so much. Mom. James exclaimed happily. I've only been gone from home for 2 hours. Is your short-term memory acting up again? Hearing that, Leona froze for a moment. She definitely was not expecting James to fire back during class. On top of that, the other parents who entered before and those who were right behind her were looking at her with pity. Recognizing her loss for this round, Leona gritted her teeth and mouthed a few words to her son. Just you wait. Were the words James was able to decipher from lip reading. In return, James also mouthed a sentence. Bring it on. Was what Leona picked out from her own lip reading. Then, the mother-son duo smiled sweetly at each other before James turned back to the front of the class. Not long after Leona, Sona's parents, Dante and Ria, were the next of the devil parents to enter the classroom. Unlike Leona, however, they simply waved and nodded at Sona. This of course caused Sona to receive a pair of dirty looks from Rias and James. Expecting their stares, Sona ignored them completely while smiling smugly. The next of the problematic parents to enter was Scathach. Even though he was not a parent, he was certainly problematic. Therefore no one was surprised when they saw him carrying a tripod, video camera, DSLR camera, and a duffel bag. The thing that surprised them was that Rias' father, Scathach, was not accompanying him along with the silver-haired maid that usually accompanied the two of them. Instead of her father, there was a flaxen-haired, violet-eyed gorgeous woman whose facial features were nearly identical to Rias' own. Mother, you came. Rias said with confusion and delight apparent in her expression. Yes, since this is your last year, I convinced Zio to let me come this time. Venelana replied with a graceful smile. Hearing that, Rias almost cried. Even though her brother was still there to embarrass her, her mother would be much more effective in reining him in. Therefore, with a smile, Rias turned back to the front of the class. A few moments later, all the parents were in the classroom, lined up in the back of the room. As the teacher was about to close the door, everyone heard a shout coming from down the hall. Wait. A female voice shouted as the sound of running footsteps could be heard from the hallway. Hearing that voice, Sona froze. Then, she began to shake. Then, as the footsteps neared the classroom door, Sona turned her head mechanically toward the door. The rest of the class also turned their heads toward the door. Therefore they did not notice the panicked expression Sona was wearing. However, the other 6 members of her group of friends all recognized the voice who shouted from the distance. And because of that, instead of looking toward the door immediately, they all looked at the expression Sona was wearing. And when they saw it, they smiled. With the largest smile belonging to Rias. "Sorry I'm late," yelled a short girl with a large bust wearing a tight-fitting white and blue sailor uniform, a large red ribbon tied into a bow that covered her chest, a red jewel in the center of the bow, red knee-length boots with a white stripe at the top, white elbow-length gloves with red accents near the elbow, and a golden tiara with a red jewel in the center. Also, her long black hair was tied into twin tails with spherical buns at the base of each and red reflective hair clips that covered the front of each bun and held the twin tails together. When they saw the girl that entered the room and what she was wearing, everyone present was shocked. Even those who knew her. It was not uncommon to see her, Seraphal, dressed in some kind of magical girl uniform. What they found surprising was that they all knew where this particular style of magical girl uniform came from. Not paying attention to the stares she was receiving, Seraphal looked around the room. When she caught sight of her target, she shouted excitedly as she rushed over to her. "Sotan, Wani-chan has come to see you," Seraphal shouted as she wrapped her arms around her petrified younger sister. "Sotan." Most of the students muttered as they did their best not to laugh. There was one student who had no problem laughing, though. "Ahahaha." Rias laughed uproariously. As she did, she doubled over her desk and slapped its surface repeatedly. The sounds of laughter and banging on a desk finally caught Seraphal's attention. Then, she looked around the room to see where the sound was coming from. As she did, she saw several familiar faces and smiled at them. Then, when her gaze passed over James, she stopped. James was having a bad feeling when he saw the look in Seraphal's eyes. Then when he realized what she was about to say, he panicked internally. "Jakuin." Seraphal shouted as she released Sona and headed toward James. "I really like your Sailor Moon manga. How did you come up with it? Will you let my company animate it like we have for all your other manga?" To Seraphal's series of questions, the class fell silent. Then, it burst into discussion. Did she just say that Alaverus drew Sailor Moon? One of the girls in the class asked in surprise. "If that's true, then doesn't that mean?" A boy asked. "Alaverus-san is Mangetsu no Shitada." A second girl asked. After that question, the classroom fell silent again. Then in unison all the students shouted. "Alaverus-san is Mangetsu-sensei." Chapter 131, Parents' Day 2. Human World, Japan, Koho. While the students in the class were in an uproar because of the bomb Seraphal just dropped, she somehow managed to slip out of the crowd rushing toward James for his autograph. As James stood blankly among his classmates, Seraphal was able to set up a number of hidden cameras. All of which were pointed at her younger sister, Sona. After a few minutes, Seraphal was finished, and the teacher managed to get the class to calm down. Then, as usual, the old man who taught English during the first period, began his lesson. Not concerned with all the parents and family members in the back of the classroom, he showed that he was an exemplary educator and taught his class in an easy-to-understand and interesting way. While the English class was in session, Scathach also moved around the back of the class trying to get the best angle for the pictures of Rias he was taking with his high-end DSLR camera. He found himself upset with the teacher by the end of the class, though. Why? Because Rias was not called on to read or answer any questions a single time. This foolish man has no understanding of what is good for his class. Scathach thought as he watched the English teacher leave the classroom after the bell rang. "I'll advise father to relieve him of his duties once I return to the underworld." Smack. Before the next teacher entered the classroom, Scathach was suddenly slapped in the back of his head by Vanillana with a hand coated in demonic energy. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked at his mother in confusion. Before he could verbalize the question in his heart, Vanillana answered it. "I don't know what you were thinking, but I get the feeling it was something stupid," Vanillana said sternly. "I know how much you dote on your sister. But I feel like whatever you were thinking would take it too far." Hearing what his mother had to say, Scathach could only stare at her blankly. Then, as if he were a rebellious teenager, he whined about the world's unfairness. "How could you say having him fired for not calling on Riatan is something stupid?" Scathach asked, unable to see what was wrong with his line of thinking. Allowing Riatan to be an example for her peers is what any good educator would do. Hearing that, Leona, Ria, Dante, and Grafia looked at Scathach as if he were a different species than they are, while Vanillana only shook her head at her son's foolish words at the same time. Seraphal nodded her head emphatically as she spoke. "Scathach-chan is right," Seraphal said in a serious tone. "He just made a mistake with the name. What he meant to say is Sotan, not Riatan." Once again, the group of devils stared at a top-tier god-class Siscon. Then as if they had discussed it beforehand, they all simultaneously stepped away from the two irredeemable Siscons and pretended that they did not know them. Meanwhile, Rias and Sona were flushed red in embarrassment. At first Rias was happy that Venelana had stopped Scathach from doing whatever it was that he was thinking. Unfortunately for her, Venelana called his idea stupid. That of course, led to his stupid idea being mentioned aloud and dragging Sona into this embarrassing situation. I can't believe this is still happening even with mother here. Rias said as she covered her face with her hands. Why is she even here? Sona said to herself in a forlorn tone. I swore mother and father to secrecy, and I made sure to never leave any proof of Parents' Day, anywhere. Seeing their older siblings' actions, the rest of the students and parents could only look at Rias and Sona with pity. At the same time, they had to do everything in their power to not laugh at the unfortunate girls. Eventually, the next teacher, a middle-aged woman who teaches Japanese, walked into the room. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, she scanned the room for a moment. After seeing Rias and Sona and their embarrassed expressions, she knew exactly what was going on. Smiling brightly as she walked toward the lectern, she decided she would call on both Rias and Sona at least once to see what would come of it. And like that, 3 more periods came and went until the lunch break finally arrived. Before he could be swarmed by the students looking for his autograph once again, James jumped up from his seat, ran to the back of the classroom, grabbed his mother by the hand, and dragged her out of the classroom at the fastest speed humans could ever attain through training. Mom, let's go. James said with feigned excitement in his tone. I am really hungry and the cafeteria fills up quickly. As James and Leona left the room, everyone else stared at them blankly. Then, Rias, Sona, Aino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora laughed at the panicked actions James took. That laughter did not last long, however. Come on, Sotan, let's go have lunch. Seraphal said as she wrapped her arms around Sona. Jakuin said that the cafeteria fills up quick, right? Elder sister, would you please let go? Sona said in an embarrassed tone. Why? Seraphal asked while tilting her head in confusion. Aren't we gonna have lunch together? Please, could you just let me go first? Sona said in a pleading tone. Hearing her sister's tone, Seraphal let her go as asked. As soon as she did, however, Sona stood to her feet and shouted. I can't take this anymore. With tears in her eyes, Sona bolted from the room at speeds comparable to James. Not ready for her sister's escape, Seraphal stood blankly as she watched Sona run away. Then, after a few seconds, Seraphal chased after Sona. Sotan, wait for me. Seraphal shouted as she did her best to chase after Sona. Everyone else in Felisrum could only watch Sona run in embarrassment as they felt bad for her. At the same time, used to the actions of the 2 Citri sisters, Rias, Aino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora calmly packed up their school supplies and prepared to also go to the cafeteria for lunch. Girls, would you mind if we joined you for lunch? Venelana asked as she approached the 5 remaining girls with a smile. The other girls nodded and returned the smile to signify that they were fine with it. However, Rias kept Venelana between herself and Scathach so that he would not be able to embarrass her as easily during lunch. Seeing Rias' actions, Scathach visibly deflated. Sympathizing with Rias, Graphia decided not to console her husband. Instead, in a cold tone she spoke a very simple sentence. You deserve it. Graphia said in a cold tone. Hearing that, Scathach was even more confused than before. Unfortunately, Flora was unable to join them for lunch as she already had plans to show her parents around the school during the lunch break. Along the way to the cafeteria, the group talked about what happened during the classes and asked questions about their time in Kuo Academy. They also laughed about some of the funnier things that happened during the morning classes. For example, when Venelana first slapped Scathach. Or when Venelana slapped him for cheering. Or when Venelana slapped him for pulling out a large banner that had a picture of Rias on it. Why do all the funny stories you have to talk about revolve around me getting slapped? Scathach asked in irritation. Seeing the expression Scathach was making caused everyone present to laugh even harder. Eventually, Rias received a phone call. Pulling her phone out of her pocket, she saw that it was from James. Then, she quickly answered the call. Hi, James, what's up? Rias asked as she answered the phone. Mom and I are at the MMA club. James replied. We already picked up enough lunch for everyone, so you should all come here. Okay, I'll tell everyone else. Rias replied happily. Flora and her parents are touring the school, though. I know, she told me about it the other day. James replied. If you remember, Flora's parents were unable to come to Parents' Day for the last 2 years. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rias replied. Well, we'll be there soon. After ending the call, Rias relayed the message from James. Then, they all headed toward the MMA club to have lunch with James and Leona. After a few minutes, they arrived at the MMA club. After entering, they noticed that Sona had already joined them and was angrily shouting. Auntie Leona, how could you do this to me? Sona shouted unhappily. Because I thought it would be funny. Leona replied with a smile. And, as it turns out, it was. This time you were in the wrong though, Mom. James said in as stern a tone as he could muster while trying to hold back his own laughter. Because of what you did, now I'll be hounded by the fans of all my manga. I'll admit, that was a bit outside of my calculations. Leona said with a slight frown. Then, she quickly changed her expression back to her usual mischievous smile and continued. Oh well, what's done is done. Hearing this conversation, the new arrivals were a bit confused. Leona, what is Sona so angry about? Ria asked curiously. Oh, she's mad because I'm the one who leaked when Parents' Day would be. Leona said casually. It was when we were drinking at the Gremory estate, I called Serafal secretly and just let her listen in on our conversation. Venelana, Ria, and Grafia were all surprised to hear that Leona had done something so devious. We're the pureblood devils, right, the three of them thought to themselves. Why does she seem like more of a devil we are? While thinking that, they also understood why James was also reprimanding his mother, poorly. Because of what she had done, his peaceful days at school were most likely over. Luckily, James did not seem too bothered by it. Anyway, let's sit down and eat. Leona said as she patted Sona on the shoulder. You'll feel better with a full tummy. And with that everyone sat down and ate. As they ate, they discussed the peace treaty and what everyone was expected to do while it was going on. Then, after they had finished eating, they decided to walk around for a while before the parents had to leave. As they walked through the front entrance of the school building, they came across a large crowd of students. Wondering what was going on, they listened to the conversations around them. There's a black-haired Sailor Moon doing a photo shoot up ahead. A first-year boy said. Really? A first-year girl replied. Come on, we gotta check it out. Hey, wait for me. The first-year boy exclaimed as he followed the excited girl. Hearing that, the group exchanged glances before all their gazes landed on Sona, who was currently steaming with anger. Everyone. Break it up. Sona shouted angrily. Anyone still here after 1 minute will be escorted to the student council office to discuss their punishment. Asterisk whistle asterisk oh, man, Sona's pissed. Leona said in mock amazement. Mom, that's not gonna work this time. James said while smiling at his mother. Everyone here knows that you're at least indirectly responsible for this. Oh, come on. Leona said, throwing her hands up. How was I supposed to know something like this would happen? Instead of answering, everyone just stared at how shameless Leona could be when she put her mind to it. Feeling the stares from the rest of the group, Leona smiled sheepishly. Then, she spoke once again. Okay, I admit it. Leona said while twirling her bang around her finger. Maybe I might have gone a little too far this time. Maybe. Might. The rest of the group asked in unison. Yeah, there's a slight possibility. Leona said with an unsure expression on her face. Deciding it was best for their mental health to just let it go, they all turned away from Leona. Seeing that her plan worked, Leona smiled triumphantly. Until she saw James' phone camera pointed at her from his back pocket. Damn, he has evidence that I was pretending, now. Leona said as she stared into the lens of the camera. I know he won't use it to blackmail me, but he's gonna hold this over me for a long time after my actions indirectly exposed his identity as Mangetsu-sensei. After a minute, the crowd had broken up. A few minutes later, Sona was also able to convince Serafal to leave. Eventfully, the rest of the Parents' Day guests also left. As the guests left, James decided to accompany his mother to the school gate. After sending her off, James turned to the right side of the gate and saw a young man near his age observing him closely. Partner, that's him. Drake said with a growl. That's the current host of the White One. Hearing that, James also observed the young man before him. What he saw was a handsome, hazel-eyed, silver-haired young man wearing a dark green V-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. He also wore burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them and black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. After observing the host of Albion, James only had one thought in his mind. Damn, he's kinda short, isn't he? James thought to himself. 5 feet 6 inches, 1.68 meters, at most. Oh, and he's a half-devil. I wonder if this is the first time the 2 celestial dragons were both half-devils. And why the hell is he dressed like such a douchebag? He looks like a boy band reject from the late 90s. I thought you would be more hostile after seeing me near your school. The White Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Nah, you're not leaking any hostility either. James said nonchalantly. Even though James could tell the young man in front of him was strong, he still had no interest in fighting him. Not right now at least. Besides, this would be a horrible place for the both of us to start a fight. James said with a battle-hungry grin. I'm sure someone would jump in to stop us right away. As James finished speaking, he looked off into the distance. In the direction he was looking, he could feel the holy power of a 12-winged fallen angel. I guess the Governor-General is already in Kuo, James said with a shrug. Then, he turned his attention back to the silver-haired young man. Hey, what should I call you? White Dragon Emperor is too long. Haha. You can call me Vali. I'm not particularly fond of my last name, so don't ask about it. Vali said with a wide smile on his face. And you're James Alaverus, right? That's right. James replied with a nod. Well, Vali, I look forward to the next time I see you. Hopefully, we'll get to have a good fight at that time. One can only hope. Vali replied with a smile. After that, both young men turned away simultaneously and went on with their own business. After walking through the Kuo Academy gates, James joined the students returning to their classrooms to attend afternoon classes. After the final bell rang, everyone prepared to either go home or attend their club activities. However, the Occult Research Club, Student Council, and MMA Club were all on hiatus for the day. Which made sense, since all the devil members of those clubs had to prepare for the peace treaty signing that would happen later that night. Chapter 132, Peace Talks. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Several hours have passed since the school day at Kuo Academy ended. With the time approaching midnight, a barrier was quietly erected around the school. Meanwhile, in the meeting room for the board of directors, there were several people seated. It's almost time, Scathach said as he glanced at the clock on the wall. I hope they don't keep us waiting too long. I'm sure they'll be here soon, Scathach-chan. Seraphal said in her usual bubbly tone. Seated at the meeting table were Scathach Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan of the four great Satans. As tonight's meeting was important, Scathach was dressed in a black business suit with a crimson-red tie and a white dress shirt. Meanwhile, Seraphal was surprisingly not dressed in one of her magical girl uniforms. Instead, she was dressed in a navy blue business suit with a skirt of the same color and a sky blue blouse. Standing behind Scathach was Graphia, and seated behind the two Satans were Rias, Sona, and their peerages all dressed in their school uniforms. They were all invited to sit in on this meeting because of their direct involvement with the Kokabiel incident. The only two who were out of place were Mio and Maria, who were in no way involved in that matter. As members of Rias' peerage, however, an exception was made for them. Riatan, where is James? Scathach asked curiously. He and his peerage are checking the barrier's surroundings for any issues. Rias replied solemnly. Scathach nodded in approval of James' diligence. Then, he turned his head toward the opposite side of the table. A moment later, in a flash of light, three figures appeared behind the chairs placed at the table. Rias, Sona, and their peerages were familiar with one of the new arrivals as she was also involved in the Kokabiel incident. Irina. Zenobia muttered as she lowered her head. In response, Shido Irina smiled at her former partner but remained silent. Then one of the other two new arrivals, Michael of the Four Great Seraph, looked around the room before speaking. It looks like we weren't the last to arrive, Michael said with a kind smile on his face. The third of the new arrivals, Gabriel, also looked around the room. When her eyes landed on Seraphal, she smiled brightly. Seraphal, hi, long time no see, Gabriel said with a smile and a wave. Ugh, of course it would be Gabriel, Seraphal said with a clearly discontent expression. While Seraphal did her best to ignore Gabriel, Gabriel did her best to engage Seraphal in conversation. Ignoring the antics of the two women, Scathach replied to Michael's statement. It's natural you weren't the last to arrive, Michael, Scathach said with a smile. We are expecting Aazel to attend this meeting as well. Just as Scathach's voice fell, the door to the meeting room was pushed open from the outside. Through the open door, Aazel accompanied by Vali entered the room. Now, Scathach, that's not very nice, Aazel said with the shit-eating grin he usually wears. You're making it sound like I'm always late. For all the years I've known you, Aazel, Scathach said with a smile. I have never known you to ever be late. But you will definitely make sure you're the last to arrive. In response to Scathach's comment, Aazel laughed heartily as he made his way to the end of the table opposite the door. Then, after taking a seat, and waiting for Heaven's representatives to do the same, he looked around the room and commented. It looks like someone is missing, Aazel said, noticing that James and his peerage were not present. If you're talking about James, he's doing one final check on the barrier's security, Scathach answered. A few moments later, the door to the meeting room was opened again. This time, James and Cu Chulin entered. Scanning the room, James was able to identify everyone in the room. Not that he had ever met all of them, rather he recognized them from the education he went through in his youth. Learning the leaders of all the major factions was considered especially important. After identifying all the guests, James bowed politely and addressed them. Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's nice to see you again as well, Irina. James said with proper noble etiquette. Then, he turned his attention toward Azazel and continued his greetings. Azazel, Governor General of the Grigori, it's nice to meet you, as well. And Vali, I knew I'd see you here tonight. While James introduced himself, Michael and Azazel observed him closely. They were both surprised at how close he was to stepping into the minor god rank. They were even more awed when they combined that information with the fact that he was the host of the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Gabriel, on the other hand, was looking at James with curiosity. As previously mentioned, she knew James' mother, Leona. She was curious to know what kind of person the son of the kind woman she met years ago turned out to be. Not to mention, she really wanted to see his bloodline ability, Senbon Zakura, because she thought it was so pretty. James, where is the rest of your peerage? Scathach asked in curiosity. I've assigned them defensive positions around the building. James replied seriously. I know you wanted their input on the Kokabiel incident. So, I brought Lancer with me. He led the team that fended off Kokabiel's forces outside of the town. Cu Chulin nodded after being mentioned. But otherwise remained silent. Scathach, Michael, and Azazel also nodded, approving of the young half-devil's decision. Well, now that everyone is here, shall we get down to business? Azazel said with a smile. Then, he said something neither Scathach nor Michael expected. I'm sorry that one of my subordinates caused so much trouble. Both Scathach and Michael could only stare blankly in response. At the same time, Gabriel looked at Azazel with a happy smile, thinking that maybe there was a chance that they could be real siblings again like they were in times long gone. Meanwhile, Seraphal was just smiling like she usually does, which makes it hard to tell exactly what it is she was thinking. Eventually, Scathach broke the silence. Well, since you brought him up. Scathach said, readjusting himself after hearing Azazel's apology. Were you able to get anything out of Kokabiel during your interrogation? Yes. Azazel replied. But not nearly as much as I would have liked. Any information we can get would be helpful. Michael added with a smile. Yeah, I guess you're right. Azazel said while scratching his head. Apparently, Kokabiel had joined an organization of a bunch of like-minded warmongers. I was unable to get the organization's name or its leader's name out of him. But he did mention that their members came from many different factions. After that, for the next few minutes, the leaders of the three factions discussed what they knew and what kind of countermeasures they could take against this new threat. Before we delve any deeper into this, I think we should hear the reports of those involved directly with Kokabiel in this last incident. Michael said with his ever-present smile. Oh, and before we get to that, I'd just like to make sure that everyone here is aware of the fact that Father is dead. Solemnly, everyone in attendance nodded. Then, Scathach gestured for Rias, followed by Sona to give their reports. After their reports were over with, Cu Chulin was asked to give his report on the battle outside the town. And finally, James was asked to give his report. So, from what we know about this organization, mixed with the reports on what Kokabiel and his Legion of Fallen Angels said during the encounters hasn't changed. Scathach asked. To confirm Scathach's statement, everyone present nodded. Then, the room fell silent for a few moments. The silence was then broken by Michael. So, do any of you have a suggestion for how to combat this hidden threat? Michael asked as he moved his gaze across the faction leaders. Once again, the room fell silent. A moment later, however, Azazel answered in a carefree tone. I don't know why we're dicking around the issue like this. Azazel said, seemingly without a care in the world. We came here to sign a peace treaty, right? So, let's do that. Then, we can sort through our factions and root out as many traitors as possible. Yet again, Scathach and Michael were surprised. They did not expect Azazel to be the first to bring up the peace treaty. But after thinking about it for a moment, it made more sense than they originally thought. Back during the Great War, Azazel was the first to pull his forces out of the war zone, after all. I agree. Seraphal said happily as she raised her right hand high into the air, causing her breasts to bounce. I agree, too. Gabriel said, imitating Seraphal's action of raising her hand in the air, which caused her breasts to bounce as well. While this was happening, Azazel and Issei had their eyes glued to the bouncing breasts of the two beautiful women. Seeing their reactions, those accompanying them only rolled their eyes. Asia, on the other hand, pinched Issei's waist as hard as she could, causing Issei to draw in a breath of air. Well, as it stands, a peace treaty is a great idea. Michael admitted with a smile. I agree as well. Scathach also agreed with a nod. I'll do you one better. Azazel said with his ever-present shit-eating grin. Why not go past just signing a peace treaty? Instead, why don't we form an alliance? Hearing the word alliance, Gabriel's eyes lit up. As the most innocent person in the room, though Asia might be a close second, she was all for working together. Seraphol was also in agreement. Although she did not like Gabriel much, she could understand that this would be a good thing for the entire devil species. Scathach and Michael were once again the ones who took the longest to consider. If we are going to form an alliance between our three factions, there will need to be much more discussion. Michael said with a smile. But as long as we can agree on the terms, I'm in agreement. My thoughts are the same as Michael's. Scathach said with a nod. And what do the two celestial dragons think about this? Azazel asked. It's fine with me. James replied with a shrug. As long as I have time to train, draw my manga, and spend time with my girls, I'm fine with it. I'd like the chance to fight with Vali as well. As long as I can fight strong opponents, I don't care what you do. Vali replied with a shrug as well. You really need a hobby, or a girlfriend, or two. Azazel said while shaking his head. This is why battle junkies are such a pain. Either way, preliminary discussions are looking good for this future alliance. Scathach said with a smile, it's too bad we don't have a name for this organization, though. As Scathach's words ended, outside the window many teleportation magic circles lit up on the school grounds. Then, a magic circle lit up next to James' ear. From it came the voice of Mizor. James, a lot of human teleportation magic circles are showing up in the surroundings of the school building. Mizor said. What do you want us to do? Humans, huh? James said with curiosity in his tone. Then, his expression turned cold, and he gave his order. Put them down. Leave a few alive for interrogation if you can. We don't need more than that, though. The leaders of the three factions nodded in approval of his decisive order. Understood. Mizor replied as she cut the connection. I think I'll go join the battle outside. Vali said as he summoned his sacred gear, Divine Dividing. When the Divine Dividing appeared, it took the form of a pair of light blue energy wings attached to a white frame protruding from Vali's back. Then, Vali broke through the window that overlooked the courtyard and began engaging the enemy. Well, damn. Azazel said as he looked out of the now shattered window toward the ongoing battle. How did those nameless bastards know about this meeting or how to get into the barrier, for that matter? As Azazel finished speaking, a magic teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the meeting room. I recognize that magic circle. Seraphol as she studied the magic circle. It bears the mark of the original Leviathan. Scathach said in a solemn tone. That means it could only be. Before Scathach could finish, the teleportation circle flashed. Then, in its place stood a tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure, tanned skin, violet eyes, and long brown hair tied into a bun. She was wearing an extremely low-cut dress with a high slit that exposed a great portion of her breasts, while on her head she wore some kind of headset. Katerea-chan, what are you doing here? Seraphol asked in a confused tone. The woman who just teleported into the room was Katerea Leviathan, descendant of the original Satan Leviathan. Ignoring Seraphol's question, Katerea greeted the leaders of the other two factions. Good evening, Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel. Katerea said in a mock-polite tone. We, the members of the Chaos Brigade's original Satan faction, have come to kill you along with those fake Satans. Chapter 133, Azazel vs. Katerea. Human World, Japan, Koho. So, this collection of unstable elements is called Chaos Brigade, huh? Azazel asked as he admired Katerea's body. The name seems quite fitting. Michael said. Indeed. Scathach agreed with a nod. Katerea, why are you doing this? Seraphol asked in confusion. How dare you question me? Katerea shouted angrily. You fake Satans stole what should have been our birthrights and you have the nerve to question my actions. Instead of responding, Seraphol could only look at Katerea sadly. Even if she did not care for the woman standing before them, she was an enemy, she was in no way interested in having to kill her own people like she did back during the Devil Civil War. None of that will matter shortly, however. Katerea said, after getting her rage under control once again. When you're all dead, this world will be reshaped to our liking. For starters, a world where the death of God is kept secret, is not a world worth keeping. Wow, rebuilding the world as you please. Azazel said in a mocking tone. Damn, first Kokabiel, then this chick. James said, interrupting Azazel. What's up with all these third-rate villain lines? After James' interruption, the room fell silent momentarily, as everyone looked toward James in disbelief. Oh, my apologies. James said as he noticed that everyone was looking at him. I suppose I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. But it's really hard to stomach these third-rate villain lines. I mean the characters in my manga say cooler shit than this. Hearing that, once again the room fell silent. However, it was quickly broken by the giggling that could be heard from Seraphol and Gabriel. Thanks to that, Katerea snapped out of her stunned state. You damned half-breed brat, Katerea shouted as she raised her magic staff. For insulting me, one of the true Satans, I'll kill. Seriously, were you even listening? James said, now standing behind Katerea with Okairu Sakura placed against her neck. The third-rate villain shtick is getting old. Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel were surprised by the speed James demonstrated. It is quite rare to see someone who can move faster than the activation of a magic spell. Now, why don't you take a nap until we're ready to ask you a few questions, K. James said as he drew his hand back to strike Katerea with the hilt of his sword. However, because of outside interference, he was forced to stop and speak once more. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Before James could land the knockout blow on Katerea, a concentrated beam of demonic energy was fired toward James' back. Luckily, he was able to activate his bloodline ability to defend against it. Then, James looked through the cloud of petal blades and made eye contact with his attacker. Sigh this is so cliché. James said with a sigh. Why do the rivals always have to end up on opposite sides of a conflict for no reason? Well, at least we don't have to waste time investigating who it was that let them into the barrier. Ha. Vali laughed in response. Yeah, it really does sound cliché when you put it like that. Unfortunately, I think there will be more fun to be had on this side. Shrugging his shoulders, James decided not to comment. Then, he recalled, Senbon Sakura, and sheathed Okairu Sakura. Then, he stepped away from Katerea and spread his wings. Okay, third-rate villainess, whose name I totally remember, you can go play with one of the leader-class guys over there. James said as he waved Katerea off dismissively. I have to talk with my fellow half-devil. Then, without hesitation, James shot into the air to face off against Vali. Wow, that kid's got some serious swagger. Azazel said with a grin. I guess I'll take his place in playing with you, like he said. Are you sure that you want to interfere in a matter between devils, Azazel? Katerea asked in an unhappy tone. Well, whatever. I'll just kill that disrespectful brat, first. After that, Katerea raised her staff to cast a spell in James' direction. However, before she could cast it, Azazel appeared in front of her with his 6 pairs of jet-black feathered wings spread. You really are acting more and more like a third-rate villain. Azazel said in a teasing tone. Resorting to sneak attacks while ignoring an opponent standing directly in front of you. And what's this crap about interfering in matters between devils? Like, literally, the first thing you said when you showed up was that you were gonna kill us all. I guess old age is starting to affect your memory, Katerea. Hearing Azazel's taunts, coupled with the fact that he just called her old, Katerea's attention and anger were all shifted to Azazel. You damn crow. Katerea shouted angrily. I was thinking of letting you live for a bit longer as an act of kindness. Unfortunately, you couldn't appreciate it. Oh, please, I beg of you, stop talking. Azazel said as he flew away from the meeting room. It feels like I'm watching an old superhero show from the 70s. Ah, Katerea screamed in frustration. I'll kill you. Like that, Azazel was able to draw away Katerea. Then, after a moment, Scathach looked at the young devils left in the meeting room. You all should probably help with the human magicians. Scathach said. We'll stay on standby in case anyone else as strong as Katerea shows up. Nodding in agreement, Rias, Sona, both of their peerages, and Cu Chulin made their way out to the battlefield. Oh my, the cherry blossoms were really pretty. Gabriel said with stars in her eyes. Everyone looked at Gabriel blankly in response. Then, Michael turned his attention toward Irina. You should go help as well. Michael said with a smile. Yes, Michael-sama. Irina replied with a bow. Then, she also leapt from the meeting room to the battlefield. In the sky, opposite James and Vali's battlefield, Azazel was engaging Katerea in battle. Using his holy power to create a shield in front of him, Azazel commented on the state of the battle. Man, it's been like 1,000 years since the Great War. Azazel said while holding off Katerea's many attacks with a single shield. You descendants of the original Satans haven't changed in all these years. Just firing blocks of your demonic energy or relying on your clan traits. You have absolutely no finesse. Finesse and technique are only for the weak. Katerea said with a scowl. As one of the strong, I will destroy everything with my power alone. Then, a black snake made of energy appeared in Katerea's free hand. Pressing it into her chest, she was covered with a black cloak of aura. Then, her power, if a bit unstable, rose to a height even higher than Azazel's. That snake, could it be? Azazel thought to himself aloud. Before he could think any further, however, he was forced to dodge an incoming blast of demonic energy. Geez, can't you give a guy a moment to think? Azazel said with his usual grin plastered on his face. I guess that's why you never got married over all these years. No men like a girl that's too clingy. I'll kill you, you bastard, Katerea screamed in frustration. Well, I guess now is as good a time as any to try this. Azazel said as he revealed a golden spearhead with a black jewel embedded in it. What the hell is that? Katerea asked while warily observing the spearhead. Oh, this little old thing. Azazel said as he held the spearhead in front of him, then continued. This is just a little project I've been working on. I call it the Downfall Dragon Spear. Now, let me show you what it can do. Balance break. An instant later, a flash of golden light covered Azazel. Then, a moment later, Azazel was covered in golden plate armor with dragon motifs and black jewels. On top of that, instead of a spearhead, Azazel held a spear that was as tall as he is in his right hand. Downfall Dragon, another armor. Azazel said, stating the name of his balance breaker. Doesn't look too bad if I do say so myself. Golden armor, black wings, pretty nice. What do you think, Katerea? Shut up. Katerea shouted as she fired a blast of demonic energy toward Azazel. *I**, no one can appreciate my creations. Azazel said as he used his spear to easily bisect the incoming demonic blast. Well, I guess it's time to finish things. Then, Azazel flew toward Katerea, using his spear to either deflect or destroy all of her attacks. As he entered his spear's attack range, he swung and thrust his spear at Katerea at blinding speeds. Even so, Katerea was able to avoid taking any hits in vital spots. Her clothes were damaged severely, and she was covered in blood, though. Eventually, Katerea, covered in wounds and struggling to breathe, was able to create some distance. Not bad. Azazel said while stroking his chin with his free hand. If we cleaned up all the blood and wounds, you'd be quite the sight to see. You damned crow, I refuse to be humiliated like this. Katerea screamed in frustration and rage. Well, when you're the weaker party, you don't really have a say in the matter. Azazel said as he rested the spear over his shoulder. Isn't that what you descendants of the original Satans believe? Ignoring what Azazel had to say, Katerea pushed her power output to its absolute limit. The further her power rose, however, the more unstable it became. Shaking his head at her actions, Azazel spoke once more. That power clearly isn't yours. Azazel said while examining the power leaking from Katerea's body. It kinda feels like Ophis power. But why would she ever give it to someone like you? That's really, quite simple, Azazel, Katerea said with an insane grin on her face. Because Ophis is the leader of the Cows Brigade. Well, shit. Azazel said with a frown. This is going to make things a lot more complicated. As Azazel stopped to contemplate the possible ramifications of fighting a group of supernatural madmen who could power up with one of Ophis' snakes at any time, Katerea rushed toward him at her top speed. Her aura growing more unstable with every passing second. Eventually, when she was close enough, her aura shaped itself into many tendrils. Then, when Azazel tried to fend them off with his free hand, instead of being knocked away like he expected, they burrowed into his arm. So, you plan on detonating Ophis power to take me with you? Azazel said after he was latched onto by Katerea's aura. Not the worst plan you could have come up with. You figured it out so quickly. Katerea said with a manic grin. It really is a shame to have to kill someone so intelligent. But it can't be helped. I think you're making a bit of a mistake. Azazel said with his usual shit-eating grin on his face. Katerea said in confusion. You're nowhere near worth enough for me to sacrifice my life for you. Azazel said as he raised his spear. But as a parting gift, you can have that arm. Then, with a quick swing of his spear, Azazel severed his left arm from right below the shoulder. Then with a swift kick, he launched Katerea high into the air. No. Katerea screamed in frustration. Damn you, Azazel. Boom, **. Before her voice faded from the night sky, Katerea exploded in a blast of black light. After the explosion died down, there was nothing left where Katerea was last seen. With his foe gone, Azazel then dispelled the Downfall Dragon another armor. When it was gone, the spearhead was also gone. All that remained was the black jewel that was originally embedded in the spearhead. Well, for a test run, the results were quite satisfactory. Azazel said while staring into the black jewel he held in his only remaining hand. There are quite a few issues to work out, though. Well, I guess that means we'll be sticking together for a few more experiments, doesn't it, Fafnir? Meanwhile, on the ground while fighting the human magicians, everyone was able to see most of the battle between Azazel and Katerea. Damn, that fallen angel dude is pretty hardcore. Issei said with his eyes wide open. Did he seriously cut off his own arm without fucking flinching? That's pretty badass. Focus, Issei. Rias shouted. Until we can destroy the magic circle that's making a breach in the barrier, these human magicians will never stop teleporting in. Okay, sorry, Bucho. Issei replied as he focused on the battle once more. Chapter 134, You Don't Know How to Use Your Power. Human World, Japan, Koho. In the sky above Koho Academy, James and Vali were facing off just after Vali's sneak attack. Shortly after James flew to meet Vali, Azazel and Katerea Leviathan's fight also began. So, I assume you didn't attack me to actually save her, right? James asked with a smile. I really hate that smile. Vali thought as he looked at his opponent. With a happy-go-lucky smile like that there's no way he could possibly be stronger than me. Of course, not. Vali replied with a scoff. Why would I let her take my prey? Oh. I see. James nodded with that smile still on his face. But I think you made a little mistake. Oh, and what would that be? Vali asked. Bang. Boom. Then, before responding, James, Flash stepped in front of Vali and landed a right hook to Vali's left jaw. Divide. As James' fist made contact with Vali's jaw, the effect of the Divine Dividing activated, bringing James' power down by half. At the same time, Vali was thrown off into the distance and smashed into the gymnasium, unable to slow his momentum. Well, I gotta admit that's not the most comfortable feeling. James said while staring at the fist used to punch Vali. Yeah, that bastard Albion is annoying. Drake said as the boosted gear appeared on James' left arm. Boost. *I**, that's more like it. James said with a comfortable sigh. Instead of pressing the attack, James waited for Vali to pull himself together. In his mind, the fight had not even started yet. That punch was nothing more than a love tap. A few moments later, Vali pulled himself out of the crater he made in the gym floor, then exited the building and flew back into the air. Not bad. Vali said with a battle-hungry smile while he rubbed his jaw. That hurt quite a bit. Don't worry. James said as his friendly smile turned into a battle-hungry one as well. We're just getting started. Then, James disappeared with another flash step. This time, however, Vali was able to duck under the incoming right hook. And as Vali lowered his head, James stopped the momentum of his swinging fist and wrapped his hand around the back of Vali's head. Then with all his might, he pulled Vali's head downward and raised his left knee. Bang. Humph. Vali grunted in pain. Although Vali was unable to stop the knee strike, he was able to dampen the damage by getting his hands between his face and James' knee. Unfortunately, he was smashed in the face by the back of his own hands. Divide. Boost. Instead of trying to take distance, Vali channeled his demonic energy into his hands and shot an energy beam toward James' abdomen. Fortunately, James' perception was good enough to sense the demonic energy amassing in Vali's hands before he fired it off. With another flash step, James was 10 feet, 3 meters to Vali's right. Then, with another flash step, James was behind Vali. Wrapping his arms around Vali's torso, James flew as fast as he could toward the ground. Divide. Boost. As he descended with Vali, Vali struggled with all his might to separate from James. Unfortunately, due to Scathach's brutal training, James was much stronger, physically, than Vali. As they were near to landing, James began to spin, causing both of their bodies to rotate toward the ground like a drill. Izuna drop. James shouted excitedly. I've been hit by this move so many times in Dead or Alive that it made me sick. James thought to himself with a smile. It feels fucking awesome to do this to someone else. Boom. A few moments after they began to rotate, James drove Vali headfirst into the ground while propelling himself away from the landing zone. Due to the impact, a large amount of dust and debris was blasted into the air. A moment later, James landed outside of the dust cloud with a satisfied smile on his face. Cough, damn it. Vali said as he freed himself from the ground. What kind of bullshit was that? As he spoke, Vali walked out of the dust cloud in James' direction. When he was visible again, his clothes were torn, and he was covered in dust. Also, there was a bit of blood flowing out of his mouth. You're gonna need to be more specific, Vali. James said in a sing-song tone with a smile. Are you talking about the ass-kicking you've been getting one-sidedly, or are you asking about the last move I used? Deciding to ignore James' reply to his rhetorical question, Vali stared at James without losing the battle intent in his eyes. I think it's time to kick things up a notch. Vali said. Balance break. Vanishing dragon scale mail. An instant later, Vali was covered in a white light. After the light dimmed, Vali was clad in the same white scale mail with dragon motif that James saw after the fight with Kokabiel. Why does everyone want to force me to use my balance breaker recently? James asked rhetorically while shaking his head. Balance break. Welsh Dragon Shihakusho. Like Vali, James was also covered in a bright light. Though, unlike Vali's white, James was illuminated with red light. Then, after his light dimmed, James showed up in his Shihakusho. "Alright, let's get to it," James said with a smile. Without giving James the chance to draw near, Vali began firing demonic energy blasts like a machine gun while moving through the air erratically. Without using his flash step, James was able to avoid or parry the demonic energy shots with ease. Seeing this, Vali's frustration continued to grow. "There's no way you can be this much stronger than me," Vali shouted as he continued to fire at James. Half dimension. As Vali shouted, everything within a certain distance shrank by half. Not only that, but James' power was also cut by half. "Huh, that's new," James said as he began to dodge Vali's attacks. "I need to do something about this fast, I guess." Boost. With that, James' power was back to normal. Then, as he dodged, James began to close the distance with Vali. However, as he moved closer, he found it more difficult to dodge the incoming energy blasts. "Well, you should be proud, Vali," James said as he placed his right hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. Then, as he drew the blade, he continued. "You were able to make me draw my sword. Scatter, Senbon Sakura." As Okairu Sakura's blade broke down, James used the petal blades to intercept Vali's energy blasts as he closed the distance. When he was close enough, he flash-stepped over to Vali's left. Then, he threw a hard right hook at Vali's torso. Penetrate. Divide, x10. Crack. Boost, x10. Like James, when in his balance breaker state, Vali could also use his ability to halve his opponent's power at will, provided he was in contact with them. Unfortunately, Vali has yet to dive far enough into the Divine Dividing's secrets. Although Albion has an ability that is a perfect counter to Draig's penetrate ability, Vali has yet to learn it. Because of that, James' blow to Vali's torso cracked Vali's scale mail. Before Vali could be blown away, however, James grasped Vali by the shoulder and kicked him in his helmet. As Vali flew away because of the kick, James flash-stepped into his path and landed a knee strike on his abdomen. Then, as Vali's momentum was killed, James threw an uppercut and sent Vali into the air. Then, with a combination of various strikes, James continued to treat Vali like a pinball in the sky. Throughout the entire exchange, constant alerts of divide and boost were heard. Eventually, James struck Vali and sent him down to the ground. Boom. Once again, Vali's impact with the ground caused a cloud of dust and debris to be shot into the air. A moment later, James landed near the cloud and waited for Vali to stand again. While he waited, he looked around the battlefield. From what he could see, the magic circle that was allowing the magicians to enter the barrier had been destroyed, and the last of them was being taken care of by all the younger devils and Irina. Serzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Gabriel were still in the meeting room, watching over the battlefield. Then, James looked up to where Azazel was fighting Katerea. When he did, he saw that Azazel was finished and heading to the ground. So, Azazel lost an arm. James said curiously as he watched Azazel descend. "I guess that chick was stronger than I thought." After a few more moments, Vali finally exited the dust cloud. As he did, James could feel rage rolling off him in waves. "You're not stronger than me," Vali stated, almost screaming. "I know." James agreed with a nod. "Our strengths should be about equal." "Then, how?" Vali asked impatiently. "How are you beating me so badly?" "Because I'm better trained," James said seriously. "If you knew what kind of hell training I've been through, you'd shudder. There's no way you train harder than I do," Vali shouted indignantly. "If you knew who my master was, you'd understand," James said with a vacant look in his eyes. Confused by the distant look in James' eyes, Vali was unsure whether he should be angry or not. Eventually, a teleportation magic circle appeared next to Vali. When it vanished, a tall young man with golden hair and dressed in ancient Chinese armor that could be commonly seen during the Three Kingdoms period appeared. "It looks like this operation failed, miserably," the tall young man said. "But Vali, why do you look so?" "It's probably because he's not used to getting his ass kicked so one-sidedly," James said, interrupting the young man's question. At that moment, the tall young man realized there was someone else nearby. At the same time, Vali audibly gritted his teeth. "Oh, is that the Red Dragon Emperor?" the young man asked. "Sure am," James replied with a smile. "James Alaverus, at your service. What should I call you before I bring you in with this traitor?" "You can call me Biko," the young man, Biko, said with a smile. "But I don't think it will be that easy to take me down." "We'll have to see about that," James said as he rested his hand on Mangetsu no Shitada's hilt and dropped into an Iaido stance. Oh, this may be harder than I thought. Biko said as his expression turned from a smile to something solemn. This guy might be on the same level as Arthur when it comes to sword mastery. Seriously, Vali asked in surprise. He barely used it at all when he fought me. It looks like this will be a bigger problem than I thought. Biko said as he materialized a staff and took his fighting stance. Before the fight could begin, however, Azazel's voice interrupted them. James, let them go. Azazel said as he arrived with the rest of the faction leaders. Immediately, James dropped his stance and shrugged his shoulders. If you say so. James said. Fighting Vali was too easy, anyway. I mean, he's strong, like, really strong. But his usage of his strength is kinda pathetic. Ouch, burn, Biko said from the side. Vali's anger was rising as James spoke. You want to see power usage? I'll show it to you, you bastard. Vali said with his eyes wide open. I, who am about to awaken. Bang. Before Vali could finish whatever it was that he was saying, Biko struck him on the head with his staff. Ouch, Vali exclaimed while holding his head. Biko, what the hell was that for? They're letting us leave and you're about to do something that should be a last resort. Biko shouted back. So, let me ask you, what the hell are you doing? James only looked at Vali from the corner of his eyes before he spoke once again. If you had continued, I would have cut your head off before you could enter into Juggernaut Drive. James said nonchalantly. The last thing we need is an out-of-control miniature heavenly dragon running around. Before Vali could say or do anything else, Biko grabbed him and teleported both of them away. Then, James turned toward the faction leaders and bowed politely. Is there anything else you require of me? James asked politely. Can I see your bloodline ability again? Gabriel was the first to speak. In surprise, James froze and just blinked his eyes a few times. Before he could answer, though, Michael pulled his over-enthusiastic sister by the arm. I'm sorry about her, James. Michael said with a smile. Gabriel is and always has been quite taken with the sight of fluttering cherry blossoms. And the fact that she was acquainted with your mother is probably another reason for her enthusiasm. Huh, you know my mom? James asked with his eyes wide open. Should I go get her? I thought she was. I forgot about that. Gabriel said. She was reincarnated, wasn't she? Yeah, Dad reincarnated her after she passed away when I was born. James said solemnly. But she's happy about it. She always talks about how good she looks for her age. Then for the next few minutes, James spoke with Gabriel about Leona. Then, around the time Rias, Sona, and their peerages finished repairing all the damage to the school, Gabriel looked at James nervously. Seeing the nervousness in her expression, James could not help but ask about it. Lady Gabriel, is there something wrong? James asked curiously. A moment later, Gabriel answered James' question. And the answer left him speechless. Well, I really would like to see your bloodline ability again, can I? Gabriel asked with a smile and an excited blush. Chapter 135, After the Battle. Human World, Japan, Koho. So, if I may ask, why did you want me to let Vali go? James asked curiously. After the battles ended, the young devils finished repairing the school, and Gabriel was satisfied with James' display of Senbon Sakura. Everyone who was there before the attack returned to the board meeting room. After everyone was seated, James could not help but ask the question that had bothered him since Azazel made the request. Hearing James' question, all the others in the room also turned their attention to Azazel. To be honest, I kinda see that kid as a son. Azazel said while scratching his head. If you want a reason, I wanted to extend one final act of kindness. Understanding Azazel's sentiment, most people in the room nodded their heads. James and Cu Chulin, however, were frowning in disagreement. Sorry, Azazel. James said with a frown. That's not kindness. That's indulgence. Exactly. Cu Chulin nodded in agreement. If either of us ever did something like that to our master, she would kill us on the spot. Betrayal is a crime. Worthy of the death penalty. As all the devils present knew who James and Cu Chulin's master is, they were not surprised by their viewpoint. Michael, Gabriel, Azazel, and Irina, on the other hand, were curious to know who the boy's master was. On top of that, allowing that kind of behavior to go unpunished will only solidify that betrayal is an acceptable path. James added on. Having not thought about it like that, Azazel stopped to think for a moment. Then he grinned like always. Your master sounds like someone interesting to have taught the two of you so well. Azazel said, maintaining his shit-eating grin. I'm really curious to know, who is this master you speak of? After hearing Azazel's question, Michael, Gabriel, and Irina also looked at James and Cu Chulin curiously. Instead of answering immediately, they both looked at Scathach and Seraphol. Even though the boys were not against telling anyone who their master was, they knew that this was a pretty big deal for the underworld as a whole. Especially since Scathach has been training promising young devils for the past 6 or so years. "It's your call, James," Scathach said with a smile after seeing the questions in James and Cu Chulin's eyes. "She's your master, after all." She. Michael and Irina thought simultaneously. "I wonder who this woman could be." Gabriel thought innocently. "Maybe I could have another new friend. If I had to guess, this woman they are speaking of probably isn't a devil." Azazel thought as he waited for the boys' decision. "You should tell them," Seraphol said in a cheerful tone. "If we are going to be allies in the future, this is a secret we can afford to divulge." After hearing Seraphol, James and Cu Chulin briefly made eye contact. Then, they nodded simultaneously. After that, they looked back at the leaders of the other 2 factions and James spoke. "Our master is the immortal witch and queen of Dun Scath, Scathach," James said calmly with a smile. The curious expressions on Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel's faces froze. They had many guesses as to who could have trained the boys in front of them. However, they were not expecting that god-killing crazy woman to be the one. How long have the 2 of you been training with, her?" Azazel asked, his grin twitching every so often. "Almost 7 years," James said while stroking his chin in thought. 9 years, Cu Chulin said nonchalantly. "How are the 2 of you still alive?" Michael asked, looking at the boys in front of him as if they were monsters. "No clue," James and Cu Chulin answered simultaneously. "I'm not sure how many times I thought I was going to die," James said while shuddering. "I think I have actually died several times," Cu Chulin said while sweating profusely. "Michael-sama, I thought the Queen of Dun Scath was only a myth," Irina said, confused to see the baffled and scared expressions on Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel's faces. "I assure you, Irina, Scathach is as real can be," Azazel said, slowly regaining his composure. "Now I understand why James could so easily defeat Vali." Michael and Gabriel nodded in agreement to Azazel's statement. "Although seeing your shock and awe is amusing," Scathach said with a smile while observing the changes in the other leaders' facial expressions. "I think it's time for us to begin discussing the terms of our possible alliance." And with that, the alliance talks began. Although all the details were not ironed out during their first discussion, the outlook was positive. After that night, time flowed quickly. A few weeks later, the final exams for the first term have come and gone. Everyone was also looking forward to the summer break that would begin in a few days. "Exam scores will be posted tomorrow," Mizor said with a pout. "It's been over a year, why can't I beat Mocha?" "Because I'm smarter," Mocha said with a smug smile. As Mizor and Mocha bickered like they usually do at this time, James, Leona, Cu Chulin, Sona, and Cheyenne were watching like they always do. Ayam was also nearby, though she was hidden somewhere. The only one who was aware of her location was James, thanks to his high perception and soul sight. "So, James, what are your plans for summer break?" Leona asked. "Well, we'll have to go to the underworld for the meeting of young devils, or something I'm not all that interested in," James said before taking a sip of the drink he was holding. "Before that, though, I'll be taking the whole peerage to the land of shadows." Hearing that, Mizor and Mocha stopped their argument and looked at James with a bit of fear. Cu Chulin looked as if he expected it, and Sona, Cheyenne, and Ayam looked at James curiously. "You're gonna make us go through that torture again?" Mocha asked with slight fear in her eyes. "I don't want to go," Mizor said while hiding behind Mocha. Seeing the strong-willed Mizor and Mocha acting like that, Sona, Cheyenne, and Ayam were surprised. "Is the land of shadows such a scary place?" Sona asked unsurely. "Well, it can be if you're unprepared," Cu Chulin said casually while shrugging his shoulders. "But they're more afraid of the person we're going to meet there." "Who is that?" Cheyenne asked curiously. "Lancer and I's master, Scathach," James replied with a smile. "She'll be training all of us for about 25 days, or so. Then, we'll go to the underworld to attend the meeting of young devils." Clap. "Oh, that's right," Leona shouted excitedly. "We'll need to get all of you some formal attire for the meeting. That means you all have to be here after school tomorrow. Dante and Lady, too. Mom's taking the trick I took from Auntie Vanillana," James thought with some discontent. After Leona's declaration, James, Cu Chulin, and Dante, who was relaxing at Devil May Cry, shuddered, feeling that something they were not looking forward to was coming. At the same time, the girls' eyes lit up. Even if they were not going out, they knew there would be an opportunity to shop. "I'll call Lady and let her know to bring Dante tomorrow afternoon," Mizor said excitedly. Good. Leona nodded in satisfaction. I'll make sure you are the most outstanding young devils at the meeting. Oh, joy. James and see you chillin' said dryly. Yay. The girls cheered in excitement. After that, the group continued to talk for a while. Then after discussing the plans for the next few days before summer break officially began, they all headed up to their rooms to get some sleep. The next day, James, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Sona were walking toward the school early in the morning. As they walked, they chatted about the upcoming summer break. Flora, you need to come to our house after school today. Mizor said while bouncing around excitedly. Auntie Leona is going to help us pick out evening wear for the meeting of young devils. In response, Flora smiled happily. Then, however, she sighed with visible melancholy. Seeing that, James grasped her hand. What's wrong, Flora? James asked with concern in his tone. I really don't like it when I have to use hypnosis on my parents. Flora said. They weren't happy about me not going to visit family with them. I see. James said as he gently patted Flora's head. I'm sorry that you have to go through this. No, you don't have to apologize, I knew things like this would happen when I accepted your offer to become a devil. Flora said with a forced smile. It still never gets easier, though. After that, the group of 5 walked the rest of the way in silence. As they reached the school gates, they saw Mio and Maria just arriving. Good morning, Mio, Maria. Mizor shouted excitedly. Hearing the shout from behind, Mio and Maria looked behind them and saw James and his girls. Then, Mio looked away with a slight blush while Maria ran back toward Mizor happily. Hey, good morning, Mizor. Maria said happily. Are you looking forward to seeing your scores for the finals? Hearing that, Mizor began to pout. Not really. Mocha answered instead of Mizor. We already know how things will turn out. What do you mean? Mio asked curiously after joining the rest of the group. I'll get first place, like I have since the entrance test. Mocha said confidently. And Mizor will get second, like she has since the finals from last year's first term. You don't know that. Mizor shouted angrily. You could have made a stupid mistake, like you do when you're cooking. Immediately, Mocha's face turned red. Then, she looked at Mizor angrily. That was only one time. Mocha shouted back, just as angrily. One time is all it takes. Mizor said smugly. I've never seen them like this before. Mio said with confusion in her tone. They only get like this when it comes to exams. James said with a smile. This is one of the few things they aren't evenly matched in, and Mizor hates it. It doesn't help that Mocha rubs it in whenever she can, either. Sona said while looking at the bickering duo. Anyway, has Riri told you too what you all will be doing before the meeting of young devils? James asked curiously. She did. Maria replied with a nod. We're supposed to be going to the underworld. Maria said while tapping her index finger on her chin. She said we would be going to the underworld to train before the meeting of young devils. Mio said with a sigh. Yeah, that's it, Maria said as if she had just remembered. Chatting as they walked the rest of the way to school, they eventually reached the school gates. Then, they all made their way to the MMA club. After a bit of morning training, they all went to their classes and the school day passed peacefully. Then, after school, Sona approached James before he could leave the classroom. Hey, Sona, what's up? James said as he packed up his school supplies. What are your plans for the time leading up to the meeting of young devils? Sona asked calmly. We'll be going to train with Master Scathach. James replied with a smile. What about you? I actually wanted to ask you about that. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Would it be alright if we came with you to the land of shadows? Oh, I wasn't expecting that. James said with shock in his expression. But I can ask Master if you really want. I'd appreciate it. Sona said with a small smile. Sure. James replied with a smile. Then, everyone went off to participate in their own club activities. After an afternoon of club activities, James, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Sona made their way to James' house. When they arrived, however, they saw something that none of them were ready for. Standing in the middle of the living room, Siyu Chulin and Dante were surrounded by piles of formal wear while Leona, Lady, Iam, and Cheyenne were picking through the piles and placing them against the 2 young men standing between them with lifeless gazes. When they saw this situation, the girls walking with James' eyes lit up. And before James could run, his arms were grabbed by Mizor and Mocha. Hey, Mizor, Mocha, what are you doing? James said with panic in his tone. We're just excited to help you pick out your outfit for the meeting of young devils. Mizor said with an excited smile. That won't be necessary. James said while beginning to sweat. I already got confirmation from Mom last night. Hearing that, everyone stopped. Then, all the girls looked at Leona for confirmation. As unfortunate as it may be, James is telling the truth, Leona said with frustration in her tone. Well, I'll take my leave then, James said, calmly slipping his arms out of Mizor and Mocha's grasp. Then, before anyone could react, he ran up to the second floor so he could hide in his bedroom. Lancer, Dante, your sacrifices will be remembered, James thought as he ran away. Chapter 136, Someone Wants to Be James' Disciple. Human World, Japan, Koho. The next morning, at 6 a.m. James woke from his sleep. As he woke up, the first thing he did was check his smartphone to see if there were any alerts he slept through. Although there were a few, there was only one that caught his attention. The devils, angels, and fallen angels have entered into an alliance. Seeing this headline from his news widget, James was quick to open the article. What he saw was an overview of all the events that led up to the formation of this alliance. First was the Kokabiel incident that led to the peace talks. However, the peace talks were interrupted by the mysterious faction calling itself the Chaos Brigade. Did Ophis like Midway and Netherrealm games or something? James thought to himself disdainfully. Why spell it like that? After that stupid thought, James continued to read the article. After finding out the name and goal of the Chaos Brigade, Heaven, the Underworld, and the Grigori decided to create a united front against this terrorist organization. On top of that, Satan Ajuka Beelzebub would work with Heaven on a way to repopulate Heaven with angels. The idea is to use a system similar to the evil peace system, choosing devout humans to be reincarnated as angels. Oh, that could be interesting, James said to himself. I'd be fine if Heaven was destroyed, Drake added bitterly. Really? James asked in surprise. What did the angels do to you? Not the angels, but their dear old dad, Drake replied. Because of that asshole, I wasn't even able to reincarnate and embark on my path of domination again. Yeah, but the chances of us meeting if you had reincarnated would have been pretty slim, James said in a sappy tone. Fuck off, Drake shouted in annoyance. Chuckling at the dragon's reply, James finished reading the article. He was surprised when he found out that Aazel had declined using a system similar to the angels to repopulate. Then, he laughed loudly when he saw that he knew there would be angels falling sooner or later, so he did not need it. Man, I like that Aazel guy, James said while calming his laughter. After that, James washed up and prepared for school. There were only 3 more days until summer break began. After getting ready, James' day played out like most days do. He left the house with Mizor, Mocha, and Sona. Then, they met up with Flora along the way and walked to school together. After that, when they neared the gate, they ran into Mio and Maria. Then, the group of 6 attended morning training. After morning training, James went through a day of school. However, this is where something out of the ordinary happened. James, can you come to the ORC for a little while after school? Rias asked while James was packing his school bag. Sure, James replied casually. Is something happening today? I'm not sure, Rias said uneasily. Sona told me that my club would be getting an advisor, and there was nothing I could do about it. Hearing that, James glanced at Sona, who smiled back in return. She's up to something, James thought to himself with a curious smile on his face. Yup, she's definitely up to something, Drake replied with an equal amount of curiosity. Nodding at Drake's agreement, James turned his attention back to Rias and spoke. Okay, let's go. Smiling in response, Rias returned to her own seat and picked up her bag. Then, James, Rias, and Aquino made their way toward the old school building. When they arrived, the ORC's new advisor was not present. So, Rias took her seat at her desk and began to work on any paperwork she had left to do. Aquino walked to a corner of the room and began preparing tea, as she always does, while James sat on one of the sofas and waited for the new club advisor to arrive. Based on Sona's smile, this advisor is definitely not a normal person, James thought. It's probably someone supernatural, Drake replied to James' internal monologue. I was thinking the same thing, Drake, James replied internally. And it's really convenient that a new advisor pops up right after the alliance is formed. Exactly, Drake said with a nod of agreement. That doesn't help us narrow it down though. Quite the contrary, actually, James replied. I'm almost 100% sure that the advisor won't be a devil. Oh, I see where you're coming from, Drake said in an enlightened tone. But that still leaves 2 of the 3 options. Yeah, and that's where it gets tricky, James thought. At that moment, Aquino set a cup of tea with a saucer down on the coffee table in front of James. Thanks, Aquino, James said with a smile as he lifted the teacup and took a sip. Like always, it's delicious. With James' compliment, Aquino's face bloomed into a gorgeous smile. Hey, Aquino. Rias shouted from her desk. I'm your king, shouldn't you serve tea to me first? You may be my king, Rias. Aquino said as she turned toward Rias. But James is my love. Ugh. So cheesy. Rias said, grunting in annoyance without raising her head from her paperwork. I gotta agree with Riri, this time. James said with a wry smile. Although I like hearing it, don't you think you're pouring it on a little thick this time, Aquino? Hearing that, Aquino was surprised. While Rias giggled as she continued working on her paperwork. Really, was it that bad? Aquino said sadly. But that was one of my favorite lines in the novel I just finished. Wanting to laugh but holding it in, James continued. I don't think it's the line that's bad. James said. Yes, you do. Drake said and was ignored by James. I think it was the delivery. James continued. Yeah, that sucked, too. Drake said with a chuckle. After hearing what James had to say, Aquino seemed like she understood. Then, she once again smiled at James and went to prepare a cup of tea for Rias. Just as Aquino picked up the teapot, the club room's door was opened and in walked the second-year members of the Occult Research Club, Yuto, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia. Oh, great. Issei said with a downcast expression. Senpai is here. I don't even know what I did wrong this time. Usually, James does not come to the Occult Research Club. He usually only shows up when there is something important to discuss. For example, when Irina and Zenobia first showed up. Or he shows up when he needs to conduct a round of Hell mode training. Oh, don't worry, Ise. James said with a friendly smile. I didn't come to put you through hell, this time. Hearing that, Issei visibly relaxed. However, he could not fully relax. The smile James was wearing made him feel uneasy. So, then why are you here? Zenobia asked curiously without much fluctuation in her tone. Nothing big. James said before taking a sip of his tea. While this conversation was going on, Yuto, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia took their usual seats and Aquino pushed a small trolley around the room to serve them all tea. And just as Issei was taking a sip of his tea, James continued to speak. I came to ask Riri if she would let Ise come to the land of shadows with us to train. James said casually with a friendly smile on his face. I thought you would really improve, Ise, if my master was allowed to train you for a few weeks. Spurt, cough, cough. Hearing James' purpose for coming, Issei began to cough and sprayed a mouthful of tea all over himself and the floor. Seeing Issei's reaction, James could not help but laugh. Rias and Aquino also laughed. Neither of them had any idea what James was going to say, either. Yuto and Zenobia smiled at the prank as well. The only ones who were not smiling in any way were, obviously, Issei, who was trying to catch his breath, and Asia, who was trying to help Issei clean the tea off his uniform. Oman, your reaction was priceless. James said while wiping a tear from his eye. James, you're so bad. Ria said as she also wiped the tears from her eyes. You really are bad. Aquino said with a pout. Trying to hide a smile, she continued. Who do you think has to clean up this mess? Hearing Aquino, James snapped his fingers. Then, a magic circle appeared under Issei's seat and the puddle of spat-out tea. Then, the magic circle glowed for an instant before disappearing. When the magic circle vanished, the mess, whether it be on Issei or the floor, was gone as if it never happened. Damn it, senpai. Issei shouted in annoyance. You're the devil. Actually, I'm only half devil. James said innocently. Did you forget? Arg. Issei growled in annoyance. This time, even Asia joined the others in laughter as James teased Issei. A moment later, the club room's door opened again. This time, the first-year members of Rias peerage showed up. Instead of going to the MMA club, Mio and Maria were with Kaneko and Gasper. Senpai. Maria said after entering the room. You're here, too. As Maria spoke, Kaneko walked straight toward James and took her favorite seat. On his lap. Then, she pulled a snack out of her bag and began to nibble on it while James patted her head. Seeing that, a few of the girls looked at Kaneko enviously, but otherwise they neither said nor did anything. Yeah, Riri asked me to come by. James said with a smile. What did Issei-senpai do this time? Gasper asked curiously. Damn it. Issei shouted. I didn't do anything. Really? Mio and Maria asked while staring at Issei suspiciously. Of course, the perverted idiot did something. Kaneko said while she was trying to feed James one of her snacks. This time, Issei is telling the truth. Rias said as she finished the last of her paperwork. But seriously, Issei, maybe you should fix your behavior. If you weren't always acting the way you do, people would trust your words more. Issei could only remain silent. He knew what Rias said was true. However, no matter what he did or told himself, he could not fix his bad habits. It felt like the world's will was forcing him to act that way. Anyway, James really isn't here to punish Issei for anything this time. Rias said as she stood from her seat and stretched. As she did, her large breasts were emphasized greatly. And of course, Issei's eyes were drawn to them like a moth to a flame. Until he felt James' sharp glare land on the side of his face. Knowing what was coming if he got out of hand, Issei quickly looked away. Seeing that Issei was able to control himself, everyone was amazed. Then, they all looked at James to see if he had done anything. And all they saw was James sitting on the sofa with Kaneko sitting in his lap feeding him a cookie. The only one who was not surprised was Yuto. He was there when James threatened to start taking body parts if Issei was unable to stop sexually harassing his girls. Anyway, why did you ask James-senpai to stop by, Rias-ne? Maria asked with curiosity. Well, it's because Sona told me. Rias began to explain. That you all would be getting a new club advisor. Azazel finished Rias' sentence as he opened the club room's door. Looking toward the door, everyone saw the Governor-General of the Grigori, Azazel, standing in the, now, open door of the club room. Oh, great, another pervert. Kaneko said while pulling out another snack from her bag. I gotta admit, that's not who I was expecting to see. James said with an eyebrow raised. Why would anyone let such a notorious pervert like Azazel run loose in a place full of young beautiful high school girls? Hey, that's defamation. Azazel said indignantly. I'll have you know, I've never touched a high school-aged girl in my long years. That's hard to believe. Rias said skeptically. It's true. Azazel said proudly. And the reason is simple. Azazel paused, waiting to have everyone's undivided attention. When he achieved his desire, he continued. It's because I love MILFs. Can't get enough of them. Hearing that, everyone deflated. Except for James and Issei, everyone else just went back to what they were doing. Issei was staring at Azazel with a contemplative look on his face. Debating whether MILFs or Bishujo were better. James, on the other hand, was nodding in understanding. I can understand where you're coming from, Azazel. James nodded in a sagely manner. There's a MILF in my harem as well. Hearing that, Azazel was taken aback. Then, he observed James more closely. Although you should be calling me Azazel-sensei from now on, I wasn't aware that you were also a man of culture. Azazel said with a little excitement in his tone. If you don't mind me asking, which of the world's lovely MILFs have you added to your harem? Would I know her, perhaps? Listening to James and Azazel's conversation, everyone stared at the two of them blankly. Oh, I'm sure you do. James said with a proud smile on his face. She's the leader of the Kyoto yokai, Yasaka. Instead of exclaiming in surprise, Azazel could only look at James blankly. Then, after a few moments, Azazel did something no one expected. He walked in front of James, fell to his knees, pressed his forehead to the floor, and shouted loudly. I beg of you, Master, please take me as your disciple. Chapter 137, Summer break begins in the Land of Shadows. Land of Shadows, done Scathach. The final few days of the first term flew by without incident. During those last few days, Azazel met with the three kings in Koa Academy. During each meeting, he offered to assist them with their training before the meeting of young devils. However, to Azazel's surprise, only Rias accepted his help. When he found out why James and Sona rejected, however, he understood and decided not to push them. So, this is done Scathach? Sona asked as her and her peerage followed James and his peerage through the corridors of the castle. It's a lot less ornamented than I thought. Master is quite the minimalist. James replied with a smile. If an item is not practical, you won't find it here. Nodding in understanding, Sona continued to observe the castle's interior as she walked with James. Eventually, they reached the large double doors that led to Scathach's throne room. When they stopped, James turned to the group and spoke. Okay, I need to ask this one more time. Because if you agree to this training, you won't be able to end it until Master decides it's over. James said solemnly. So, are you sure you want to go through with this? This training will be like nothing you've ever experienced. After hearing James' question, the rest of James' peerage stood in silence. The humane parts of each of them wanted to urge the newcomers to turn back while they still had the chance. But their rational minds knew that it was Sona and her peerage's decision to make. Like James' peerage, Sona and her peerage also fell silent. Sona had already committed to this training. She knew that she was the weakest of the three kings of Koa. Although that did not bother her much, the gap between her and Rias' strength did. She knew Rias was likely to reach ultimate rank before the meeting of young devils. She, on the other hand, had just reached the advanced level of the high rank and she was not satisfied with her own progress. Tsubaki and Rhea were also committed. Tsubaki because she enjoyed harsh training due to her time spent training with Siyu Chilin, while Rhea wanted to grow stronger so that Serafal would lighten her load during their training sessions. The new members of Sona's peerage, Momo, Tsubasa, Tomo, Genchuru, and the newest member of Sona's peerage, Nimura Ruruko were all unsure. Even though they have been through training with Sona, they all have a sinking feeling that this will be brutal. Especially Ruruko, a pawn. However, unlike the rest of the pawns present, she only needed one piece to be reincarnated. Because of that, she understands that she is, objectively, the weakest person here. Eventually, they all come to a decision. They decided that getting stronger for the one who gave them the chance to be more than normal humans was reason enough to join this intense training. Seeing the resolve in the eyes of Sona's peerage, James smiled and nodded. Then, he turned to the doors. Knock knock knock. Master, your disciples, James Alaverus and Siyu Chilin, have arrived. James said in a sonorous voice. Enter. Scathach replied calmly from the other side of the door. With Scathach's permission, James and Siyu Chilin each pushed on one of the large doors. As the doors opened, the throne room came into everyone's view. However, what stole everyone's attention was the extremely gorgeous woman with purple hair and wine-red eyes, Scathach, sitting on the throne. Then, once they were able to draw their eyes away from Scathach, their attention was immediately drawn to the ominous blood-red spear leaning against the armrest of the throne. Master, it has been a while. James said as he led the others into the throne room. I hope you've been well. I have. Scathach replied with a nod while she observed the unfamiliar faces. I see they did not run. I'm also satisfied with both of your progress since the last time you came to visit. Thank you for the praise. James and Siyu Chilin replied simultaneously while bowing politely. Now, would you mind introducing your new companions? Scathach said while waving off her disciples' show of etiquette. Of course. James said as he straightened his back. First allow me to introduce you to my fiancée. This is Sona Citri, heiress to the House of Citri of the Underworld 72 Pillar Houses. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Scathach. Sona said with a polite curtsy. Likewise. Scathach replied with a nod. Then, with a small smile, she turned her attention back to James. I see you've managed to steal the heart of another young maiden. Surprisingly, James did not retort with a joke of any kind. Instead, he just lowered his head with a wry smile and rubbed the back of his head. Seeing that, everyone who knew him well went slack-jawed. Then, after a moment, James continued the introductions, making sure to mention that Tsubaki was Siyu Chilin's girlfriend, which caused Scathach to raise an eyebrow. After the introductions were finished, Scathach gripped her spear and stood from her throne. Well, since you're here, let me see at what level all of you are. Scathach said as she made her way toward the group. Come, I will test all of you. Except James and Satanta. Knowing that objects would be useless after James' warning before they came to the land of shadows, everyone followed Scathach to the training field. Once they arrived, Scathach set her eyes on Sona and her peerage. Now, let me see your current abilities. Scathach said as she rested her spear over her shoulder. Who among you wishes to be first? Without hesitation, Sona stepped forward. Then, she took her place across from Scathach. I want to see everything you have. Scathach said calmly. Do not hold back, fight to kill. If you cannot do that, you are not worth my time. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sona generated several spurs of water which she molded into dragons. Then, with her intent alone, she sent the dragons flying toward Scathach. Good detail. Tremendous control. Scathach commented as she dodged and destroyed the water dragons that attacked her relentlessly. And your killing intent is solid. As Scathach destroyed Sona's water creations, Sona created more. Not only dragons this time, though. While sending dragons from all directions, she also mixed in mist, hindering eyesight, wet patches on the ground, hindering footing, and even shot off high-pressure water blades. Whistle Sona's going all out. James said as he watched the ongoing battle. Yeah, but this won't last too much longer. Siyu Chilin said from beside James. What do you mean? Genchuru, who has a crush on Sona even though he knows it is impossible, asked angrily. Sona is strong. Before Genchuru could say anything else, Tsubaki pulled him back and stared at him sternly. I'm sorry. Tsubaki said. He doesn't understand how powerful Scathach Dano is. Neither James nor Siyu Chilin took the innocent boy's outburst seriously. Instead, they continued to watch the spar. And as they expected, after a few minutes, Scathach was victorious. With her spear pressed against Sona's neck, the spar ended. Your attacks are powerful, you are quite talented in the manipulation of water. No doubt thanks to your bloodline trait. Scathach said as she retrieved her spear. Even so, your talent is very impressive. Your biggest shortcomings are that you are too slow when forming your attacks and your body is too weak. Over the next 25 days, I will help you to overcome these weaknesses the best I can. Thank you Master Scathach. Sona said through her ragged breathing. Then, she made her way back to the spectators. Once Sona's turn ended, Tsubaki stepped forward. And like Sona, she also showed everything she could. Scathach was especially interested in her, too. As a master of the spear, Scathach would enjoy instructing this girl. Then, after Tsubaki, Rhea, Tomo, Momo, Tsubasa, Genshiro, and Ruruko took their turns in that order. After them, Scathach turned her attention toward James' peerage. And like Sona's peerage, they were also tested. Although, in their case Scathach was more concerned with assessing their improvements than testing their abilities. So, in turns, Mizor, Mocha, Dante, Lady, and Flora took their turns. Then, like Sona's peerage, Scathach tested Iam, Shuna, and Cheyenne. After all the spars were done, Scathach instructed James and Siyu Chillin to take the visitors to their rooms then find her in the throne room. Following Scathach's instructions, James and Siyu Chillin led the exhausted young devils to their rooms and made their way back to the throne room. Master. James and Siyu Chillin greeted after entering the throne room. Sit. Scathach ordered calmly. After James and Siyu Chillin took their seats, Scathach continued. I'm quite pleased with both of your progress. Scathach said, then she raised a hand to stop the boys in front of her from thanking her. Therefore, I'll be giving you both your last test during your stay, this time. Both James and Siyu Chillin were shocked to hear that. Are you sure we are ready for that, Master? Siyu Chillin asked with surprise in his tone. You didn't even test us today. Yeah, Master. James said equally surprised as his best friend. I mean, taking a test we're not ready for from you is as good as suicide. You need not worry, my disciples. Scathach said with a content smile. I am certain both of you have surpassed the original Satanta. I can tell by the way that you walk, from the confidence in your eyes, and the powerful aura you both carry. James and Siyu Chillin were both taken aback. However, neither of them became proud. Seeing that they were happy with the praise and did not let pride go to their heads, Scathach nodded in satisfaction. Also, I'll be taking off the seals for your final test. Scathach continued. Although I told you that they are supposed to keep you 2 levels under your maximum power level, that was not entirely true. James had already expected that, but Siyu Chillin was surprised. What they actually do is keep a constant strain on your physical body and energy. Scathach explained. And by energy I am referring to your reserves, circulation, and output. So, when they are removed, the instant growth will show me exactly how hard you have worked since I put them on the 2 of you. Understanding what their master meant by that, James and Siyu Chillin were both excited to see just how strong they would become when their seals were removed. Especially Siyu Chillin. Ever since Dante reached the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, he has not shut up about it. And now, he is praying that his power without the seals will push his power past Dante's. After a bit more conversation, James and Siyu Chillin bid their master good night and exited the throne room. As they walked, they continued to talk. I'm not gonna lie. Siyu Chillin said with a mix of nervousness and excitement. I'm kinda nervous about this final test. But I wanna see how strong I've become after the seals have been removed. I know what you mean, dude. James said with a smile. But if we get strong, that means that Master is gonna beat us even harder during the test. Now that you mention it. Siyu Chillin said with a shudder. Maybe keeping the seals for the test won't be so bad. Smack. Dude, don't be a pussy. James said while smacking Siyu Chillin on his back. If you're gonna give it up after coming this far, then you've wasted not only your own time, but Master's as well. And if she feels like you've wasted her time, I wouldn't want to be you. Once again, Siyu Chillin shuddered at the thought of what Scathach would do to him. Then, James and Siyu Chillin continued their conversation as they made their way to their own rooms. Tomorrow's training would be hell, and they needed to rest before breaking down hell's gates. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, Scathach was sitting alone. Like always, she sat upon her throne with her cursed spear resting against its armrest. I wonder if one of those boys will be able to do it. To grant my most cherished wish. Scathach thought to herself as she sat in silence. The first Satanta was the one I had the highest hopes for in the past. Yet, he was unable to do it. Not because of strength, but because of sentiment. Scathach then rested her head on her right hand with her right elbow sported by the throne's armrest. I know that both of those boys have surpassed the first Satanta. Scathach continued to monologue to herself. I wonder if one of them will be able to do it. Chapter 138, Azazel's Advice for the Gremory Group. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. While James and C.U. Chillin were speaking to Scathach in her throne room, Rias and her peerage, along with Azazel, arrived at the Gremory Estate in the Underworld. Upon arriving at the estate, Rias took her peerage to meet with her parents. The main reason for this meeting was to introduce Mio and Maria to Zeoticus and Venelana. After entering the house, they easily found the Gremory couple sitting in the living room drinking tea. So, these are my nieces? Zeoticus asked with a curious smile on his face. Wilbur certainly gave birth to a couple of beautiful girls. Indeed. Venelana said while observing the young girls in front of her. So, would you mind introducing yourselves? My name is Mio. Neruz Mio. Mio said with a polite bow. And I'm Neruz Maria. Maria said cheerfully. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. Venelana replied with a smile. I'm your aunt, Venelana Gremory. The lady of House Gremory. And I'm your uncle, the current head of House Gremory and your father's younger brother, Zeoticus Gremory. Zeoticus introduced himself with a smile. After the introductions, Mio and Maria fell silent. Zeoticus and Venelana also fell silent. Though they were sure they knew what the two girls before them were thinking. And the unsure expression Mio and Maria were wearing made it that much easier to figure out what they were thinking. Eventually, Rias was the one to break the silence. Mom, Dad, Mio and Maria would like to know. Rias began to speak for her two younger cousins. It's okay, Rias nay. Maria interrupted. We both think it would be better if one of us were the ones to ask about it. Mio nodded her head in agreement as she looked at Rias with gratitude in her eyes. Then, when she noticed Rias was smiling at her, she turned her head away quickly with a blush on her face. Seeing that, Maria giggled and everyone else could not help but smile. Eventually, Mio took a deep breath then turned towards Zeoticus and Venelana. If it wouldn't cause too much trouble, could you tell us why our father was exiled from House Gremory? Mio asked nervously. Although Mio felt no attachment to Wilbur, she did acknowledge that he was her father. Maria on the other hand was quite curious. She had grown up with Wilbur and was very curious about why he had been exiled. Honestly, it was a simple, well maybe not so simple difference in ideals. Zeoticus said as he looked out the window at the underworld's purple sky. During the Devil Civil War, a little over 500 years ago, every devil had to choose a side. The Gremory house as a whole chose to follow the rebels who were led by our first son, Rias' older brother, and your cousin, Sirzex Gremory. Venelana continued from where Zeoticus left off. Everyone except for your father, Wilbur. Wilbur thought we were betraying the original Lucifer, who gave birth to the devil race with his wife, Lilith. Zeoticus continued. And that led to an argument that could not be solved peacefully. Eventually, Wilbur was exiled. I had to exile my own brother because of a political dispute. Seeing the painful expression on Zeoticus' face, the room fell silent. Eventually, Zeoticus was able to continue his story. Even though I was the youngest of my father's 3 children, I became the head of the house for the simple reason that I was the most powerful. Zeoticus said. That, of course, left my elder brother more than a little upset. He then started going against me at every turn. And I think that is what led to him siding with the old Satans. After that, everyone understood the circumstances behind Wilbur's exile. However, Rias was interested in something else. You mentioned that you were the youngest of 3. Rias said curiously. You mentioned Uncle Wilbur, but what about your other sibling? That would be my older sister, Sapphire. Zeoticus replied. She was Wilbur's younger twin sister. And you have no idea where she is? Mio asked, also curious about another family member she had no idea of. Not at all. Zeoticus replied. After Wilbur was exiled, she claimed she understood why I did it, but she could not agree. Then, she left on her own. After that, the room fell silent for a third time. This time, Venelana was the one who broke the silence. Clap. Venelana clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. And when she got it, she opened her mouth to speak. But before she could, Maria interrupted. Oh. James Nee does that, too. Maria said energetically. Did he pick that up from you, Auntie Venelana? Hearing that, Zeoticus, Rias, Aquino, Kaniko, Yuto, and Gaspar all did their best to hide their laughter. At the same time, Venelana's upper lip twitched. Ahem. Yes, James picked up that habit from me. Venelana said, trying to maintain her calm. However, that was the last straw for Zeoticus. He could no longer hold back and began to laugh uproariously. Shortly after Zeoticus, the others also began to laugh while Venilana wore a helpless expression. After the laughter died down, Venilana was finally able to say what she wanted to say. Anyway, I'm sure you know that the 7 young devils who have reached maturity in time for this year's meeting of young devils will have their first taste of the rating games in an official capacity. Venilana said. Seeing that the topic had changed to something serious, all the young devils listened carefully to what Venilana had to say. Well, if you know that, then I think we should complete the introduction of the new members of Rias peerage. Venilana continued. Then, you need to meet with Aazel so that you can begin your training. Nodding in agreement, Rias proceeded to introduce Zenovia, who had never been to the underworld in the past. Then, after a bit more small talk, Rias led her peerage to the backyard to speak with Aazel. When they arrived, they found Aazel relaxing in the backyard under a parasol, sipping tea. Well, that took longer than I expected. Aazel said after putting down his teacup. If you had taken much longer, I would have left. Sorry for the wait, Azazel-sensei. Rias said nonchalantly. Anyway, we're ready to train. So, what do you have for us? Straight to the point, huh? Azazel said while reaching into his briefcase. Not that I mind, though. These are personalized training plans that I've made for each of you. We may have to do some tweaking since I've never actually seen any of you fight. As Azazel spoke, he pulled out a stack of documents and handed one to each member of Rias peerage. As they received the training plans, each of them read its contents. Well, it's obvious you've never seen us fight. Rias said as she placed the plan she received onto the table Azazel was sitting at. First things first, I would bet that some of us have better energy control than you do, Azazel-sensei. So, although energy control is important, it should not be the main point of our training. Interesting. Azazel said as he looked over the young devils in front of him. If you don't mind, could you show me the control exercise you use? Hold on, let me ask. Rias said as she created a magic circle in her fingers. After creating the magic circle, Rias raised it to her ear. Then, after a few moments, the communication circle connected to its recipient. *pant hey, what's up? James asked from the other side of the communication magic circle. Azazel-sensei wanted to see the training method for energy control we use. Rias said, explaining the situation to James. Is it alright if we show it to him? Why is she asking for James' permission? Azazel asked Aquino, who showed clear annoyance that he was talking to her. Because James created it. Aquino said in a harsh tone. Now, please don't talk to me unless it's necessary. I guess you're still not over the thing with your father. Azazel said to himself quietly. Okay, James said it was fine. Rias said as she dispelled the communication magic circle. Aquino, if you would. Okay, Rias. Aquino replied. Then, she summoned a large bowl and conjured enough water to fill it. What are you supposed to do with a bowl of water? Azazel asked curiously. This. Rias said as she coated her hand in demonic energy. Then, with her energy-coated hand, Rias plunged her hand into the bowl. To Azazel's surprise, she did not even cause a ripple on the water's surface. Then, Rias swirled her hand around in the water. When she pulled it out, she was holding a ball of water. Then, she casually threw it at a tree in the yard. The ball of water maintained its shape until it hit the tree. Then, she wiped her hand on the document that had her training plan written on it to show that her hand was completely dry. Seeing that, Azazel's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. How? Azazel asked subconsciously. What kind of fine energy control is that? Or maybe it was a spell. No, I would have felt the activation of a water manipulation spell. Aquino, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and I are capable of what you just saw. Rias said. Then she pointed at Issei and Asia and continued. Issei and Asia can coat their entire hand and swirl the water without getting wet. Asia is really talented in energy control. She's only been working on it for 3 months. Hearing that, Azazel was astonished. What about those 3? Azazel asked while pointing at Mio, Maria, and Zenovia. Mio can coat 4 fingers and dip them without getting wet, Maria can do 3, and Zenovia can do 3 as well. Rias said while puffing her chest. My new members are also quite talented, they've only been working on it for a month or so. Okay, so your energy control exercise is better than whatever I came up with. Azazel said without seeming to be bothered. But what about the rest of it? I can already control my fallen angel powers. Aquino said dryly. And I can use Senjutsu and Tuki with no problem. Kaneko replied. I can hold the balance breaker state for about 20 hours while sparring with James Senpai. Yuto said. I can use Forbidden Baylor View with no problem after. Master Scathach sealed it. Gasper said nervously. Hold on, why would Scathach seal your sacred gear? Azazel asked with surprise in his tone. Because according to her, Baylor is sealed in the forbidden Baylor view. Rias replied. What the hell was Dad thinking? Azazel asked rhetorically. Never mind that, it's not important. What about the rest of you? I still haven't unlocked my balance breaker, Issei said embarrassedly. You're not strong enough to handle it for any worthwhile amount of time. Skyadram said in a way that everyone could hear him. Just worry about raising your strength for now. And that's why. Issei said. Was that Skyadram, the Shadow Dragon King? Azazel asked. It sure was. Issei said with a smile. And what about you? Azazel asked while looking toward Asia. I can heal from a distance. Asia said with a smile. But the healing can be intercepted since I can only heal with a beam of healing energy for now. James Senpai said that when I could throw the water around, I should be able to heal remotely. Mio and Maria follow the same training as either me or Kaneko, for the most part. Rias said. And Zenobia trains with Yuto. Why am I even here? Azazel asked. Well, I guess I don't have anything to teach you all. But I think the training partner I got for Issei would be helpful. Who is that? Rias asked curiously. As she finished, a shadow fell over the backyard of the estate. When everyone looked up, they saw a large western dragon with dark purple scales. Tanin, the blaze meteor dragon. Azazel said with a smile. Tanin is one of the former dragon kings. He is a gigantic western dragon. Apart from his lower body, specifically his belly, the inner portions of his long tail and legs, that are beige in color, most of Tanin's body is covered in dark purple, draconic scales. Tanin also has a triangular head with yellow horns, a pair of large, keen red eyes with lavender sclera, and serrated yet sharp canine teeth. He also has claws with long sharp, yellow nails on his hands, and large bat-like wings with rigid tips. Additionally, he wears black armored pauldrons that extend down to his arms and a loincloth decorated with metallic accessories. Oh, if it isn't Tanin, Skyadram said in surprise. Skyadram. I thought you were dead. Tanin said with surprise in his tone. Oh, I'm dead, all right. Skyadram said with anger. That crazy bitch Tiamat killed me. Well, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that while I train with this kid. Tanin said with a laugh. That's true. Skyadram agreed. Huh, don't I get a say in this? Issei asked with fear in his tone. Ignoring Issei, Tanin reached down and picked him up with one of his gigantic claws. Then, he rose into the air. I'll make sure he's back in time for the meeting of young devils. Tanin said. Then, he flew away from the Gremory estate at high speed. Somebody. Save me. Issei's shout could be heard from far into the distance. Watching Tanin disappear into the distance, everyone eventually turned back to Azazel. Well, I'm sure Issei will be fine. Azazel said with a shrug. I think it's time you all got to your training. I'm sure you want to be as strong as you can by the time you start participating in the raiding games. Nodding in agreement, everyone put Issei out of their mind and went on with their training. Chapter 139, Sona's Thoughts After 2 Weeks of Training. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. 2 weeks have passed since James, Sona, and their peerages arrived at Dun Scath. In that 2-week period, all of them have been through the most brutal training of their short lives, by supernatural standards. Although their training has been brutal, Sona, her peerage, and James' peerage were all left a bit terrified by the level of brutality James and Siyu Chilin had to endure in their training. For example, to push their demonic energy's strength and control to the next level, they were all forced to balance themselves on a spike with the demonic energy they could wrap around the tip of their finger. With a duration of at least 12 hours, they were forced to make the demonic energy coating as thin as possible. If not, they would fall on the spike. James and Siyu Chilin, on the other hand, had to do this training with magical seals that increased their weight by half a ton on each limb. On top of that, Scathach would hit them with the blunt side of her spear at irregular intervals. Now I understand why Michael asked the two of them how it is that they are still alive. Genshiru said with fear on his face. I would have died in the first week if I had to go through this. Really? Mizor asked. I thought you would make it easily, with your desire to reach for things that you shouldn't touch. Genshiru frowned at the insinuation. Then, he stole a glance at Sona, who was watching James and Siyu Chilin train. How long have they been going for, anyway? Tsubasa asked. The last of us stopped 6 hours ago. Momo replied. That was Sona Kaishu, and she went for a total of 14 hours and 23 minutes. So, they're both coming up on 20.5 hours? Ruruko asked in amazement. That sounds about right. Tsubaki replied as she watched Siyu Chillin. Why do you guys look so calm? Tomo asked the members of James' peerage. Isn't this insane? Ayam, Shuna, and Cheyenne also shifted their attention to the earlier members of James' peerage to hear their answer. They, too, have only visited the Land of Shadows once and have yet to see Scathach train James and Siyu Chillin. Until you see those two spar with Master Scathach, you ain't seen nothing. Dante replied as he leaned against the castle wall. They aren't near death yet, so they're fine. You mean, Lancer was serious when he said that he was unsure if had died before? Genturu asked with fear in his tone. Yeah. Mizore, Mocha, Dante, Lady, and Flora replied with lifeless eyes. And like that, another 37 minutes passed. With his demonic energy flickering dangerously and his body shuddering, it was obvious that Siyu Chillin was on his last leg. However, the determination to last even a second longer was burning brightly in his eyes. Thump. At that moment, when Siyu Chillin lost concentration for a moment due to energy exhaustion, Scathach's spear landed on Siyu Chillin's left shoulder. Gah. Shit. Siyu Chillin cried in pain as he fell off the spike. Seeing that Siyu Chillin was done, everyone's attention turned to James. Damn it. Siyu Chillin muttered as he laid on the ground completely out of energy. How does he stand those blunt strikes for so long? He uses a minuscule amount of energy to defend the spot where the butt of my spear will land. Scathach replied without taking her eyes off of James. It seems his energy manipulation has increased greatly since the last time you were here. Are you serious? Siyu Chillin asked as he went slack-jawed. I would have never even thought to do that. And how is he maintaining for that long while using energy like that? Don't forget, James' imagination and critical thinking skills are greater than yours, my idiot disciple. Scathach replied. Your raw physical strength outclasses his by quite a bit, though. Well, I guess that makes sense, I use a heavier weapon than he does. Siyu Chillin said, trying, and failing, to nod in agreement. Just then, Scathach felt that James' limit was also approaching. So, she swung her spear shaft at James' right arm. The arm he was using to support himself on the spike. To her and everyone else's surprise, however, her spear did not connect with James' arm. Instead of being struck, James used his finger to push from the top of the spike and let the spear shaft pass below him. Then, he landed on the spike once again. Unfortunately, this maneuver would lead to James exhausting his energy even faster. How the hell did he do that? Dante asked. Isn't he already exhausted? I mean, look at the puddle of sweat under him. Seriously, that was unreal. Genturu said in awe. I guess that's why he's with Kaishu. Genturu thought to himself with a bit of depression. After that, another 6 minutes passed. By now, James was wobbling like Siyu Chillin had been before he was knocked down by Scathach. Also, like Siyu Chillin, the determination to continue was burning in his eyes. However, determination alone was not enough to keep him upright. Thump. Although his concentration did not break, James was too tired to withstand another strike from Scathach's spear. And when he was hit, James was thrown off the spike and lost consciousness before hitting the ground. And with that, the training for today was over. You've all done well. Scathach said as she slung her spear over her shoulder. You should all get some rest. Tomorrow will be a day of sparring for all of you, except James and Satanta. Nodding in response, everyone began to stand. Then, Sona and Mocha walked over to James and picked him up. After that, everyone made their way to their rooms, while Sona and Mocha helped James into his room, changed his clothes, and put him in his bed. After putting James to bed, both girls gave James a good night kiss then exited the room. James has told me about his training with Master Scathach in the past, and this is worse than what I imagined. Sona said as she and Mocha made their way back toward their own rooms. I know what you mean. Mocha said. Then, after a yawn, she continued. I don't know how many times I've wanted to die while training with Master Scathach. I can relate. Sona said with a small smile. But the growth I'm feeling makes all the pain worth it. It makes me feel like my dream is becoming more and more possible to attain. Your dream? Mocha asked curiously. Can you share? Or is it a secret? It's no secret, but I know that a lot of the upper-class devils in the underworld would scoff at it. Oh, then that makes it even more important. Mocha said with a bloodthirsty smile. Like James, nothing would make us, the members of his peerage, happier than sticking it to the higher-ups. Sona giggled at Mocha's reply. She knew that James was fed up with the way the Devil Council had jerked him around. She was also looking forward to the day when James could openly laugh in their faces. And if the rumors about James' promotion were true, that day would not be too far off. Unfortunately, even Sona was unsure about the veracity of those rumors. Seraphol was staying unusually tight-lipped about the subject. Serzex would not tell Rias about it either. This led the two Pillar House heiresses to consider that the news was either really good or really bad for James. There was no in-between. I hope those rumors about James' promotion are true, Sona said, then she yawned. After a few minutes, Sona and Mocha reached their rooms, which were across the hall from each other. Well, good night, Sona, Mocha said before opening her door. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but tomorrow's sparring session will be nuts. I know, Sona said tiredly. I never expected that all our sparring sessions would be against Master Scathach and not each other. Well, without seriously injuring us, she can push us to our limits the easiest, Mocha said, with her bedroom door now wide open. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, good night, Mocha, Sona said as she also began to open her bedroom door. Then, Sona and Mocha both stepped into their bedrooms. After closing the door, Sona wanted to immediately jump into the bed and travel to the land of dreams. Unfortunately, she was uncomfortable going to sleep covered in dried sweat. So, she walked into the bathroom in her room and began to undress. After she was out of all her clothes, Sona cast a simple cleaning spell and folded her clothes. Then, she turned on the device that mimicked a modern shower and stood underneath the flowing water. Even though she could also use a cleaning spell to clean herself as well, Sona enjoyed the feeling of taking a shower. It was much more relaxing. It's already been 2 weeks, Sona said as she enjoyed the warm water that flowed down her skin. In just 2 weeks, I'm getting close to the peak of high rank. I know that exhausting one's demonic energy and letting it refill makes the capacity increase slightly, but wow. As Sona spoke to herself, she poured some of the body wash she brought with her into her hands. Then, she began to rub her palms together and create lather. I never knew that strengthening the body had such a large effect on demonic power capacity though, Sona said as she washed her body. But I guess that makes sense, demonic power is stored in the body. As she ran her hands over her slender body, Sona continued to think about all the things she has experienced in the last 2 weeks. There have been 7 days of sparring and she has been beaten unconscious 4 times. She has been taught several new power usage methods. She has also learned several ways that she could improve the magic circles she uses to cast her magic. Even though devil magic is used with imagination, using magic circles to shorten the casting process is quite common among devils that rely on magic to fight. And Scathach's vast magical knowledge has helped her improve greatly. When her hands reached down to her most intimate area, though, Sona could not help but exhale a sigh. Even though I'm glad that I'm getting stronger, it's a real torture that either me, James, or both of us are too tired to be intimate, Sona said to herself with a slight blush. Oh well, we'll have to just make up for lost time when we're done training with Master Scathach. After that, Sona finished her shower while having some racy thoughts. After getting out of the shower and drying off, Sona put on some light clothes to sleep in. Then, she climbed into bed and crawled under the covers. Now, lying in bed, Sona felt her eyelids growing heavy, rapidly. Then, before falling asleep, Sona had one last thought. I hope I can stay conscious after tomorrow's sparring session, Sona thought as her eyes closed. And if I go first, I might have enough energy to have some fun with James at night. Hee hee. Meanwhile, in the throne room, like always, Scathach was sitting on her throne with her spear resting against the armrest. The talent of those children is much higher than I thought, Scathach thought aloud. I hope James or Satanta can fulfill my wish. I would love the opportunity to continue those children's training. Unknown to Scathach and all the sleeping youths, those youths all shuddered in their sleep at that moment. Scathach continued to think alone in her throne room. Especially that girl, Tsubaki, I would love to make her into the next warrior queen, Scathach said with a slight smile on her gorgeous face. If she can gain greater mastery of her Naginata and her sacred gear. What was it called again? Mirror Alice. The ability to reflect attacks at double their initial power is quite the ability. Even though there is a cooldown to summon each mirror, the girl can already summon 3 at once. If she can increase that number, she would be a force to be reckoned with. Then, Scathach smiled as she thought about the possibilities. Chapter 140, James vs. Peerage. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. The time spent training with Scathach has flown by. There are now only 5 days remaining before the meeting of young devils. And yesterday was the last day of sparring for Sona and her peerage. The schedule for the next 5 days will be as follows. Day 1, James vs. his peerage. Cu Chillin will not participate. Day 2, Cu Chillin vs. Scathach. Day 3, Rest Day. Day 4, James vs. Scathach. Day 5, Return Home. Just as the schedule would suggest, everyone currently staying in Dun Scath is at the training ground. Sona, her peerage, Cu Chillin, and Scathach are standing off to the side waiting for the match to begin. Meanwhile, James is standing on one side of the training field while the rest of his peerage is on the other side. You may begin, Scathach said in a sonorous voice, signaling the beginning of this sparring match. With Scathach's words, Mocha, Flora, and Cheyenne rushed forward. At the same time, Mizor, Dante, Lady, and Shuna began attacking from long range while I entered her stealth mode. Meanwhile, James stood calmly with his right hand resting on the hilt of Mangetsu no Shitada. As the projectiles neared, James, with dance-like elegance, avoided each incoming projectile. A moment later, the first of the melee combatants reached James' position. Throwing a jab, Mocha was the first to arrive. Having reached ultimate rank during the Kokabiel incident, there was a lot of power packed into that small fist. However, James was quite proficient in martial arts as well. Using his left hand, James redirected Mocha's punch to his right. This parry also served the purpose of blocking the incoming kick from Flora, as Mocha's momentum pushed her into Flora's path. Then, James partially unsheathed his sword and blocked the horizontal slash from Cheyenne. Using the reaction force from the swing, James allowed his body to spin freely. Then, pivoting on his left foot, James lashed out with a backheel kick aimed at Cheyenne's head. Pulling her odachi back quickly, Cheyenne was able to block the incoming kick with the flat of the blade. Because of the power behind it, however, she was thrown off into the distance. At the same time, James kicked off the sword and flew toward Mocha and Flora who have righted their stances. James then struck at Mocha with a flying knee strike. While Mocha sidestepped the knee, Flora threw a right straight at the airborne James. Although using his wings to fly would enable James to dodge the incoming attack, James chose a different option. At high speed, James unsheathed his sword and slashed toward Flora. Unable to dodge, Flora felt a cold sensation against her neck and saw that James' direction had changed. Flora, out. Scathach shouted from the side. Damn it. Flora exclaimed as she made her way off the training ground. How did I lose so quickly? At the same time, everyone in Sona's peerage was amazed at the ability James showed in the first moments of the spar. How did he do that? Tsubasa asked with her eyes lighting up. Is it really possible to swing your sword hard enough while in midair to change your momentum? Yes, you just saw it, right? Momo asked while looking helplessly at the sword fanatic standing next to her. I'm actually surprised he took out Flora first. Tsubaki said. Taking her out will put the others on alert and she's not the highest priority target on the team, right? It was more for convenience. Siyu Chilin replied while he watched James engage Mocha and Cheyenne in melee combat while avoiding projectiles. She was there, and he wasn't ready to take any damage that early in the battle. Sure, he could have tanked her punch, but even little bits of damage can add up over time. It's better to avoid getting hurt when you can. I see. Tsubaki said while nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, James was exchanging sword strikes with Cheyenne while blocking and parrying Muay Thai strikes from Mocha. At the same time, Mizor and Shuna were launching ice and blood flames at him from the distance. Damn, this would be so much easier if I were allowed to use Senbon Sakura. James complained. With your spatial awareness, ranged attacks would be completely invalidated. Drake replied. And that would defeat the purpose of this spar. I know. James said without losing concentration. Then, James threw a low kick, hitting Mocha in the calf. Staggering from the kick, Mocha was unable to avoid the elbow that whipped across her left jaw. Once again staggered from the strike, Mocha was knocked off her feet when James caught her with a leg sweep. Then, she felt a cold sensation across her throat as James rolled over her body to avoid Cheyenne's overhead slash. Heido number 31, Shak Keiho, James said while extending his left palm toward the ranged combatants. As James finished, an orb of high-temperature red flames was fired from his palm. Then at high speed, the orb was fired toward Dante, who was standing in front of the other ranged combatants. Damn it, I forgot he can fire those without the incantations. Dante shouted as he rolled out of the way of James' attack. Unfortunately, the one standing behind him, Shuna, was not fast enough to evade. Usually there would have been no issue for Shuna to evade an attack like that. This time, however, James, Mocha, and Cheyenne were moving around too much, and Dante ended up in her line of sight. On top of that, James was not even aiming at her. Damn. I missed. James said with disappointment. I am's really fast. Oh well, at least the healer is down. And like James said, just before Shuna was hit by the Heido spell, a barrier made from Scathach's runes appeared between the spell and Shuna. Mocha, Shuna, out. Scathach shouted. ****, what the hell? Mocha said as she picked herself up from the ground. ****, I'm not fast enough. Shuna said disappointed in herself. As Mocha and Shuna left the battlefield, Dante rushed forward to fill in the gap in the melee attackers. At the same time, the spectators observed and chatted about the battle. It's only been, like, 7 minutes, right? Tomo asked while trying to keep up with the battle. How did he take out 3 of them alone, so quickly? Well, Flora was taken out because of a surprise attack. Then, Mocha was overwhelmed by skill. Siyu Chilin explained, not taking his eyes off the ongoing battle. And what about Shuna-senpai? Ruruko asked. She was just unlucky. Siyu Chilin replied as he glanced at the helpless Shuna. What do you mean? Genshiro asked with confusion in his tone. James was not aiming at Shuna. Scathach replied. Ayam was hidden in the location James aimed at. Unfortunately, she moved away at the last moment. James still needs practice in hiding his killing intent. But for someone who is not looking to be an assassin, his skill is spectacular. So, you mean Shuna was just coincidentally in the line of fire? Sona asked incredulously. No, she probably would have been able to react if Dante hadn't been in front of her when the Kido spell was cast. Siyu Chilin said, taking over the explanation. But that split second was enough to seal the deal. At the same time, James was now exchanging sword strikes with Dante and Cheyenne. Eventually, Mizor decided to join the melee. Now facing 3, 4 if you count Ayam, skilled melee fighters again, James pushed himself. Deflecting a slash from Cheyenne and using Cheyenne's Odachi to block an overhead slash from Dante, James used the butt of his left palm to strike down a claw strike from Mizor. An instant later, James struck Mizor's chin with the back of his wrist. Then, he threw a high kick and struck Dante in his jaw, throwing him up into the air. After that, James stabbed backward. Clang. Damn it. Her reactions are fast. James complained yet again as he missed taking out Ayam for the second time. After that, Ayam jumped away from James. Then, from above, James heard the sound of several gunshots. Bakudo number 81, Danku. James raised his left hand above his head and a translucent wall appeared between himself and Dante. Just as the wall solidified, the sounds of Dante's bullets hitting the barrier could be heard. At the same time, James sheathed Mangetsu no Shidada. Then, as Mizor and Cheyenne recovered from the earlier attacks and parries, they rushed in to take advantage of James being preoccupied by the mid-air Dante. Unfortunately, as they were both too focused on James, they did not notice that Dante had holstered his pistols as he was beginning to fall. Using this oversight, James dropped into an Iaido stance. Then, when they were in range, James drew his sword and slashed in a full circle. As he did, Mizor and Shuna both felt a cold sensation across their throats and shivered. Then, James took another step forward and with a reverse grip he drew Okairu Sakura and sliced across Dante's throat as he landed. Clang. Shit. James cursed. I thought I got her this time for sure. Mizor, Cheyenne, Dante, out. Scathach's voice rang out once again across the training grounds. Damn, I thought I'd be the last one to go down. Mizor said as she stomped her foot. Aman, I wanted to fight some more. Cheyenne said as she slumped her shoulders. Dante, on the other hand, did not say anything as he just stood there in disbelief. Then, he started walking toward the spectators with Mizor and Cheyenne. Ayam was indirectly responsible for 2 of our 5 eliminations. Dante muttered. Damn, this time Dante was unlucky. Siyu Chilin said with a smirk. Are you saying he just happened to have his throat in the way of James' blade? Sona asked incredulously. Yeah. Siyu Chilin said. Because James' killing intent wasn't aimed at him, he was late to react. Siyu Chilin explained. Everyone who heard Siyu Chilin's explanation could only sigh. Then, in unison they all looked at Dante with pity in their gazes. Why the hell are you all looking at me like that? Dante questioned angrily. Silence, son of Sparta. Scathach said without taking her eyes off the battle. And the rest of you should be paying attention to the battle and not to a loser. Called a loser, Dante was angered even further. Reaching for the hilt of rebellion on his back, Dante came to an abrupt stop when he felt the tip of Scathach's spear pressed against his chest, over his heart. Calm down, child. Scathach said, still not looking at Dante. As long as you are alive, there is no shame in losing. Huffing in response, Dante released his sword and walked away. Sitting against a wall, he watched the battle like everyone else. At the same time, James was seemingly standing alone while using his sword to defend against the gunfire from Lady. At the same time, he was moving slowly in her direction. At the same time, he was thinking about a way to take out the annoying ninja who has been attacking silently and sneakily from stealth. I know she's reading my killing intent. James thought to himself as he swung Mangetsu no Shidada around at blinding speeds to defend against Lady's bullets. But what do I do to get around that? Then, after another minute or so, James' eyes lit up. He had finally had an idea about dealing with Ayam. Instead of thinking about attacking, James only thought of restraining. Without the thought to cause harm, he should be able to stop himself from generating killing intent. Then, without too much movement on his part, James pointed the index and middle fingers of his left hand in the direction he knew I am to be. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Out of nowhere, 6 thin, yet wide plates of light appeared around where James' fingers pointed. Then, they all came together. When they did, Ayam was pulled from her stealth with a helpless expression on her face. Then, James pointed the same fingers of the same hand in her direction and attacked once again. Heido number 4, by Akurai. James said as a bolt of white lightning was fired from his fingertips. Then, James used the flash step to disappear from his spot. When he next appeared, he was already standing behind Lady with his blade placed at the side of her neck. And that makes checkmate. James said with a smile. I am, Lady, out. Scathach shouted, bringing an end to this spar. Satanta, you will stay here with Sona and her peerage to train. James, you can take the rest of your peerage to rest. Yes, Master. James and Siyu Chulin said in reply to Scathach's orders. Yes, Master Scathach. Everyone else replied as they also followed Scathach's orders. Chapter 141, Lancer vs. Scathach. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. The day after James faced off against the majority of his peerage, Siyu Chulin was prepared to fight Scathach. While James, Sona, and their peerages were waiting for the duel to start, Sona asked a question. I get the feeling this is going to be different than our spars with Master Scathach. Sona said while waiting for an answer from James. If it feels that way, that's because it is. James replied with his usual smile missing. Master is going to be going all out this time. So, will it be like that one time you fought all out last time? Mizore asked with a bit of fear on her face. I thought you were going to die that time. Hearing that, Tsubaki hurriedly turned her head toward the battlefield. Is Satanta going to be all right? Tsubaki asked nervously. Honestly, I don't know. James said. Master said that both of us have surpassed the original Siyu Chulin. However, I'm thinking that she means in terms of skill. I doubt we're that strong. Are you serious? Sona asked. In terms of skill in battle, she said that the two of you have surpassed the greatest hero of Celtic mythology. Yeah, she said it the day we got here. James replied with a nod. That's why she hasn't let us spar with any of you one-on-one. On top of being stronger, even if we lowered our power to even, it wouldn't be much of a spar. Dante was about to object when he heard what James had to say, however, a bright light from the training field pulled his attention away from the conversation. Dante was not the only one whose attention was drawn to the bright light. Everyone turned to it after seeing it. So, she released the seals. James said as he watched his master and brother disciple. Pretty impressive. He's equal to the current me, right now. While James was talking to the others, Siyu Chulin was talking about the upcoming duel with Scathach. Are you ready? Scathach asked. You should be prepared to die during this fight. I'm ready, Master. Siyu Chulin replied as he tightened his grip on his weapon. But what is the win condition, if I may ask? Survive. Scathach stated nonchalantly. All you have to do is survive while I assess your growth. That means I expect you to show me everything you have learned. Understood. Siyu Chulin said with determination in his eyes. Good. Scathach said with a nod. Then, I will release your seals. You will have 1 minute to acclimate to your new strength. After that, I will attack. With that, Scathach's right index finger lit up as she pointed it at Siyu Chulin. Then, runic sentences lit up around Siyu Chulin's wrists and ankles. After that, a string of runes connected the 4 runic sentences to Siyu Chulin's heart. Scathach then turned her finger as if she were turning a key and the runic sentences began to disassemble. When the last runes disappeared from Siyu Chulin's body, Siyu Chulin began to shine brightly. As the light shined, Siyu Chulin could feel his body strengthening while his demonic power reserves increased sharply. Starting at the peak of the initial level, Siyu Chulin felt his power rise to the intermediate level quickly. Then, after a few minutes, he felt himself break through to the advanced level. Then, after a few more minutes, Siyu Chulin's power stabilized at the peak of the ultimate rank. It would seem you have pushed yourself, my disciple. Scathach said while nodding in satisfaction. To grow 2 full levels, I am impressed. Thank you, Master. Siyu Chulin said as he tested his body. Gripping his fists, checking his range of motion, throwing punches, jumping in the air, and swinging his spear. Siyu Chulin went through a series of warm-up exercises in the minute he was allotted to adjust to his new strength. Then, just as he finished, he took his fighting stance. And as soon as he was in his stance, he swung his spear to parry a thrust aimed at his throat. Then, using the momentum from his parry, Siyu Chulin swung the butt of his spear at Scathach's left side. Spinning her spear in response, Scathach was able to easily deflect the incoming strike upward. Then, she pulled her spear back and launched a barrage of thrusts. Siyu Chulin dodged most of the incoming attacks, and those he could not, he deflected with the minimum force necessary. After the barrage stopped, Siyu Chulin launched his own barrage of attacks. Thrusts, sweeps, and flicks were sent at his master from all angles and at varying speeds. "This is nuts," Dante exclaimed. "Has that bastard, Lancer, been holding back against me?" "Not at all," James said while shaking his head. "Lancer has had some pretty intense seals on his body suppressing his physical and demonic power for a few years now. So, it would have been impossible to fight at that level before today." "Wait, if Lancer had those seals on him, does that mean you do, too?" Sona asked. "Yeah, since I turned 13. James replied while watching every detail of the ongoing duel. "Lancer and I got them at the same time. If Lancer went up from initial level to the peak of the ultimate rank, then what will you look like after removing the seals?" Mocha asked curiously. "That's right," Mizor exclaimed. "You're already at the peak of the rank. So how much will you grow?" "I'd like to know too," James said with a shrug. "There's no way to find out until the seals come off." By the time they were both warmed up, their spears looked like nothing more than red blurs. Eventually, Siyu Chulin realized he would get nowhere if things kept up like this. In fact, the duel would not even end in a draw because he could feel more clearly the difference in power between himself and Scathach. With that realization, Siyu Chulin activated a rune on the tip of his spear the moment Scathach deflected one of his thrusts. As the two spears collided, an explosion occurred, and the sudden shockwave knocked Scathach off balance for a moment. Taking advantage of that moment, Siyu Chulin stepped in and slammed his shoulder into Scathach's chest, which caused her to stumble back a step. Then, he used her unbalanced stance to hook the spear in Scathach's hand and pin it to the ground. After that, he threw a punch toward Scathach's collarbone. Releasing her left hand from the spear, Scathach raised it to block the punch. Using that opportunity, Siyu Chulin kicked Scathach's wrist and caused her to drop the spear. Normally, Scathach would never lose her grip on her weapon. However, Siyu Chulin used another rune. Placing a low-powered lightning rune on the sole of his boot, Siyu Chulin was able to mask its activation by flaring his demonic energy when he threw the kick. Although the rune was not strong enough to do any physical damage, the numbness the lightning brought, mixed with the force of Siyu Chulin's kick, was enough to disarm Scathach. Now, deciding to press the advantage, Siyu Chulin launched another barrage of strikes. And without a weapon, Scathach was forced to back away from her spear. Why isn't she just summoning another one? Siyu Chulin thought to himself. She could easily summon as many as she wants. I mean, she's literally got, like, hundreds of them. While Siyu Chulin was pushing Scathach back without her weapon, the spectators were in shock. Is Lancer winning? Flora asked with a shocked expression on her face. That's what it looks like, Mocha said unsurely. But I get the feeling there's more to it than we think. Your instincts are good, James said while watching closely. If Lancer isn't careful, he's gonna step into a trap. A trap? Tsubaki asked. What kind of trap? I'm sure you all saw how Lancer used runes to disarm Master, right? To that question, everyone watching the duel nodded. Then, who do you think it was that taught runecraft to Lancer? James asked with a smirk as he saw the moment when Scathach began her counterattack. As everyone gasped in realization, Scathach activated some of the runes she had laid while she was backing away from Siyu Chulin. First, as Siyu Chulin stepped forward, a rune that removed friction in a local area was activated. Although his foot did not slide very far forward due to his excellent bodily control, that little bit was more than enough for Scathach. Just as his foot stopped sliding forward, a gravity rune was activated, causing Siyu Chulin's leg to become 40 times heavier. Then, as he came to an abrupt stop, Scathach flung herself toward her disciple and landed a punch on his collarbone. Then, she followed it up with an elbow strike to his ribs. That was followed by a punch to his armpit. And the combo was ended with a chop to his thumb. Crack! Now, with his thumb broken, Siyu Chulin was no longer able to hold his spear. And at that moment, the effect of the gravity rune ran out. Then, before Scathach could reach out for it, Siyu Chulin kicked away his spear. Although he could handle the spear with his offhand, his power and precision would be reduced without his dominant hand. So, in his opinion, fighting hand-to-hand was a much better alternative to fighting barehanded against a Scathach with a spear, should she ever retrieve one. Then, from a match of spearmanship, the duel changed into one of martial arts and runecraft. And unfortunately, Siyu Chulin was soundly outclassed in both. Although he could hold his own in hand-to-hand combat, Scathach's mastery of runecraft was on a completely different level. With every strike that landed, there was an additional effect due to the different runes she activated upon contact. Sometimes Siyu Chulin would be numbed by lightning like he used to disarm Scathach, sometimes he would be hit with an additional explosion. Then, there were the runes that restricted his senses for a short time. Randomly losing sight, hearing, or the sense of touch from time to time was more than Siyu Chilin could handle. This is starting to get hard to watch, Dante said as he smirked. Why don't you wipe that smirk off your face and try saying that again? Lady said as she rolled her eyes at Dante. Even still, he's lasting a lot longer than usual, James said with a smile. Crack. Oh, he broke her arm, James said with a smile. I don't know how he managed to even sneak in that arm bar. Yeah, but even with that broken arm, how is she swinging him around like that? Flora asked, clearly more interested in the fight now that it has changed into one of martial arts. I don't know, but doesn't it kinda look like how Hulk smashed Loki? Mizor asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Eventually, the fight ended when Scathach landed a palm strike on the side of Siyu Chilin's face, breaking his jaw and most likely causing a concussion, knocking him unconscious. When the fight was over, Tsubaki, followed by Sona, rushed toward the downed Siyu Chilin. As soon as they arrived, Sona began healing the unconscious young man. Meanwhile, James walked to and picked up the 2 spears that had been discarded during the fight. When he arrived in front of Scathach, James offered her spear to her respectfully. So, did he pass? James asked as he placed Siyu Chilin's spear next to him. With that question, everyone else who had also made their way over to the 2 warriors listened carefully to hear the result. Yes, he passed, Scathach said with a rare smile on her face. I am very proud to see how much he has grown. Hearing that, everyone was excited for Siyu Chilin, even Dante who did his best to hide it. Unfortunately, Mizor noticed the twitching upper lip. Ah, look, Mizor said as she pointed at Dante. The Tsundere son of Sparta is trying not to smile. He's happy that Lancer passed too. Damn it, Dante exclaimed. When are you gonna stop calling me that? When you stop acting like a Tsundere. Mizor, Mocha, Lady, Shuna, and Cheyenne all said in unison. After a few minutes of chatter, thanks to Shuna's healing, Siyu Chilin regained consciousness. Looking around at all the familiar faces, Siyu Chilin smiled wryly. Damn, it hurts more when a bunch of people see you get your ass kicked, Siyu Chilin said while hanging his head. Raise your head, my idiot disciple, Scathach said sternly. Losing is not shameful. Have you not learned that from me after all these years? Or perhaps I need to reinforce the lesson. As she spoke, Scathach slammed the butt of her spear into the ground. No, master, I understand, Siyu Chilin said with a nervous sweat. It's just, Tsubaki saw. As he spoke, Siyu Chilin's voice got quieter, and his face turned redder. Seeing that, Tsubaki hugged Siyu Chilin while everyone else smiled. Well, now that you've passed your final test, are you ready for your final lesson? Scathach asked. Hearing that, Siyu Chilin froze in horror. There was a time he would have been jumping in joy for this opportunity. But now that he has Tsubaki, he wanted to turn it down. Unfortunately, he was unsure if this lesson was mandatory. Last lesson. What's that about? Tsubaki asked curiously. It's a lesson on how to please a woman, Scathach said without changing her expression. Hearing that, Tsubaki blushed and tried to hide Siyu Chilin from Scathach. Master, I don't think I need that lesson, Siyu Chilin said with fear. Looking over the couple, Scathach smiled mischievously. Then, she walked away. Come to my chambers later, Scathach said without looking back. Chapter 142, Stress-Relieving Exercises, R18. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. The day after the battle between Siyu Chilin and Scathach, everyone was given the day off to rest. James guessed that Scathach wanted to take today off so that she could be in her best condition when she faced him tomorrow. Knowing that they had the day off, everyone was happy that they did not have to go through Scathach's hellish training. However, they were a bit disappointed that there was nothing to do in Dun Scath. As used from the modern age, they did not know what to do with themselves without electricity and modern amenities. Sitting at the dining room table, the group of young people ate breakfast together. As they chatted in groups, James sat next to Siyu Chilin and asked a few questions. So, how was Master's last lesson? James asked while stealing glances at Tsubaki who was blushing while talking to Sona. Man, she scared the hell out of me, Siyu Chilin said with a wry smile. Really, what happened? James asked curiously. Well, Siyu Chilin began to tell his story. Flashback. After Scathach finished training James, Sona, and their peerages, she returned to her bedroom. About 15 minutes later, she sensed Siyu Chilin approaching her bedroom. He actually came, Scathach said with a smile on her face. Knock, knock, knock. Master, I've come as ordered, Siyu Chilin said from the other side of the door. Enter, Scathach said calmly. Then, Siyu Chulin opened the door and entered the room. When he entered, he froze. Scathach was wearing a robe that barely covered her sexy legs. On top of that, there was a large amount of cleavage visible because of the way she tied the robe shut. "Why do you look so surprised?" Scathach asked as she looked at her disciple. "You knew what to expect when you came here, did you not?" "I did, but..." Siyu Chulin said as he looked away from his master's alluring figure. "Well then, come closer," Scathach said as she took a seat on her bed. "You have much to learn." Gulp. Watching Scathach sit then cross her legs, Siyu Chulin could not help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Then, in resignation, he made his way over to the side of Scathach's bed. However, before he could sit, Scathach reached under her pillow and pulled out a book. Then, she pushed it into Siyu Chulin's chest. "Huh? What's this?" Siyu Chulin asked as he took the book. "Read it," Scathach said as she crossed her legs in the opposite direction. "Once you have finished, I will answer any questions you have. This will be your final lesson." "Huh, but I thought..." Siyu Chulin said with some confusion. "Oh, you wish to have a practical lesson, rather than theory?" Scathach asked with a raised eyebrow. "No, that's not what I meant," Siyu Chulin said frantically as he opened the book and began to read. Flashback end equals. It took me about 45 minutes to read the book, and we talked about it for another 2 hours. Siyu Chulin said exasperatedly. While Siyu Chulin was finishing his story, James laughed hysterically. "Ha. Hold on. Ha. Wait. Are you telling me Master helped you study a sex manual?" James asked while hyperventilating. "Oh. Goddamn, that's hilarious. Would you shut the hell up, already?" Siyu Chulin said in irritation. He was quite embarrassed about it already. It took another few minutes before James was able to get his laughter under control. After he did, he asked Siyu Chulin another question. "So, how did Tsubaki react to that story?" James asked curiously. "Damn it!" Siyu Chulin exclaimed. "She laughed harder than you did." That answer led to another round of laughter. Then, after a few more minutes of James laughing, and Siyu Chulin pouting, Siyu Chulin asked a question. "So, what do you plan to do with this day off?" Siyu Chulin asked. "Not completely sure," James said while stroking his chin. "I'll probably draw a bit. I want to get a good night's sleep before my fight tomorrow, too." "That's a good idea," Siyu Chulin said with a nod. "Just make sure you're at your best." "I know," James replied. Then, after a little while longer, everyone exited the dining room to do whatever it was that they wanted to do with their free day. James returned to his room, planning to draw like he told Siyu Chulin. He and Mizor were almost done drawing Sailor Moon. Even though they only drew 2 chapters each night when they had time, Sailor Moon's main story only had 60 chapters known as acts. Knock, knock, knock. After doing the initial drawings for 3 chapters, there was a knock on his bedroom door. Wasting no time, as he was considering taking a break, James put down his drawing tools and stood up. Then, he walked to the door and opened it. On the other side of the door, Sona, Mizor, and Flora were standing there. "This is quite the combination," James said as he stepped aside. "Either way, please come in." Just as he offered, Sona, Mizor, and Flora entered the room. Then, Flora, the last to enter, closed the door behind her. "So, what's up?" James asked. Without uttering a word, Sona flung herself into James' chest and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she pressed her lips against his passionately. At the same time, Mizor dropped to her knees and began to lower James' pants. Breaking the kiss, James asked a question in surprise. "Believe me when I say this, I'm not complaining," James said with a smile. Then, he asked. "But what's up? You're quite aggressive today. We need help relieving the stress from the intense training," Sona said as Flora approached and stole James' lips. "We know you need to relax before your fight tomorrow as well. So, it's a solution where everyone wins, right?" As Sona spoke and Flora kissed James, Mizor had lowered James' pants and underwear to his ankles. Then, she helped him slip his feet out of both. After that, she spit into her right palm and grabbed James' half-asleep dick. Then, with practiced movements, she began stroking it until it was rock hard. By the time it was hard, James had switched from kissing Flora to kissing Sona again. After finishing her kiss with James, Flora dropped to her knees beside Mizor. Then, as Mizor opened her mouth wide and began to wrap her lips around the head of James' dick, Flora began to gently massage his balls with her tongue. "Humph." James grunted from the pleasure the 2 tongues brought him. Then, Sona also ended her kiss. When she did, she also fell to her knees. When she did, Mizor had just released James' dick so that she could take a breath after deep-throating it. Sona then grabbed it and wrapped her mouth around it. At the same time, Mizor stood and got her first kiss for the day from James. While Mizor entertained James' tongue, Sona sucked and stroked James' dick with vigor. After another minute, Sona also stopped for a moment to breathe. Then, Flora took her turn. Immediately, she pushed herself forward until her nose touched James' pelvis. Then, she started bobbing her head back and forth with no hands. Sona then took responsibility for James' balls. While Sona and Flora took turns sucking and licking his dick and balls, James undressed Mizor. When she was naked, she took it upon herself to help the other two girls out of their clothes. Then, when everyone was naked, with Flora in the middle and Mizor and Sona to her right and left, respectively, Flora took the head of James' dick into her mouth. At the same time, Sona and Mizor ran their tongues up and down the length of his shaft. The sounds of slurping, driving him crazy. "Fuck, I'm gonna come," James said as he wrapped his hands around Flora's head. "Humph." As he grunted, James fired his load into Flora's mouth. Then, when her mouth was full, she pulled his dick out of her mouth and forced it into Sona's mouth. At the same time, she began to kiss Mizor, sharing the wealth if you would. By the end, all three girls had a mouth full of James' cum. Eventually, they all swallowed. Then, James used his trick of conjuring water in his mouth before kissing each girl. Then, he used water magic to clean their faces, as well. After everyone's mouth and face was cleaned up, the girls dragged James to the bed. Then, after laying him on his back, Sona straddled his hips as she lined her pussy up with his dick. Mizor straddled his face while facing Sona. Then, Flora straddled his abdomen while also facing Sona. Sona moaned as James' dick scraped her vaginal walls. That's right, lick me right there, James." Mizor moaned as she felt James' tongue brushing her pussy lips and clit. As he felt Sona start bouncing on his dick and he licked Mizor, James reached to Flora and began rubbing her clit with one hand while inserting two fingers inside her. Yes," Flora exclaimed while she began to fondle Sona's breasts. After a few minutes, James sped up the movements of his hands and tongue. Mizor and Flora moaned continuously. At the same time, Mizor leaned forward and reached around Flora to fondle her breasts and kiss her neck. "Oh my G!" Flora screamed. "I'm coming. I'm fucking coming." Eventually, thanks to all the stimulation she received from James and Mizor, Flora was the first to climax. As she did, and began to shudder, Mizor pulled her back and hugged her while James removed his hands from her pussy. Then, James put his hands on Sona's hips, planted his feet on the bed, and began to hammer his hips upward. "Ah. Yes, fuck me, James." Sona screamed as James took control. "I'm gonna come ah." Not long after Sona came, James felt his limit approaching as well. Then, with a final sprint, James reached his second climax. Humph. With that, James painted the inside of Sona's womb with his cum. Then, Mizor raised from his face and pulled Sona off his dick. Then, she wrapped her lips around it and sucked the last drops out of him. After that, Mizor dragged Sona to the side so that she was laying on her back. After that, she spread Sona's legs and began sucking the cum out of her pussy. Seeing that, James was rock hard again. Then, he picked himself up off the bed and stood on his knees behind Mizor. In one thrust, he pushed himself balls deep inside of the short girl. Mizor moaned with pleasure. As she pulled her head back due to the sudden insertion, Sona grabbed her head and forced it back into her pussy. "If you're gonna start, don't stop until you're finished." Sona said with a lustful tone. While James was pounding Mizor, who was licking Sona, Flora sat off to the side and enjoyed the show while fondling her breasts and fingering herself. "That's right, make her come on, James. Flora said between moans. With Flora's encouragement, James sped up his strokes, which caused Mizor to moan into Sona's pussy. Because of the vibration of Mizor's lips, Sona felt another level of pleasure. Unfortunately, Mizor reached her orgasm before she could bring Sona to her second. Mizor moaned hard as she arched her back. As Mizor came, Mizor's narrow pussy tightened to an extreme on James' dick. The extra stimulation caused James to come inside of her. "Damn, I'm coming again," James said as he thrust deep into Mizor. After coming, James pulled out of Mizor. As soon as he did, Flora pounced toward James' newly freed dick. Then, like Mizor did before, she sucked out the last drops of cum. Mizor on the other hand, passed out after an extra intense orgasm. Ignoring Mizor, Flora then laid on her back and pulled her knees back to her shoulders. Knowing what she wanted, James crawled over and pressed his dick on her entrance. At the same time, Sona crawled over and from above Flora, she began to kiss the flaxen-haired beauty. Flora moaned into the kiss as James penetrated her deeply. Then, like a jackhammer, James wasted no time slamming Flora over and over as hard and fast as he could. At the same time, Sona continued kissing her while fondling her breasts. After only a few minutes, Flora climaxed. "Oh. Fuck." Flora screamed as she broke the kiss with Sona. Then, as soon as Flora began convulsing, James pulled out and grabbed Sona. Then, he put her on her hands and knees over Flora. And without hesitation, James plunged into Sona again. On. "Yes, James. Fuck me hard." Sona screamed with pleasure. And just as she asked him to do, James slammed into her like a beast. After a few minutes of this high-intensity banging, Sona came again. "I'm coming, again." Sona cried. As Sona's pussy tightened due to her orgasm, James felt his fourth orgasm coming. So, in the spirit of fairness, James pulled out of Sona and slammed his dick back into Flora. As soon as he was all the way inside, he came. "Humph." James grunted as he came. Flora moaned due to the cum that filled her up. After he emptied out, James pulled out of Flora. Then, he separated Sona and Flora. After that, he picked up Mazor. With Mazor in his arms, he lay between Sona and Flora. Then, Sona and Flora each hugged an arm and laid their heads on his shoulders. At the same time, Mazor slept on his chest. "I almost thought you forgot about me," Flora said with a tired smile. "You know he would never forget about any of us," Sona said while snuggling into James' shoulder. "She's right," James said with a smile. "I love you all, I'd never forget about any of you. By the way, I'm surprised Mocha didn't join the three of you." "Oh, she decided to go back to sleep after breakfast," Flora said. "She was out before we could even tell her about it," Sona said. "Well, I guess we could all use some rest," James said before yawning. "Yeah." Sona and Flora agreed in unison. Then, the four slept for a few hours, before waking up and doing it all over again. Chapter 143, James vs. Scathach. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. Today is the day everyone has been waiting for. Day 4 of the last 5 days of the training trip to the Land of Shadows. And today, James is scheduled to fight against his master, Scathach. Waiting for the fight to begin, Sona, her peerage, and James' peerage were standing outside of the training field as they watched James and Scathach. "So, James has seals like you did, right?" Tsubaki asked Siyu Chillin. "That's right." Siyu Chillin replied with a nod. "I'm not sure how strong he'll be once they are removed, though." "You lost 2 days ago, what do you think James' chances are?" Dante asked, inserting himself into the conversation. Frowning slightly at the overconfident half-devil in front of him, Siyu Chillin managed to respond calmly. "I'm not sure, but his chances are definitely higher than anyone here." Siyu Chillin answered. "Oh, it looks like Master is about to remove the seals." Meanwhile, while everyone else was chatting about the upcoming fight, James and Scathach were also engaged in conversation. "I am sure that Satanta told you what I expect of you during this test, correct?" Scathach asked calmly. "That's right." James replied with a nod. "All I need to do is survive while you assess my progress." "Correct." Scathach said with a nod. "But I don't plan on just surviving," James said with a battle-hungry smile. "I have every intention of winning." Hearing that, an almost imperceptible smile made its way onto Scathach's face. "We will see about that," Scathach said before she unlocked James' seals just as she had done for Siyu Chillin. And when the seals were unlocked, just like Siyu Chillin, James was covered in light. However, unlike the white light that covered Siyu Chillin, James was covered in a light pink color, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. "Well, I guess that makes sense," Sona said as she looked over the light display James released. "Yeah, I guess that's the color I most associate with him," Mocha said. "It would be weirder if it was some other color." Agreeing with Mocha's statement, Sona, Mizor, Siyu Chillin, Dante, Lady, Flora, Iam, Shuna, and Cheyenne nodded. But before they could say anything else, their faces began to pale. James' power also began to skyrocket. Almost immediately, James' rank rose from ultimate rank to minor god rank. Then, for the next few minutes they could feel it climbing steadily. "James' power is starting to approach my older sister's," Sona said with shock in her eyes. Scathach was also surprised. Although it would be a while before James could reach her level, she knew that he should be able to reach her level of power sometime in the near future. And if she were correct, he would be able to reincarnate her if he were able to defeat her. That was a large if, however. Eventually, the light dimmed, and James' figure was revealed once again. As soon as the light was gone, James took full advantage of the 1 minute he was given to adjust to his new strength. And like Siyu Chillin had done 2 days prior, he went through a series of exercises to understand what he could and could not do. Then, he placed his right hand on the hilt of Okairu Sakura and dropped into an Iaido stance. Swish. Clang. As soon as James' grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, James drew the sword and deflected Scathach as thrust upward. Then, he drew Mangetsu no Shidata with a reverse hand grip and slashed at Scathach's throat. Clang. Before James could land the first strike of the fight, Scathach materialized a second, identical spear in her left hand and used it to block James' second strike. Then, using the counterforce from Scathach's defense, James pushed himself backward to gain a bit of distance. Balance break. James cried before his feet could touch the ground again. Welsh Dragon Shihakusho. Boost. X5. Once James' feet touched the ground, he shot himself back at Scathach with his left hand stretched forward, Mangetsu no Shidata held in reverse grip. Slashing upward at Scathach's chin and causing her to tilt her head back due to his increased speed, James followed up with a backheel kick that Scathach blocked with the spear in her left hand. Then, she retaliated with a thrust from her other spear. James then parried the thrust to his right and once again swiped at Scathach's throat with Mangetsu no Shidata. Bending her back into a bridge, Scathach then flung her feet backward in an attempt to kick James in the chin. Reacting quickly, James leaned his head back, narrowly avoiding the tip of Scathach's boot. Then, before she could regain her footing, James pointed his right hand at the spot where Scathach would land. Heido number 31, Shak Keiho, James cried as he fired a fiery red orb in Scathach's direction. Noticing the incoming flaming projectile, Scathach crossed her spears in front of her. Then, due to the impact, she was sent flying backward. Then, after flying backward for close to 650 feet, approximate 200 m, Scathach could hear the faint sound of James' voice. The oozing crest of corruption. The arrogant vessel of madness. Deny the seething urge to let things stun and flicker. Disrupt the sleep. The crawling princess of iron. The eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite, repulse, fill the earth, and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Then, before Scathach could escape the area, a purple and black swirling cube surrounded her. Inside the cube, the forces of gravity were in disarray, pushing and pulling Scathach's body in all directions. What the hell is that? Dante asked with his eyes wide open. Has he really mastered one of his Kido spells in the 90s? Obviously. Lady said while rolling her eyes. If not, then what do you think that is? Does anyone know the effect of that spell? Sona asked. Haven't you read Bleach, Sona? Rhea asked. I have, but I don't remember what this spell does. Sona said with a pout. I only remember that it didn't work on Ichigo. Basically, it causes a gravitational distortion inside of the cube. Rhea said calmly. A spell like that would tear apart most enemies without issue. Lady said. Meanwhile, right after the cube was erected around Scathach, James moved on to the next part of his plan. Boost, X6. Transfer. Using half of his new boosts, James transferred them into his draconic aura and spread it around him. With a thin layer of draconic aura coating the ground, James transferred the other 3 boosts into his sword, Okairu Sakura. Then, he pointed the blade toward the ground. And let it fall. Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. As the sword should have made contact with the ground, instead, it sank into the draconic energy that coated the ground. Then, a moment later, 100 copies of Okairu Sakura's blade that had been enlarged 10 times began to grow from the ground around James. At the same time, several holes were punched into the black and purple cube that was surrounding Scathach. Damn, I thought it would hold her for at least 2 more minutes. James said with a wry smile. Well, at least I had enough time to finish. After that, the 100 swords around James all broke down into the petal blades that were commonly associated with James. Then, James pointed a finger toward the cube that would soon be destroyed. A moment later, the large cloud of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades flew to surround the gravitational distortion trapping Scathach. Swish. Just as the cube was surrounded, Scathach destroyed the cube. To think you would gain basic mastery over gravitational forces. Scathach said as she scanned her surroundings. Well, this is new. As Scathach stood there, it was easy to see that she had taken more damage than James or Siyu Chilin had been able to inflict at any time in the past. Her purple bodysuit was damaged all over, there were patches of blood all over her body, and one of her shoulder pauldrons was all but missing from her left shoulder. It is. James nodded. This was developed after you helped me unlock the balance breaker last time I was here. Well done. Scathach replied with a nod. Thank you. James replied with a smile. Now, let me show you what else I've developed. Gokiai. With that command, the petal blades formed into a hemisphere around Scathach and began to shrink the size of the hemisphere. Understanding how dangerous this attack was, Scathach readied her 2 spears. Then at high speed, she began to fend off the incoming petal blades. Damn, that is nuts. Dante said after seeing James putting Scathach on the defensive. He's in his own league at this point, huh? You make it seem like you were ever in his league. Mizor said with a sharp tone. Calm down, Mizor. Mocha said as she placed her hands on Mizor's shoulders. We all already know that Dante has never been on the same level as James. At that point, Dante decided that arguing with these love-struck girls was not worth the headache it would bring. Eventually, the sphere of petal blades was dispersed by Scathach. Then, she charged toward James with a spear in each hand. In response, James ordered the petal blades to return and surround himself and Scathach. Senki. James said as he blocked the first incoming strike from Scathach with Mangetsu no Shidada. As James struggled to fend off Scathach's onslaught with a single sword, the petal blades surrounding him and Scathach formed themselves into 1,000 glowing pink copies of Okairu Sakura. Then, one of the swords flew into James' hand and he used it to make defending from Scathach's attacks easier. And after reading the rhythm of the battle for a few minutes, James began to counterattack. As James and Scathach clashed, James freely switched the copy of Okairu Sakura in his hand with the copies that surrounded the battlefield. James could also freely disperse the swords into petal blades, which made catching Scathach off guard much easier. Wounds began to appear on both of them. With stab holes appearing all over James' thighs and torso, with the exception of any vital spots, James was beginning to slow down. Just like James, Scathach was also covered in more wounds. James was able to land more than a few strikes that added to the wounds present on Scathach's body that she received from being trapped inside the Kurohitsuji. Partner, if things keep going like this, you're gonna lose. Drake said. I know. James replied internally. But it's not over yet. But if you wait much longer, you won't have enough energy to use it. Drake warned. Then I guess, I'd better use it now. James said as he began to fight defensively. Then, as James continued his exchange of blows with Scathach, he began to speak in a sonorous voice. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who walks the true path of domination. From the distance, the other youths were surprised. They had never heard James chant like this before. What is he chanting? Flora asked. Is this another Keto spell? I don't think so. Rias said. I don't remember anything like that from Bleach. On top of that, he just mentioned the Red Dragon Emperor. Sona added. Subjugating the infinite and breaking the dreams of those who would dare to stand on my path. I will embody all that defines a dragon emperor. As James' chant continued, Scathach did all she could to halt it. Although she knew of the Dragon Emperor's Juggernaut Drive transformations, which used the wielder's life force to power it, she could feel that this was somehow different. Unfortunately, her efforts were for nautical. And when he finished his chant, Scathach was forced to take distance by the explosion of James' aura. And I will lead you on the path of conquest, while glowing with the light of victory. Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. As the Drake's voice rang out from the boosted gear, James' red Shihakusho with black accents inverted its color scheme. Then, a sleeveless, white Haori with the word Alaverus stitched vertically appeared. *I** even though I fixed the problem of draining life force, this still uses up way too much energy to maintain. James said as he held out his right hand and sheathed Mangetsu no Shidada in his left. So, I'll have to end this in one strike, otherwise, I'll pass out. As James spoke, all the petal blades began to form a single sword in James' right hand. Deciding that giving James the time to do whatever it was that he was doing was a bad idea, Scathach charged forth once again. As she reached her optimum attack range, two things happened. First, James had just sheathed the sword formed from all those petal-shaped blades and dropped into an Iato stance. And second, Scathach thrust her spear at James' heart. Then, in an instant, Scathach was standing behind James with her spear tip covered in James' blood. At the same time, James was standing with his sword drawn, also covered in Scathach's blood. Without speaking a word, James' sword fell from his hand. Then, the petal blades dispersed. Damn, that really fucking hurts. James said as he covered the wound just above his heart with his right hand. As James spoke, Scathach also dropped her two spears. However, she was unable to cover the large slash wound that reached from the base of her right thigh, past her heart, and ending at her left shoulder. You've done well, my disciple. Scathach said with a smile as the light in her eyes faded. Then, Scathach's body fell to the ground lifelessly. Just after Scathach fell, James, with difficulty, made his way over to her side. As he arrived, his Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive transformation was dispelled. Holy fucking shit. James cried in agony. This big-ass hole in my chest hurts even worse than before. Even with the extra pain, James stretched out his right hand. A moment later, James, Queen Peace, appeared floating over his outstretched palm. Then, James grabbed the piece and dropped it onto Scathach's chest, as he was unable to bend down to place it on her chest like he usually does. And just as the Queen Peace sank into her chest, James lost consciousness with a smile on his face. Chapter 144, Scathach's Last Night in Dun Scath. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. 6 hours have passed since James defeated Scathach. And for the entirety of the 6 hours, James has been unconscious. Scathach, on the other hand, with her wounds healed, revived as a devil only a few minutes after James fell unconscious. After the battle ended, Sona was the first to rush forward, with the others following her. Then, she immediately began tending to James' injuries. While Sona was healing James, Scathach woke up and instructed them to move him to his bedroom. Apparently, the runes Scathach carved into each bedroom would assist in the healing process. I still can't believe it. Cu Chulin said, still in disbelief 6 hours after the battle between James and Scathach. You've said that already. Dante said in annoyance. Let's try saying something new. Anyway, what will happen to the Land of Shadows now that Master Scathach is leaving? Sona asked with curiosity in her tone. I'm not sure, but I'm sure Master will inform the Celtic Pantheon before she leaves. Cu Chulin said. I'm pretty sure that she only agreed to guard this place until she died. And, since she was killed by James, her contract should have ended, right? Mocha asked. Right. Cu Chulin replied. I don't think they'll like it very much, though. Of course, they won't. Sona said. For as long as Master Scathach has been here, they haven't had to worry about this place at all. And now they'll have to manage this place themselves. Mizor said, picking up where Sona left off. At that moment, Sona entered the common room where everyone usually met up when they had the time to do so. Looking exhausted, Sona walked to an empty chair and flopped down tiredly. Sona, are you all right? Mocha asked, bringing her a glass of water. I'm fine, just a little tired. Sona said with a weak smile as she accepted the water from Mocha. So, how is James? Sona asked nervously. Don't worry, Sona. Sona replied with a smile. James should wake up in the morning. Then I guess that means he's fine. Sona said, sighing in relief shortly afterward. Like Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora also sighed in relief. I don't know what you were worried about. Dante said with his feet propped up on a table. There's no way Scathach would have killed him, right? You're wrong, son of Sparta. Scathach said, scaring everyone in the room. I had every intention of killing James earlier. When Scathach's voice was heard, everyone quickly turned their heads toward the entrance of the room. There, they found Scathach dressed in a new battle suit. However, she was not carrying her spear as she usually did. As everyone stared at her in disbelief because of her declaration about killing James, Scathach made her way into the room and took a seat near Cu Chulin. Are you serious about trying to kill James? Dante asked. Why would you have to go so far? Because it would be disrespectful not to. Scathach said with a slight smile. To give anything less than your all against such a fine warrior would be a sign of great disrespect. Everyone was dazzled by the brightness of that smile, even if it was a small one. Few people have been lucky enough to see Scathach smile from the heart over the last millennium. Now, do any of you know what the plans for us will be after leaving the Land of Shadows? Scathach asked, pulling everyone out of their stupor. Tomorrow is the day before the meeting of young devils in the underworld. Sona said while adjusting her glasses to hide her embarrassment. We'll all be heading straight to the underworld. Some of us will be making the final adjustments to our formal attire, while some of us will be resting. Either way, there will not be much to do tomorrow. What is this meeting of young devils? Scathach asked curiously. It's a meeting specifically for the young devils who have reached the age of maturity and have the strength, both personal and with their peerage, to participate in the raiding games. Sona replied. I see. Scathach said. So, Master, how does it feel to be a devil, now? Cu Chulin asked, once there was a lull in the conversation. Taking a moment to think about it, Scathach answered in a simple manner. Not very different. Scathach said without elaborating any further. However, no one was surprised. Scathach's body was as strong, if not stronger, than most supernatural species thanks to her long life and intensive training. However, no matter how strong her body was before, there should still be some differences. Her body was only human before her reincarnation, after all. What about your wings? Cu Chulin asked. How long do you think it will take to learn how to fly? It shouldn't take long. Scathach said without a change in her expression. I have created flight runes that seem to work in the same fashion as these wings. As Scathach finished speaking, she stood and released her wings. Then, she slowly floated off the ground by about a foot, approximate 30 centimeters. Then, she lowered herself gently back to the floor and took her seat once again. Needless to say, most of the reincarnated devils were surprised. Since none of them had wings before, flying was a slow process to get used to. But seeing how easily Scathach got used to it made them feel how unfair life was. After that little display, Scathach joined the young devils in conversation for about an hour. "I would suggest you all get some rest," Scathach said, bringing the conversation to an end. "Even though there was no training today or yesterday, I am certain that your bodies are more exhausted than you realize." Realizing that Scathach was more likely right, the youngsters decided to call it a night early. "Sona," Scathach said, stopping Sona before she left the room. "Yes, Master Scathach," Sona said as she turned toward Scathach. "You can leave James' care to me, tonight," Scathach said. "You, more than anyone, need the rest. You have already spent hours taking care of James' injuries." "But," Sona said hesitantly, "are you saying that this Scathach is incapable of taking care of her own disciple?" Scathach asked with an eyebrow raised. "No, no, no," Sona said while waving her hands in front of her. "That's not what I meant at all. I am aware," Scathach said with a smile. "I was merely pulling your leg." Realizing that Scathach was only messing with her, Sona did not know what to say. "Either way, I was serious about you needing rest," Scathach said gently. "So, let me take care of James tonight." Knowing that arguing with Scathach would get her nowhere, Sona simply nodded her head. Then, she left the room and retired to her own bedroom for the evening. "I suppose I should ready myself, as well," Scathach said as she stood from the chair she was sitting on. "Although James and Satanta have told me many stories about the outside world over the last few years, it would be a lie to say that I am not curious in the least." As Scathach spoke to herself, she made her way to her throne room, out of habit. Then, when she realized where she was, she looked around and realized how much time she had spent in this room. The next thing she realized was that there was nothing that would let anyone know that it was she who had lived here for so long. "I wonder if anyone will even remember who the owner of this castle was 100 years after I leave," Scathach said quietly before turning around and leaving the throne room. After leaving the throne room, she made her way toward her own bedroom. Although there was not much in the way of artwork hanging on the walls of Dun Scathach's corridors, every time she passed one, it would vanish as if it were never there in the first place. "There is no reason to decorate for the next occupant," Scathach said as she walked. Eventually, she reached her own bedroom. When she did, she realized that there was not much here to signify that it was her that lived here, either. However, there were several things in the room that she truly cherished. For example, hanging over her bed was a portrait of her family from centuries ago. Then, there were all the spears she had made for herself over the years. And lastly, there were the remains of the sea monster all those spears were made of. After several hours, Scathach finished organizing everything that she wished to take with her. She did realize one thing while going through her belongings, though. "I don't think I have any clothes that would be appropriate to wear at a formal gathering," Scathach said as she looked through all the clothes in her wardrobe. Instead of packing the old clothes, Scathach snapped her fingers. When she did, a rune lit up at the bottom of the wardrobe. Then, all the clothes hanging in it were set ablaze. After that, Scathach wrote several runic sentences designed for storage onto a few pieces of jewelry. Then, she stored all her possessions into a necklace and 2 rings. After wearing those 3 pieces of jewelry, Scathach left her bedroom. "I suppose James should awaken in a few more hours," Scathach said after closing her bedroom door behind her. "Being there when he awakens might be nice." With her next destination decided, Scathach made her way to James' bedroom. After a few minutes, she arrived outside James' bedroom door. Wasting no time on hesitation, Scathach pushed open the door and stepped inside. After entering, the first thing she saw was James sleeping peacefully in the bed. "He almost looks innocent when he is asleep," Scathach said with a smile. Then, she made her way to the side of the bed. Instead of sitting in one of the chairs in the room, Scathach climbed into the bed with James. Then, she softly lifted his head from his pillow. After that, she replaced the pillow with her own thighs. Then, she gently laid James' head on her thighs. "I have trained many great warriors over these many long years," Scathach said while running her hands through James' braided hair. "Ireland's greatest hero was once my disciple as well." As she spoke, a gentle smile found its way onto Scathach's face while she looked at the sleeping James. "But you, James Alaverus, are the disciple I am most proud of," Scathach said as she smiled gently. "There is only one lesson I have left to teach you. However, I doubt those girls of yours would agree." After saying that, Scathach could not help but let a small giggle slip through her lips. "They probably wouldn't mind so much if you became one of their sisters." James said quietly. Oh, you are awake already. Scathach said with surprise in her tone. I expected you to sleep until dawn, at least. And if you hadn't moved my head, I probably would have. James said with his eyes still closed. Since you're here, though, I guess that means the reincarnation worked. Indeed. Scathach said with a nod as she continued to run her fingers through James' hair. Your proposal was interesting, though. Taking girls so much younger than myself as my sisters. Are you against it? James asked groggily. Not necessarily. Scathach replied. But I think I will need more time to get to know them. On top of that, there should be several I have yet to meet. There are. James said, nodding his head minutely. There are 3. Rias, Aino, and Yasaka. By the time James had finished speaking, he had once again fallen asleep. The whole time, Scathach's gentle smile never left her face. Unfortunately, James was too tired to open his eyes. You need not worry, James Alaverus. Scathach said softly. Even if I do not become your woman, this Scathach will be by your side for the rest of her life. As the one who granted my most cherished wish, I owe you that much. Then, until he woke up again, Scathach allowed James to use her thighs as a pillow. Chapter 145, Results from Training. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. The day before the meeting of young devils, Rias and her peerage, except for Aazel, were seated around a table in the back garden of the Gremory Estate. Enjoying tea and sweets, they chatted about the progress of their training over the month. So, how was everyone's training? Rias asked after putting down her teacup. I reached my goal, Bucho. Yuto said with his usual smile. I can hold my balance breaker in combat for 36 hours. It looks like you've gone up a level too. Aino said with her usual elegant smile. You were only at the initial level at the beginning of this training, right? Congratulations reaching the intermediate level. Thank you, Aino Fukubucho. Yuto replied. What about you, Asia? Rias asked after turning Asia's way. I can heal remotely now. Asia said happily. I won't be healing any opponents by accident now. And, my power is at the intermediate level of the middle rank, too. Seeing how happy Asia was with her progress, everyone smiled. Even Mio could not help smiling. Then Rias turned to her cousin and asked about her progress with her own smile on her face. How about you, Mio? Rias asked. Before Mio could respond, though, Maria interrupted. Wait. Maria said frantically. Asia-senpai, did you say that you're at the intermediate level of the middle rank? At that moment everyone else realized what it was that Asia had just said. Then, their expressions turned from smiles to shocked expressions. Are you telling me you broke through a rank in 2 levels? Aino asked with surprise in her tone. This girl is more talented than I thought. But her personality doesn't lend itself to combat. That's kind of sad. I think she could only increase her strength that fast because of that character trait. Rias said after snapping out of her own shock. I think she was able to progress so quickly because of her desire to make sure that we're all safe and healthy. Hearing Rias' reason, everyone stopped to think for a moment. After a moment, they all nodded and smiled at Asia. Then, in the most childish tones they could muster, they all thanked her. Thank you, Asia. Asia could not help but blush at everyone's display. Before the teasing could go on though, Rias turned her attention back to Mio. Sorry for the interruption, Mio. Rias said with a smile. So, how was your training for the last few weeks? My control over my demonic energy and the force of my gravity magic have increased. Mio said while looking away. And I've gone up to the intermediate level of my rank. Congratulations. Rias replied with a smile. Then, she turned to Maria and asked her. What about you, Maria? Not as much as I would like. Maria said, still not losing her happy smile. My power level went up a level, too. So, now I'm at the high level of the middle rank. Nothing else really changed. There was no one to test my charm magic on, so I don't know how much it has increased. Everyone nodded in response. They all knew that the charm magic of a succubus was not something that could be thrown around all willy-nilly. Dream manipulation was even harder to train. One mistake and the target's psyche could be crushed. Either way, the increase in strength is something to be proud of. Rias said with a smile. So, allow me to congratulate you as well. Thanks, Riasne. Maria replied happily. And you, Zenobia? Rias asked. I've also increased a level in strength. Zenobia replied with a nod. I'm now intermediate level, middle rank. And I can now keep Durandal's holy aura wrapped around it. Unfortunately, no matter what I do, I can't control its destructive power. Don't be disappointed, Zenobia. Aquino said while patting the younger girl on the shoulder. Be happy that you've improved. We'll ask the people from heaven and the church about Durandal when we get the chance. Zenobia nodded in response. These comrades are so much warmer than the ones from the church. Zenobia thought to herself as she looked at the happy smiles on most of the members of the peerage's faces. With the exception of Irina and Dulio, everyone else was more concerned with the missions they were assigned than their comrades' well-being. Gasper, how was your progress? Rias asked. I improved to the high rank. Gasper said. But I can't figure out how to unlock the balance breaker for my forbidden Baylor view. Congratulations, Gaspy. Kaneko said as she hugged Gasper tightly. Yes, congratulations are in order. Rias added with a smile. And don't worry about the balance breaker. We'll have Azazel check it out later. It's Azazel-sensei, remember? Azazel said as he walked into the back garden. Rolling her eyes, Rias ignored the perverted old fallen angel. How was your training, Kaneko? Rias asked. Like Yudo, I'm at the intermediate level of the high rank, now. Kaneko said. And I have grown a little bit. I can hold my grown-up form for a little longer, too. I'm glad to hear that. Rias replied with a smile. Then, she looked at Aquino. Without waiting for Rias to ask, Aquino gave her own progress report. I have 4 pairs of wings now. Aquino said with a wry smile. My holy element has grown thicker, too. 4 pairs of wings would mean that you're at the peak of the intermediate level of the high rank. Azazel said while stroking his chin. In a little less than a month, you raised your power by almost 2 full levels. That's pretty impressive. Congratulations, Aquino. Rias said with a big smile on her face. As for me, I broke through to the ultimate rank. With that, Rias' smile turned into a smug one and she puffed out her impressive chest. After that, everyone reported their progress to Azazel, since he was not there for the whole progress report. You've all made great improvements. Azazel said with a smile. I'm quite impressed with all your hard work. Thanks. Rias said with a smile. So, is there any word on Issei? He should be back in the next few hours. Azazel replied before asking his own question. What about James and Sona? I talked to James about an hour ago. Rias said with a happy smile. He and Sona should be here any minute now. Rias is right. Leona said as she entered the back garden with Vanillana, Ria, Grafia, and Serafal. I just finished talking to him. He said he was about to leave Lilith. He took his new queen through the official route into the underworld. I told him to set the teleportation destination in the Gremory Estate's back garden, so. Before Leona could finish, a large teleportation magic circle appeared not far from the table the younger devils were seated around. When it vanished, there were 19 new arrivals in the back garden of the Gremory Estate. And the density of the demonic energy these new arrivals released was astonishing. Sotan. Wani-chan missed you. Serafal shouted as she flung herself at her younger sister and wrapped her in a hug with both her arms and legs. Elder sister, let go of me. Sona shouted as she struggled to free herself. Just as Serafal acted, Leona also moved. James, my baby, I've missed you so much. Leona said as she, flash-stepped, in front of James. Then, she wrapped him in a tight hug. Wow, that's the first time I've ever seen Auntie Leona use the flash step outside the house. Mocha said with an astonished expression on her face. Yeah, she only usually uses it to smack James upside the head when he swears. Mizor said with a nod. While everyone laughed at Mocha and Mizor's comments, Scathach looked over Leona carefully. James, is it a good idea to let such a skilled assassin and infiltrator so close? Scathach asked while staring at Leona. Huh, the entire group exclaimed in unison. My mom. An assassin? James asked in a dumbfounded tone. Are you sure? Why wouldn't I be? Scathach asked while tilting her head. I was the one who trained her, after all. What? Once again, everyone other than Leona exclaimed in surprise. Geez, Scatty. Leona said with a pout. Did you have to tell them so soon? How many times have I asked you not to call me that, Leona? Scathach said exasperatedly. Is that why it hurt so much more when Auntie Leona hit me than everyone else? Siyu Chilin asked with a depressed feeling. You learned how to inflict pain on others from Master. Ha ha ha. Something like that. Leona said sheepishly. Siyu Chilin could only slump his shoulders. At that moment, James broke out of his stupor. Wait, does that mean my mom is my sister disciple? James asked incredulously. No, she never accepted me as her master. Scathach said in reply. Honestly, I am not even sure how she arrived in the land of shadows. Skilled infiltrator. Does that mean? Grafia muttered. Before she could finish, however, Leona, Flash stepped in front of her and placed a finger to her lips. It's okay to leave some mysteries unsolved, right? Leona said with a wink. Then, Azazel, Venelana, Ria, and Grafia finally realized who the new unfamiliar woman was. Holy fucking shit. Azazel said as he took a step away from the group of new arrivals. I thought you were bound to the land of shadows. How the hell are you here? Though not as exaggerated as Azazel, the older devils were also curious how Scathach could be here. My Gias with the Celtic pantheon stated that I would be bound to the land of shadows for as long as I was alive. Scathach said, beginning her explanation. Then, I was cursed with immortality after accepting that Gias. That is when I began training the many heroes I trained over the centuries. Although I was titled the greatest trainer of heroes in Celtic legend, I only had one reason for training them. It was so that one of them could take my life and end this monotonous existence. After hearing that, everyone was pulled into their thoughts for a few moments. However, Azazel was the first to break out of his thoughts and asked another question. I understand what you mean. I'm sure being forced to spend centuries without the freedom to move around must have been torture. Azazel said. Then, he moved on to his main topic. But according to your story, you would spend the rest of your life in the land of shadows. Unable to die from natural causes. Which means that someone would have had to kill you. The question I want to ask is, who could have killed a skilled warrior such as yourself? Without Scathach needing to say anything, James raised his hand and smiled sheepishly. That would be me. Once again Azazel and the older devils were flabbergasted. Even Leona was shocked. She was unaware that Scathach was unable to leave the land of shadows, even though she had trained there for a time. However, she was not made known of any of Scathach's secrets because she did not accept her as a master. Oh, before I forget. James said as he tapped himself on the head. Let me introduce you to my queen, Scathach, the immortal witch. This time, everyone's jaws dropped. Then, Leona looked over to Grafia and asked a question. Hey, Grafia. Leona said with a mischievous smile. Do you think you could take Scatty? Why would you ask something like that? Grafia answered with a question of her own. Everyone else was also curious to know the answer to that question. Because I think your title of the strongest, queen, is up for debate. Leona said with a smile. As interesting as that topic is, I think we should hear how their training went. Azazel said, still in disbelief over everything that he had seen and heard in the last few minutes. Master, since you were the one who trained everyone, would you mind reporting everyone's progress? James asked politely. Not at all. Scathach replied. In the 20 or so days I spent training these youngsters, I mainly worked on their battle awareness and stamina. I taught them no techniques or fighting styles. With the exception of Tsubaki. I taught her how to wield her weapon more proficiently. Nodding their heads in understanding, everyone waited for Scathach to continue. Then Scathach gave a rundown of everyone in Sona's peerage's latest power levels. Sona had caught up with Rias. Tsubaki had surpassed Akino and reached the advanced level of the high rank. Rhea and Momo were equal to Gaspar and Mio, respectively. Tsubasa was equal to Zenobia. Ruruko was equal in level to Asia. While Genshiro had reached the advanced level of the intermediate rank. I'm so proud of you, Sotan. Seraphal said, still wrapped around Sona like an octopus. If you're really proud of me, let me go. Sona shouted while continuing to struggle. If Sona and her peerage have improved so much, then what about James and his peerage? Rias asked. Before her question could be answered, though, a shadow fell over the back garden. Looking up, they saw a gigantic western dragon with dark purple scales carrying a teenage boy, Issei, on his head. Azazel, I brought the kid back. Tannen said in a sonorous voice. However, he froze quickly when he looked down and saw the woman with dark purple hair and wine-red eyes. When he regained his senses, he dropped Issei and turned around. Well, I have to get back to the Dragon Mountain range, I'll see you again at the meeting of young devils. However, before he could leave, Tannen heard a stern female voice. Stop right there. Scathach said, before appearing on Tannen's head. You dare to leave before greeting the Scathach, Tannen. Ha ha. Scathach. Tannen said nervously. I didn't notice you down there. How have you been? I see you have become a devil as well. Scathach said while observing her old acquaintance. I suppose you found a way around our deal. It looks like you will no longer have to become the Scathach's mount. Tannen felt that if he were in his human form, he would be sweating profusely. Well, Scathach, if you'll excuse me. Tannen said respectfully. I have to return and take care of the young dragons on the mountain. Go. Scathach said as she leapt off Tannen's head. I'm sure we'll have time to reminisce, later. With no hesitation, Tannen flew off into the distance at his highest speed. At the same time, Issei had just recovered from the fall with Asia's assistance. Damn it, old man Tannen. Issei grumbled. Did you have to drop me from so high? Before Issei could say or do something stupid, Rias stepped between him and Scathach and asked about his training. Welcome back, Issei. Rias said with a strained smile. How was your progress? I got stronger, initial level, high rank. I unlocked my balance breaker, too. Issei said. But I feel like I was tortured for more than 3 weeks. There were no titties where I was at. Like it all. Chapter 146, The Meeting of Young Devil's Eye. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. The young devils were expected to show up at the council's meeting room in the next 2 hours. After leaving the Gremory estate, James, Leona, and James Peerage returned to their home in the underworld. After a night's rest and a relaxing day, they cleaned up and changed into the clothes they picked out for the banquet. So, what was that about training under Master? James asked as Leona looked over the outfit he had chosen. Standing in front of a full-length mirror with Leona circling around him, James wore a 3-piece black tuxedo. With a black 3-button blazer over a midnight purple vest with cherry blossom petals decorating its front and a white mandarin collared dress shirt underneath that, black pants with a midnight purple stripe on each hem and black gator skin dress shoes. I didn't really think it was important. Leona said offhandedly. Besides, what does it matter for a housewife like me to have training like that? Mom, you made it obvious earlier. James said in a small voice. You've done quite a few jobs for Big Sis Graphia over the years. Leona only smiled in response. Okay, I get it. James said, raising his hands disarmingly. I'll let it go. My baby is so smart. Leona said happily. Rolling his eyes, James turned away from his mother and walked out of his bedroom. Let's go. James said with a smile. The others should be ready soon, too. I mean, I basically forced the girls to start getting ready an hour and a half before I started. Leona giggled at her son's antics, then she caught up to him and they walked down to the living room together. When they arrived, Siyu Chulin, Dante and Lady were already present. Siyu Chulin and Dante wore tuxedos in the same style as James, with the color schemes changed to match their tastes. Instead of midnight purple with cherry blossoms, Siyu Chulin chose a solid navy blue while Dante chose red. Lady, on the other hand, wore a beautiful, ankle-length, sleeveless, white evening gown that exposed her entire back and white high heels that showed off her toes. Lady, I must say, you look spectacular in that dress. James said casually as he walked into the living room with a smile. And as for you two, the saying is true. Thank you. Lady said just as casually. What saying? Dante asked. Clothes make the man. You know good and damn well James isn't going to say anything that tame, Dante. Siyu Chulin said in response. James nodded in agreement with Siyu Chulin's statement then continued. Fine feathers make fine fowl. In response, Dante frowned. Siyu Chulin sighed while wearing an expression that said, I knew it, while Leona and Lady smiled. A moment later, wearing a purple, ankle-length, sleeveless, evening gown with a black belt wrapping around, and drawing attention to her slim waist, a diamond cut out over her chest that showed a generous portion of her breasts and cleavage, and black heels that matched the color of the belt, Scathach walked into the room and took everyone's breath away. Damn, Scatty. Leona said playfully. Are you trying to find a husband at this gathering? With a dress like that, you'll have to beat them off with a stick. Would a spear do? Scathach asked as she materialized one of her crimson-red spears. Immediately after that, Siyu Chulin and Dante turned their heads away in fear. James, on the other hand, nodded in approval. That crimson-red spear adds a nice finishing touch. James said while nodding at his own fashion sense. Either way, you look more gorgeous than usual tonight, Master. My disciple has quite the silver tongue. Scathach said as she dematerialized her spear. That skill must make it much easier to control a harem of young temperamental girls. Siyu Chulin and Dante looked at James as if he were not human after hearing his and Scathach's conversation. Why are you two looking at me like that? James asked with confusion in his tone. You can't be human. Siyu Chulin and Dante said simultaneously. I thought that was established, like, 145 chapters ago. James said with a confused expression. I'm a half-devil. What the hell are you talking about? Dante asked. 145 chapters. Siyu Chulin continued. I'm not sure, actually. James said while he scratched the side of his head. I just felt like that was something that needed to be said. Because of that statement, the room fell into a short silence that was eventually broken by the other girls making their entrance. Mizor, Mocha, and Flora wore outfits identical to ladies in sky blue, teal, and royal blue, respectively. Ayam and Shuna both wore formal kimonos in white and pink, respectively, with cherry blossom petals embroidered around the cuffs. And finally, Cheyenne wore an outfit almost identical to James. A black tuxedo with midnight purple vest and stripe on the hem, and a white mandarin-collared dress shirt. The only differences being that there were no cherry blossom patterns on the vest, and the shirt was unbuttoned, showing off a sizable portion of her breasts and cleavage. I gotta say, if they give out awards for best dressed and the like, you and your peerage are shoo-ins for it. Leona said with a smile and a thumbs up. But I think you'd better get going. I can only imagine the fuss those old devils will cause if you're the last to arrive. That makes me want to arrive last more and more. James said with a bloodthirsty smile. Wait until the meeting actually starts before causing trouble, please. Leona said while rolling her eyes. After that, go wild. Roger that. James said with a smile. After that short conversation, James' peerage gathered around him. Then, James snapped his fingers and a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath them. Then, a moment later, Leona was alone in the Alaverus living room. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Outside of the venue, Rias, Sona, and their peerages had just arrived. Rias wore a beautiful crimson-red evening gown that matched her hair, while Sona wore a black evening gown that highlighted her slender figure. The rest of the members of their peerage were also dressed for the occasion, with tuxedos and evening gowns being the norm. Aino, however, was wearing a black formal kimono. Shortly after they arrived, James teleported in with his peerage. When they arrived, they immediately began to mingle with the other two peerages. Hey, good evening, everyone. James said with a smile. Oh, and Issei, I'd suggest you keep it in your pants with my queen, she may kill you faster than I can save you. James' last sentence was said after he noted that Issei was staring directly at the diamond cutout over Scathach's breasts. Realizing who he was staring at, Issei quickly turned away. Why did you have to remind him? Scathach asked casually. I wanted to see if I could spear one of his eyes. Then, see how long it took for him to notice that it was gone. Hearing that, Issei shuddered in terror. I'm sorry, Master Scathach, I meant no disrespect. Issei said, bowing 90 degrees at the waist. It's all right, I was only partially serious. Scathach said while waving her hand dismissively. Partially serious? Everyone thought simultaneously. Anyway, let's head inside. James said with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Then, as if it were natural, Rias and Sona linked arms with James, and they all made their way inside the banquet hall. Which just so happened to be the same circular hall James and his peerage gave their reports in when they rescued the Yukiana from the stray fallen angels. After they entered the banquet hall, the room fell silent for a second. Especially when they saw Rias and Sona clinging to James. But the silence was quickly broken by loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Rias, James. A tall, handsome, young man with black hair and violet eyes said as he approached the new arrivals. It's been so long, how have you been? Sigh. Rias exclaimed happily. It's good to see you, too. As Rias spoke, she released James' arm and drew Sai, or Sarorg Bale, her maternal cousin, into a hug. After hugging Rias, Sarorg stepped in front of James and reached his hand out for a handshake. Accepting the handshake, James smiled and spoke. It's good to see you again, Sarorg. James said with a smile. And it looks like you've grown stronger. Intermediate, ultimate rank, huh? Not bad. I wish I could say the same for you, James. Sarorg said while patting James on the shoulder with his free hand. But I can't even feel your aura right now. So, I don't know if you've grown at all. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure everyone will know, soon. James said with a mysterious smile. After releasing the handshake with James, Sarorg then turned his attention to Sona. It's nice to see you again, as well, Sona. Sarorg said in a much more subdued tone. Likewise, Sarorg. Sona replied with a smile. Seeing the lukewarm attitude Sona and Sarorg were showing, Gentru asked Tsubaki a question. Is it just me or do those two not get along very well? Gentru asked. It may look that way. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. But I assure you that they get along well. Then, why do they seem so awkward? Momo asked, curious about what they were seeing. It's because there was a time when Sona asked Sarorg if he was gay. Akino said, inserting herself into the conversation. With the way that Sarorg used to always ask James to spar, Sona thought Sarorg was vying for James' attention, too. How do you even know that story? Sona asked incredulously. None of you had even come to the underworld by the time that happened. Then, Akino, Tsubaki, and Kaneko pointed at James. He told us. They all said in unison. Sona then turned her glare at James. What? James asked with a smile. It was funny. With that, Sona just slumped her shoulders and let it go. Serorg on the other hand laughed uproariously. You may be the only one who can get Sona to back down like that without a fight. Serorg said, patting James on the shoulder while he spoke. James only smiled in response. Then, they continued to chat as they made their way deeper into the banquet hall. Eventually, they split up and began to mingle with the other young devils and their peerages. There were also some older devils in attendance, who showed up to get away from their official duties for a while. Eventually, James heard a familiar voice just as he finished a conversation with a devil who was also interested in swordplay. Lord Alaverus. Ravel Phoenix, wearing a maroon evening gown, said as she approached. Ravel, I thought we agreed to drop those stiff formalities. James replied with a helpless smile. Yes, I forgot. Ravel said with a blush. It's nice to see you again. The feeling is mutual. James replied. So, how is the trade with your mother going? My mother and older brother completed the trade a few days ago. Ravel said with a happy smile. I'll be attending your school as a transfer student at the beginning of the second term. Well, that's good to hear. James said with a smile. I bet Sona will put you in the same class as Kaneko, Gasper, Mio, and Maria. So, it should be easy to adapt. That would be helpful, but I'm not so sure about the cat girl. Ravel said. I'm not a cat girl. Kaneko said, appearing out of nowhere. I'm a Nikomata. They might as well be the same thing. Ravel said stubbornly. James Ni, this fried chicken girl is being mean. Kaneko said, hugging James' arm as she did so. I guess it's natural that cats and birds don't get along, huh? James said to himself as the two younger girls argued. Eventually, Ravel was called away to speak with one of her father's friends. Then, Kaneko disappeared as if she had never been there. James just shook his head at the result. After that, he walked around the hall and mingled with the other young devils. Chapter 147, The Meeting of Young Devils 2. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. After whining and dining with the other attending devils for around an hour, James noticed a black cat wandering around the hall. Curiously watching the cat, James noticed that Kaneko was also following its movements with her eyes. Then, when the cat left the venue, Kaneko followed it. Thinking that something was up, James grabbed Rias and followed along behind Kaneko. So, what do you think was up with that cat? Rias asked as they sneaked along behind Kaneko. I'm not sure. James replied while keeping his eyes on Kaneko. But if she's following it, it might have put her under some kind of spell. Are you serious? Rias asked, panic-lacing her tone. Calm down. James said in a soothing tone. I don't have any evidence, it was just a speculation. Hearing that, Rias forcefully calmed herself down and concentrated on following her, Rook. Then, after following Kaneko away from the venue and into the forest surrounding it, James and Rias watched as Kaneko came to a stop. When she did, they could see that she was looking up at a voluptuous black-haired woman wearing a beautiful black kimono seated on a tree branch with the black cat they were following curled up in her lap. Wani-sama. Kaneko muttered as she looked at the woman sitting in the tree. Chiron, it's good to see you again. Kaneko's older sister said with a smile. Her expression turned into a frown before she continued, however. But I was expecting to see you here alone. Hearing that, Kaneko quickly turned around. She had been so preoccupied with the black cat, her sister's familiar, that she had not paid attention to her surroundings. When Kaneko turned around, James and Rias, without trying to hide their presences, came out into the open. Era, if it isn't the heiress of the Gremory house, and her bodyguard. Kaneko's sister said in a sarcastic tone. To think people of your standing would be sneaking around like this. You can cut the act, Kuroka. James said calmly. We all know that neither Rias nor I were sneaking. Because if I didn't want us to be found, we wouldn't be. Your words are quite arrogant. Kuroka said as she jumped down from the tree branch she was sitting on. Now that Kuroka was closer, Rias and James were able to see her more clearly. She was beautiful and voluptuous, with breasts that rivaled Rias in size. She had long black hair with split bangs and golden eyes with cat-like pupils. She wore a black kimono with a yellow obi, a red interior lining, and wore it open at the shoulders, leaving a sizable portion of her breasts and cleavage exposed. She also had a pair of black cat ears and tails. James Ni, Bucho, why are you here? Kaneko asked curiously. Just wanted to see what you were up to. James replied with a smile. Kaneko nodded in reply, then she turned her attention back to her sister. Wani-sama, why are you here? Kaneko asked sternly. Seeing the expression on Kaniko's face, Kuroka was taken aback for a moment. Then, she smiled and answered the question. I've come to bring you with me. Kuroka said. No, thank you. Kaniko said without changing her expression. I am happy here. And when I grow up, I'm going to make James Nee my mate. Hearing that, Kuroka was surprised, Rias giggled, and James smiled wryly. Then, she looked at her sister angrily. You would deny your older sister for these two? Kuroka said angrily as she pointed one of her slender fingers at James and Rias. Why wouldn't I? Kaniko asked, still with the same expression on her face. 6 years ago, you abandoned me, without saying anything. If Rias Bucho's older brother hadn't stepped in, I would have been executed for what you did. Hearing that Kaniko was nearly screaming by the end of her sentence, some guilt flashed past Kuroka's eyes. But a moment later, she looked like she always did. But before she could say anything, Kaniko calmed herself and spoke once again. So, Wani-sama, tell me why you did it. Kaniko said, with a hint of pleading in her tone. I know you did not lose control of your senjutsu like the reports say. You are a genius when it comes to senjutsu. I know that losing control is impossible for you. Once again, Kuroka was taken aback. She expected a lot of things when she met with her sister again. Hatred, resentment, and many other negative emotions. However, she did not expect that she would be given a chance to explain herself. Then, she turned her head away and spoke. If you come with me, I'll tell you everything. Kuroka said softly. No. Kaniko said firmly. I'm not strong enough, now. But when I am, I will force you to tell me the truth, if I have to. And if your reason is stupid, I'll spank you for being such a bad girl. Once again, Kuroka was shocked. At the same time, James began to laugh uproariously and Rias facepalmed at the fact that her cute servant had been tainted by James' brand of crazy. I think you're thinking too naively. Kuroka said after getting her shock under control. What makes you think I won't just take you with me by force? Wow, you members of the Cows Brigade don't share information much, do you? James said with a chuckle. Hearing that, Rias, Kaniko, and Kuroka looked at James with surprise in their eyes. Then, Kaniko turned her attention back to Kuroka. Are you really with the Cows Brigade, Kuroka-nisama? Kaniko asked with hope that James was wrong. Unfortunately, Kaniko's hopes would be crushed by Kuroka's next words. How did you know? Kuroka asked. Because Biko is trying, and failing miserably, to hide behind that tree. James said as he pointed at a tree not far behind Kuroka. Come on man, the show was just getting good. Biko said as he walked from behind the tree he was hiding behind. Long time no see, Red Dragon Emperor. Yo, Biko. James said with a smile. How's it going? How's Vali? He's fine. Biko replied with a shrug of his shoulders. He's training harder than ever, to defeat you of course. Well, good luck with that. James said nonchalantly. Wait, this is the guy that beat Vali? Kuroka asked in shock. I told you we shouldn't have come here. Biko said. But you were so confident. Now, we've got a problem. It's not like he could take us both at the same time, right? Kuroka said with a frown. Even if he was strong enough to beat Vali, there are two of us. He might not be able to beat both of us at the same time. Biko said, agreeing with Kuroka. But he could hold us up enough for reinforcements to arrive, then we'd be in real trouble. At that moment, Kuroka realized what kind of trouble she had caused. However, James spoke before they could discuss things any further. First of all, I could definitely take you both at the same time and win. James said with a smile. More than likely, I could beat Vali without my balance breaker, now. Your bluff is quite big. Kuroka said with a snort. We're both at ultimate rank. Even if Vali is stronger than us, there's no way you could beat two ultimate rank beings at the same time. *4 people who practice senjutsu, neither of you are very observant. James said with a tired sigh. Why don't you try harder to sense the power that I'm keeping hidden under the surface? I really don't want to release it now. Otherwise, my surprise for the old devils on the council will be ruined. Hearing that, both Biko and Kuroka snorted disdainfully. However, they did what James said and used their senjutsu to check James' true power. When their analysis was over, they were both left flabbergasted. You get it now, right? James asked with a smile. Since you haven't caused any trouble, why don't the two of you get out of here? Are you really gonna let us go? Biko asked with surprise in his tone. Yeah, the old man hiding up in the sky would stop me if I tried to capture you anyway. James said with a shrug. Hearing that, once again, Biko and Kuroka were shocked. Then, when they looked up, they saw a short old monkey yokai with golden fur wearing a pair of futuristic shades, a Buddhist cassock, and golden prayer beads around his head seated on a floating golden cloud. "Grandpa!" Biko exclaimed with his eyes widened to a comical degree. After that, he grabbed Kuroka and shouted. "Kuroka, fast, teleport us out of here." Biko shouted in panic. "If my grandpa catches us, we're in deep shit." Understanding what Biko meant, Kuroka wasted no time in creating a teleportation magic circle. A moment later, Biko and Kuroka were gone. Then, the old monkey yokai floated down to the ground. "That damned troublemaker," the old monkey yokai said with a frown. Then, he turned his attention to James. "To think I'd run into someone so strong at such a young age. It's a pleasure to meet you, victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong," James said while bowing respectfully. "There's no need for all the formality," Sun Wukong said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Who are you, boy? I don't recognize you as the heir of any of the famous clans of the underworld." "I'm James Alaverus." James introduced himself humbly. "Oh, I've heard of you before," Sun Wukong said after a moment of contemplation. "You're the one that saved those Yukiana, right?" "Right," James said with a nod. "Well, even though I've become a Buddha, I thank you for saving those yokai," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "If you don't already have a master, how about you take me as your master?" "No, thank you," James said with a smile. "I, in fact, already have a master." "Oh, well, perhaps I should have a discussion with your master," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "We wouldn't want to waste your talents. Are you suggesting you could guide a student to their full potential better than this Scathach?" Scathach said, calmly walking toward the little group of people. "SCA. SCA. Scathach." Sun Wukong stuttered as he took several steps away from James. "You're supposed to be stuck in that depressing land of shadows. How are you here?" "I believe that is none of your concern, great sage equaling heaven," Scathach said calmly. "However, if you honestly believe you can bring out more of my disciples' potential than I suggest we have a fight. The winner can continue James' training." "Yeah, right," Sun Wukong said hurriedly as he began to ascend on his golden cloud. "There's no way in hell that I'm gonna throw down with a crazy woman like you." And before anyone could respond any further, Sun Wukong flew away as fast as he could. Then, James, Rias and Kaneko all turned their attention towards Scathach. "Master, did you do something to him in the past?" James asked curiously. "Well, once, before he became a Buddha, I shaved his fur after he offended me," Scathach said casually. "That fur made the warmest blanket I have ever owned." Hearing that, James, Rias, and Kaneko all felt a little bad for the victorious fighting Buddha. "Anyway, did something happen?" James asked, doing his best to change the subject and erase the image of a bald Sun Wukong from his memories. "I didn't expect you to follow us out here. Honestly, I had no intention of following you either," Scathach replied. "However, I thought it would be bad if you were not present for the beginning of the Devil Council's appearance. So, I came to retrieve you." "Oh, I guess it is about that time," James said as she smacked his forehead for forgetting. "Thanks for coming to get us." Kaneko, let's go back." "Yeah," Rias said with a nod. "Okay, James knee," Kaneko replied. Then, James, Rias, Kaneko and Scathach made their way back to the venue. At the same time, Biko and Kuroka appeared in Vali's base. "Damn it, why was the old man there?" Biko complained. "Probably to make sure you don't cause too much trouble," Kuroka said casually. "Damn it, Kuroka. I didn't even want to be there," Biko said angrily. "This time, it's all your fault." "What's the matter with Biko?" Vali said as he entered the room. The first Sun Wukong was there, Kuroka said as she tried to wrap herself around Vali. Avoiding Kuroka's hug, Vali nodded in understanding. "So, how's the new guy?" Biko asked after calming down. "He's good. Strong," Vali said with a happy smile. "I'm sure he'll be a great addition to our team." Just then, a tall man with silver white hair and icy blue eyes wearing a blue trench coat over a black outfit, Virgil, Dante's older twin brother, entered the room. "I have no issue working with you as long as I get the chance to fight with my brother," Virgil said calmly. "I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities," Vali said. "He's a member of the Red Dragon Emperor, James Alaverus peerage after all," Vali said with a battle-hungry smile. "Speaking of James Alaverus," Kuroka said as if she just remembered. "He was there, too. And he's a lot stronger than when you last met." Chapter 148, Meeting of the Young Devils 3. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Returning to the Devil Council's meeting hall, James, Rias, Kaneko, and Scathach arrived just in time. Most of the attendees had made their way up to the second floor of the venue. The only ones left on the ground floor were the 7 young devils who were eligible to start their careers in the rating games and their peerages. After entering the venue, James and Scathach split away from Rias and Kaneko and joined the rest of his peerage. Then, like the other kings, he lined up with his peerage and faced the balcony where the upper echelons of devil society sat. As James took his place in the center of the young devils, he looked to his left and right. Unsurprisingly, the people he saw were Saror to his right and a beautiful young lady with greenish blonde hair, long pink slit eyes, and glasses that made her give off a cold expression. Oh, it's Sikvera. James thought to himself. I didn't see her earlier, I thought she wasn't here. Sikvera Agars, heiress of the Agars house with the rank of Archduke. Sikvera usually gives off a cold impression. But she is usually very kind to those she considers as friends or comrades. Also, at an event they both attended, James found out that she was a mecha genre otaku when she happened to see some of the sketches he had drawn accidentally. Needless to say, she also made him swear to keep it a secret. Noticing James next to her, Sikvera snorted when she saw him smiling at her. Then, she turned her head up toward the balcony where the 4 great Satans and the members of the Devil Council were entering the venue. Once the new arrivals were seated, Scathach stood and stepped forward to address everyone in the hall. Before we begin, I have 2 announcements to make. Scathach said in a voice that could be easily heard by everyone in the hall. First, the 4 great Satans and the Devil Council have come to a unanimous decision and have decided to promote James Alaverus from high class to ultimate class. With the work he's done and the missions he's completed since becoming high class, there is no way that we could deny his promotion. Please, give him a round of applause. And just as Scathach requested, everyone in the venue clapped for the newly promoted ultimate class devil. However, it was clear to see that not everyone was happy about it. Looking around the venue with a smile on his face, James thought to himself. Oh, joy. They're basically painting a target on my back for these pureblood supremacists. James thought as he looked around the venue. It looks like I'm gonna have to go into my Chinese novel protagonist mode and slap some faces. And just as James thought, there was a member of one of the pillar houses on the second floor who could not hold it in. With all due respect, I cannot agree with this decision. The middle-aged devil said. What business does a half-devil have, being so highly ranked in a society that only values strength? Says a high rank being with ultimate class status. James said with a snort. If it weren't for your clan, you would have never been promoted to ultimate class. The room fell silent from James' retort. Then, the middle-aged men who disagreed with the promotion spoke angrily. You, impudent child, the middle-aged devil shouted. It is clear you have no respect for your elders or betters. This is why a dirty half. Before that man could finish what he was saying, James unleashed his full demonic power. When he did, the atmosphere inside the hall changed. Everyone in the hall felt as if the air was shaking. Also, minute cracks began to appear on many of the hall's walls and floors. Disrespecting an elder, okay, I can give you that one. James said coldly. But to presume yourself my better, laughable. Can you not feel the difference in our power? I, an 18-year-old who is firmly seated in the minor god rank, or you, a man of how many centuries, who has yet to break into the ultimate rank. I think the position of better is clear. Everyone in the venue was surprised by the power that James displayed. However, the first to snap out of it was Scathach. James, please calm down. Scathach said. Sure. Well spoken, my disciple. Scathach said from behind James. In a world like ours, only personal might gives you the right to speak. And those without it who speak loudly will eventually be crushed by those who find them irritating. As Scathach spoke, her eyes were firmly set on the middle-aged man who had belittled James. With her intent to kill on full display, that man was pale as a ghost with a waterfall of cold sweat running down his forehead. At that moment, another fool, this time from the Devil Council, was unable to read the mood. You lowly reincarnated devil. The member of the Devil Council shouted in rage. Who do you think you are? To speak to a member of the 72 pillar houses in that way. Would you imply that a mere high-rank being deserves the Scathach's respect? Scathach asked as she directed her killing intent at the new victim. To think that I have been training the youngsters of such ingrates for the last 7 years. With that, the hall broke into a clamor. No one believed that the woman before them was the Scathach from the legends. But that's not possible, the Devil Councilman said in a shaky tone. Scathach is supposed to be bound to the land of shadows. There's no way she could be here. Indeed. Another member of the council chimed in. We should have this woman executed for the crime of impersonating one of our allies. And that half-breed boy should be stripped of his rank for bringing someone like that before us. A third Devil Councilman added. While Scathach attempted to calm everyone down, many of the members of the council fanned the flames, calling for James' demotion and Scathach's execution. There was even one among the young devils who stared at James with disdain. Why is the heir of Astaroth looking at me like that? James thought to himself. Well, I guess he's just another of those pureblood supremacists. Or maybe he thinks himself superior because Ajuka is his older brother. It doesn't really matter, I guess. If he steps up, he'll get put in his place like all the others. After waiting for a while, James remembered the faces of all the council members who made a ruckus for no other reason than his lineage as a half-devil. Then he signaled Scathach to speak once again. Baal. Scathach said calmly while she looked into the original Baal's eyes. What is your opinion on these foolish words of your colleagues? Hearing Scathach address the leader of their faction by name without hesitation, those pureblood supremacists were outraged once again. However, they were silenced by Zekram's reply. It has been more than 1,500 years since you were last seen. Zekram said calmly. It is no surprise that these youngsters are unaware of the warrior queen's appearance. Not only the members of the council, but even Scathach, Ajuka, and Falbium were shocked by Baal's words. Then, the three Satans looked at Seraphal, who was watching the events with a smile. Seraphal, did you already know who she was? Scathach asked. Yup. Seraphal said happily. I met her yesterday. You should have seen Azi-chan and Tanin-chan's faces when they saw her. And you didn't think it necessary to let us know about her? Scathach asked while massaging his temples. Wait, if you met her yesterday, does that mean that Graphia did, too? That's right. Seraphal said with a smile. Then, she tilted her head. Since when is it necessary for us to report on Jaquin's new acquisitions to his peerage, though? Although what Seraphal said was true, someone as powerful as Scathach just showing up in the underworld could be trouble if no one knew about it. Besides, the only reason I was there was because Jaquin brought her into the underworld through the official channel. Seraphal said while tilting her head. If I'm not mistaken, we should have all received reports about it, right? With that, Scathach, Ajuka, and Falbium froze. They had indeed received a report about a woman named Scathach entering the underworld as James, Queen. However, they were unable to connect the dots at the time. Meanwhile, while the Satans discussed Scathach's entry into the underworld, the members of the Devil Council were flabbergasted. If what Zekram said were to be believed, they had just insulted and wished for the execution of one of the strongest and most bloodthirsty women in all the realms. Then, Baal, how should we settle the matter of your colleagues disrespecting myself and my king? Scathach asked while maintaining eye contact with Zekram. The most common way to settle things would be through a duel. Zekram said calmly. Good. James, instead of Scathach, replied in a cold tone. Then, for this disrespect, you should all expect formal duel invitations to arrive shortly after this meeting concludes. After James spoke, Zekram looked down at him with praise in his eyes. This boy put up with the mocking and jeering of those fools with an inflated sense of self for years. Zekram thought to himself while observing the young men below. Then, as soon as he had the power, position, and opportunity, he was ready to strike. This is what it means to be a devil. I really need to find a chance to speak with him. After James' declaration, the room quieted down again. Seeing that no one else planned to speak on the matter, Scathach did his best to get things back on track. Like I said, we have two announcements. Scathach said with an awkward tone. The first was about James' promotion, which was an official matter of the underworld. The second is more personal. Ahem. It has been decided by both the Gremory house and the Alaverus family that my younger sister, Rias, and the son of Alaverus, James, are to be wed in the future. Needless to say, this announcement was not discussed as loudly as the first. After James declared his intention to duel with many of the members of the Devil Council, an arranged marriage meant next to nothing to the spectators. Eventually, someone spoke up and congratulated the new couple. After the first, a second quickly followed. Then a third and fourth. Eventually, the entire hall was filled with congratulations and applause. All right. Scathach said loudly. Now that the announcements are out of the way, let us get back to the meeting of young devils. And with that, like they do every year, the council spoke of what was expected of all the young devils present, now that they were considered adults. Then, they asked to hear of each king's dreams for the future. For what most of the youth said, the older generation devils expected it. However, there were three that stood out. First, Baal's declaration that he would one day challenge and overcome one of the four great Satans to take their place was met with ridicule from many older devils. However, used to being looked down upon due to not inheriting the Baal clan's power of destruction, Serord knew it was better to let his actions speak for him in the future. Second was Sona's desire to create a rating game school that would teach anyone, not just those of high status. Sona, like Serord, was also mocked for her dream. However, unlike Serord, James stepped in and reprimanded those who would mock her. For a species that is supposed to respect strength above all else, there sure are a lot of you that would hold someone down just because of their bloodline or lack of bloodline ability even if they showed potential. James said angrily. Fools like you are the reason why we were in a deadlock with the angels and fallen angels for so many years. No one in the hall retorted to James' sharp words this time. Especially after seeing that Kokabiel nodded in agreement. And the last of the goals for the future that were different than the rest was James' own dream. I wish to become the strongest being in this world. James said proudly. The strongest across all the realms. No one knew what to say in response. No one believed that he could achieve this goal. However, at the same time, there were few present who were strong enough to say otherwise. On top of that, James was young, and devils had long lifespans. When they thought like that, James' dream did not sound so far-fetched. After that, the young devils were informed that there would be a set of rating games scheduled for them. That way, they would be used to the rating games when their careers started. After that, they received their schedules. Not long later, the meeting of young devils concluded. So, Rias and Sona are going to face off, huh? James said as he looked over the schedule. Rias and Sona, instead of replying, stared at their shared fiancé. Not hearing a response, James looked toward Rias and Sona. What's wrong? James asked curiously. You planned for all that to happen, didn't you? Rias asked. No, not really. James said while shaking his head. But I took the opportunity presented to me. Besides, I was tired of being jerked around by those high-born bigoted fossils. So, why not put them in their places, right? Sigh, this is gonna cause a huge stir in the underworld when this gets out. Rias said exasperatedly. I agree. Sona said. But like James said, the thing that a devil should respect most is strength. When did bloodline purity become the standard in the underworld? Well said, young Citri. A male voice that they had heard recently said from behind. Hearing that voice, they all turned. When they saw who spoke to them, they were surprised. Then, in unison, they greeted the new arrival. Lord Baal. Chapter 149, After the Meeting of Young Devils. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Shortly after the meeting of young devils ended, Scathach, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium met in the room where the four great Satans usually held their meetings. It's hard to believe that Scathach has been reincarnated into a devil. Scathach said with a sigh. And James' change in attitude was a bit of a surprise as well. Was it really? Ajuka asked curiously. I don't think it was all that surprising. You just don't know him that well, Ajuka. Scathach said while shaking his head. He's usually polite, cheerful, and sometimes mischievous. But he's never outright looked down on anyone because they were weaker than he is. Outright looking down on someone. Ajuka repeated. Is that what you saw? Isn't that what he did? Scathach asked back in return. Instead of answering Scathach's question, Ajuka directed his attention to the other two members of the four great Satans. What do you think, Seraphal, Falbium? Ajuka asked. Like I said last time, I don't know the kid all that well. Falbium said. But before someone jumped up to put him down, he had not done anything disrespectful to anyone. I agree with Falchan. Seraphal said in her usual cheerful tone. All Jakuin did was defend himself when someone was mean to him. What's wrong with that? With Seraphal's question, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium turned their attention back to Scathach. Scathach, on the other hand, did not know how to respond. He was just uncomfortable seeing how strong James had become. With the strength he displayed when he let loose his power, James could rank among the top 10 most powerful devils in the underworld. I just think he was a bit hasty with his actions. Scathach said with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Scathach's pride is getting in the way. Ajuka thought to himself. I know he doesn't like the thought that James may one day become more powerful than him. On top of that, James declared that he would do so, in no uncertain terms. Anyway, what are your opinions on Scathach? Scathach said, trying his best to change the subject. What does it matter? Seraphal asked curiously. If a devil is strong enough to reincarnate a devil, then that's a good thing for the devil, right? But what if she were to go stray? Scathach asked. There aren't many devils in the underworld who would be able to stop her. There he goes again, he's unhappy that Graphia's position as the underworld's strongest queen will be in jeopardy. Ajuka thought to himself. Anyway, what are we going to do about James' challenge to those members of the Devil Council? Ajuka asked. Why do we need to do anything? Falbium asked. He's well within his right to challenge them after their show of disrespect. On top of that, it would be too much work to interfere. At Falbium's reply, the other three could only sigh. They all knew about Falbium's lazy attitude. At the same time, in a small meeting room in the same building, Zekrom was seated with James in front of him, each with a cup of tea in front of them. Behind James, Scathach, his queen, was standing behind him. "I must say, I was quite impressed by how you carried yourself back at the meeting of young devils," Zekrom said after taking a sip of his tea. "You waited for the opportunity to show your discontent in a manner fitting for a devil." "Thank you for your praise, Lord Baal," James said politely. "Lord Baal sounds so formal." "If you wish, you may call me grandpa or grandfather," Zekrom said without changing his expression. Naturally, James was confused. Scathach did not speak either. She was curious what Zekrom was getting at with that statement. It was obvious he was trying to win James over. The question, however, was why would he do so? "I can tell you're unaware that Venelana is one of my descendants from my direct line," Zekrom said calmly. "And since you are marrying Rias, you will be part of my family." "I see," James said calmly. Knowing that gaining James' trust quickly, especially after how he had been treated by the Devil Council and by extension the Great King faction, was impossible. Zekrom decided to change the subject. "So, how serious are you about becoming this world's most powerful being?" Zekrom asked. "As serious as can be," James replied. "Only with absolute power can I control my own destiny." Both Zekrom and Scathach nodded in agreement. Then, Zekrom turned his attention to Scathach. "Scathach, I never thought I'd be able to see you outside of the land of shadows again in this lifetime," Zekrom said. "I suppose congratulations are in order." "I appreciate your words, Zekrom Baal," Scathach said impassively. "But instead of congratulating me, you should be praising my disciple for his strength." "Oh, does that mean James, here, was able to defeat you?" Zekrom asked with a bit of curiosity in his tone. The first time his tone had changed during this conversation. "Not only did he defeat me, but he was also able to take my life," Scathach replied. "I am sure you are aware of the geas I made with the Celtic pantheon." "Yes, you agreed to oversee the land of shadows until your death," Zekrom replied with a nod. "I would imagine that the Celts are quite unhappy with your departure." "Indeed," Scathach replied with a nod. "But there was nothing they could do about it. I have grown weary of that place." And James was able to grant my wish. "I see, I would love to hear about the battle," Zekrom said. "I would have to decline, Lord Baal," James said, re-entering the conversation. "Telling you about the battle would force me to reveal some of the secrets that I'm not prepared to reveal." Although he was a bit disappointed, Zekrom knew that everyone had their own secrets. Therefore, he nodded before speaking again. "I understand," Zekrom said. "But if the opportunity presents itself, I would hope that you could regale me with the tale." "If the opportunity presents itself, I would be more than happy to," James replied with a smile. "As for now, I would ask you to excuse me. My peerage is still waiting for me. And I'm sure my parents would like to hear about tonight's events." "Of course," Zekrom replied. "I enjoyed our little chat. I would also like to extend an invitation to you and your peerage to visit me at the Baal Castle. As Sarorg and I are friends, I wouldn't mind visiting the Baal Castle one day," James replied with a smile. After that, James stood from his seat, politely bowed to Zekrom and bid the old devil farewell. After leaving the meeting room, James met up with the rest of his peerage, then he created a teleportation magic circle and took everyone back to the underworld's Alaverus estate. Meanwhile, Zekrom maintained his position in his chair while he thought about the young half-devil he just spoke with. "The new Red Dragon Emperor is quite the interesting youth," Zekrom said with a slight smile. "He's bold, yet cautious in his actions. He's the type of devil that the underworld needs to grow." Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. When James and his peerage arrived at his house in the underworld, they were surprised to see that the living room was full of people. Both of James' parents, Katerea and Leona, were home. Rias' parents, Zeoticus and Venelana, and Sona's parents, Dante and Ria, had also come to visit. And Graphia was accompanying the Gremory couple. And of course, Rias, Sona, and their peerages were also there, too. "Well, I wasn't expecting a full house," James said with a smile. Then, after he spoke, he walked over to his father and gave him a hug. "Good to see you, Pop," James said happily. "It's been a while. I'm surprised Big Bro Surzex gave you some time off." "Ha. It's good to see you too, James," Katerea said, returning the hug. "Rias and Sona already told us about your showing at the meeting of young devils. Excellent job." Leona, Zeoticus, Venelana, Dante, and Ria all nodded in agreement. Then, they all began to discuss the more interesting points of the event. Eventually, Venelana asked a question while hugging Kaneko, who was sitting in her lap. "So, how was it seeing your sister after all these years?" Venelana asked softly. With that question, the room fell silent, while they all waited for Kaneko's answer. "Kurokanisama didn't want to tell me the truth," Kaneko said with sadness in her tone. But she didn't deny that she had never lost control. Which means that James' knee was right. There's more to it than what was reported. That just means that you'll have to get strong enough to demand the truth from her, James said with a smile. "And I'm sure if you asked, Master would be willing to help you gain the strength you need." Hearing that, everyone from James and Sona's peerages shuddered. The memories of training with Scathach were still fresh. The older devils, Rias, and her peerage were surprised by the reactions of all those that shuddered. However, Rias thought it was a good opportunity to grow stronger for her entire peerage. So, instead of Kaneko, Rias asked, "Master Scathach, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you assist in mine and my peerage's training?" Rias asked humbly with a polite bow. Hearing that, Sona quickly whispered to Rias. "Rias, are you sure about this?" Sona asked quietly. Quiet enough that no one else could hear her, even with their supernatural senses. "Of course," Rias replied. "If I'm going to stand next to James in the future, I have to be strong enough." Hearing that, Sona was taken aback. Then, she put on a resolute expression and asked Scathach the same question. "Me, too, Master Scathach," Sona asked with determination, burning in her eyes. "If it's not too much trouble, could you continue helping my peerage and I with our training?" Once again, Sona's peerage shuddered. However, none of them complained. Even though Scathach's training is brutal, the progress they made in 25 days could not be denied. Instead of answering immediately, Scathach took a moment to observe Rias and Sona. Then, she smiled slightly. "As long as your desire to grow stronger is true, I would be happy to assist you," Scathach said. Then, in a harsh tone, she continued. "However, once you start, there will be no turning back." "Understood." "Yes, I will leave myself and my peerage to your guidance," Rias and Sona replied in unison. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin and Tsubaki were whispering to each other. "I can understand why Rias would ask Master to train her and her peerage," Siyu Chulin said quietly. "But is Sona some kind of masochist? Or has she already forgotten the harsh training she went through just a couple of days ago? I think she just doesn't want to fall behind Rias by too much," Tsubaki replied. "I guess," Siyu Chulin said as he watched the others in the room. "But it's rare to see someone crazy enough to willingly subject themselves to Master's training a second time. Is there something you would like to say, my idiot disciple?" Scathach said, suddenly appearing behind Siyu Chulin and Tsubaki. "Perhaps we should get some more training in tonight." Siyu Chulin and Tsubaki jumped in surprise after hearing the voice from so close behind them. Then, they hurriedly turned around and met eyes with Scathach, who was smiling at Siyu Chulin. However, this smile was neither kind nor happy. Instead, it was a smile that promised painful training. "No ma'am," Siyu Chulin said in a tone filled with fear. "I'm actually quite exhausted from the nearly 1 month of training." At the same time, Tsubaki discreetly distanced herself from Siyu Chulin. Although she loved him, she in no way wanted to be pulled into the inhumane torture Scathach was referring to as training that she planned to punish him with. At the same time, Dante was talking with Yudo. "I'm not sure if Lancer is unlucky or stupid," Dante said before taking a sip from his drink. Why would he ever comment on that crazy woman's training where she could hear him? As soon as Dante finished, Yudo took distance from him. A moment later, Scathach appeared behind Dante while holding Siyu Chulin by the scruff of his neck. "I think a partner to train with would be good for you, my idiot disciple," Scathach said. "And I think the son of Sparta would make a good training partner." After speaking, she grabbed Dante by the scruff of his neck just as she was doing with Siyu Chulin. "What the hell?" Dante exclaimed. "You don't have the right to force me to train." "Actually, she does, Dante," James chimed in from across the room with a smile. "As my queen, she is the second in command of my peerage." "Damn you, James," Dante shouted as Scathach dragged him and Siyu Chulin out toward the training grounds. Chapter 150, Preparations for the First Raiding Game. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. The day after the meeting of young devils, James brought his peerage along with him to Ria's house. They had no intention of getting in any last-minute training before their first set of raiding game matches. James, Rias, and Sona all had raiding games scheduled in the next 2 days. Tomorrow, James was scheduled to face off against the heir of the Astaroth house and younger brother of Satan Ajuka Beelzebub, Diodora Astaroth. While Rias and Sona were set to face off against each other. "So, James, do you have any advice for me in my game against Sona?" Rias asked while sitting in James' lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. Nope. James replied simply. Oh, come on James. Rias said in a coquettish tone while rubbing her breasts against James suggestively. No means no. James said with a chuckle. You wouldn't want me to tell Sona about your strengths and weaknesses either, right? Fine. Rias said with a pout as she looked away from James. She did not stand from her place on his lap, though. So, what's our strategy against that Astaroth guy? See Chillin asked from across the table. Currently, James and Rias peerages were all seated together at the dining room table, as they had just finished having lunch together. I haven't thought of one. James said. There isn't much information on his peerage. How do you expect us to go into battle with no strategy? See Chillin asked. You have sure become spoiled since joining James. Scathach said from her seat next to See Chillin. What happened to your ability to adapt to the situation? Master, this isn't the same as a regular fight. See Chillin said helplessly. There are many rules in these rating games. And do you know which rules we will be fighting under? Scathach asked. No, not yet. See Chillin replied. Then, how do you expect anyone to have a strategy yet? Scathach asked as she rolled her eyes. I don't know why you're so worried, Lancer. Dante said with a smile. We outclass them at every turn. Their king is the only high-rank being on their side. Son of Sparta. Scathach said as she looked at Dante. It is fine to disdain your opponents. But never look down on or underestimate them. Yeah, I know. Dante said with a pout. Anyway. James said, cutting off the conversation. I see, I never got to hear how your training with Tannen was. Hearing James' question, Issei began to tear up immediately. It was horrible. Issei shouted indignantly. That old man wouldn't even let me sleep in peace. At all times I had to worry about getting burned to a crisp by a dragon breath. Don't kid yourself, boy. Scathach said with a smile. If Tannen's breath had so much as grazed you while you were unprotected, there wouldn't even be ashes remaining. Hearing that, Issei could not help but shudder in fear. James smiled at his queen. With Master around, Issei isn't going to have a great time. James thought to himself with a smile. Okay, Master, stop scaring the guy. James said. I still want to hear what Tannen put him through. It wasn't just Tannen that tortured me. Issei whined. Skyadram wouldn't let me use my sacred gear at all. Oh, Skyadram. Scathach said with an eyebrow raised. You two have decided not to greet this Scathach. Shit. Skyadram thought to himself after being revealed. Of course, not, Scathach. Skyadram said, allowing everyone in the room to hear his voice. I was just resting. Resting my ass. Issei shouted. You complained about everything I did wrong during training, whenever Master Scathach wasn't around. Damn you, kid. Skyadram said angrily. So, you have been avoiding me, Skyadram. Scathach asked with a smile. Fine. Skyadram shouted in irritation. Yes, I was avoiding you. Other than Tiamat, you're the craziest woman I know. Tiamat. From what I hear, she's living in the familiar forest, right? James asked. That's right. Aquino replied. According to what I've heard, she's the guardian of the familiar forest. It was the result of a deal she made with a Jukasama. I see. James said as he stroked his chin. Do you think she would become my familiar if I defeated her? Absolutely not. Draig shouted from the boosted gear. What's wrong, Draig? James asked curiously. Tiamat kinda hates me. Draig said in a small voice. Remember I told you that I lost some of her treasure when Albion and I died? Oh yeah, you did say something like that. James said. But I don't have a familiar yet. And I was thinking that a dragon would fit me nicely. I like your ambition, my disciple. Scathach said with a battle-hungry smile on her face. Oh, great. See Chillin said with a tired voice. Both of their switches have been flipped. From that point on, James and Scathach discussed what could be done to make Tiamat accept a familiar contract with James. While they talked, it seemed as if they had forgotten everyone else in the room. After about 10 minutes, their conversation came to an end, and they began to engage with everyone else again. Anyway, what were we talking about again? James asked. I feel like making fun of Ise was involved. Do you really enjoy making me the butt of your jokes so much? Issei asked. In unison, James, Aquino, Mizor, Kaneko, Mocha, Shuna, Cheyenne, Mio, Maria, and Scathach replied with yes. Hearing that, Issei was shocked. Even though he expected a few of the girls in the room to agree, he was not ready for nearly all the girls to do so. "All right, enough making fun of my servant," Rias said from her spot on James' lap. "Master Scathach, what do you plan to do once we go back to the human world?" "I've considered becoming a teacher at your school," Scathach said. "What was it called again?" "Koa Academy." "Which subject?" Maria asked curiously. "Physical education," Scathach answered simply. "I gave her rule books and manuals about a bunch of commonly played sports in Japanese high schools." James chimed in. "I knew that she would grow bored with watching morning talk shows and soap operas before too long. So, I thought of something like this." "That's not a bad idea," Rias said, nodding in agreement with James' plan. "If she wants to, she'll become the coach and advisor in the MMA club, too," James said. "You've gone 2 years with a phantom coach and advisor, why get one now?" Aquino asked curiously. "It's just so Master will have something to do," James said with a shrug. "But you'll have to tone everything down to normal human standards." "That could be interesting," Scathach said with a contemplative expression. "I may be able to reach a new level of bodily control if I have to restrict myself by that much." After that, the group continued to discuss the upcoming term while they made small talk with each other about anything they found interesting. Then, after an hour or so, Venelana and Grafia entered the dining room. "So, Rias, were you able to get any intel on your upcoming opponents?" Venelana asked with a smile. "No, James won't say anything," Rias pouted. "Some fiancé he is." "Ah. You do remember that I'm Sona's fiancé too, right?" James said incredulously. Then, after Rias pouted more, James turned his head in Grafia's direction. "So, big sis Grafia, when are you and Master gonna duke it out?" "Why would we do that?" Grafia asked with confusion in her tone and expression. "To find out who is the underworld's strongest queen," James said as if it were obvious. "I'll pass," Grafia replied calmly. "I could care less if I have that title or not." I knew you would answer like that," James said with a sigh. "I just wanted to have some bragging rights over Scathach." Hearing that, Rias, Venelana, and Grafia remembered what James said about Scathach. He really doesn't think that Scathach deserves his title of Satan, does he? Venelana thought to herself. I'll admit his confidence is really attractive, though. I think I'll keep this conversation to myself, Grafia said to herself. Scathach is already unhappy that James was entertaining thoughts of surpassing him. If James and Big Brother were to fight, I wonder who I should root for. Rias thought to herself. After that, the group continued to chat and have fun for the next few hours. Underworld, Astaroth territory, Astaroth estate. I finally got to see you again. A gentle-looking, handsome, young man with blonde hair said as he looked at a portrait of a beautiful young girl. Oh, my Asia. It won't be long until we can be together. This young man was Diodora Astaroth, James' opponent in tomorrow's rating game. As Diodora was staring at the portrait of Asia Argento, Rias, pawn, the door to his bedroom was knocked on. Knock, knock. Master Diodora, the Lord is calling for you. Diodora's queen said from the other side of the door. He mentioned that he wanted to discuss possible strategies for your rating game against James Alaverus. Damn it. Diodora exclaimed. Why must he interrupt me now? Even though he was unhappy, Diodora knew he was in no position to defy his father, Lord Astaroth. For now, at least. Eventually, Diodora opened his bedroom door with his usual gentle smile on his face. Not before hiding the portrait of Asia, though. Then, he made his way to his father's study. After a few minutes, Diodora arrived outside his father's study and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Father, it's me, Diodora. Diodora said, announcing himself politely. Come in. Lord Astaroth said calmly. Receiving permission to enter, Diodora wasted no time opening the door. When he entered, he stepped forward and stood in front of his father's desk, waiting for permission to sit. Take a seat. Lord Astaroth said after Diodora arrived in front of his desk. And just as Lord Astaroth said, Diodora took a seat in front of his father. Have you given any thought to the strategies you will use in tomorrow's rating game? Lord Astaroth asked after Diodora was seated. Why should I consider strategy against a half-breed? Diodora said disdainfully. There is no challenge to be found in this rating game. Were you even paying attention to what happened in the meeting of young devils? Lord Astaroth asked. He had no major complaints about his youngest son. If he had to choose something, Lord Astaroth would say that he did not take anyone he deemed lesser than himself seriously. I'll admit your strength of advanced level of the high rank is impressive for your age, Diodora. Lord Astaroth said exasperatedly. But he is 2 full ranks higher than you. He's not someone you should be looking down on. He's still only a half-breed. Diodora said stubbornly. He's just a half-breed who was lucky enough to be born with a filthy dragon attached to his soul. And just as James noticed, Diodora was indeed one of those bigoted high-born nobles that he did not like. More importantly, he would enjoy stomping him into the ground. Before I hand over the seat of Clan Lord to Diodora, we'll have to do something about this hatred for mixed breeds. Lord Astaroth thought to himself as he looked at Diodora with concern. And what does he have against dragons? He sounds like one of those extremists from the old Satan faction. Diodora, my son. Lord Astaroth said seriously. Even if you don't take him seriously as a half-breed, it's best to be prepared for every situation. That is what is to be expected of the lord of one of the 72 pillar houses. Although he did not agree with his father's words, Diodora agreed reluctantly so that he would not be nagged about it for hours. After a few hours discussing the strategies for his upcoming raiding game, Diodora was allowed to return to his chambers. I'm going to kill that filthy half-breed. Diodora said with anger after he returned to his bedroom. I know he had something to do with my plan for Asia failing. I'll make him pay for defying me. As Diodora's words ended, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a small black snake. While his arm was inside his shirt, it shifted and a scar that reached from his shoulder across his torso could be seen. Paying no attention to the scar, Diodora stared at the black snake with rapture. As he did, his expression took on a hint of insanity. With this, I'll be able to wipe you out of existence. Diodora said in a crazed tone. Then, Asia will be mine.